to Book 2, Volume 1. If you've just found this story, make sure to check out Book 1 first. The link is in the description below. If you'd like to thank the author personally for bringing you one of the best science fiction stories of this generation, again, you can find a Ko-Fi link direct to the author's page in the description where you can buy them a coffee. Full transparency, the author receives a decent share of the ad revenue this story generates, so by listening, you're also helping to enable the author to continue to write this amazing story. There is a little swearing, and the book also touches on some adult themes, but it's all in keeping with the story. Thank you once again for listening, and please do let us know what you think in the comments. Now let's get on with the story. The prince stood before the map representing the principality's up-to-date political situation. He silently thanked his good fortune that nothing had changed in favor of Duke Draymore's faction despite that his own forces were also unchanged. With the territories of House Astor more or less held at bay and locked in a stalemate, he couldn't expect any help to come from there anytime soon. The same could be said for House Winfield, but he was certain that they were fighting against the Draymore forces or had consolidated, gathering their strength and likely trying to recall whatever loyalists they could reach. As was the right of the great houses and many minor houses, most of them were neutral on the conflict. Loyalty was a shifting thing, and to most people a matter of convenience and opportunity. The prince wanted to sigh and rub his temples in exasperation as his mind ran through a plethora of diplomatic options, petty grievances between houses, false claims of loyalty, opportunistic deals made in the shadows, traitors and turncoats on both sides waiting to strike, and the countless other details that eluded him due to miscommunication, distance, and veiled intentions of those waiting to gain from the conflict that his uncle had created. Of the great 10 Astorian Royal Navy fleets, the 3rd, the 6th, the 9th, and about 2/3 of the 10th had sided with Duke Draymore. The 3rd came as an unforeseen development, being the smallest, weakest, and least honored fleet of them all. The 6th was of no surprise, since more of their elements came from Draymore territory. The 9th and the 10th were, again, not a surprise given their proximity to Draymore space. The fact that a 1/3 of the 10th Fleet had decided to remain loyal was a surprise, and now they were lost somewhere, a ragtag remnant most likely hiding from Draymore forces. On his side, though, things were much darker. The 1st, the 2nd, the 4th, the 7th, and the 8th fleets remained loyal to House Astor, but only the 2nd and 8th fleets remained intact. The 1st, 4th, and 7th fleets were, thanks to the efforts of Admiral Damien, able to disengage a great portion of their forces into Winfield territory before Draymore forces crippled more of their vessels. It was also thanks to him that the Exalted Virtue, one of the most modern battlecruisers part of the 1st Fleet, had been saved to begin with, and now served as his personal flagship. He didn't know what happened to the remnants of those fleets after escaping, but he knew they were fighting alongside the Winfields. The 2nd and 8th fleets were scattered across Valto, Finnegan, and Kalen territories, likely fighting in small-scale skirmishes against Draymore forces, keeping them pinned there for the time being. His only solace was that, if his speculation was correct, at least half of the 2nd would be waiting for his arrival at Macha. Only the 5th Fleet remained entirely neutral, which surprised him nothing given who its fleet admiral was, and he doubted that the 5th would choose a side until a clear winner manifested itself. That suited him well. The 5th was in charge of stopping any incursions that the Arabian Commonwealth could launch into Principality space. The fleets are one thing, but each house is entitled to own their private ships if they can afford them, the prince muttered to himself, as yet another source for his mounting headache was added to the raging thunderstorm that was his mind. And some have small fleets or powerful ships at their disposal. That goes without taking into account civilian-class ships, stations, satellites. I wish Alexander was here. I hate large-scale logistics. It is not your forte, brother dearest, but do not besmirch your efforts. Alexander may be capable of organizing and micromanaging anything he's in charge of, but he's too close-minded and can hardly see the bigger picture. You, on the other hand, can, Clara replied, before taking a sip out of her drink, humming pleasingly at the sweetness of it. I pray that both he and Giovanni are safe, and that our remaining siblings are being treated fairly. A traitor he may be, but Uncle Cornelius is an honorable man. He wouldn't stoop so low as to hurt them willingly. Let us hope that his honor is not as brittle as his loyalty, the prince replied. That too is my hope, brother dearest, Clara said and stared at the map, her eyes focusing on the edges that pointed at their 5 closest neighbors. To the northwest, the Yekanti hierarchy. To the west, the Drazan collective. To the southeast, the Arabian Commonwealth. To the northeast, and thankfully the farthest of them, the Zarma-Jalar-Katiloalka Compact, or Zarma Compact since the name was a mouthful. A collection of different species of aliens that were always in conflict could be found, and beyond them, the Imperium, the Chin-Shu Commonality, the Society of Tabax, and many more. But diplomatic relations with other human nations, excluding the Arabian Commonwealth, were limited but friendly. The only reason they kept even that much contact was due to the required yearly transmissions and updates that they shared as part of the Pax Humanitas, a safeguard that united all human nations in a way and prevented them from completely ignoring each other. Technically speaking, they had a 6th neighbor, yet another human nation, but they were so far removed that they were a non-factor. And just like the Arabian Commonwealth, the isolationist Diviners were not part of the Pax Humanitas. While not much was known about them, they were to the Principality what the Principality was to the vast majority of the other human nations in terms of power and technological advancement. Her eyes narrowed as she discarded dangers and focused on the 3 main threats that could take advantage of the chaos spreading across the Principality. We will surely see an increase in Drazan raiders, she said with disgust. The Yekanti hierarchy might see a chance to strike at us. I hope they stay their hand or that they are far too occupied dealing with their internal struggles for them to take interest in our moment of weakness. The prince nodded, which leaves the Arabian Commonwealth as our ever-constant, persistent external threat. The 5th Fleet has always been more independent than the rest and focused on their duty. I would like to gain Timon's support, but I'd rather have him stay put. The last thing we need is the Arabians thinking they have an easy way into the Principality. Clara giggled at that. You've never told me the reason for your dislike of Fleet Admiral Timon Arnav. It began so suddenly, too. What changed, brother dearest? I detest the man, but I can't move against him, the prince replied, eyes narrowing. He's a narcissist and an egomaniac. Were it not for his many accolades and victories over Arabian pirates and his tactical genius, I would have ordered him beheaded as my first official order as prince, the blond man replied, sneering. He does not tolerate failure, and any offense, real or imagined, against him is dealt with swiftly and with deathly force. Clara was taken aback at her brother's reveal. She had thought it was something petty or some minor incident, not something so grave. Brother dearest, why was I not aware of his demeanor? I was not aware of it until father passed away and I inherited the throne, he replied. It is no secret that many nobles abuse their power. But some are much, much worse than others, and their criminal acts must be hidden within the data to protect their reputation or standing within both their respective houses and the military if they have a career in it. She was aware of that fact, of course. Commoners were so easy to abuse, and almost every time a noble would come unscathed from their actions. That her brother was willing to reveal that much without going into further details spoke volumes of the depravity of the famous, glory-hungry, and renowned Timon Arnav. I was going to suggest reaching out to him at some point, but given this new information, I'd rather keep him where he is. No doubt Uncle Cornelius has thought the same. The prince nodded. Too egregious to rely upon, too useful to eliminate. Let's move past that unsavory topic, brother dearest. Our focus must be set on the now for the moment, Clara said. Has Frederick revealed anything of value? Some names, all of them arrested or disposed of already. The QEC was disabled by some unknown means shortly after his capture. But we already know that the matching device was likely in possession of the now Fleet Admiral Cornelius Tigan. I doubt Fleet Admiral Carlos Valto yet lives. Damien will surely mourn the loss of his cousin. The prince paused for a moment. Another possibility is that someone within House Caiston had possession of it. Probably Andrew or Tamarin Caiston. His expression hardened. Frederick has proven to be remarkably resilient to interrogation. How he was able to conspire with Draymore loyalists still eludes us for the time being." The princess hummed deeply before speaking. "While I do not condone torture as a method for information extraction, perhaps it could, as Cynthia would describe, soften him up," Clara proposed, her expression darkening with grim resolve. "I'm certain Juliana would enjoy the chance to make that damnable traitor suffer within reason." The prince closed his eyes for a moment, then stared at his sister. "I've considered it, but I will not condone such methods just yet. House Anderson is officially neutral. I would not wish to push them to the Draymores' side. Frederick is one of their potential heirs and beloved within his house." "Fair," Clara replied, before taking another sip from her drink. "I wonder how much support he'll retain once his treachery is known." The prince remained silent for a few seconds before continuing. "The traitor threat has been culled. There will be a few remaining ones that will elude capture, but they will pose no more threat without their leader." "Let it be so, brother dearest," Clara replied. "Speaking of traitors and potential threats, why have you placed 20 Royal Marines under my command? That's nearly half of our remaining Royal Marines. I do not wish for you to remain unprotected. I have Cynthia at my side. At least take Milcades with you, brother dearest." The prince turned to face Clara fully and slowly walked over to her. Silently, he gently took hold of her right hand and caressed it while looking into her violet eyes with a soft smile on his face. "You stand above our siblings as my most beloved sister, Clara. I love you, sister dearest," he said, before gently inviting her to stand up. Once she did, he gave her a hug which she reciprocated. "I want you to be as safe as possible. Is it not my duty as your older brother to see to your well-being?" Clara ended the hug a few seconds later, and her lips were curled into a soft, tender smile. "You're too caring, brother dearest." "As if you're one to give me a lecture regarding caring for others, Clara," the prince retorted, making her sister blush slightly in embarrassment. Letting go of her, he turned his gaze to the map. "There is much to do. I want to keep you as safe as possible. I wish I could send you away into a remote part of the principality where this conflict could not reach. Alas, I can't. Allow me to give you as much protection as I can provide." As her blush vanished, Clara let out a defeated sigh. "Very well, brother dearest. If it is your desire and command, then I won't object any further. Regardless, are you certain you want to depart from Redford? We barely have enough pilots to fill 2 wedges, half of our current fighter capacity. He'd be of more use to you." "You may be correct, Clara, but I need my other commanders more for what's to come. Vivian and Lukacs have handpicked one of their best subordinates to act as your logistical and intelligence experts for the time being. Milcades will have to act as your chief of security and marine commander. I adore Cynthia, but she can't be trusted to command anything larger than a strike force," he said with some mirth in his voice. Clara smiled too, when her brother picked fun at their dear friend's expense. "And Redford shall be the overall commander of my ship while I remain as captain in name only. Splendid. You, my dearest sister, will deal with everything else and be in charge of them all. I certainly hope you are ready for the role," the prince joked. "Speaking of your ship, why, in Julius's name, did you name it Noirnavio?" "Oh?" Clara's expression turned sly and foxy. "Brother dearest, I merely agreed to the name. Why, I wouldn't have been able to come up with a name for such an outstanding ship so quickly, although I approve of the naming convention. Oh no, it was not I who gave the ship its new name. That honor lies within our newly elevated Knight Banneret." The prince let out a long, profound sigh. You had every intention of ennobling him from the moment he achieved victory over ZTK 990, didn't you?" Clara smirked. "I had some reservations despite his display. What convinced me was his role in the battle. It was further cemented during a rather private moment we shared, and that I nor Cynthia will disclose, brother dearest." The prince raised an eyebrow. "Does he even know what renaming a captured prized vessel entails?" "Why would he? I'm certain that it'll be a rather splendid surprise when he finds that out," Clara replied, still smirking. "Regardless of my intent, the Noirnavio is my ship. None shall object." The prince shook his head a couple of times before replying. "On that, Clara, you're correct. Oh, I nearly forgot. The Drazen captain finally broke. Milcades was not gentle, but our initial suspicions were confirmed." These raiders, and several other fleets, are striking across the nearest incursion points and bordering systems. This fleet detected our warp jump signatures, and a stealth probe sent ahead provided all the information they needed. The Drazen took a gamble, and fortunately for us, they lost. Clara was relieved to hear that the Kastans, and by extension the Draymore forces, had not pushed the Drazen against them themselves. But she knew her brother well, and the tone he used ushered no respite. Instead, there was a cold feel to it. She quickly analyzed her brother's words once again and noticed the information that didn't match. How was it possible for several Drazen raiding fleets to strike across the Principality when the conflict had just started? The travel time alone from their usual cattle grounds outside Principality space would take them at least a month, without counting whatever meager forces were already inside the Principality launching their usual strikes. She frowned deeply. If they were not ushered by the traitors, then who did? Most likely whoever manufactured the black ships. They tipped off the Drazen raiders before the coup began, giving them enough time to travel in force and begin their assaults right when we were in complete disarray. Clara, the number of lives that will be lost thanks to them will be staggering. Without the fleets in their usual patrol routes and quick response stations, only in-system forces and house vessels will be left to defend those vulnerable territories. And we're powerless to send aid of any sort, Clara concluded bitterly. Many will blame House Astor for those assaults, and I'm certain many lesser and minor houses will be seduced by the Draymore traitors if they can defend their territories from Drazen incursions. It will make you look weak and incompetent. For the moment, yes, the prince agreed. Once we arrive at Macha, we will rebuild our strength and bring the fight to the traitors. This cannot devolve into a civil war. I won't let it, he said decidedly. And I shall do everything within my power to help you, brother dearest, Clara said reassuringly. I will miss you dearly, Clara. I will miss Redford and Cynthia, too, he chuckled. I will even miss Wyatt. I finally found a player that stands at my lackluster level, and I have to see him go. Promise me you that will stay safe once you depart? I promise nothing of the sort, brother dearest. I shall, however, make every effort to not endanger my life needlessly, Clara stated with a soft but firm smile. The siblings stared at each other for several seconds, then shared a final tight but short-lived hug before the princess left the room, leaving her brother alone with his thoughts. Again! Cynthia commanded firmly as she watched over the beaten, broken, panting, sweating mass of flesh that was once a man named Wyatt Staples. The pilot was on the ground, clutching his stomach as he panted raggedly on the ground. Mercy, please, Wyatt breathed out, managing not to choke on his words as he tried to retain a measure of dignity by rolling to the side, flipping himself over to lay on his back. A vast improvement from his previous fetal position as far as he was concerned. This woman is trying to kill me, he thought in a panic as his gaze focused on a pristine and serious Cynthia Winfield wearing her usual red armor. A week had passed since their departure from Woodshaft, and, good to his word, the jump point Uriel Hoax provided kept them away from any possible Kastan, Tygan, or Third Fleet forces. The Nornavio, with Commander Redford sitting at the captain's chair, served as the fleet's primary scout ship, and it was a marvel to see her in action. He had not given it much thought after his short-lived command of the wonderful ship, but it truly was a magnificent vessel. The AI that was destroyed during the capture was replaced, restoring the Nornavio's navigational and communicational capabilities. The crew of the ship was mostly made out of Woodshaft recruits, except for key leading roles such as Chief of Engineering, Master Technician, chefs, and logistical and intelligence experts. There were hand-picked Marines by Commander Juliana herself and plentiful auxilia forces, not to mention the mercenaries that Clara hired, general crew members, and the Ekhindas, which, funnily enough, all of them were technicians and mechanics. Jincho in particular was a rather vocal fellow at the best of times, but he was earnest in his craft, and he had to admit the Ekhinda was the best damn technician he had ever seen. He was still not done with the fighter he'd wrecked, but it was already looking as good as any of the other Raptor fighters in the hangar. He had even seen Galt Tirome and a few of the other nobles he vouched for, and while he had yet to talk with the red-haired man, Cynthia told him that he and the rest of the bridge personnel had so far been instrumental in teaching others how to operate the Nornavio correctly, and how to access the ship's systems for maintenance and more. Surprisingly, no one seemed to mind their presence, and Jincho, above all, took in the knowledge and was as enraptured as he was with the deadly black ship. During that week, no major incidents had been produced. The Woodshaft recruits recognized him, and some even were brave enough to praise his suicidal heroics. It felt odd receiving praise from total strangers, but he welcomed it nonetheless. The nobles transferred from the prince's fleet were another story, though. They mostly kept their distance, but he could feel the eyes of envy and disdain sent his way. He didn't show it, of course, but damn it all, it felt good to not be ordered around by his betters for once. Of course, some nobles complained that their quarters were too small, others were outraged that the mess hall was not segregated, and a few even filed formal complaints that the commoner dregs were far too numerous and thus sullied such a beautiful ship. There were only 1,021 crew members aboard the Noir Navio, and less than 20% of them were nobles. The ship still needed more personnel and effective elements to be properly fully staffed. For starters, it had no formal army personnel, and the auxilia forces and the mercenaries were to act as a replacement. There were also no ROSFs, no mechanized personnel except for the technicians, engineers, and mechanics, and only a handful of pilots handpicked by Commander Redford himself. Among them, the members of Epsilon Squadron, who he had interacted with only briefly during the past week, thanking them for speaking on his behalf during the trial. Cynthia and Redford, though, quelled any complaints, reminding everyone that the Noir Navio was a captured vessel not made in the Principality, and that they would have to adapt to it, or they would face charges for insubordination. That soundly did the trick to shut them up, and now that he thought about it, he hadn't talked to Commander Redford or Clara since they left Woodshaft. Cynthia had taken command of him and made him train relentlessly, barely giving him any time that he could spend on doing anything else but eat, shower, and sleep. To call her a ruthless teacher was a grave understatement. "I'm sure I've got strained muscles and bruises in places I didn't know I had before," he complained silently, his fatigue mounting, but thanks to his implants, he could still keep going at the demented pace Cynthia Winfield was putting him through. Any moment to catch his breath was welcomed, and he made sure to stretch it as much as possible. "Again," Cynthia repeated, this time more firmly. Wordlessly, Wyatt groaned and slowly rose to his feet. First by rolling over again, then by going on all fours, and finally by shakily standing up. The gym area itself was quite ample, and none dared to linger for more than a few seconds on the spectacle that was him kissing the floor over and over again. Cracking his neck with a satisfying pop, he moved his shoulders before adopting a defensive posture. Tentatively, he rushed at Cynthia, throwing a jab that she eluded with ease. Immediately, he used his left heel as a pivot to shift to his right, before throwing a second jab that was, again, easily dodged. Using his momentum, he jumped back and performed a roundhouse kick that Cynthia had painfully taught him on the second day of their reinstated training torture routine. The blue-haired woman caught his foot and with a swift motion twisted it, making him lose his balance. She was about to grapple him when she saw the pilot use the moment to his advantage. Instead of falling, he twisted his body so that his palms hit the ground first. Then, he used his free left foot to deliver a kick to her stomach. Wyatt felt a rush of dread wash over him when Cynthia merely blocked his kick with a raised knee. Before he knew it, he was in the air as the room began to spin all around him. Then he hit the floor and was followed by a strong and lightning-fast three-hit combo delivered to his stomach. 3 swift punches, and the air left his lungs again, leaving him panting on the ground, writhing in pain. Again. That was impressive, Wyatt. You've improved significantly since our first training session. At this rate, we can leave the amateur techniques behind in less than a week, and I can start teaching you the basics of training," Cynthia said without a hint of sassiness, humor, or sarcasm in her voice. "Amateur techniques? Basics of training? This wasn't actual training? Then what the hell have I endured so far? What does this crazy woman mean? She's trying to kill me. Father, I regret it now. I want to join the diplomatic corps. I'll work my entire life at the wood mill. Weskull, sign me up for Clixal hunting. Anything has to be better than this torture," Wyatt cried out as he panted on the ground, his eyes unfocused as he began to ponder his life choices seriously. Before Cynthia could demand another round, a voice rang inside their minds at the same time. Cynthia, Wyatt, suspend your training session for now. I require Wyatt's presence at once in my chambers. I won't take much of your time, Redford's voice said, and then the connection ended. Despite the pain and his ragged breathing, Wyatt managed to smile in utter relief after hearing the command. His eyes landed on Cynthia and saw her posture relax. She walked up to him and offered a hand. He took it and he was suddenly pulled up on his shaky feet. You heard him, Wyatt. Go take a bath and don your uniform. We'll continue tomorrow. Oh, of course. Thank you, Cynthia, he said through bruised ribs. Cynthia's expression softened slightly and a weak smile showed on her lips. You're no prodigy, but you'll do. Then she let go of his hand and walked away, leaving him behind. Wyatt watched her back and blinked in confusion. What's that supposed to mean? He mumbled to himself before heading to the showers. After a quick but refreshing bath, he put on his uniform and saw himself in the mirror. He mockingly saluted his reflection before leaving to meet with his commanding officer. When he arrived at Redford's quarters, he was about to tell the AI that he was there when the door opened by itself. He entered the room and the door closed behind him. The commander's room wasn't that large, about twice as big as his old quarters back in the Exalted Virtue, a luxury by his standards, but he didn't know if Redford found the space claustrophobic. Stopping before his desk, he saluted respectfully. Lieutenant Wyatt reporting, sir. I see that Cynthia shows you no mercy, Redford replied with a knowing smirk. She's quite the instructor. Wyatt opted for the more diplomatic answer as his muscles ached at the mention of the blue-haired woman. Would you believe me if I say that Cynthia is much more merciful than Juliana? Redford chuckled once before signaling Wyatt to take a seat. Wyatt, now that you are a knight banneret and a noble, I can no longer overlook your lack of knowledge regarding officer training. Henceforth, I shall directly instruct you on what you need to know: rules, etiquette, and proper conduct. I understand, sir. Thank you, Commander, Wyatt replied, his heart beating fast and suddenly feeling queasy. Officer, I'm actually going to have to be an officer now. I'm going to be terrible at it. I just know it. How can I compare to a noble trained to be an officer? As your first official role, you are now my second in command regarding our fighter forces. Including you, we only have 40 pilots. The pilots I picked were not the best of the best, but rather the least troublesome given our peculiar circumstances, he explained, and passed the flabbergasted pilot a datapad. Epsilon Squadron is no more. You shall command a new squadron, our most veteran and accomplished squadron aboard the Noir Navio. It may not be much, but Princess Clara deserves our best efforts and recognition of her forces. Redford clarified and stroked his chin for a moment before continuing. This datapad contains all the information available on our current pilots. You may select whichever 4 you want to be part of your squadron. Furthermore, you can, if you want, showcase your status as an ace and the veterinary insignias on your chosen fighter. And as a knight banneret, you may also display your heraldic shield. However, I advise that you don't. It could mark you as a potential target to enemy forces. Redford's expression was hard to read, but there was regret, exasperation, and sadness on his features for a few moments. Too many lives have been lost because of that display of needless hubris. He sighed, and his serious expression returned. Is that understood, Lieutenant? Wyatt looked at the datapad, then at Redford, blinked twice, and took the datapad. Understood, sir. I just have one question. Yes? Redford pressed. What will be the name of my new squadron? He asked, feeling uneasy yet oddly excited at the same time. In the span of 2 minutes, he had been placed right under Commander Redford, leading their limited and meager fighter forces, but it was so much more than he could have ever imagined. Not only that, but he got to choose his squad mates, too. Not even in his wildest fantasies something like that ever crossed his mind, which only made his heart race faster when he saw Redford give him a knowing look. Whatever you want, just, please, think of a better name than Nornavio. Wyatt saluted. I will try, Commander, and I think I know how to, he thought a second later. Alone in his cell, Frederick Anderson, a proud commander of the Army military forces, could only groan in pain and frustration as the bindings on his body prevented him from moving. Meanwhile, the occasional electric shocks that coursed through his body forced him to stay awake for far longer than even his implants allowed him to without repercussions. Outside of his cell, two Royal Marines kept a silent but unflinching guard over him while cameras pointed from multiple angles and directions focused on even his breathing. Finally, he was disconnected and isolated, unable to access the Exalted Virtues network or receive any aid whatsoever. He was tired, and his body showcased a few bruises, but mentally he was growing weaker by the moment. Milcades, captain of the Royal Marines aboard the ship, had spent his time divided between interrogating him and the dreadful alien kept away in another cell. It was easy to deduce that the captain had achieved a breakthrough with the Drazen, as his efforts at interrogation and intrusion within his mind were far more intense and focused than in any day prior. Frederick didn't regret his betrayal. House Anderson had been loyal to the Astors, and for what? To be overlooked and set aside in favor of their favorite servants and their damn Winfield dogs. As one of the potential heirs of House Anderson, he was willing to do anything to ensure not only his place as the new head of the house, but to shower his house with riches, favors, power, and prestige. But he had been tricked, and now he was a prisoner and seen as a lowly traitor. The Council of Nobles be damned. Damn Ionati and Emerald for their inaction. Duke Cornelius should have been recognized as regent. He should be the rightful prince, not that weakling pretender. Frederick thought angrily as he glared at the Royal Marines before an electric shock made him groan loudly through his masked mouth. When the shock ended, he closed his eyes and breathed heavily through his nostrils. Only a few seconds later, he felt a sharp, intense pain at the base of his skull, as if something had just stabbed him. The pain lasted for a fraction of a second, and then he heard a voice inside his mind.
"Can you hear me, Frederick?"
A polite, measured, garbled voice called. Frederick was befuddled for a full second before anger swelled inside him. "Jade! How is this possible? I was cut off from access and inside this damn cell. No one should be able to contact me."
To answer your question, it wasn't easy. No matter what happens, don't make any sudden reactions. Keep doing whatever you are doing, or the watchdogs will know something's wrong with you, Frederick. I'm afraid our time is limited,
the voice indicated.
I'll cut right to the chase. What have you revealed so far?
Frederick felt indignation beat against his chest at being addressed so bluntly. "You may have the favor of the Castons and that of Hadrian Tigan, but you are still beneath me, Jade. You're as false as your name, as false as the pretender that has claimed the Principality's throne," he spat back angrily.
"Your failure is your own, Frederick,"
Jade replied. "My own? It was you who told me that the damned parasite-ridden commoner had turned to our cause. He was meant to be a sacrificial lamb to eradicate the pretender in one fell swoop. My failure is your failure born from incompetence. Thanks to you, we've been exposed and destroyed. We had the chance to end this conflict and gain the favor of his Lord Regent, and you failed, Jade," Frederick countered, wishing nothing more than to be able to strangle Jade with his own hands.
"Did I tell you to expose yourself in such an idiotic fashion? Did I not warn you that you had to remain hidden?"
Jade replied, their tone unchanged and garbled.
"Now answer my question. What have you revealed?"
"Nothing. I've not been broken. I've endured interrogation," Frederick replied, trying to convey his sneer through the link. "Your failure was grave, but at least you've been able to remain truly loyal to his Lord Regent, for now." "How much longer until you crack or until they start torturing you?" Jade asked. Frederick wanted to scoff at that notion. "Even the pretender isn't that stupid. If I am tortured or worse, killed, then House Anderson's position would be compromised. The insult and outrage of having a potential heir damaged beyond what's acceptable for a noble of my stature would be felt. I am untouchable." "He wouldn't dare," he replied.
"Don't be so sure. These are trying times for everyone, Frederick. The false prince may not be willing to incur the ire of House Anderson by breaking noble tradition and etiquette, but what about the damn wench? You know how ruthless she can be. She could convince the pretender that everything you know will be for him to know,"
Jade explained and paused for a moment.
"Although, that may not be needed at all. The pretender has already broken the rules that formed and maintained the Principality's social structure when he elevated a mere commoner to the rank of lieutenant. That mongrel showcased some measure of talent and above-average capabilities. He could have been a useful tool.
I can't comprehend how he was able to trick you, Jade, Frederick replied dryly. I will admit that I underestimated him. I thought I had convinced him to join our cause.
Frederick, you don't know this, but the damn pretender elevated that treacherous bastard to nobility. He's a damned knight banneret of House Astor now,
said Jade, voice forever unchanging. If he could, the ex-commander would have spat in pure disbelief and indignation at the mere prospect of that becoming a reality. Surely you jest. A nobody commoner that used to haul trash less than a month ago? Him? A knight banneret?
Thanks to your stupidity, we lost the QEC in that attempt to throw the loyalist dogs to the pretender off balance. It has crippled us, but not entirely. The few of us that remain will continue operations from the shadows for the time being. Frederick, I believe that this Wyatt Staples may not be a mere commoner at all.
Jade pondered. Have you not seen his behavior? His actions? Not to mention his lack of significant implants and the way he carries himself. It is obvious he is a commoner as lowly as commoners are. How could he be anything else? Asked Frederick with contempt dripping from his tone.
Because Frederick, when I interviewed him, I believe every damn word he said to me, Jade began. I never once detected trickery or deceit coming from him. Every word was honest and unveiled. How is it possible for a mere commoner to be able to lie in such a way? I'm an intelligence officer trained to detect subtle changes in people when they lie. Commoners are the easiest, and yet Wyatt Staples never lied. No, he lied. He lied to my face, and I believed him entirely. What sort of hellish training did he go through to achieve such mastery?
That's not possible. It shouldn't be possible, the bound man replied, flabbergasted.
The false prince revealed during his elevation and ennoblement that Wyatt Staples had been acting under his orders. Do you understand what that means?
Jade asked. Frederick gulped. It would mean that the pretender relied on the aid of a commoner to make us surface. And it worked. But no royal would ever rely on a mere commoner in any capacity other than to have them die in their name, he reasoned.
Precisely. Without access to the records of the Third Fleet, there's no way to know if any information regarding him is real or not. Worst of all, we have precious little information as it stands. It is clear that he does not have a son or any offspring for that matter. In fact, we know nothing of him except for what was in the network, and his files have been put under lock. Curious, isn't it?
Jade let out a laugh.
Not to mention the wench has shown great interest in a mere commoner from the moment he saved her. Such a convenient location for a compost hauler to appear.
Frederick felt a rumble in his chest. Do you think that Wyatt Staples is not a commoner after all?
Nothing adds up for him to be a commoner, Frederick. Think about it. Redford took him under his wing and made efforts to mentor and protect him. The Astor wench and her blue-haired demon show favoritism over him. The false prince promoted him to lieutenant on the spot after rescuing his whore of a sister. No, I believe this has been a long-term plan of theirs,
Jade explained. That's absurd. Yet at the same time, it makes sense. I thought Wyatt Staples was just a pet Princess Clara picked up for rescuing her life. I'm seeing the clear picture. Such talent as a pilot, able to find a new solution to ZTK 990, and his performance against the Drazen, the way Juliana defended his position. Could it be possible that this Wyatt Staples has always been an undercover agent? Perhaps a Royal Marine trainee in disguise? Frederick asked with mounting dread.
I highly doubt that he's a Royal Marine trainee. He'd be heavily augmented otherwise. But an undercover agent? That I believe. No commoner would ever be able to showcase such natural talent. Until I can contact Admiral Cornelius or the Third Fleet, everything will be left to speculation. But the secrecy around the man itself speaks volumes of his position. I hate working with so little information, but everything points out that Wyatt Staples, if that is his real name, has been working for the Astors for a long time and has been dutifully rewarded. Likely his ennoblement and elevation to a knight banneret is another trick or the payment for services rendered.
Jade groaned.
Be that as it may, he's out of my reach. For now.
Why? The ex-commander asked, concerned.
The Astor trollop proved her cunning. She claimed the idiotically named Nornavio as her flagship. Personnel was carefully selected to serve in it, and none in our group nor any of my contacts were selected. The ship is also completely locked out from the network and only transmits directly to that worthless Damien, the Callan bastard, or the pretender prince. We are blind to the future movements of the princess. When we arrive at Matcha, I shall try to sway some of the personnel they picked from Woodshaft. Other than that, there's nothing I can do, and soon we will lose sight of one unworthy royal.
Jade explained. Frederick was certain that Jade was frustrated beyond measure, but thanks to the monotone garble, whatever emotions he or she was feeling were masked. Despite everything that happened, he still didn't know who Jade was, but intelligence officers were secretive most of the time. "You should have killed him then," he replied, setting his thoughts aside. "He fooled us all?"
Yes, I should have. I underestimated him and fell for his trickery. Now we are paying the price for such failure.
Jade agreed. "Then, Jade, what are we to do now? Will you attempt to rescue me?" Frederick asked.
Even if I wanted to, Frederick, I don't have the manpower to make any such attempt. Not to mention that the damned royal watchdogs would tear us to pieces before we even make it to your cell. I'm afraid I can't do much for you. Ah, it's nearly done,
Jade exclaimed. "Jade, you miserable rat! What's nearly done? Answer me, you disgraceful wretch. Why did you contact me if not to rescue me?" the bound man demanded angrily.
I've been tasked with a most important mission, and unlike you, I plan to be successful in my endeavors, Frederick. I take no pleasure in this, and I must confess I am somewhat envious of your position. Alas, this glory belongs to you and you alone. I needed time to get inside you, literally. Thank you for your cooperation, Commander,
replied Jade. "I am your superior. I won't be able to hold for more than 2 or 3 more days at this rate. You must rescue me whatever the cost," Frederick ordered, heart beating hard and fast against his chest as a wave of dread began to stir within him.
I'm afraid I cannot do that, Frederick. What you know must not reach the hands of the false prince. Victory demands sacrifices of us all. Take heed and solace, for you shall make the Lord Regent proud and bring great honor upon House Anderson,
Jade replied. "Sacrifice? Proud? Honor? What nonsense are you talking about? I'm Frederick Anderson, potential heir of House Anderson, son of Patrick Anderson. I demand that you free me from this confinement," he protested as he grew agitated. The Royal Marines watching him took notice of it and no doubt asked for orders. "Hurry, now!"
I am terribly sorry, Frederick. Rescue is beyond my capabilities, but I can give you honor beyond measure. You shall be forever remembered as a great hero of the Principality. In the name of Lord Regent Cornelius Draymore, I thank you for your valiant sacrifice and your outstanding valor. Now die in service to his Lord Regent, and may your failures be forgotten,"
Jade stated, and the link died. Frederick screamed in outrage. His eyes widened as far as they could go when he felt a hot, searing sensation spread from the back of his head like the tendrils of a creeper vine wrapping around his cranium. Then, all thoughts left his mind, and Frederick Anderson died, without glory to his name, his body going limp as blood trickled out of every available orifice. Navio, Princess Clara's quarters. No matter how hard he tried to, Wyatt couldn't stop his lips from curling up into a small smile as his fingers and hands moved the knitting needles he was holding with familiar ease. There was no hurry to his motions as the strands of yarn were put together to form a pattern. As his hands moved, his gaze traveled to the 2 women he was accompanying. The quarters of his princess had once belonged to Samuel Cayston and had been overhauled and modified to fit the standards of a royal princess. Compared to her old quarters back in the Exalted Virtue, her new room was bigger, more elegant, and beautifully decorated with paintings, a few plants, and other pieces of furniture. And yet, the welcoming ambiance remained the same just by her presence alone. To his right, Clara was relaxed, her hands moving faster than his own, and with great expertise while humming some odd melody he didn't know. To his left, Cynthia's stoic expression returned, but her movements were clunky and stiff. Her right eye twitched every time she made a mistake, which was often, and was forced to undo several knots to fix it and continue from there. Even though she's made my relationship with the floor a rather intimate one, seeing her struggle like that is both hilarious and a little sad. She's trying, but she's not that good at it. Clara wasn't exaggerating, Wyatt thought, as he stopped for a moment to reach for his teacup and take a sip from it. sighing in satisfaction at the sweet, sweet flavor of the beverage. He was half tempted to reach for another cookie, but he had eaten more than the two women, and he didn't want them to think he was as glutinous as a Clixol. Instead, he reached down to the small bag he had used to carry his knitting set and pulled out a jar half filled with apple-sized, dried-up green, orange, and lavender-colored insects. He pulled one out and bit into it with a satisfying crunch. The rich, sour but satisfying flavor of the Lakoa filled his mouth, and he munched on it happily. "How can you eat that?" Cynthia asked all of a sudden, her eyes fixed on the Lakoa while her expression remained neutral. Wyatt munched faster, and then swallowed. "They're just bugs. Every commoner in Volantis eats them," he explained. "They're a bit sour at first, but they're meaty and you get used to the flavor quickly, pretty filling too. You should try one," he offered sincerely. "Thank you, Wyatt, but no thank you, I don't like bugs," Cynthia replied. Clara giggled. The great Cynthia Winfield defeated by a simple Lakoa, was it? Wyatt nodded while Cynthia gave her a deadpanned look. "Oh, you know I jest, Cynthia, but now that the window has opened, I can finally ask you, Wyatt, what do people in Volantis usually eat? I remember you mentioned an avian creature named Clixal?" "Well, yeah. We can eat everything that can be cultivated, hunted, grown, or traded, really," he replied with a shrug. "Mushrooms, Clixal meat, and eggs, several types of fruits and vegetables like apples, carrots, tomatoes, and algae are the most common. Then I would say fish, produced from animals, and of course the Lachoa," he said, raising his half-eaten bug. "We also eat other bugs like the Rintal and the Wolkama, but those aren't as good in my opinion. Oh, and smoked meats from various animals and bread," he explained before eating the rest of his Lakoa and wiping his fingers on his handkerchief. "That sounds rather lackluster," Clara replied. "What about baked goods and spices?" "Almost everything that's imported are consumer goods and luxury items. For spices, we stick to what can be found on Volantis. I've heard stories about baked sweets, but until I was at the academy, I never saw one before. I never ate one, though. Exclusive to nobles, of course," he said without resentment, but his voice transmitted a longing that wasn't there before. "Had I known they were so delicious, I would have risked getting expelled for a sample." "There aren't sugary confections in your homeworld?" Cynthia asked, taken aback while Clara's expression was one of shock, as if someone had slapped her across the face. "The most powerful nobles have them," he replied without hesitation. "Don't misunderstand me. There are sweet things in Volantis, like the processed sap of certain trees and the byproducts certain insects make, like the Lakoa. They burrow underground and form colonies, hunting down worms and other insects and eating mushrooms and roots. They produce a sweet green slime we call goonie, though comparing it to these baked goods is unfair," he finished with a chuckle while his hands continued to work. "Until I tasted them, I didn't know what sugar, chocolate, or grapes were," Clara declared. "Then again, I'm not sure if I could miss something I've never had." The princess hummed for a moment and set her tools on the table. "Wyatt, may I please have a Lachoa?" "Clara," Cynthia muttered with barely concealed disgust. Wyatt raised an eyebrow in confusion before looking down at his jar, then at Clara Ernest, expecting face. "They're crunchy and sour at first. Just keep chewing and you'll get used to the flavor, Clara." "Wyatt!" Cynthia exclaimed, now properly mortified as he offered the opened jar to her princess and watched as Clara pulled out a bug. Then, to her horror, she watched her best friend examine the bug with mild apprehension before opening her mouth. She then bit off the head of the Lakoa, producing a loud crunch followed by audible munching. Wyatt grimaced when Clara's expression shifted to one of disgust, but she didn't spit out the Lakoa. After a few seconds, her expression shifted from disgust to one of intrigue and then to one of mild satisfaction. The princess swallowed after chewing on it for half a minute, and he leaned forth, intrigued by her reactions. That wasn't at all what I was expecting," Clara confessed. "It tastes like dried meat mixed with raw almonds and the saltines of a pistachio. But the more I chewed on it, the better the flavor became. I wouldn't call it a delicacy, but it isn't terrible," she said before taking another bite. Cynthia visibly shuddered. "Your curiosity is a curse I must endure, Clara," she declared dryly while her friend gave her a very smug look. With another shudder, she set her knitting needles aside and extended a hand to Wyatt. Oh, this will be fun to see, Wyatt thought with interest as he handed her the jar. Cynthia picked a LaChoa and looked at it disgustingly for several seconds until she took in a deep breath and ate half of it in a single go. The pilot had to bite his tongue to prevent himself from laughing when Cynthia's eyes went wide and the color left her face for several seconds. Regardless of her feelings, she began to chew, and much to his surprise, her disgust began to diminish, and soon her expression was one of curiosity and then surprise. He spoke up only after she swallowed. "Is everything okay, Cynthia?" "It is not bad," Cynthia confessed, her disgust well and truly removed. "I've eaten bugs before, and they were all disgusting in every sense of the word, smell, appearance, and taste, but this LaChoa is surprisingly good after the first moments, not to mention I detect an outstanding amount of protein value and other vitamins and trace minerals within it." "Wyatt, are these LaChoa hard to come by?" "Not at all," he replied, surprised by her analysis. "The only thing more abundant than the Clixol are the LaChoa. In fact, almost everything eats LaChoa, and they multiply fast and grow quickly. There are entire farms dedicated to LaChoa production, both the LaChoa themselves and their goonie. Easy to produce, highly nutritious, and abundant in numbers. An ideal source of food," Clara concluded after swallowing the last of her LaChoa. "Huh, I never thought of the LaChoa that way. Now that mention it, Clara, it makes sense why they're so easy to come by," Wyatt rationalized and chuckled to himself. "Uriel gifted me an entire load of dried LaChoa. I won't be able to eat them all myself. As enlightening as this experience has been, I don't think I will sample another LaChoa," Clara said gently. "It didn't taste bad, but I will not trade it for my usual meals and confections." Wyatt nodded. "They are an acquired taste," he admitted and turned to Cynthia, who, to his surprise, ate the rest of her LaChoa without any issue whatsoever. "I thought you didn't like bugs." "I can make an exception for these LaChoa. Now that I have tasted them, I only see them as a source of nourishment. Their appearance is no longer a concern to me, but I will not partake in them regularly either," she said, looking away. "Like I said, they are an acquired taste. Not everyone likes them even back home. My little brother, Wham, loves them," Wyatt explained as both women picked their knitting tools once more. "Speaking of your family, Wyatt, I've been meaning to ask you about your naming conventions. What are the names of your mother and father?" Clara asked gently. Wyatt's lips curled up instantly. "My mom's name is Winona and my dad's name is Wirt. Winona and Wirt Staples. Winona, Wirt, Wham, Weskel, Wyatt," Cynthia enunciated. "Not to mention the names of your childhood friends and several others you've mentioned so far." She paused for a moment and gave Wyatt an apologetic look. "Forgive me if mentioning them made you uncomfortable, Wyatt." "They're dead, Cynthia. You didn't insult them or anything." "There's nothing to forgive," Wyatt replied sincerely. "I made my peace with their deaths a long time ago," Cynthia nodded once, offering the pilot a momentary earnest smile. Then he turned to Clara. "Is something the matter, Clara?" The princess shook her head once. "I'm just curious as to why all your names start with a W." "Ah!" Wyatt exclaimed in understanding. "Is that all? I guess it must be strange to others. In Volantis, the vast majority of commoner names start with a W. Around 2/3 of the commoner population when I left for the academy, and I doubt that number changed much." "Oh, so it's due to a cultural reason?" Clara asked with a gentle smile. "I guess. I never put much thought into it. Funnily enough, in contrast, nobles never have names starting with a W, since that's just for commoners. And while it doesn't happen often, when a high-ranking commoner buys a knight title, they almost always change their name if it starts with a W. Silly traditions and all that, I believe," Wyatt explained with humor in his voice. Clara and Cynthia exchanged a second long glance before the blue-haired woman continued. "And now you're a knight banneret, Wyatt? Are you planning on changing your name?" "No," he stated flatly. "We're not in Volantis. I like my name. It's the name my parents gave me." The two women shared another quick glance and nodded. The trio resumed their knitting session in an enjoyable silence for several minutes until Cynthia let out a groan and smacked her needles on the table. "Clara, I request that—" "Denied," Clara interrupted her friend before she could finish her petition. "Today we shall relax. You can continue training tomorrow. If you continue to pummel Wyatt into the floor, you'll dent my ship, Cynthia. Let the man rest." Thank you, my princess. Thank you. My back, stomach, and bones thank you immensely, Wyatt thought, as his body shuddered, remembering the hellish training he was put under. Knowing that his training was going to get harder only made him appreciate his brief moments of respite all the more. Defeated by string, knitting needles, and yarn? Disgraceful. At least this isn't as disastrous as trying to do embroidery, Cynthia mourned before picking up her knitting needles again. Say, Wyatt, what are you making? A scarf, he replied, stopping for a moment and raised his arms to reveal a nearly meter-long khaki-colored scarf in the making. He chuckled, embarrassed. It's been a while since I last put my skills to use, so I want to start with something easy. Nothing too complicated. Simple yet functional. Good choice, Wyatt. Your mother taught you well, Clara praised as she presented a blue, violet, and pink square. I'm making a blanket, and I'm near the center point. I wonder what I'll put in it. A fighter? The Nornavio? Perhaps a cute cat? She said eagerly. What's a cat? Wyatt questioned, and for a moment focused his attention on the blonde princess. Seeing her smiling like that, the way her cheeks were lightly blushing, and being at peace filled him with a sensation of calmness that was hard for him to describe. He had felt it before. It was the reason he had been so open to them in the first place. His gaze shifted to Cynthia, who was again struggling with her knitting, and he saw her flaws easily. But despite her obvious frustration, Clara didn't aid her friend. May I help you? He asked, and was surprised that the words left his mouth before he could think about it. However, Cynthia shook her head dismissingly. Your offer is appreciated, Wyatt, but a lady must gain her courtly skills on her own. To receive more than a simple instruction from another lady disgraces oneself, Cynthia explained before being forced to undo another knot she made by mistake. Wyatt blinked, and his mind went blank for a moment. Why are nobles so obsessed with honor, glory, and all those useless things? Is it because of tradition or something? Does it work differently for noble ladies of higher stature? Or is it just because of pride? There's no shame in asking for help when you need it, he thought, and opened his mouth. But just when he was about to apologize, something Cynthia said clicked in his mind. Cynthia, I'm not a lady. Everyone stopped and the room turned silent. Cynthia stopped and slowly turned to him as if she'd been sucker punched. After several long moments, Cynthia tilted her head slightly. You're correct. You're not a lady. She blinked quickly and shook her head a second later. It matters not, Wyatt. The spirit of the tradition can't be so easily breached just because— Excellent, Clara proclaimed, suddenly interjecting. Since Wyatt is a man, he can help you improve your knitting skills, Cynthia. Wyatt, as your princess, I command you to give knitting lessons to my bodyguard, Cynthia Winfield, at once. Isn't this just oh so wonderful? You're training each other now. There was a moment of silence before Wyatt let out a hearty chuckle. I obey, Wyatt replied with a polite smile and looked over at Cynthia, asking her if it was all right. She met his gaze with her vibrant blue eyes and blinked once in approval, much to her shame and dismay. Oh, and you're forbidden from replying with I obey ever again, Clara added. I've never liked it, and I'm not about to have you say it whenever I issue a command now that you're a noble, Wyatt. I understand, Wyatt replied as cold sweat formed on his brow, but the moment passed quickly. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Cynthia at the same time Clara returned to her knitting. So, what can I help you with, Cynthia? I don't know, she began. I'm not adept at asking or receiving help. Can you offer me any advice whatsoever? Wyatt hummed and tapped his chin with the tip of a needle. Great. I don't know what to do. I've seen enough of her mistakes to know she's bad at it, but nothing that some practice can't help. She won't be great at it, but perhaps I can help her enjoy her time. But where to begin? What would Mom do in my place? Probably pinching her cheeks and telling her what to do isn't a good idea. Or is it? Telling a high-ranking noble what to do feels wrong, but maybe I can show her. Reaching a decision, he grabbed his seat and fully turned to face a puzzled Cynthia, while Clara glanced at them curiously. Let's start with the basics. Follow the movements of my hands and fingers. I'll do it slowly, and when you feel confident to imitate me, do so, he offered nervously. If that's okay with you, Cynthia? As I am your teacher in the arena, you are my teacher here. I will follow your commands. Sir Wyatt, she replied with a barely perceptible cheeky smirk. "In that case, let's begin," he replied gently. The following 20 or so minutes passed in relative silence as Cynthia paid close attention to Wyatt's movements, until she felt secure enough to imitate him. She fumbled several times, but whenever a mistake happened, it was easily spotted and eluded faster than the previous one. To her credit, he was only forced to interject and point out her mistakes 3 times, and soon she showed improvement, causing her mounting frustration to ebb away. As he was picking up the pace, Cynthia spoke up. "Wyatt, if I may know, have you picked a name for your squadron yet? For that matter, have you picked your squad mates?" "To be entirely honest, I haven't decided on a name yet. Selecting my squad mates is another issue entirely. The information surveys—" "Dossiers," Clara corrected. "Right. The dossiers on the pilots are substantial. I haven't read them all, but I already picked the old members of Epsilon to be my squad mates," Wyatt answered. "Don't lose track of your index fingers, Cynthia. Go down, cross the stream, pull up, twist, and repeat from the other side," he instructed softly. "So the problem is the 5th member," Cynthia continued, nonchalantly obeying his command. "I'll be responsible for their lives out there. I can't just pick anyone at random," Wyatt replied. "The last thing I want is a repeat of what glory-seeking fool of a Bacchus Reed caused. At least with Nultar, Gregor, and Leopold, I have seen what they can do during a battle. Granted, it's just one battle, but that's more than what a mere dossier can tell me." He let out a mirthless chuckle. "It's frustrating, confusing, and annoying." "Welcome to the world of command, Wyatt. That's why I prefer obeying orders over giving them," said the blue-haired woman with an understanding tone. "My words may not be of much value, but if your performance against the Drazen was any indication, then command may suit you." "Well, at least one of us up," Wyatt thought before replying with a dry, "Perhaps. That reminds me. Wyatt, have you given any thought to your heraldic shield design?" Cynthia asked. "Oh, shit, I totally forgot all about that." Wyatt put on his best nonchalant expression before answering. "I haven't had much time to think about it, Cynthia. Commander Redford gave me this task yesterday, and I have yet to finish it. Regardless, I failed to see the value of a heraldic shield. What am I to do with it?" Before Cynthia could reply, Clara froze, and her 2 companions turned to see her and watched as her expression darkened. "My brother sent me a message. The traitor Frederick Anderson is dead," Clara said, her voice as cold as a glacier's. "Exalted virtue, command bridge." "How is this possible?" the prince asked as Juliana and Lukacs stood a few steps behind him. "We're investigating, my prince," Lukacs replied, "but I'm afraid that we will find nothing. No transmissions were detected, no stealth fields were uncovered, and the footage remains unaltered." "Could it be possible that Frederick had a martyr device implanted within himself?" the prince asked, his eyes closed. As much as he proclaimed that the army was the only true branch of the military that knew what honor is, he hardly made an example of it. I doubt that Frederick Anderson, arrogant and self-serving as he was, would willingly sacrifice himself for a greater cause. My Royal Marines reported that Frederick was agitated moments before his death. I'm certain he was murdered. His secrets silenced and knowledge lost, my prince, Juliana added, her eyes narrowed and burning with righteous fury. "Can nothing at all be recovered?" the prince asked. "His cerebral implants went haywire. His augmentations spiraled out of control in a way that destroyed them completely. His brain was liquefied inside his cranium, my liege," Lukacs explained. "There's nothing that can be retrieved. How this was done, I know not. It is the first time I've heard of such an execution method. It can't be easy to do, or whoever killed Frederick would have killed us before. There had to be certain conditions for this to be possible," Juliana reasoned. "What are your orders, my prince?" "Conceal this information. If news about Frederick's death reaches his house, then it may push them to side with Duke Draymore. Patrick Anderson will not be happy, and he will surely demand answers. Freeze his body. At the very least, we shall return his corpse to his family," the prince ordered. "Send Milcades to the Noir Navio. His services are no longer required here." "As you command, my prince," Lukacs replied. "Admiral, how long until we reach Macha?" the prince asked. "2 more jumps, your majesty," Damien replied from his seat. "The reports from Redford indicate what we suspected. Finnegan forces are focused on their borders and entry points. We have been largely undetected, and reports indicate that our arrival at the Felicity system will go with. Warp signatures have been picked up by patrol and civilian-grade ships, but they have avoided contacting us so far. Communication silence protocols are in effect and have proven effective. The aged admiral paused for a moment before continuing. I can only conclude that the Caiston traders and the Third Fleet renegades have no more of those black ships at their current disposal. More likely, they're preserving their strength for the battles to come. That or they are busy skirmishing against Finnegan forces, Juliana added. My prince, if I may, aren't we being too paranoid? We're in friendly territory. You should announce your presence so that Amelia knows you are close. I'd rather be labeled as paranoid over losing more ships and lives in a surprise assault, the prince replied. Lukacs, any further developments regarding the captured black ship? Nothing new to report, my prince. Our engineers and technical specialists are certain they can effectively reverse engineer most of the ship's systems and technologies. They won't be perfect recreations, but any gunship, frigate, and corvette-class ships will be able to be retrofitted and upgraded, once they are done performing their investigations and running tests in a safe environment, Lukacs summarized. Lady Cynthia should be proud. Thanks to her efforts, the Principality may gain new technologies and become stronger once the Draymore menace is dealt with. House Winfield will be honored further as it should be. Your candid praise is welcomed, Lukacs. Save it for when it truly matters. House Ishtal depends on you to correct it. Focus on that first, Juliana replied with a serious but supportive tone. In return, Lukacs nodded as the two commanders exchanged a solemn glance. The arrogant Caistons gifted us invaluable prizes, the prince agreed. They have cost my uncle dearly, a powerful destroyer-class ship that is equivalent to the exalted virtue itself in terms of firepower and surpasses it in almost every other regard. Most importantly, the secrets of these black ships will be a boon to us. He may have the advantage, but it will be a temporary one. He finally opened his violet eyes and turned to face his two present commanders with an intense fire reflected on them. He will be stopped, his coup will crumble, his conspirators punished, and he shall be reminded of the weight of the words he has betrayed. For loyalty is its own reward.
Camrim, Third Moon's orbital station. Duke Cornelius Draymore sat at the head of a large table as he silently observed the other members present. At his right side sat his daughter, Veronica, wearing her green suit of armor, proudly bearing the crest of their family. Her neck-long blonde hair was braided behind her. She was nearly as tall as he was, barely passing the 2-meter mark without her armor, and her intense green eyes shined with devotion and purpose. On the table sat several other figures, the heads or the direct representatives of the houses, both great and those minor houses strong enough to warrant enough independence to be of consideration, sat patiently for him to start their meeting. Some seats were empty, replaced by a monitor showcasing a representative from a house too far away to attend the meeting even through a dignitary. The most prominent houses present were House Ishtal, represented by Maurice Ishtal, their current head, House Taigen, represented by Hadrian Taigen, House Centaur, represented by their heiress-apparent Felicity Centaur, House Wunder, represented by the head's brother and advisor, Rodrigo Wunder, and, of course, his most loyal vassal, House Caiston, represented by Tamarin Caiston himself. The latter was a rather unexpected surprise, given that the gray-haired, tough-looking man rarely left his throne. Even during the secret and delicate years leading to his coup, Cornelius could count with the fingers of one hand the times he'd talked to Tamirin in person. The man, despite approaching 80 years of age, was in good health and showcased a savvy, quick mind. Just how much have you spent on cyto-rejuvenation treatments? Cornelius asked himself as Hadrian and Tamirin, both marquises, shot glares at each other. It was no secret that their houses were ancient rivals, but now that House Taigen had sided with him, they were forced to tolerate each other, at least in his presence. "We've waited long enough," the Duke announced, breaking the silence. "Let the reunion begin." Veronica followed suit without missing a beat. "His Regal Majesty, Lord Regent Cornelius Draymore is present. Everyone bow your heads," she commanded fiercely and with intense conviction. As was tradition, every noble present straightened up and bowed their heads respectfully, officially acknowledging the Duke as their superior, awaiting his orders to proceed. I thank you all for attending my call, those present and far away. He began with a soft, diplomatic tone. All the present rose their heads and turned their attention to him. I will be blunt and avoid spouting flowery prose. I am Lord Regent in name only. The Council of Nobles is divided, and until the prince is captured or slain, no further decisions can be made official. Do not be arrogant, my friends. The prince may not be beholden to his full authority and power, but he is still the prince. We must proceed carefully. My Lord Regent, the stunningly beautiful and ebony-skinned Felicity Sinter spoke up, as honey-colored eyes looked at him with both respect and wonder. I speak in my mother's voice when I ask the following. Why must we stay our hands at this moment? The false prince must not be allowed to gather his forces. Should we not strike at the idiots loyal to his unjust rule and remove them? I will not tolerate unwarranted insults, Centaur, the Duke warned, his voice dropping a few octaves as he did so. He took a moment to inhale deeply before continuing. The prince is unsuited to be so, this is true. I was the first to move against him. But he is still my nephew. Hold your tongue if you wish to remain in my good graces. Of course, my Lord Regent. My mistake shall not be repeated, Felicity replied, her voice never reflecting the shudder of nervousness that coursed through her body. She turned to Veronica and barely managed to suppress another shudder when she noticed the murderous glare she was giving her. Cornelius noticed the exchange and placed a hand on his daughter's shoulder, calming her down. As for your question, I answer as such. This is not a civil war, nor will I allow it to devolve into such a conflict. This is a struggle between houses, a dispute of succession, nothing more. The prince is to be removed from his position through one means or another, but not through outright war. A most commendable goal, my Lord Regent. Tamarin fawned, his voice solid and flattering. However, I must ask, can such a thing be prevented? The Winfields and House Valto are currently locked in their own territories, this is true, and without the full might of their forces we stand the upper hand. But House Finnegan is another matter. My house forces and those of the Third Fleet under the wise leadership of Fleet Admiral Tigan have made lackluster gains so far as I'm aware. Cornelius groaned internally after hearing the devious words of his most loyal vassal. Thankfully for him, it was Veronica who made her voice known next. Marquis Tamarin Caiston, you speak as if you know something that we do not, Veronica said, eyes narrowing. Tamarin's expression fell and was replaced by one of shame, and he shook his head slowly a few times before replying. It shames me and my house to speak of the following blunder, but it must be said. Now that caught Cornelius's attention. A quick glance with Hadrian and Maurice confirmed that they knew not what Tamarin was speaking of. Proceed, he allowed. It is with great shame and humility that I must inform you, your lordship, that my beloved nephew, Viscount Samuel Caiston, acted on his own accord, Tamarin began with masterfully honed prose. At Gintrax, he decided to engage the prince's fleet with his forces. Another relative of mine died, Baron Lenaro Caiston, in that battle, losing the battlecruiser, the rightful path with all hands alongside its small support escorts. He stopped for a moment, struggling to continue. Out with it! Hadrian demanded with a stern, impatient tone. Tamarin, slightly quivering, turned to the Duke and found his voice once more. My Lord Regent, my brave, valiant, but misguided and irrational nephew has cost us dearly. Due to his actions and commands, we lost 10 Corvus frigates, the cruiser Longstride to perfection, and Samuel's glory in the battle against the prince, causing significant— He lost what? Interrupted Hadrian, as everyone else but the Duke and his daughter devolved into a fit of accusations and murmurs. Your nephew lost 12 of the ships his lordship so graciously bestowed upon you, Tamarin? Why was he in command of such a large portion of your stealth forces? And why has my brother not informed me of this yet? Tamarin glared at Hadrian for a moment before responding. Before I was so rudely interrupted by the demented wailing of an oafish buffoon. I was about to explain that, Hadrian. He paused to clear his throat, then continued. Samuel's actions caused numerous casualties across his fleet, nearly crippling it entirely. However, their survival allowed them to hunt the informants and agents in their midst. The QEC was lost and used as a lure to distract the prince and his followers. Nothing more is known. It is possible that Frederick Anderson was captured and quite possibly executed. Preposterous! Not even the pretender prince would dare. What more proof do we need that he is unfit? He seeks war. Nothing is certain yet. We must first verify this. Jumping to conclusions blindly will do us no favors. Not acting is a worse option. While the room fell into chaos, Cornelius leaned back on his seat while Veronica stood ready to obey any command he could give her. After a minute of letting his conspirators and allies steadily increase the volume of their discussions, he made his presence known once more. Silence was his command, and everything came to a halt. I shall deal with that problem later and in private, Tamarin. Rodrigo, how are your house's efforts against the Colons performing? We have successfully put them in a stalemate, my Lord Regent. Rodrigo, a handsome, mature man with black hair, yellow eyes, and a striking black beard, replied, his voice deep and booming. Elements from the 8th, 1st, 4th, and 7th Fleet have taken refuge within their territories, and we've received reports that at least a dozen of their worlds are experiencing revolts after our agents successfully herded commoners to cry out in your favor, your lordship. Similar success has been found on Valto territories, my Lord Regent. In fact, several lesser and a few insignificant minor houses have declared themselves in your favor, with a vast majority retaining neutrality. Only their most fervent and loyal vassals and banner leaders have sided with House Valto. In void combat, we've found some ships belonging to the renegade fleets, and we've kept them from gaining strength. The capture of the battlecruiser Purest Excellence was successful 2 days prior. House Centaur's guile and loyalty, Lord Regent, are at your service. You may expect nothing more than further success from us, my liege, Felicity boasted with a sultry, coquettish smile. Cornelius ignored her vulgar attempt at seduction and carried on with what truly mattered. What about House Winfield? He asked, though he already knew the answer to that one. Our infiltration attempts have been less than ideal, but we've managed to detect a rather alarming concentration of renegade Royal Navy ships across the systems we could enter without losing our probes or risking our stealth ships in pointless combat, Hadrian said, venomously glaring at Tamirin, who returned the glare in kind. Most alarmingly, we've detected 3 battleship signatures, but failed to identify them by name. Assaults across their border territories are ongoing, and while we are slowing them down, they are slowly consolidating their forces. If Leona and Benjamin Winfield manage to gather significant enough forces, their retaliatory strike could be devastating. Focus your efforts on House Winfield. We cannot allow them to come to my nephew's aid, the Duke declared. Are the academies in full operation across your territories? Everyone agreed shortly after. Good. I must reiterate that none of you dare to recruit directly from the academy. Recall your sons and daughters if you must. Call upon your bannermen and banner leaders and rely on your knights, but leave the academies alone. He paused for a moment to let the weight of his words sink in. Do not conscript any commoner forces or civilian ships. Hire mercenaries, make deals, and trade for more ships if you need them. It is imperative that we do not break with tradition. If we do so, then our position will be severely weakened. My nephew knows this, and I will not be the one to break it. We must not allow this conflict to escalate and spiral out of our control, Cornelius stated firmly, his baritone voice drilling into the heads of everyone present, physically or not. We understand, my liege. Your desires and vision shall be followed and obeyed to the letter, Hadrian replied solemnly. My liege, if I may, what are we to do about the commoner filth that Diego asked cautiously? Many protests have been quelled, but as news spread across the principality, many houses may be pressured into siding with the pretender prince if the rabble's voices get too loud. Cornelius gave everyone a short-lived glance before replying, his posture firm and his voice eloquent. They are your subjects to deal with. Suppress them. However, I will not tolerate excessive abuse to be employed. Use propaganda, lie to them, enforce military power, use martial law, and give them bread and games. Use whatever tactic and method you can think of to appease them into either submission or silence. Only act with force, precise, surgical force, if you must deal with possible rebel groups or revolutionaries. Do not forget that nobility leads, commoners obey. Remind them of this fact without staining your hands in their blood, unless it is inevitable to do so. None dare defy his command. The following hour went by in a blur as talks regarding economic production and trade issues were brought up, how their stockpile and warehouses were ready and full in anticipation of the coup. Personal disputes were held, and plans to gain more support from neutral houses were laid out without using coercion, gunboat diplomacy, or blackmail. When the meeting ended, everyone left or disconnected except for Tamirin, Hadrian, Felicity, Rodrigo, and Maurice. Alone in the room, the Duke stood up to his full height and turned to Tamirin, his expression unreadable. "Explain. Now." Tamirin bowed his head before replying. "My nephew, he attacked the prince's fleet and, in his hubris, made use of your generously gifted stealth ships to try and end him in one fell swoop. The battle wasn't planned. Not entirely. Lenaro arrived a day prior thanks to the information Frederick Anderson gave us. But due to Finnegan forces and Drazen raiders, they were unable to send more ships to intercept the prince." He paused for a moment to swallow a ball of spit that had formed in his mouth. "Frederick used the QEC in a ploy to throw off his pursuers, and we lost contact after that. My agent will be unable to contact me until a safe haven is found, my Lord Regent. But from what little information I was able to receive, it all indicates that Frederick Anderson was deceived, captured, and most likely executed for his treason." "Why was my brother not informed by your agent, Caiston?" Hadrian countered immediately. Tamirin raised a hand defensively. "Your brother was nothing more than a middleman. You do well to remember, Tegan, that it was I who convinced Frederick to join our cause in the first place. It is shameful that he died, but he gave his life for his Lord Regent, as have two of my blood so far." "You arrogant, sniveling," Hadrian began, but a loud hit against the table cut him off. "You tire my Lord Father with your inconsequential disputes and petty rivalries, Hadrian." "Tamirin, why did you not inform your Lord Regent sooner?" Veronica asked, glaring at the man. "I learned of this development myself shortly before the meeting started, Lady Veronica. This is new to me too. I was under the impression that the Corvus frigates were somewhere else. I do not know what possessed my nephew to act so recklessly, I must confess," Tamirin replied. "Only a fool would take what Tamirin says at face value. A warrior he is not, but his tongue is as deadly as any blade," Cornelius thought before opening his mouth. "The loss of those ships is regrettable, and put a further strain on the Third Fleet's operational capabilities against Finnegan forces. The cruiser and the destroyer, though, those are heftier losses that I can't ignore." His gaze focused on Tamirin. "Will your remaining forces suffice?" "My son Andrew has taken full command and will make them count, your lordship. House Caiston won't let you down again, my liege," Tamirin replied, bowing his head deeply in reverence and submission. The Duke ignored the head of House Caiston and turned to Maurice Ishtal. The man was nearly identical to Lukacs, sharing a strong jawline, smooth skin, and blonde silvery hair. But his hair was neck-length, whereas Lukacs's was shorter. "Maurice, has my brother Oscar replied to my request?" "He has, my liege. As per your instructions, I shall give it to you now." Maurice cleared his throat and spoke. His Majesty Duke Oscar Ionati of Vault replies, "No." He stopped and sighed tiredly. "Nothing else follows." "Traitor," Veronica hissed. "Why?" Cornelius asked softly as he turned his gaze to his daughter. "Your uncle owes me no allegiance, and I owe him none. I merely asked if he'd recognize me as Lord Regent. His answer is both deserved and predictable, but I still had to try. Every man is beholden to their choices and convictions, my dear Veronica. After all, I am a traitor to many with just reason. Fools, ignorant fools that do not see the magnificence of your rulership, father," Veronica cried back, her face showing distress. "Gabriel is a traitor, as is anyone who can't see your power and strength. Do not resent your brother for his decision to stand against me, Veronica. Love your brother. Forgive him, understand him, and you shall stand above his clouded vision," he said, gently caressing the cheek of his daughter with a finger before turning to Felicity, his expression firm and resolute once more." Has House Centaur done as I asked?" Felicity nodded. It has begun, my liege. The news is spreading across the Principality with haste, and soon every system, station, planet, and outpost shall know the reason for the recent disturbances across every territory. Our economy shall remain strong and stable, our strength shall be seen, and soon more will flock to pay tribute to you, our Lord Regent. The Duke nodded, pleased. Rodrigo, how are communications holding across the Principality? Strong and reliable despite the noticeable lack of detected military lines. The FLT network buoys are in place, and localized communications vary from system to system and territory to territory. However, unless we privatize and take over the entirety of the network, we won't be able to control it in the long run. Rodrigo replied, his tone neutral and direct. Or risk the ire of my sister, Duchess Sylvia Emerald. The fact that she refuses to take any side at all is a victory for us and our cause. Keep an eye on communications. Plant bugs. Send ghost AIs. Do whatever you have to do to interfere and intercept Aster communications, but never attempt to take control of any buoy, or worse, take it down, the Duke warned. My nephew is cunning, and with Clara at his side, doubly so. They won't reveal themselves until they are safe within Finnegan territory. What of Princes Alexander and Giovanni, my liege? Hadrian asked, concerned. My nephews will show themselves, there is no doubt about it. By chance and careful planning on your part, Tamarin. The aged man smiled at the praise. We know where the Prince and Princess Clara are, and where are they headed. Fret not, for I've already taken into account many a possibility. For now, we must focus on weakening the forces loyal to the Prince and rallying more houses under our banner. My liege, what about the Royal Marines? Hadrian asked tentatively. They will never join our cause, and over 50 are protecting the false prince. What about them? Cornelius asked dismissingly. The vast majority of them are trapped within House Aster territory, with most of them planet-bound on Astordia itself. They are fierce and dangerous, this is true. But if they can't reach us, they are a non-factor. My forces are in control of every shipyard, anchorage, station, and important world in Aster territory. The capabilities of the prince are limited, and we will chip at him until he is captured, removed, or forced to recognize me as regent officially. Our victory is assured. Strong is the hammer of Draymore. Loyalty shall be its own reward. Strong is the hammer of Draymore, everyone chanted after the Duke.
Nor navio. Redford stared at his monitor for several moments before looking up at a nervous Wyatt Staples, then back at his monitor before crossing his arms. Is this what you'd consider a joke, Wyatt? Wyatt blinked in confusion. No? Is something the matter, Commander? Redford kept a firm gaze on Wyatt for several seconds before sighing in frustration and rubbing the bridge of his nose. Wyatt, to an extent I can understand why you'd choose such a name for your squadron. But this, he said, turning his monitor around to show Wyatt what was on screen. I will not allow this travesty to be your heraldic shield, Lieutenant. What's wrong with it? Wyatt thought as he observed his design. After the news Clara had delivered, thoroughly destroying the day of relaxation she had been looking forward to, she dismissed him, letting him return to his duties. He read the remaining dossiers, and after careful consideration, he chose his 5th squadmate, chose a fitting name for his squadron, and finally spent hours designing his heraldic shield before going to sleep. As his morning started, and before he had to go to the gym area to begin his exercises in preparation for his torture session disguised as training, he went to Redford to present his choices to him. His commander had approved of his 5th member, a skilled but problematic lesser noble by the name of Raquel Otillo. Excellent grades and outstanding scores, but with a fierce, competitive attitude that often led her to come to blows with other nobles who snubbed her. He had even begrudgingly accepted the name he'd chosen for his squadron, Composters, in honor of what he'd been sent to do, and as a subtle reminder to himself of what he was despite his ennoblement. Ennoblement? I'm a knight banneret of House Aster. I'm a noble. I'm a bloody blue blood now. My parents and brothers aren't going to believe me when I tell them, Wyatt thought before turning his attention back to his commanding officer. Commander, I don't understand what I did wrong. Of course you didn't, Redford replied, sounding almost exasperated. Listen to what I'm about to say, Wyatt. Even if you weren't a knight banneret at the service of House Astor and under the direct orders of her ladyship, Princess Clara, this," he tapped the monitor with a finger, "would not be acceptable in any measure. This, Wyatt, is an abomination. That you've chosen the name Composters for your squadron has drained any hope I had left in me that your naming conventions were a mere fluke. But now that I've seen this thing, I can only blame your ignorance." Wyatt remained silent, taking in everything Commander Redford Kalen was saying. His eyes moved to the screen once more and really focused on his heraldic shield, trying to find the source of Redford's disgust. There was a regular garbage hauler in the center of the simple heater shield he'd pick. The background was black, with several tiny white dots. His confusion only mounted. "Your heraldic shield is a disgrace. I'm not saying this because you've broken a rule or because it is offensive, Wyatt," Redford began. "To put it in terms you'll understand, it is simply too loud." "Too loud?" Wyatt asked, confused. "There's too much in it. Nothing is stopping you or anyone from making a heraldic shield such as this one. In fact, several rising houses throughout history have started their stories making this same mistake, Wyatt. In your case, it is mere ignorance and a desire to cram as much of your values and what you hold dear in a single picture." Those words caused Wyatt's eyes to open widely, and his mind wandered back to his painting afternoons with Mr. Warlow. The old man loved to rant, but he was a good painter, and he happily taught him whenever he had time to come and visit him. He once had said something similar about a painting he was doing, mentioning that he'd put too much on it and that it lost all meaning because of it. "Just because I know what all of that means, doesn't mean others will—" Redford nodded. "Precisely. Many have made this mistake, thinking it would make them stand out from their peers. In truth, all these earn is ridicule. And for you, Lieutenant Wyatt Staples, this is far more important, for you will not showcase yourself and your nascent house, but you are to represent your princess and House Astor as a whole. Your deeds will reflect upon the honor, renown, and name of House Astor, and directly on that of Princess Clara. As such, your heraldic shield must be simple and easy to recognize and showcase your greatest features, a promise, your motto, or your greatest virtue." Redford's eyes flashed for a fraction of a second, and the screen shifted to showcase a type of shield that he vaguely recognized as a scutum. The background was red with a gold trim. There were 2 white strings or some sort of parchment, he wasn't sure, with the words "Ever Vigilant," "Ever Faithful" etched into them in golden letters. In the center of the shield itself, a black bird of some sort was on display with its wings open and 3 silver stars above it. "This is my heraldic shield and the symbol of House Kalen at large. My ancestor designed it when he was elevated to nobility. At the time, it was a mere raven, standing instead of flying, with a single star and nothing more to show for it. As he and his descendants earned more accolades and achievements, the heraldic shield slowly changed into what it is today and what House Kalen represents. Do you understand, Wyatt? A heraldic shield is no small matter, less so for a man in your position. You must represent your benefactors, yourself, and the future generations of your house with dignity and pride from the start." "I believe I understand, Commander," Wyatt replied. Truthfully, that was a half-lie. He understood the importance of it, but the weight of something he'd thought was simple and insignificant was only now crashing on him. It disturbed him to the core that something so meaningless to him could be so important now that Redford explained it to him in more detail. "I don't care about my dignity or pride or honor, but I will not insult Clara either," he decided at that moment. "Commander, how am I to make a good heraldic shield?" "Noble tradition prevents me from guiding your hand, for it is something you must decide yourself. But what I can do, I've already done. Reflect on my words, Wyatt Staples, and inform yourself. Investigate. Search within yourself. What do you wish everyone to know upon looking at your heraldic shield? What values do you want it to reflect?" Redford asked in a serious but kind tone, his words filled with the wisdom of a man that, for a moment, reminded Wyatt of his father. What values indeed, Wyatt thought, and he pondered it deeply. "For now, Wyatt, think on it. I'll give you until we reach Matcha to design a proper heraldic shield. I've informed Cynthia that you will be joining her later today. For now, report to the training chambers and practice with your newly formed squadron." Get to know each other better and refine yourselves. You can then decide if you wish to switch out members. The first rule any officer in a commanding position must learn is that the members of a squadron must work well together, or else disputes will arise and your performance will suffer because of it. Dismissed, Redford said, and turned his monitor back at him. Wyatt gave a salute and turned to leave. Being a noble is going to be more complicated than I thought. So much for considering desertion at this point, I guess. Composters? Really? Leopold Dakar asked, with a bemused grin spread over his lips. As he and his longtime squad mates walked toward the training chambers area, he glanced at the brown-haired woman who had become their fifth member, replacing Abacus Reed after, in his opinion, his idiotic but well-deserved death. The woman had yet to speak to them and stood apart by her lonesome, though he expected nothing else. Averting his eyes, he turned to Gregor, the shortest member of their group. Hey, Gregor, now that Wyatt is a knight whatever-it, can he really pick and choose any name he wants? The name is unbecoming, Gregor Undaj commented, narrowing his eyes slightly. But Lieutenant Wyatt is in his right to name his squadron whatever he sees it. I'm relieved that he chose a simple name, he admitted. I'd rather not belong to a fighter squadron called the Reverence of Eternal Glory ever again. My first squadron leader died in the midst of calling out his identification during a fight against pirates. Such a shameful death. Nultar Okara chuckled at that. I, for one, like the name. Fear the garbage man, he barked a laugh, gaining a few stares from passing crew members. Honestly, though, to think that the prince himself would elevate him to a knight. I almost couldn't believe what my eyes were seeing on the screen. Gregor nodded. Very few are those that are risen to the rank of Knight Banneret. I must confess I am rather envious of Lieutenant Wyatt's position and circumstance. Leopold let out a whimsical sigh as his cheeks blushed. I'd do anything to be under the direct command of the Princess and Lady Winfield. They're so beautiful. Being near them would be payment enough. Gregor rolled his eyes while Nultar put an arm behind his neck. Easy there, commoner scum. You might get your eyes gouged out if you stare at them for too long. Nultar barked out a laugh. Though you ain't lying, they are stunningly beautiful, more so in person. Can you keep it in your pants? Romantic fraternization must be kept at a minimum. You know this. And fantasizing about such high-standing ladies? Absurd, Gregor added in a slightly annoyed tone. Have some fun once in a while, Undaj. We ain't hurting no one, and they ain't here to hear it. You should try to open up once in a while. It'll loosen that stick of yours, Leopold replied. Sides, you wish to be in Wyatt's position, don't you? He asked with a mischievous grin. My sexual preferences and desires are none of your concern, Gregor said, blushing slightly. My envy comes from the fact that he is a Knight Banneret. And you're, what was it, a baronet? Ain't that the same? Leopold asked. It couldn't be more different, you bumbling ignoramus, Gregor replied. Gotta agree with Gregor here, Leo. Baronet and Banneret are entire star systems apart regarding how the noble ranking and structural system work. Technically speaking, a knighthood is the lowest nobility rank. In some parts of the Principality, first-generation knighthoods aren't official at all. It's only after the second generation that a proper house can be born, most of the time, Nultar explained. That goes out of the window when a Banneret ennoblement is involved. What makes it so darn special anyway? Leopold asked, and a gruff exhale caught their attention as Raquel Otilo hurried her pace to catch up to them. You truly don't know anything about the structure of nobility? She asked, her voice fierce yet elegant and slightly nasal, all with the tender touch of sandpaper on skin. Hey, she talks, Leopold said, finishing with a chuckle and pointing a finger at himself. Lady, I'm a commoner. All I learned about nobility is that blue blood pricks like Undaj over here are better than me, and I should always obey and all that dribble. So forgive my lack of knowledge. Gregor shook his head. I'm terribly sorry, Lady Raquel. My companion is vociferously crude. Raquel groaned. I understood that much after hearing him speak the first time, Undaj. I'm not stupid, said the pilot before focusing her attention back on Leopold. Setting aside your ignorance and tongue, at least I can appreciate your attitude. Since I've grown tired of your rambling, I'll answer your question. In the societal structure of nobility, Undaj outranks Staples. But in terms of importance and standing, Staples outmatches Undaj. Do you understand? Not really, Leopold replied. So Wyatt is beneath Gregor here, but also stands above him at the same time? How does that even work? Gregor hummed deeply. It is a rather simple matter, Leopold. A knight banneret can only be elevated if at least one of two possible circumstances are met. The most common is if a high-standing member of a great house vouches for a commoner, pardoned exile, or lesser noble to receive such a title, and in return, two different royal houses give their favor and approval, he explained, raising a finger, then another. The second is how Lieutenant Wyatt achieved his title, to perform outstanding service to a royal house and have a member of royalty vouch in his favor. Saving the life of Her Majesty Princess Clara would be enough to at least consider such an honor. His performance as a pilot in both simulations and actual battles showcases his talent and skill, and his aid in uncovering the traitors within the fleet firmly cemented his elevation. I understand that, Gregor. What I want to know is what makes his title special. You seem to want it for yourself, if you could, Leopold countered. Can't say I blame Gregor for it. Heck, I'm pretty jealous myself, if I'm being honest. Such recognition is something that most low-standing nobles such as ourselves would give anything to achieve. Think about it this way, Leo, Noltar said, letting go of his friend. Anyone can buy or earn a knight title if they can afford it or earn it through service to a house or another. But a banneret knighthood is no joke. Last time it happened was around 5 years ago, and most of those aren't all that special because, wouldn't you know it, a lot of nobles like to make deals under the table. Our dashing lieutenant, though, got his title and ennoblement through deeds that will be written in goddamned history. If he survives long enough to have children, Raquel continued before Leopold could speak again, the rules of second generation are abolished, and he will establish his noble house with a solid foundation. Taking into consideration that he doesn't fall out of favor with his benefactors, House Astor itself, his house could very well be established as a rather powerful, rich, and influential minor house, the likes other houses of equal standing worked for centuries to achieve, likely using a healthy dose of backstabbings and political assassinations too. He'd be, and already is, the chagrin and envy of many nobles, envious bastards of his position, pretentious snakes ready to cuddle up to him, and fearful mongrels that see him as a dangerous rival to their own power and influence. Noltar clarified. So he's a big deal now, huh? Leopold asked after a few moments of pondering. Guess I should start calling him Lord or Lieutenant. I doubt he'll like it. He doesn't have the makings of a regular noble in him, Noltar said with a playful grin. Raquel shot the three men a long, silent glance before making her voice heard again. Disgraceful, she muttered, her throat rumbling with a low growl of anger. I should have guessed. You're his friends, aren't you? That's why he chose you to be a part of his squadron. Friends? Dear me, no, Noltar replied with a laugh. We met shortly before the ambush at Gintrax. Commander Redford appointed him as our squadron leader without much warning. We've been on a single mission together, he replied as Gregor and Leopold nodded in agreement. Raquel lost her hostile stance and was replaced by confusion. But you speak so highly of him? I had hoped that he was a man of talent and skill, one who gained his title through merit and actions alone. I was disheartened when I assumed he chose you due to some sort of political reasons. Why would he mingle with the lowly 27th-in-line candidate of a lesser house, a fallen noble whose only merits are found in a cockpit, and the worthless scum that is this commoner? Gregor asked pointedly. I love you too, asshole, Leopold answered with a smirk, while Noltar chuckled. Yeah, what he said. Wyatt was a commoner like me not too long ago. We don't know him much, but from what's happened so far, I like the guy. Down to earth, cold and calculative, yet decisive and creative, and a fantastic pilot. I'm glad he chose us as his squad mates. He must have seen something in you too, Raquel, Noltar added. Don't know what, though. Can't be your looks. Staples doesn't strike me as the kind of guy that goes after a pretty face. My guess is that he picked us because we worked together well during the battle. Noltar, the Blue Blood, and I have been squad mates for quite a while now. We had two other members, but one died because he deserved it, and he was a bastard. The other, Tristan, that same bastard pretty much killed because he was envious of him weeks before this whole damn mess started. We're as new to Wyatt as he is to us, Leopold contributed. Nothing has been set in stone, Gregor added. Lieutenant Wyatt may still replace us depending on our performances. A named fighter squadron is no small issue, even if our numbers are limited. Raquel sighed. It seems I owe the lieutenant an apology. I was reckless in my assumptions. That's why they're called assumptions, Otillo, Noltar replied. Get to know him more before you judge him, and I think that apology can go unmentioned. He blinked and straightened up. Look alive, he said, as they reached their destination. Entering the ample area dedicated to housing the training chambers, the four pilots took in the ambiance. It was still early in their training shift, so not many others were present. Deprived of the usual tense atmosphere found in later hours, the four of them walked with confidence. The quartet quickly found the black-haired sitting on a resting bench fiddling away at a data pad. When they were close enough, he took notice of them, set the pad away, and stood up. At once, the quartet stopped a scant 2 meters in front of Wyatt and gave him a quick salute. At ease, Wyatt dismissed as he examined his chosen squadmates. Gregor, Leopold, and Noltar were as he remembered them, with the addition of a glint in their eyes that wasn't there before. His focus shifted to his newest squadmate, Raquel Otillo. She was pretty, he had to admit. Her bronze skin, brown, short hair, gray, cybernetic eyes, and fair facial features surely turned heads her way. She was slightly taller than him, perhaps by an inch or two, and her build was sturdy, strong, but retaining a measure of flexibility. All right, Noltar, Leopold, Gregor, this is the first time we've had a chance to talk after the trial, and now I can properly thank you. Thank you, all of you, for speaking on my behalf. I deeply appreciate it. My honor demanded it, for it was the right thing to do, sir, Gregor answered. And miss the chance to stick it up to a Reed? Don't mention it, sir. It was my pleasure, Noltar said with a dismissive air to his voice. I only said what was true. No more, no less. We commoner scum have to stick together, right? Leopold finished with a wink and a cocky smirk. Wyatt smiled internally as he raised a hand. I'm not a commoner anymore. It feels so wrong to say that still. He shook his head briefly. Raquel Otillo, I'd like to welcome you to the newly formed Composters Squadron. I shall be Composter 1. Noltar, you'll be Composter 2. Gregor, Composter 3. Leopold will be Composter 4, and Raquel, our newest member, you are Composter 5. All right, Wyatt, so far so good. My hands are shaking, and I feel something coiling in my stomach. Why? Why does this feel so damn different? Wyatt asked himself as he tried not to fumble over his own words. By order of Commander Redford Kalin, we are to be the veteran fighter squadron of the Noir Navio under the service of Princess Clara herself. I will tolerate no disputes, nor will I accept any excuses. Understood? Sir, yes, sir, the four pilots replied. This is harder than I thought. Keep your composure, Wyatt. You already led Epsilon Squadron before. There shouldn't be any great difference. He paused for a moment, feeling his heart pound hard against his chest, threatening to burst out at any second. Then why am I feeling like this? What's wrong with me? He thought, as he moved his hands behind his back to hide his trembling. If we are to be exemplars, then we need to work together in tandem. I've read your dossiers and I have chosen you due to your experience, skills, and teamwork. Raquel, you and I are the odd ones out. Most of my combat experience comes from routine patrols and now the training chambers. Your combat experience is more extensive, but your tendency to seek fights with others must stop. Or am I to seek another member? Wyatt asked as firmly as he could manage, but he couldn't stop a slight tremble from escaping. As long as I am not antagonized unfairly, Raquel replied, then added after a moment of hesitation, Sir. Suddenly feeling heavy and hot, Wyatt nodded. For the next 2 hours, we shall train in joint simulated scenarios so that I may assess our combat effectiveness. We'll enter a training chamber each and link together for that purpose. Let's do our best, he said, not knowing how else to end his order. Turning to the nearest training chamber, he grabbed his datapad and made his way into it without turning to see his squad members. I can do this. I can do this. I've led patrol shifts before. I've been on my own hauling compost, and I led a squadron during a battle. A simulation shall be easy in comparison. I can do this. Leading won't be difficult. I even commanded the Nornavio against the Drazen. I can do this, Wyatt reassured himself before putting on his helmet and sitting on the chair. The systems came to life, and after a few seconds of getting used to the feeling of the chamber, he made his choice as soon as the others linked with his system. It was time to begin. "No, Nultar, take out the satellite to the left," Wyatt ordered, as the chaos around him unfurled. "Sir, I don't have any missiles left," Nultar replied, "and the drones are chasing me." "Raquel, support Nultar," Wyatt ordered, barely registering that a drone tore at his shields, nearly depleting them before he could respond and turn the drone into punctured slag. "Not possible! I'm going down! I'm going—" The connection died as her fighter exploded, joining Leopold in the waiting lobby. "Gregor, is the mine ready?" Wyatt shouted in desperation as another drone was destroyed, but his shields were now gone. As he weaved through space, doing his best to. "It is, sir, but I'm not in range to deploy it yet," Gregor replied with a tremor in his voice. "I need someone to cover. Too late. Defense systems have spotted me. I can't—" And with that, he too was gone. Wyatt gritted his teeth as he saw Nultar's fighter pursued by 5 drones through his tactical display. The drones released a volley of missiles that tore through whatever was left of his shields, and in a series of explosions, Nultar was gone, leaving him alone. His solitude didn't last long, though. His fighter shuddered as it was pierced by a barrage of bullets, and the screen went black. "Damn it," Wyatt cursed, hitting the armrests of his chair with both fists in pure anger seconds before the message, "Failure," appeared before his view screen. Angrily, he looked at the clock and noticed that the 2 hours set for their simulations had already passed. His eyes turned to the screen showing the result of their training, and grimaced when every single simulation tested was marked as failed. Practically tearing off his helmet and stepping outside the training chamber, he was met by his squad mates, and they all froze when they saw him, saluting him. "Stand down," he said, and moved to a nearby bench, sitting there for a moment, allowing his frustration to peel away. A whole minute passed in silence with his squad mates standing near him, but refusing to leave or even talk. Then he realized his mistake. "Ah, right. I'm terribly sorry. You're dismissed. You may tend to your other duties and schedules. I'll review the data later." "Sir?" the 4 of them replied before leaving him be. The pilot watched them go and noticed them talking and murmuring once they were outside his hearing range. "Great. I somehow screwed up so much that they are going to think I'm some sort of liar," he thought, as a groan escaped his throat and a headache assaulted his brain. Standing up, he walked out of the room and made his way to the gym, walking aimlessly as his head pounded, his heart raced in his chest, and he felt cold, like he was shivering across his entire body. His legs felt weak, his shoulders heavy, his hands didn't stop shaking, and his stomach was doing somersaults. He ignored other crew members as he walked, barely registering their presence for what felt like an eternity until a voice called to him. "Lieutenant Wyatt?" Wyatt stopped at the familiar voice and turned to face Galt Tirome, who was looking at him with a mixture of worry and elation. "Ah, Galt Tirome. Good day," Wyatt replied, trying and failing to regain a sense of composure and professionalism. "Is there anything that you need?" "No, Lieutenant. I was making my way to the mess hall." "Why are you heading to storage bay number 3? Galt asked, concerned. "I am," Wyatt exclaimed, surprised. Looking up, he found a sign that indeed marked that he was heading to said area. "I wasn't aware I lost my way. I was heading to the gymnasium for my daily training session with Cynthia," he said, bereft of emotions and with a shaky voice. "I see," Galt replied and took a step forth. "Lieutenant, are you all right? You're sweating and you're shaking. Perhaps you should visit the medical wing." "Perhaps I will. I don't feel well. To tell you the truth, I've been feeling unwell these past few days, Lieutenant Commander. I don't know why. Perhaps I've fallen ill or eaten something that infected me with a parasite." Wyatt pondered. Galt stared Wyatt in the eye for several seconds before asking in a more serious tone, "May I see your hands, Lieutenant?" The pilot obeyed without hesitation, showing the red-haired man a head taller than him his hands. Galt's expression softened after seeing them, and the noble let out a relieved sigh. "Come with me, Wyatt. I think I know what's happening to you." Again, Wyatt obeyed instantly, and for some reason it made him feel better. He followed Galt for several minutes into the storage bay where small drones flew by and regular crew members went on doing their duties, stopping only to salute them as they walked past them. Galt led Wyatt to a more secluded area of the bay and sat down on a sealed box. Wyatt did the same, sitting next to the red-haired man. "Well, what's happening to me?" Wyatt asked a second later, bringing up his shaking hands. "I feel as if I could fall down at any moment. Am I sick?" Galt shook his head and gave him a reassuring smile. "You're not sick, Wyatt Staples. May I call you by your name?" "Yeah, I don't mind," Wyatt replied, nodding several times in quick succession. "So, if I'm not sick, then what's wrong with me?" "Tell me, do your fingertips tingle?" Galt asked, and Wyatt nodded quickly. "Wyatt, do you not know what anxiety is?" "Anxiety?" Wyatt repeated, his voice barely a whisper. "I'm no stranger to feeling anxious, but never like this. How is it even possible?" Galt visibly relaxed, which in turn made Wyatt ease up. "You're suffering from an anxiety attack, Wyatt. You have all the symptoms related to it. I've seen it happen before many times. To be honest, I'm astonished that you, after what I've seen you do, would be prey to such a thing. Tell me, do you know what caused it?" "I wouldn't be here otherwise, Galt," Wyatt retorted angrily, a heavy frown marking his features. He raised his hands and buried his face against his shaking palms. "I spent 2 hours training with my squad members and I fumbled every simulation. I made mistakes so many times I couldn't concentrate and failed to recognize targets or take advantage of opportunities. I lost to drones, Galt. Drones!" Wyatt confessed, his breathing rapidly increasing. "I killed them all 20 times over because I'm an awful squadron leader." Pulling back, his eyes were wide and his shaking increased. "The prince made a mistake. See, Clara made a mistake. I shouldn't be a knightband. Whatever. I'm a filthy commoner. I'm not a noble. I shouldn't be a noble. Nobles lead. Commoners obey. I obey. I obey. I obey." He repeated until his teeth began to chitter, suddenly overtaken by a cold sweat that made him dizzy. "I can't command. I'm a commoner. That's all I'll ever be. A worthless commoner." Galt listened, watching the black-haired man closely until he stopped talking. "Breathe in and exhale slowly, Wyatt," he said after several seconds of hearing Wyatt's ragged breathing. "Close your eyes and focus on breathing. Trust me, it helps." Wyatt obeyed, latching onto the given command like a man drowning trying to remain afloat. As he focused on breathing, Galt continued to talk. "After you killed Samuel Cayston, I thought you were a dangerous, unhinged, honorless individual," Galt said in a calm, tranquil tone. "After you revealed that you were a commoner, my perception of you shifted entirely. I and my companions were at your mercy, and you displayed both restraint and humbleness. Don't reply. Focus on breathing. Let me speak," he commanded, when Wyatt opened his eyes and turned to him. The pilot nodded and returned to what he was doing. "It wasn't until your inspiring valor and determination to fight against the Drazan Raider that I understood that you were a man of integrity and courage, Wyatt. And I made the fatal mistake of seeing you as a figure of legend, the likes the Principality has not seen in centuries, not even counting the lone wolves." Galt smiled widely, his expression softening. "Seeing you take command of the Noir Navio and the way you fought against those monsters, it has been the greatest feat of my life so far to have been able to aid you in that battle, Wyatt. You took command over an entire destroyer-class vessel and made use of it in ways I couldn't have imagined. You're different from all other captains, commodores, and commanders I've served under throughout my career. And your performance against the traitors? To see the prince himself declare you a knight banneret?" He shook his head. "Forgive me, Wyatt. I focused on your achievements and formed a version of you in my head that was entirely fantastical. I forgot that you are a mere human, just as I am." Wyatt listened intently to Galt's words, each sentence forcing down the awful sensations and feelings he was experiencing. "I feared for your life, this is true. You spared my life and gave me a chance to see my daughter again. You risked your life not just for me, but for my surviving comrades and friends when you didn't have to, even going so far as to defy the orders given by Princess Clara herself. Samuel did his duty. You did yours. But your motives were entirely different. For that, Lieutenant, I thank you. I thank you for saving our lives." Galt paused for a moment to take a deep breath through his nose. "When I was younger, merely an ensign, a botched assault on pirates turned awry. We were boarded. I should have died that day. Instead, a commoner from the Auxilia sacrificed herself to save my life. I didn't know her. She didn't know me. She just performed her duty as what was expected of her. But I didn't see it like that. From my childhood, I was taught that the commoners were beneath us nobles, that our bloodlines, intellect, power, influence, and wealth were far superior, and thus commoners lived to serve us above all else. Nobles lead, commoners obey. A core tenet of the principality, is it not? Galt let out a tired, sad laugh. And here you are, a commoner, a refuse and compost hauler turned knight banneret. The red-haired man let out another chuckle. Wyatt, you may not believe me, but nobles and commoners, we're not that different. We're humans, all of us. Regardless of our standing and our societal rules, we're human at the end of the day. Wyatt opened his eyes and his mouth went agape, wanting to protest, but his brain beat him to the punch. How many times had he sneered at prim, holier-than-thou nobles? How many times had he compared their skills against his own back at the academy? A noble could die as easily as a commoner, bleed like one, struggle like one even if their struggles were not the same. He closed his mouth and his racing heart began to slow down. The tingles faded, and his shaking hands slowly but surely came to a halt. But I failed, the pilot countered. I failed to lead them effectively. Did you? Galt asked, bemused. From what I've learned, you didn't fail to lead Epsilon Squadron in battle. Nor did you fail to lead the Noir Navio in the battle against the Drazan. So what's different now? Is it because you're a noble? What changed? Wyatt asked himself, as his headache became less and less prevalent, and he could feel his usual calm, collected mind return to normal. The change is that I'm a noble. But what does that really mean? Clara thinks I'm valuable. Redford is teaching me how to be a commander, giving me my own squadron to lead and oversee. I'm sure that means that he'll put more duties on me in time, which means he has a measure of trust in me now. The prince elevated me. He even came to see me in my cell personally. And Cynthia is training me, teaching me what she can. For whatever reason I can't see, but she does it anyway. I'm not worthless, am I? He asked himself, feeling that same wave of calm and relaxation he felt the first time he thought that it could be a possibility. Galt placed a hand on his shoulder and offered a reassuring smile. It won't be easy. Command and leadership are difficult things to perform correctly, and everyone has their own way to do it. Some lead through fear. Some stick to the rules and traditions, refusing to deviate from them. Others don't even bother with it themselves, always delegating their duties to their underlings. Some learn how to do it, some are naturally talented, and some lead through example. It is up to you to decide what type of commanding officer you'll be, Wyatt. Wyatt nodded slowly. I think I understand, Galt. Thank you. I feel much better now, he finished with a heavy but relieved exhalation. I don't suppose you have some advice for me? My only advice is that you must always remember that there will be lives under your charge, and that you must do your best to avoid losing them needlessly. Let your peers see your values and best traits portrayed through your orders, command abilities, and your decisions. Never be afraid to ask for a second opinion, but always be firm in whatever decision you make. His eyes narrowed warningly. There are eyes following you now, Wyatt. What you've achieved is a great thing, and very few are happy about it. Do not show weakness. Stand firm. Stand tall. Let your detractors cower and bicker while you continue to grow. And know that I, Galt Tirome, will be happy to aid you if you were to need me, Lieutenant Wyatt Staples. Galt? Wyatt stared at the older man for several seconds, finding no deception in his voice or eyes. Then he smiled. Thank you. For everything. With nothing more to say, the two men left the storage area, and with a final firm shaking of hands, they went to their original destinations. Wyatt stumbled into his quarters as half of his body screamed in pain, but for the first time since the hellish training with Cynthia began, he didn't complain about it. He kept repeating the words Galt had shared with him, and while it didn't extinguish his anxiety, he could pinpoint what was wrong with him. Before his ennoblement, he obeyed orders all his life ever since he could remember. He had been taught that only nobles could truly lead and command, never a lowly commoner like himself. It had always been so easy, obey a plan of assault or commands given to him by petty blue bloods. His capacity to make personal decisions was his and his alone, but he had never been outspoken about it. He rarely had to issue orders, but when he did, it was due to exceptional circumstances. Only his hatred of the Drazan had clouded his mind during the battle. allowing him to take command of the Nornavio, since that meant Drazan would die and countless lives, that of his princess above all else, could be spared from their predation. Command won't be easy, and I still feel unsure if I can truly do it, but I will at least try my best. Lives will depend on me from now on, and I can't let Commander Redford down just because of my insecurities, he mumbled to himself, and just as he was about to remove his uniform, he noticed a small basket and a data chit resting on his nightstand. Cautiously, he removed the cover from the basket and smiled when he saw a selection of pastries and other baked sweets he had come to love. "Thank you, Clara," he said softly before turning his attention to the data chit, wondering what it could contain. Deciding that he could shower later, he grabbed a delectable chocolate cake from the basket, sat on the edge of his bed, and picked up the data chit, connecting it to his personal data pad. His eyes went wide when he saw its contents. His shower was pushed back for a few hours more. Wyatt stood once more before the aged Commander Redford, awaiting his verdict. After several seconds that felt like ages passed, Redford let out a deep hum of approval and a single nod. "I approve of it," he finally said. "I shall send it to Princess Clara at the end of my duties. As captain, she will decide if it is ultimately adequate or not, Wyatt. However, how were you able to correct your errors so quickly? We won't reach the jump point until tomorrow, and then it will be another 2 days of travel before our arrival at Matcha. You still had time to work on your heraldic shield." "I spent several hours thinking and reviewing data after my shift ended, Commander," Wyatt replied firmly. "I think my chosen design speaks of who I am and my best traits." The commander shook his head slowly. "I have a keen suspicion as to who aided you in making a proper choice. Regardless, I find no faults with it, and it was done by your own hand," Redford replied with the ghost of a smirk on his lips. "Now that this issue is resolved, I wanted to ask you about the results your squadron obtained yesterday. You seem to have a proclivity for going above and beyond, Lieutenant Wyatt Staples. Only in this case, your failures in the simulated exercises are so catastrophic that I struggle to remember a performance such as what I've witnessed." His eyes narrowed slightly. "What happened, Lieutenant?" "I made a mistake, sir," Wyatt replied without hesitation nor shame. "I was unwell. According to Galt Tirom, I was suffering from what he described as an anxiety attack," he confessed. "There's no point in lying to him anyway. Better to tell him things for what they are." He thought a moment before continuing. "I made several mistakes, caused multiple errors. I couldn't focus on anything, not even my own performance, sir." Redford leaned back on his chair. "Many would rather lie or make up excuses before admitting a fault on their performance, Lieutenant. You've shown me integrity, and I hope that you do not lose it as you gain experience and renown," he commented, ending with an approving nod. "Have you identified your mistakes?" "I like to believe that I have, Commander. If there's anything you can aid me with in this regard, I'd appreciate it. I serve Princess Clara now, and I do not wish to embarrass her with piss-poor performances caused by my lack of attention and commoner ignorance," replied the pilot as he straightened a little more. "A good commanding officer listens to his subordinates, Wyatt. However, that doesn't mean that you have to rely on their opinions to make a decision. Never narrow your field of view, but remain firm in your choices. You will be obeyed because you are their leader, and many a fledgling officer falters in this regard for many reasons. First and foremost, the power and standing get to their heads, blinding them. I count myself as lucky that you lack that sort of ambition, yet your ignorance and lack of training are an equally fatal flaw that can, thankfully, be dulled, deformed, and forged into something worthwhile as you gain experience," said the gray-haired man. "Seek to strengthen those under your charge. Do you understand?" "Seek to strengthen those under my care," Wyatt repeated, as he thought deeply about what Redford was trying to teach him. There was a message there, but he couldn't see it clearly. His cynical part spoke first. Why should he? Nultar, Leopold, and Gregor had helped him, sure, but ever since he returned home from that most terrible encounter with the Drazan, no one except his family and a few precious neighbors had helped him. How many times had he seen his fellow commoners kicking the proverbial ladder behind them just to stop others from reaching them? How many times had the news spoken about this or that noble house feuding with one another or having their members found dead in tragic accidents? No one had helped him in the academy. Why should he help them at all? But as soon as those thoughts formed in his mind, he destroyed them with the precision of a burst of coil gun fire. Even if that was the case, which isn't, if we work together closely and become a solid unit, that will only make us all stronger and increase our chances of survival and victory. As the Nornavio's most veteran squadron, we must be up to par in service of Princess Clara. I will not disappoint her or Commander Redford. He frowned for a moment. Think, Wyatt. What did you do wrong yesterday? Anxiety be damned, where did I mess up? My orders were uncoordinated for one. My attention was too divided to focus on anything, and I didn't trust them to... Wyatt's eyes widened as realization struck him, and he suddenly felt the urge to punch himself for his stupidity. I understand, Commander, he replied after a few seconds of silence. Redford nodded once in response. You are dismissed. Continue your training with your squad mates. I will expect a report on your observations regarding their faults, their strengths, and their aptitudes. Ignore their dossiers and use only what you can perceive, the aged commander ordered in a firm tone. Sir, Wyatt replied, saluting his commanding officer before leaving his quarters that, apparently, doubled as his office. The pilot then made his way to the training chambers area, all the while thinking over and over what he would say to his squad members, but as he neared his destination, he threw his planned words aside. If I am to apologize to them, then I won't let my words be a mere rehearsal, he concluded with determination. Entering the room, a trio of nobles stood near the entrance. Given their badges, 2 were Marines, while the 3rd was a technician. Looking closer at their rank insignias, he recognized that the odd one out was a chief technician, most likely one working on the engines of the ship or its weapon systems. The 2 Marines were more difficult to read, since he had little interaction with their branch of the Royal Navy, but he was certain that one was a first lieutenant. His instincts kicked in, and he stepped aside, giving them ample berth and slightly lowering his head in submission. Looks like a commoner will always be a commoner, no matter the laurels set on its head, the technician said, crossing her arms tightly against her uniform. Her companion snickered at her words but said nothing. For his part, Wyatt ignored her comment and focused on what mattered. Leaving the trio behind, he made his way to the same bench he had used the day prior, and was surprised when he found the members of his squadron already waiting for him, all 4 of them chatting idly, and yet to notice his presence. He felt a wave of anxiety and dread fill his chest, but now that he knew what his sickness was, he could fight against it. A deep breath and a sound exhale later washed away his worries, just in time for Leopold to notice his approach. It was almost comical how his fellow commoner jumped to his feet and gave a crisp salute, only to be shortly followed by his 3 comrades. I'm never going to get used to being saluted, am I? Wyatt wondered as he came to a halt before his squad members. At ease, he commanded, and they obeyed. We will run through more simulations and work on our cohesion. Our performance yesterday was terrible, he said bluntly as Gregor and Raquel flinched at his words. And it was entirely my fault. Pardon? Noltar exclaimed after a second or 2 of stunned silence. Sir, you did nothing wrong. We couldn't adapt to your orders. We did our best and we failed, Leopold added. Those were simulations, so we can try again, sir. Wyatt raised a hand, silencing them and any further comment they may have. Let me speak and be honest with you all. Our performance yesterday was entirely my fault, he began, his expression serious, unflinching. He felt oddly at peace instead of agitated. Smiling internally, he continued. I was feeling unwell, more than unwell, in fact. Was a commoner not too long ago. I have been thrust into a position that was never intended for someone like me. Among you, I trust you will understand what I'm saying, Leopold. The scarred, black-haired pilot gave a solid nod. Yesterday, I was suffering from an anxiety attack that hindered me to the point that it made me ineffective. It resulted in our complete and total loss, Wyatt confessed without shame, and saw that Raquel was shocked. Gregor was aghast. Leopold seemed to realize something, and Noltar was initially shocked, but his expression shifted to one of approval a second later. However, that does not excuse my greatest fault. Sir? Raquel muttered, barely believing what she was hearing. The 3 longtime friends shared a quick, puzzled look. My greatest mistake is that I did not trust you to take action yourselves. said Wyatt, ending with a frustrated sigh. "I never once allowed your skills to shine, and I tried to guide your fighters as if it was me in your cockpits, not you. For that, I apologize, and I assure you, I will not make that mistake again," he finished by giving them a respectful salute. "If we are to be squadron, then we will need to trust each other and know our strengths and limitations." "Sir, please allow me," Gregor asked, and Wyatt nodded. "Sir, as our squadron leader and direct commanding officer, we are to obey your orders. It is you who will decide our actions." Wyatt frowned slightly at that. "And what did we achieve thanks to that? I was not sound of mind, but my error remains. I will listen to your opinions, and you shall obey my orders, but I will not try to guide your hands as if they were my own. If I did that, what would I want to lead a squadron at all when I could remain alone?" The 4 pilots before him didn't reply for several seconds until he straightened his posture. "If there are no further objections, let us commence." "Sir," was their unified reply. Wyatt flew past some debris, easily dodging it. A smile spread his face when 2 drones exploded after colliding with fragments of what had once been a spaceship in their pursuit. On his tactical display, he saw that Raquel, Leopold, and Nultar were equally engaged and had suffered minimal damage at worst. Meanwhile, Gregor was floating dead in space as his fighter slowly tumbled toward the satellite that the drones were protecting, camouflaging itself as more loose debris. His communication feed was silent, a sharp contrast to the day prior where the constant cries for orders, clarifications, and desperate cries for help broke his focus, sinking further into the abyss of conflicting emotions he had been thrown into. Without that whirlpool clouding his mind, he could focus on what he knew to do best: piloting. A simulation wasn't the real thing, but it came close enough to trick his mind into giving his best. Above all else, he felt relaxed now that he avoided micromanaging his squad members' actions at every waking moment. He gave them orders to follow, but issued no further instructions on how they were to follow them, allowing them the chance to let their skill shine through. The first few simulations were a failure, but one that was intentional, allowing him to measure their level of independence, and quickly found that Gregor Undaj was the most inflexible of the group. He lacked imagination, initiative, and creativity, despite his notable skill during dogfights. On the flip side, he followed orders to the letter, and never once questioned his authority. Twice he ordered him to do nothing. Once he ordered him to act as a distraction, knowing he would die in the process, and once left him without orders. He obeyed without question, but in the last experiment, he was utterly lost. He, however, had an aversion to any underhanded tactics, but still obeyed any orders given. Hence why he had the slightly rotund man perform those same tactics more than the others. Raquel Otillo, much like her dossier indicated, was nearly the exact opposite of Gregor. She obeyed his commands, that much was certain, but she questioned his orders if she felt like her skills could be put to better use elsewhere. Her greatest strength came in the form of her quick maneuvers, her over-reliance on trickery, and her evasive skills. He liked that about her. However, she was brash and often overreached her objectives, always trying to be the one who scored the most kills. She was an active tactical mind and had the subtlety of one. He quickly learned that passive roles, such as scouting or running silent, were met with protests. Not to mention, she always volunteered to be the one to carry the most dangerous objective. He wasn't sure if her thirst for combat came from the need to be the best, or if she sought to shower herself in glory and honors. If it was the latter, then he'd have to seek a replacement. Seeing Leopold Dakar in action was a surprise. He half expected his fellow black-haired, brown-eyed commoner to share his same values in combat. Obey orders to your best capacity, do your best to achieve victory, and make use of your advantages as much as possible. But no. To his surprise, Leopold wasn't a good fighter. He had the skill to dodge, evade, and run away from danger on point. In fact, he'd be hard-pressed to match him in those areas, but in actual fighting, he wasn't good at all. He preferred to stay away and use his missiles and his tactical mind to fight and make ambushes. He was also more adept at scouting and running silent, preferring those low-risk assignments. But the role he shone in was as a support wing. Every time he was forced to be alone, he crumbled and preferred to flee or hide. But if he had one or more partners, he provided excellent support, confusing the enemy, taking out missiles, and so much more. In one of the simulations, Wyatt remembered that Leopold had been at his side the most during the battle against the Kayston forces, always ready to provide support. Finally, Nultar Olkara was another not-so-pleasant surprise. The greenish-haired man with a strong jawline was a man who excelled in hit-and-run strikes. Fierce and resourceful, Nultar proved to be a headache to his opponents, often employing trickery, traps, and the terrain to his advantage if available. Using a haywire mine to simultaneously disable several dozens of drones during a chase through an asteroid field was a trick that had never crossed his mind. He made sure to remember and use it if the need arose. He was biased and preferred the use of tactical mines due to their versatile and destructive potential, but now he was beginning to see more value, and many possible applications in the haywire mines. Sadly, Nultar Olkara was, to put it bluntly, a show-off. Unlike Raquel, who craved battle, Nultar boasted his skill and actively put himself in danger unnecessarily. Wyatt could feel the sting of irony given his track record, but his fallen noble squad member was worse. Sure, he put his life in danger constantly, but that was out of necessity, and he wasn't sure he'd survive his desperate ploy. Simulation or not, Nultar seemed more preoccupied with doing risky maneuvers, drawing attention to himself. And more than once he had sacrificed himself for the sake of the mission when it wasn't even necessary. Gregor is too straightforward and tries to follow some useless code of honor. Raquel enjoys the thrill of battle a bit too much and probably is a glory seeker, and has no problem voicing her opinions. I'll have to keep an eye on her, I think, Wyatt thought before turning 2 drones into scrap and launching a missile to take down a third that was giving chase to Leopold's fighter. Leopold is better in a supportive role and would rather avoid fighting if necessary. Is it cowardice or mere survival? Can't be the former, or else he wouldn't be here at all. Nultar is a wild card with a death wish if his actions are anything to go by. Wyatt's train of thought was interrupted when he noticed Gregor's fighter come to life, quickly adjusting its trajectory and then burning toward the satellite. The PD turrets of the satellite were quick to act, but it was too late regardless. Gregor peppered it with a quick burst, taking out its shields before 2 missiles finished the job. The simulation ended moments later, earning a solid victory, and a smile spread across his face. "It's not a perfect score by any means, but this time the failures were intentional," he said to himself, content that from the 20 varied simulations, 6 resulted in success. As he stepped out of his training chamber, his squad members were also doing the same and quickly rushed to stand before him. Clearing his throat, he focused on them. "Stand down. Our performance today was as it should have been yesterday. I'll review the data obtained for further analysis. Composters, you're dismissed." "Sir!" The 4 pilots said in unison in a much firmer tone than the previous day as they gave their leader a firm salute. As Wyatt watched them go, he gave out a deep mental sigh. Okay, I think I got what I needed out of them, so what am I supposed to do now? Gregor will be the easiest, but the others? What can I even do to help them improve? Wyatt questioned himself a moment before a voice came through his Ontoro implant.
"Wyatt, this is Cynthia. Our training shall be postponed. Present yourself bearing your combat armor in 1 hour. We shall focus on something else today."
"Combat armor?" he muttered after hearing the orders of the blue-haired woman. "My regular pilot armor isn't actual combat armor," he said, and a sinking feeling emerged from his stomach. He was unable to suppress a chuckle escaping his throat before he made his way back to his quarters. When he arrived, he wasn't entirely surprised to find a set of actual combat armor often used by officers, veteran Marines, and ROSF units lying on his bed. Much to his dismay, there was no basket in sight this time. "I should have saved some sweets yesterday," he commented as he closed his door and locked it. The set of armor wasn't anything like the sort of armor Commander Redford, Cynthia, or the Royal Marines wore, but it was still better than the regular standard-issue suits and armor enlisted commoners received, and even better than what low-ranking nobles could afford. Being a warrant officer at least ensured his equipment was slightly better, with his helmet being the best part of his previous armor. "How am I going to pay for this?" Wyatt murmured as he picked up the helmet and inspected it. Like the rest of the armor, it was largely dark gray-colored, with only his name tag, rank insignia, the banner of the principality, and his badge denoting him as a pilot breaking the otherwise dullness of the armor. Putting it on took only a few minutes since he was not in a hurry and immediately felt the difference compared to his previous armor. The armor alone was significantly heavier as it provided more protection without sacrificing his mobility. He jumped a few times, testing it out, each stomp echoing in his room with a heavy, solid thud. Activating his helmet's HUD, he focused on the left side and found what he was looking for. His shield was disengaged, but it at least doubled the capacity of his previous armor. Not to mention that his new armor had a single dosage of biofoam and 2 combat stimulants. His stomach churned with discomfort as his treacherous thoughts assaulted him, but he managed to push back against them. "I'm a commoner no longer, but I'm not a damned blue blood either. I'm Wyatt Staples, pilot of the Royal Navy, loyal son of the Principality, and Knight Banneret of House Astor. Princess Clara shall not find me wanting." "I hope," said the man as his sudden burst of bravado dwindled. Folding his uniform and storing it properly, he left his quarters and made his way to the gym where Cynthia was waiting for him. He would arrive early since he had nothing else to do in the meantime. Now that I think about it, I should go down the firing range and practice my shooting, too. I appreciate everything Cynthia is doing for me, but I'm far better with a rifle than with my fists," he commented in a whisper, gently nodding at the crew members who saluted him as he walked past them. When he arrived at the gym, he found the usual activities on set. Everyone had to perform at least an hour of exercise daily, but how they went around it was their own concern, unless medical reasons were involved. Bikes, bench presses, treadmills, sparring rings, and arenas, and more could be found both in use and free after being cleaned out by service staff. To his surprise, though, he found the Eikhindas were making use of the installations this time around. Many humans didn't approach them, but some among them were friendly enough to the small but dexterous aliens. He quickly spotted Jincho running on a treadmill at a speed that no human could ever hope to match. "I might not get another chance like this one in a long time, so I better make use of it," the pilot thought and turned in their direction. As he approached the Ekhinda, the others around him, humans included, stiffened and quickly turned to salute him. "At ease. No need for that when I'm not in service," Wyatt replied in a more mellow tone of voice while Jincho slowly decelerated. "Your name was Jincho, was it? And you're the worm brain that wrecked that beautiful fighter," Jincho replied in between panting breaths. It took him a couple of seconds to come to a complete halt, but when he did, he jumped down the treadmill, landing right in front of Wyatt. Crossing his arms, he looked up at the pilot with all 6 eyes. "Need something?" The chirping, guttural noises of the Ekhinda were like a backdrop when the rather lively translator all but plucked the noises the alien made and turned them into the Principality's official language. "Not really," Wyatt replied, letting his guard down and taking a seat on the nearby empty bench. His tone and actions seemed to relax the other Eikhindas and the 5 humans in their midst. Without their badges and rank insignias, he couldn't tell to what branch or division they belonged. Perhaps they're all technicians since they're together, he guessed. "Bah, not really, he says," Jincho replied with a playful rasp of his throat. "You humans are very bad liars. Better than the hierarchy, though. Much better than the corpse-eating Drazen. Hate them, every last one of them. Murderers. The Arabians can die in a hole for all I care." And just like that, Wyatt smiled under his helmet and vowed to befriend the technician and his compatriots. Doing his best to hide his enthusiasm, he reached for his helmet and slowly removed it so he could face them directly. "Ugh, you're uglier in person," Jincho jabbed as his vestigial wings fluttered in good humor. "You're not precisely good-looking either, Jincho," Wyatt replied in a similar tone. "I believe we met before already, but it was hardly formal." "My name is Wyatt Staples," he said, offering his right hand. "Pleasure to meet you. That goes for all of you, too. Jincho, best technician you'll ever meet. These here are Illa, Koratu, Jer, Zimu, Alchu, Feshik, and Bibuhu. Our human companions are David, Louis, Monica, Fair, and Carter, part of our team. I'm their boss," Jincho boasted as he introduced everyone in turn, pointing at them each. "You're our unit's overseer, you flightless bastard," replied one of the men. "Excuse him, Lieutenant. Jincho here doesn't know when to shut up." "Our first meeting led me to conclude that," Wyatt replied, ending with a chuckle. "Though that reminds me of something you did, Jincho. You hacked my helmet easily. Why?" Jincho huffed, eyes narrowing. How else was I supposed to give you a piece of my mind after you mistreated that poor fighter so badly? Besides, it wasn't hard at all. Principality tech is subpar most of the time. But this ship? He looked around before stomping his left foot on the ground a few times while his tail swayed agitatedly. The hierarchy would kiss my ass if it meant they got a hold of it. Fat chance. Fuck the hierarchy, haha. Wyatt turned to the nearest Ekhinda, Feshik, a female, and raised an eyebrow. Is he always this full of energy, Feshik? The Ekhinda nodded rapidly. He's been scurrying all over the ship ever since we got on board and clearance to do our work. The pilot nodded in understanding. I must confess, I would be too if I were a technician. I've never seen a ship like the Noir Navio, not even in history archives. Sadly, while I can understand how magnificent it is, I'm a pilot. Technology and I don't mingle all too well. Right, Jincho exclaimed, eyes and beak opened widely. There's always room for improvement, but the geniuses that made this ship knew their stuff. It is almost sad that it is equipped with principality weaponry. The good kind, sure, but other than the spinal particle beam, I shudder just imagining what this gorgeous lady could achieve. Suddenly, the Ekhinda smacked his chest and shook his head violently for a few seconds. Buddy talk for later. I know why you're here. You want to know how's your fighter, right? Well, I already learned what I wanted from him. Hates the hierarchy and is damn good at what he does. That's all I needed to know. So why does he think I'm here to ask about the fighter? Wyatt thought, choosing to raise an eyebrow in response to his question. She'll fly again. I finished working on her this morning, criminal. You fried her internal systems, the damn gyro was out of sync, somehow you managed to overload the shield generator, and the afterburners were little more than scrap. How were you able to land without it falling apart? He asked after listing his crimes. Doesn't matter. Your fighter is good and ready, better than new because it was I, Jincho, who fixed her up. You may thank me now, maniac. I'm sorry to say this after you worked so hard, Jincho, but I don't own that fighter. I just picked it at random, Wyatt confessed sincerely. Wait, then where's your fighter? You're a pilot, ain't you? Jincho asked, puzzled. I just told you I don't own any fighter. Why would I? Wyatt explained. Told you, Jincho, but you wouldn't listen to me, said one of the human technicians. Pilots don't own their fighters unless a noble is so damn rich to afford one. Yeah, and most of them are racers or play dogfight arena, another one added. Royal Navy pilots can use any fighter available. You're telling me that I wasted more than a week of effort in a fighter that this maniac ruined and it isn't even his? Jincho cried out. I'm sorry, Wyatt offered, bemused by the smaller avian alien's reaction. You should have asked me for clarification or something. Jincho looked absolutely furious and ready to lay out a list of new curse worse, but instead of blowing out, he closed his eyes at the last moment before opening them a moment later. He took a step closer to Wyatt and pressed a finger against his stomach. Congratulations! That's your fighter now. You better not wreck her again that badly, wormbrain. I'll endeavor to try, Wyatt replied with a small smile. Say, Jincho, if you and your friends are as good as you claim, why would the hierarchy throw you out? Seems like a waste to me. How much do you know about the hierarchy? Asked Karatu, the tallest Ekhinda of the group. Admittedly, not much, Wyatt began. I've met a few Ekhindas over the years. I got along well with many maintenance workers during my time in the academy. Some never spoke about the hierarchy, but all of them hated it. I wouldn't say that we were friends or close in any measure, but we were amicable and they were pleasant to talk to. Not to mention that since they were neither nobles nor humans, I could at least express my thoughts more openly to them without being in constant vigil of my words, he added in his head. Ah, no wonder you're not asking who's female and who's male and all those silly questions you humans tend to ask when socializing, Zimu, the oldest of the group, said with a chuckle. So the hierarchy? Wyatt nodded once before continuing. As I understand it, the hierarchy works similarly to the principality's nobility system. Oh, and that military prowess and strength are more valued. Being a warrior and upholding a set code of rules and a rigid command structure is the pinnacle of normal Ekhinda society, right? Bah! Bunch of stuck-up brutes that don't value intellect or innovation, always babbling about honor this, strength that. Glory above all, Jincho protested, making full use of his best mocking tone. The only intelligence they care about is how to fight and win battles. Savages, the lot of them. That's why we left and came here 10 years ago, been going from place to place until we landed on Woodshaft about 3 years back. The hierarchy may have better tech than the principality, but they're as stagnant as swamp water left to fester with a corpse in it." The rest of his Ikhanti companions made chittering noises of affirmation. Before he knew it, Wyatt relaxed and spent the next half an hour chatting with the technicians while they worked out. They talked about their daily lives, their work, and what they would be doing when they arrived at Matcha. That last part got him thinking about what he would do in turn. He hadn't had the time to think about anything except what he'd do throughout the day. Thinking about the future always seemed so useless to him. He had set a goal in mind and strived to achieve it, but anything else along the way was just white noise. Nothing assured his survival, less so thanks to Duke Draymore's betrayal. And so many things had changed so fast in his life. Now, the prospect of his future was abstract and even less tangible than it ever was when he was but a mere commoner. But the one thing that was clear in his mind was that he was going to send his family a message at the very least. Maybe even send them a video or a live call if he could afford it. He had nearly 30,000 credits saved up, and he deeply yearned to see their faces again after such a long time outside of his dreams and memories. He was in the middle of chatting with Feshik when he noticed Cynthia entering the gym, whilst 2 crewmen carried something following close behind her. "It seems I must go." "It was a pleasure meeting you all," Wyatt said with a friendly smile as he stood up and gave the technicians a short salute. Then he walked over to Cynthia, who, of course, had already seen him. "A quick message from the guy who runs this channel. I'm excited to share that our channel now partners with the author of The Black Ship to share ad revenue. This collaboration ensures that the creative minds behind the stories we love are supported financially. Thank you for helping us give back to the author by watching and engaging with our content. Now let's get back to the story." "You're early," Cynthia commented as she continued to walk, undeterred. Wyatt joined her side. "Friends of yours?" "Hardly," Wyatt replied. "I wanted to know Jincho and the other Ikhantis better." "Are you favorable toward the aliens?" Cynthia asked in a nonchalant tone. Wyatt shrugged. "They're not Drazen, and they hate them with a passion. Besides, almost every Ikhanti I've met has been pleasant and cordial. I see no reason to dislike them." "Them? I agree. I am talking about the Ikhantis in general. Do you know about the hierarchy?" the blue-haired woman asked in that same tone. "Enough to not like it and understand why they left." Wyatt paused for a moment and then turned his gaze to Cynthia. "The principality and the hierarchy don't seem too different. Why are we hostile to each other at all when there are the Arabians and the Drazen out there?" "That, Wyatt, is a long and complicated answer that dates back several millennia and topics that, sadly, you do not have the clearance to know about. Be assured, however, that the hierarchy is much worse than what you believe it is," Cynthia replied, then turned to the 2 crewmen. "We'll be taking this arena. Make sure none disturb us." "Oh, of course, Lady Cynthia," one of the crewmen replied shakily. Cynthia grabbed the 2 small tubes the crewman had been carrying on a lavishly decorated red and golden pillow. With the press of a button, the 2 tubes extended out until they measured 2.5 meters in length. She grabbed one firmly while presenting the other to the black-haired pilot next to her. Blood left Wyatt's face while his eyes inspected the long, thick metal rod, and his imagination painted several scenarios for its use. None of them pretty. "We're not going to practice using these poles, are we?" he asked, his voice slightly shaky as the prospect of being beaten to a pulp by Cynthia with such a sturdy stick was incredibly unappealing. "Fret not, Wyatt, for this is not combat practice," she said without an ounce of humor in her voice. She then hit the ground once with the pole and stood firm, turning to face the pilot in full. "This is something far more important. You will master this performance before we arrive at Matcha. In a few hours, we shall jump to the Felicity system first and contact any Finnegan and Loyalist forces stationed there. Once we make landfall on Matcha, you shall stand alongside my princess." She's calling Clara by her title. She's being beyond serious with this, Wyatt thought, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Granted, he had no idea what sort of performance she was talking about, but he was sure he was about to discover it. Deciding that getting started was better for all involved, he put on his helmet and then hit the ground, doing his best to imitate Cynthia's stance. Understood, Lady Cynthia. I shall not bring shame to Princess Clara and House Astor." Pleased by his response, Cynthia nodded once. "Observe what I do. Learn from it. Then follow my motions. It is imperative that you master this march in the short amount of time available to us, Wyatt. We have less than 3 days." "It shall be done," Wyatt replied, ready to do his best and go beyond that. How hard could learning a march be? "Noer Navio, command bridge." Princess Clara Astor sat on the captain's chair while Redford and Cynthia stood next to her. Instead of putting on a dress, she chose to wear her armor instead for their entry into the Felicity system. If she was being honest with herself, she was both elated and nervous in equal measure. After barely escaping the clutches of her uncle, roaming the stars without stop for days on end whilst being hunted down, being rescued by a compost hauler who had proven himself to be not only useful, but a rapidly trusted and sincere friend, and then facing the might of the Castons and the horrors of the Drazen, she was more than happy to find herself in friendly territory. But the nagging fear that something could go wrong again plagued her mind constantly thanks to the death of Frederick Anderson. The ramifications were many, and all of them were outside her control. All they could do, she concluded, was keep his death a secret for as long as possible and prepare a suitable response to House Anderson. Failure could see them siding with her uncle. Another great house deciding to support Duke Draymore's coup, this time out of scorn for the loss of a potential heir while under capture, could be devastating to the reputation of House Astor itself. It was the sort of diplomatic hellstorm that caused the previous civil war across the principality, setting it ablaze in the fires of petty squabbles and old feuds revived. Worst of all, there was not much she could do in her current predicament. Yet. Patience was her strongest virtue, and she knew how to wield it with the finesse of an assassin's dagger. Borrowing the perspective from a video feed, she saw Galt Tirome on his post, waiting silently and patiently to carry out his duty. Sparing his life had been the correct choice, and her gamble seemed to be paying off already. Then she saw Captain Milcades alongside half of the Royal Marines at her disposal, standing their ever-faithful vigil. And a little further back stood Wyatt Staples, silently watching and waiting. Seeing him brought a small smile to her lips. He truly was doing his best, despite the severe whiplash he was suffering, now that his worldview and his role in it had changed so abruptly in such a short span of time. But such was life, and Wyatt Staples had proven to be not only reliable, but that rarest treasure of all, a true, trusted friend she could rely upon. Returning to her own perception, she waited and waited for what felt like hours until the awaited ping made itself known. "My princess, we are being hailed," Galt announced. "Open the channel," she commanded, stealing her heart once more. A few seconds later, the large screen before her gave way to the image of an older man with a trimmed mustache wearing the uniform of an admiral. She recognized him immediately. "Admiral Joaquin Finnegan, it is good to see you in good health." "Princess Clara." The stern-looking, gruff admiral's expression shifted to one of joy when he recognized the figure sitting in the captain's chair. "My princess, have you been captured? Do you require assistance?" "Your concern is appreciated, Admiral, but I assure you I am neither a prisoner nor an impostor. This vessel was relinquished from the unworthy hands of the Caston traitors, and I have taken command of it. Rejoice, Admiral, for my brother, the prince, shall arrive in mere hours. He awaits in the Roble system as we speak. No doubt you've detected our fleet's warp signatures?" Clara asked in a neutral but firm tone. Admiral Joaquin straightened his posture, retaking his noble air. "Forgive me for my outburst of joy, my princess. We feared the worst. Our reports were scattered and inconclusive outside our borders. We received 3 days ago a message from one Uriel Hoax describing that of your arrival at Gintrax's smuggler den and that you and His Majesty the Prince were on their way. We didn't believe it at first, but seeing you now in the flesh, my princess, the Principality is beyond relieved to see you safe and unharmed." The Admiral paused for a moment, his azure eyes flickering for a second before continuing. "We received reports of your fleet's warp signatures, and a task force was going to move and see who you were. but we were countermanded by Fleet Admiral Kisalto Lintar and Marchioness Amelia Finnegan after the second report came through. They believed that it was highly probable that the fleet were loyalist forces trying to remain hidden. We never suspected it was the prince's fleet in actuality, the aged man replied, relief clear in his voice despite how serious and professional he tried to appear. Clara frowned at the Admiral's revelation. Admiral, what happened to Fleet Admiral Basako Winfield? He fell in battle with the highest of honors, my princess, the Admiral replied. Admiral Casalto was forced to take the mantle of the Second Fleet's leadership after Fleet Admiral Basako perished during an assault carried by traitors' damnable black ships. I'm sorry to report that 2 battle cruisers, 4 heavy and regular cruisers, 10 destroyer-class vessels, and over 30 support and escort ships have been lost. We've inflicted casualties upon the traitors, including the destruction of at least 15 of their black ships and over 20 regular vessels. Sadly, the most significant loss they've received was the destruction of a battle cruiser and heavy damage to the battleship Unrelenting Valor. I see, Clara replied, taking in every word the Admiral had said. I will inform Juliana of her uncle's demise. Have the Caiston traitors moved against your forces? We're locked in a stalemate, my princess. Our forces are scattered and spread thin. The bulk of our forces are made up from Second Fleet elements under Fleet Admiral Kisalto Lintar. There are also stragglers from the 1st and 8th, with Rear Admiral Moreton Banta as the senior commanding officer of the 8th Elements and Vice Admiral Vashakati Reed under command of the 1st Elements. Several Royal Army elements have also remained loyal and are eager to engage the traitors, but we lack transport vessels. The precious few ships from the 4th and 7th Fleets present have joined Finnegan forces directly, while the majority of their forces are scattered across Calon, Valto, and Winfield territories, as far as our intelligence reports indicate, the Admiral explained. But now that news of the prince's survival and arrival will spread across the principality, we can start pushing back against the traitors and that Draymore bastard. Excuse my outburst, my princess. There is no need to apologize. My uncle is a traitor and deserves little consideration in these dire times that he instigated. Every death is on his hands and that of his supporters, Clara replied in a neutral, practiced tone. Inform Marchioness Amelia Finnegan of our imminent arrival. At once, Your Majesty. However, may I ask why are you on board a black ship, my princess? Even with our scanners, it was hard to pinpoint the origin of the vessel's warp signature, Joaquin asked, intrigued. Thanks to the efforts of my Royal Marines and Lady Cynthia Winfield, we were able to capture 2 black ships. The smaller, crippled frigate class is in possession of my brother, while this vessel, renamed Nornavio, has become my personal flagship, Clara replied quickly and firmly. Understood, Your Majesty. I shall report this to Marchioness Amelia immediately. I'll order a dozen escort ships to meet the Nornavio at the middle point. Will this suffice, my princess? The Admiral asked. It is more than enough. Thank you, Admiral Joaquin. I look forward to setting foot on Macha soon, Clara said, and with that, the connection ended. A second later, she stood up and Redford took her place. Maintain course and inform me of any significant developments, Commander. My princess, Redford replied, bowing his head slightly. Captain Milcades, you and your troops may return to your duties. Cynthia, Wyatt, come, Clara ordered, and made her way out of the bridge, closely followed by the red-armored woman and the black-haired pilot. They made their way back to her quarters undisturbed by any other crew members and entered. Once the doors closed, she let out a long, tired sigh and placed a hand on her neck. Without saying a word, Cynthia approached from behind and gently rubbed the back of her neck for several seconds until an audible pop was heard. Better? Very much so. I wish there was a way to prevent stress from building up, Clara said, her tone back to her more cheerful, lively self. Then she turned to Wyatt and offered him a gentle smile. You know, you could stand closer to me the next time, Wyatt. You're under my direct service, are you not? I will remember that, Clara, Wyatt replied, feeling nervous. But would that be all right? Compared to Cynthia, Commander Redford, and the Royal Marines, I'm left wanting, he said, barely managing to avoid saying he was nothing instead. True, but I wish for you to stand at my side. I can't have my new star pilot and Knight Banneret on the sidelines now, can I? Clara ended with a playful giggle before taking a seat at her tea table. Tell me and be honest with me, Wyatt. How is your latest training going? The pilot reached for his helmet and removed it. It is agony, Wyatt answered in a heartbeat, which made the princess smirk at her blue-haired friend. For her part, Cynthia took off her helmet and gave him a sharp glare. I'm following my princess's orders, he said, happy to get away with complaining a bit safely. But Clara, is it really necessary for me to be a banner holder? Of course, Clara said, inviting him and Cynthia to sit down with a hand gesture. Her two friends took the invitation and joined her. Once we arrive at Matcha, we'll wait for my brother's arrival. You, Wyatt, will be part of my escort. That is why you must learn how to do it properly. Funny. Cynthia never mentioned anything about being part of your escort, Wyatt replied as he glanced at said woman. It goes without saying, Cynthia replied with a hint of a smirk present on her lips. Excuse me for my ignorance, but why is it so important? Is it like the parades House Arante organizes? He asked curiously. Not quite. This will not be a parade, but it certainly will be similar. This, my dear Wyatt, will be a rather simple royal procession. She paused for a moment to grab her chin between her index and thumb. Marchioness Amelia would never let such an opportunity slip her fingers. I'm sure that after Joaquin delivers what had transpired, she'll do everything in her power to organize it on such short notice. It'll be fairly traditional, with my brother walking forth, flanked, and followed by his closest and most trusted advisors, followers, and allies. I will follow shortly after in much the same fashion. In comparison to my brother, only 4 banners shall join me. The banners of House Astor, House Winfield, the Royal Marines banner, and of course yours, my dear Wyatt. Wyatt felt dizzy and winded, as if something long, heavy, and sturdy had punched him in the gut. Only nobles were allowed to participate in the parades back on fire, while commoners cheered and admired it. Now that he fully digested what his role would be, and to what extent, he almost fainted right there and there, but managed to keep himself from embarrassing himself further. Couldn't you tell me that earlier? Wyatt shouted in his mind as he shot a shocked yet demanding glare at the blue-haired woman who, to be fair, blushed slightly and looked away, embarrassed. But I don't have a banner, was all he could stammer, but Clara, clearly having prepared for this revelation already, merely reached to her left and lifted a large, sealed suitcase of sorts. On the contrary, Wyatt, I've already approved your design and have taken the liberty to use the fabricator to make your first banner house. Go on, it is yours, she said before putting the suitcase on the empty table. Slowly and with shaking hands, Wyatt reached for the suitcase. He placed his thumb on the scanner and the lock clicked, disengaging. Opening the suitcase, he saw a neatly tucked piece of cloth with the head and neck of a white stag in the center of a black background. The stag had short antlers and a pair of extended wings sprouting from the sides, giving it a rather majestic appeal. Taking the banner out, he unfurled it to reveal it in full. There it was, the heraldic shield he'd spent several hours working on. He was careful to follow the advice of Commander Redford while keeping in mind what Galt Tyrone had told him. Of course, that did very little without a deeper understanding of how he was meant to do it properly. Thanks to Clara and her delivered data chit, that hurdle was easy to overcome. The chit contained a plethora of examples throughout the Principality's history and even before its founding. It also contained depictions of many types of shields, categories, decorations, and animals that, according to the information in the chit, were animals that existed in the distant homeworld of humanity, Earth. Not only that, each depiction also came with a brief description of what each one symbolized and represented. Choosing a stag had not been an easy decision, but he felt drawn to it the more he read through the information. Now that I see it in person, I feel almost embarrassed, like I'm pretending to be something that I'm not, but at the same time. I think it is rather fitting, Wyatt thought, whilst admiring the stag that was meant to symbolize strength, courage, humbleness, loyalty, and nobility. Not in the sense of actual nobility, but in the form of virtue and integrity. The wings on the stag represented not only his love for piloting, but a warning that while he was a man of peace, he would not hesitate to incur in battle. The shape of his shield was described as a 2-engrailed top design. It was simple but more refined than the simple heather shield he'd chosen before. At the top center of the shield and above the stag rested a gray Spartan helmet that went along well with the duality and intimidating appearance of the stag beneath it. Finally, on the right and left top sides of the shield, a white staple could be found on each side. There was no fanciful meaning behind them. It was a simple reminder of who he was, where he'd come from, and to never forget it. Outside, the rest of the flag was also white, giving full attention to the heraldic shield at its center. "Simple yet elegant. Nicely done, Wyatt," Cynthia praised, examining his banner. "I don't know what to say except, thank you, Clara. I don't know how, but I promise I'll pay you back someday for everything you've done for me. The chit, the armor, and now this banner. It couldn't be cheap." "Think nothing of the chit," Clara began. "It is nothing more than information already available to me. It cost me nothing to help you in that regard. The banner also cost me nothing. As captain of the Noir Navio, it is within my power to make use of the facilities as I wish. That armor is yours because you paid for it, Wyatt." Now it was Wyatt's turn to let out a laugh. "Clara, please, I'm not that stupid. I have no more than 30,000 credits to my name. Nowhere near enough to pay for such an armor, and I never made the purchase myself. I appreciate your generosity regardless, my princess." "Who said anything about generosity? I simply subtracted the amount from your account. Tell me, what was your salary as a warrant officer?" Clara asked, a cheeky smile forming on her lips. Cynthia shook her head but wasn't able to hide her small, playful smirk. "My salary was 800 credits a month," he answered, and his heart raced with anticipation. "Has my salary increased? As a lieutenant, your salary is now 4,000 credits a month. Furthermore, due to services rendered to the royal family and your outstanding courage, you've received a reward of 100,000 credits," Cynthia revealed, causing the pilot to sputter and mumble incoherently. "The armor you are wearing costs 50,000 credits and has already been subtracted." "That means I have over 70,000 credits at my disposal. I can afford to have a video call with my family for a few minutes," Wyatt thought with a triumphant smile spreading across his face. He was about to thank Clara for it, but the princess beat him to the punch. "Save your thanks for when they have meaning and merit, my dear Wyatt. This was nothing more than what was needed. Moreover, perhaps you should check your credit chit," Clara proposed, her smile widening whilst Cynthia passed him a data pad. Not bothering to question her motives, Wyatt took out his credit chit and inserted it into the data pad. He never bothered to check his account more than once or twice each month, if that. He accessed his personal account, and true as the daylight, there it was. 78,242 credits. But something was wrong. He blinked twice, set the data pad down, and rubbed his eyes before picking it back up. There was no mistaking it. There was a 0 next to the 7, followed by a comma and a 6 after it. 6 million cred, he muttered in disbelief before his body gave up and he leaned back on his seat, passing out. Clara let out a rather pleased sigh as she giddily clapped her hands together. "I rather enjoy when he does that." Cynthia shook her head again. "Your senseless teasing and peculiar brand of humor are going to end up killing him, Clara." "Shush you," Clara exclaimed, her cheeks blushing, but her smile never faltered. "Don't lie to me, Cynthia. I can see your smile." "I refuse to acknowledge that statement," Cynthia replied. "When he wakes up, you'll have to instruct him on how to employ his newfound wealth." "I've already taken that into account," the princess answered, leaning back in her seat to relax. Her gaze focused on the unconscious pilot for a moment, before moving past him and saw a small collection of fighter models resting inside an encased model rack. She loved every one of them and never traveled anywhere without them. It had been a small miracle that a handful of her collection had survived at all during their escape. But recently, a certain model had become her new, most precious possession. "We should smile now that we can, Cynthia, for tomorrow is anything but certain." Volantis, Fire Outskirts. Weskel Staples ran as fast as his legs allowed him down the familiar path to his home. He kicked up dirt behind each hurried long step he took, almost sprinting as if an enraged Clixall hen had spotted a dumb rookie trying to steal the eggs from her nest. The long rifle on his back bounced constantly. The feathers on his belt soared with the wind hitting them as he ran. His uniform was dirty, utterly uncaring that he was smearing it with mud, grass stains, and dust, and his hunter hat was held against his head with one hand, firmly pressing it to avoid losing another one. "Weskel, what happened? What got you running like that? Did a blasted blue blood cut off someone's head or something?" Weskel heard the worried but already angry voice of Mr. Warlow, one of their neighbors and a good man at heart with a burning hatred for nobles at large. It was so typical for the old, cane-wielding man to assume that a noble was responsible for any altercation or scandal. To be fair, he was right most of the time in that regard. The Clixall hunter slowed his pace as he did a sharp turn, using his ankle as a pivot in a manner that he had learned over the years. "War!" the 19-year-old yelled, his gaze turning to the aged veteran. "Treason! Duke Draymore has launched a coup! Betrayed the prince!" he shouted in between ragged breaths, feet never stopping. After his reply, he turned his attention back to the road, only faintly hearing a cane falling to the ground, followed by a string of very unflattering words flowing out of the old man's mouth. Weskel kept running, desperate to get home as soon as possible. It took him another 3 minutes until he saw his home on the distance, a humble but beautiful residence won by his parents' hard work. It had been an almost cruel irony of the universe that their home, surrounded by lush life and so close to the forest, had brought so much pain to his big brother Wyatt. Thinking about his big brother was always bittersweet. On one hand, he was a fantastic brother. He always looked out for him and Wham. He loved his family and always did his best. But on the other, he'd seen the pain and the trauma his brother had gone through. The sleepless nights when he screamed in terror, his isolation, his refusal to socialize or interact with anyone, the mouth-breathing idiots calling him a liar, and his fear of anything plant-related. But Wyatt proved stronger, and eventually he regained his senses and strength, even if he looked diminished and fractured in his eyes, and now he was potentially in danger in a conflict that could drag him to war. "Mom! Dad! Wham!" Weskel shouted as he approached his home, slowing down as the air in his lungs burned from his long run. He was used to running long distances thanks to his job, but the run from the train station to his home was more than arduous. He was about to shout again when the front door opened, revealing his father, Wirt Staples. His father was quite lanky. His black hair already had several gray hairs. His face had several wrinkles but maintained an air of youth around himself, and his scarred, burned arms were exposed as his shirt was pulled up, clearly working on something. "Weskel, what's the matter, son?" Wirt asked, his voice gruff but amicable, his tone preoccupied. "Dirt Dad, you inside!" Weskel cried out, his breathing ragged and spent. His muscles were burning now that he had crawled to a near halt, and his father, bless his heart, aided him inside the house. Wirt Staples guided his second son to the living room where he sat him down on the couch. Weskel wanted to speak, but he put a hand on his left shoulder. "Catch your breath first, Weskel," he commanded, and his son nodded. Then he turned to the side. "Winona! Wham! Get here! Weskel has something important to tell us!" He shouted, and a few moments later his youngest son, Juan Staples, appeared after running from their little workshop, his hands still stained with grease as he used a cloth to wipe them. Unlike Wyatt and Weskel, Wham's hair was brown, and his eyes were a beautiful yellow syrup-colored hue, just like his mother's and Weskel's. "You look like shit, Wes. What happened? The guild kicked you out or something?" Wham asked in a joking tone, always ready to prod his brother with some humor. But upon looking into his eyes, he knew something big had happened. "Shit, this is serious, isn't it?" Weskel nodded, slowly getting his breathing under control as he applied his breathing exercises. A few seconds later appeared Winona Staples, his mother. She was the same height as his father, and her hair was shoulder-length, brown like dying leaves, and her eyes as pure as the syrup the Velter trees produced. Much like his father, her age was starting to show. No gray hairs yet, but the wrinkles were there. She also had a sturdier build, especially compared to his father's, but she wasn't fat by any means, always keeping a healthy physique, though that had more to do with her medical condition. "Weskel, why were you yelling and why are you home so early?" Winona asked in a mellow, soft tone. "What's this about something important you have to tell us?" Weskel closed his eyes and controlled his breathing. He was still panting lightly, but now he could speak without choking on his own spit. "War, Mom! The guild recalled everyone and canceled activities for 3 whole days. There's a lot of confusion spreading across the city and the planet. War, Wirt mumbled, frowning. Who are we at war with, Weskel? Ourselves, Weskel spat. Duke Draymore of Camreem tried to do a coup during the prince's ascension. At that, his father and brother gasped, while his mother covered her mouth with both hands. I don't know what's true or not, but everyone was saying that the prince escaped and is somewhere out there gathering loyalist forces. But that's not the worst part. The Third Fleet is loyal to the Duke. Wyatt is in danger? Wham asked, his voice barely a whisper. What happened to Wyatt, Wes? I don't know, Weskel replied, shaking his head. News have been spreading across all territories, mostly at random. A lot of nobles are angry and are demanding answers from the Orontes. My guess is that the Guimores already knew about the Duke's treason. That explains the odd movements lately, Wirt said, taking a seat next to his second son. Wham and his wife followed suit, still processing what Weskel had told them. Late shipments, the random inspections, I thought those issues were caused by pirates. Wirt ran his right hand across his face, pinching the bridge of his nose briefly. Not this. Never this. Weskel, what else do you know? Is this a dispute among the nobles? Apparently so, though I'm not sure. Some say this is a matter for the nobles to solve. Others are chanting doomsday and that another civil war may be over us. And others say it has already begun. I don't know who is right, Weskel replied. My poor boy, Winona muttered, eyes watering as she turned to a frame holding Wyatt's photo before he enlisted in the Royal Navy Academy. Wirt, we have to know if our son is alive. He was stationed in the lingering systems as a compost hauler. I doubt he even knows about this if news are reaching us only now. You know Wyatt, Winona. If the dead man's fleet sided with Duke Draymore, then he is likely to forsake his post. Our son is loyal to the principality, Wirt said, his voice a mixture of pride and worry. Wyatt won't die for something he doesn't believe in. Doesn't matter if a noble or whatever orders him to fight, he'll have to obey, Weskel added with perceptible cynicism. He could run away like Dad said, Wes, Wham proposed. This is why I begged you to stop him, Wirt, Winona cried out, tears threatening to fall. Our boy has gone through too much already. Now he's up there, risking his life for no merit whatsoever. I'd rather have a breathing coward for a son than a notice telling me my oldest is dead and gone forever. Wirt and his sons couldn't argue against her and remained silent for several long moments. What does this mean for us, though? Wham asked nervously. Are we going to fight? We first need to know what kind of war we're dealing with, Wirt replied. If this is a matter of nobility, then we have little to worry about other than suffering from shortages of certain goods. If not, then many will be conscripted to fight or we'll see bombardments and occupation forces soon enough. He stopped to think and take a deep, calming breath. All that is irrelevant unless we know the side house Guimore took. Loyal, traitor, or neutral. Everyone fell silent even as Winona tried her best to wipe away the tears now streaking down her cheeks. As commoners, they knew they had no say in the decisions the noble houses above them would take. Sure, if enough of them protested against a singular topic they could be heard, but on matters that involved the ruling of the principality itself, they were powerless to object or voice their opinions. 2 minutes of uncomfortable silence passed in the blink of an eye until an alarm got their attention, and they turned their attention to the singular video screen that adorned the living room. They didn't use it often, and it was there mostly to receive announcements, general broadcasts, and messages. For a split second, their hearts skipped a beat, fearing the worst. It wasn't until Weskel read the description displayed that he stood up in a hurry, a smile spreading across his face. Video transmission from Wyatt Staples. Accept or decline? The synthetic voice asked as the pinging alarm continued to ring. Accept! Accept, you blasted machine! Weskel cried out, tossing his hat to the side and setting his long rifle on the ground. There was a moment of pure darkness on the screen before a set of dots appeared, one illuminating after the other until all 8 dots were shining white. Then Wyatt Staples appeared on screen, his nervous expression changing to one of pure elation when he saw his whole family was present. Wyatt! Wham and Weskel cried out at the same time, relieved to see their big brother safe and sound. "Weskel, Wham," Wyatt replied, smiling. "Mom, Dad, you're all there? I thought you'd be out hunting, Wes," he asked, worry slowly replacing his happiness. "Was out. Got here as fast as I could when we got the news about the coup, Wyatt. It's good to see you're alive," Weskel answered, suddenly feeling teary-eyed, but he held his emotions back. So you know about Duke Draymore's betrayal?" Wyatt said before focusing his attention on his tearing, sobbing mother. "Mom, don't cry. I'm fine, really." Winona shook her head slowly, smiling. "I'm relieved to see my baby boy is alive. We haven't heard from you in almost a year, dear. Can't a mother worry for her children's safety?" "Putting that aside, Wyatt, we're all happy to see you again, son," Wirt interjected, beaming at his son. "And I'm happy to see you all healthy and well, Dad," Wyatt replied, a genuine smile spreading across his lips. "Hey, Wyatt, not to damper the mood or anything, but, can you afford a video call?" Wham asked, now that the immediate fervor of bubbling emotions was settling down. Wyatt winced slightly at that, but nodded. "Not to worry, I can easily afford it," he replied, choking a bit on the easily part. "I'll be sending you a large sum of money directly to your account, Dad." "Oh, son, don't be ridiculous. Seeing you alive and well is more than enough to calm our hearts," Wirt replied, smiling at his son. "Save your credits. We make enough as it is." "Trust me, Dad. It won't be a problem," Wyatt explained cryptically. "Just humor me, okay? Put your data chit on the screen and I'll make the transference." "Very well, son. If you insist, I won't object. But you must tell us how you were to get your hands on enough credits to not only afford a video call, but also send some of it to us," Wirt said, standing up and going to the screen. He produced a credit chit from his left pocket and connected it. "There, ready." Wyatt made a few clicking noises, and a few seconds later he sighed tiredly, but was also relieved. During the process, Weskel looked at his brother closer and noticed some oddities. For once, he seemed to be sitting on what appeared to be a private booth. Second, he was clean, more than usual, especially for a compost hauler. He also seemed more muscular than he'd ever remembered his brother being. Finally, he noticed his uniform and his eyes widened. "What the fuck?" Weskel exclaimed, gaining the attention of his entire family. "Wyatt, why the fuck are you wearing an officer's uniform?" Just as quickly, all eyes turned to Wyatt to confirm Weskel's exclamation. It only took them a few seconds to realize that it was true. Wirt Staples took a step back as a gasp escaped his throat, and his legs trembled when he noticed the rank insignia on his son's uniform. "Wyatt! You're a lieutenant?" Wirt exclaimed, his voice raspy and incredulous. How did that happen? You're a commoner." Wyatt's cheeks burned and he scratched the back of his head, looking decidedly uncomfortable. "It's a long story, everyone. Over a month ago, I happened to come across the royal yacht and more or less ensured the survival of the vessel and its occupants. I met the prince himself." He paused as his whole family went agape, but continued after a few seconds of stunned silence. "The prince rewarded me by making me a lieutenant, and I joined his forces. I've been a part of his fleet ever since." "The prince? You met the prince and he rewarded you with such an honor?" It was Winona Staples who made her voice known first. "Does that mean you're fighting for His Majesty's right to rule?" Wyatt nodded sheepishly. "I am, Mom." "Guess that means you're not part of the Third Fleet anymore," Wham said, still shaken by the revelation. "Had I not encountered the royal yacht and learned about the coup elsewhere, I would have deserted my post. Consequences be damned. I am no traitor," Wyatt said in a reassuring tone. "You better have, Wyatt. I like you a lot more alive than dead," Weskel commented, causing his brother and father to share a short-lived chuckle. "So where are you now? I don't think you're anywhere near Caiston territory." Wyatt nodded as he took a deep breath. "I can tell you where I am, Wes, but I can't tell you much. I was allowed to contact you and let you know I'm alive and not much else. What I can tell you is that I'm currently on the planet Matcha, capital of House Finnegan," he said, as an apologetic smile formed on his lips. "Dad, mind checking your balance?" Wham ran off, and his footsteps resonated throughout their home for several moments until he came back holding an old but functioning data pad. Handing it over to his father, the older man connected his data chit to it and accessed his account to check his balance. His eyes went wide once more and he collapsed, only avoiding hitting the ground when Wham caught him. 400,000 credits? Wirt exclaimed, causing his youngest son to let go of him, also in shock. His wife was flabbergasted, and Weskel sputtered on his own saliva after hearing the amount delivered. Wyatt nodded. It is the amount I was advised to send you. I wanted to send you more, but I won't take any risks. That should cover anything you may need for a time and pay for Mom's treatment in full. Send more, Weskel muttered, feeling lightheaded. He had gone from dread and fearing he might have lost his older brother to being relieved, and was now being bombarded by shocking revelation after shocking revelation. Shaking his head, he slapped himself hard enough to make him groan in pain. Definitely not dreaming, he hissed and focused his attention on Wyatt. Why do you have so much money? Who did you kill? Wyatt's expression turned somber for a moment, then shifted to murderous glee before setting into his usual calm, measured expression. I can't tell you the specifics, but I have a lot more credits with me now, and that's not all. The credits were a reward for services rendered, and I'm... Wyatt, hurry up! We have to practice one last time before tomorrow's procession. A melodious, sweet voice called, unseen on the screen, but Wyatt turned to his right and nodded. I'll be out in a minute, Cynthia. I just need to say goodbye. Wham, blushing but with a shit-eating grin spreading across his face, laughed. The revelation of his brother's wealth pushed in favor of doing some sibling mischief. Wyatt! I thought you were too much of a Clixel chick to ask any lady out. Who is she, your girlfriend Tildy? Come on, bro, don't be shy. Introduce her to us. Shut up, Wham, Wyatt countered, cheeks blushing brightly. She's my superior and my friend, all right? Have some respect, honestly, he said with a final huff. Then he smiled sincerely. It's good to see you all again. I don't know when I'll be able to call you again, but for now, stay safe, okay? House Gimor declared itself neutral, so you can rest easy. The prince and his sister Clara are doing everything within their power to avoid turning this conflict into a civil war. A good measure of relief washed over all of them after hearing Wyatt's words. Then Wyatt leaned forth, his voice hushed. I have to go now, everyone. I love you. Oh, and please don't tell Mr. Warlow or anyone else that I'm a blue blood now. Excuse me, what? Weskel asked immediately, bewildered. You're a blue blood? To be specific, the prince ennobled me to the rank of Knight Banneret. That's all I'm allowed to tell you. I'll call again once I get the chance, Wyatt said, and a second later, the call ended. Oh, Wirt mumbled, blinked twice in surprise, and then fainted where he sat. Wyatt! Noble! Knight Banner! Wham started, but fainted, joining his father's side a moment later. Wescal stared at the screen for several seconds, then leaned back on the couch, resting against it. Did Wyatt say he made a friend? He asked, before he too fainted, joining his brother and father. Only Winona Staples remained conscious, her shock slowly being replaced by a beaming expression of pure joy and pride. Stay safe, Wyatt, she said, her worries vanquished for the foreseeable future. She would have to make sure to keep Wyatt's new position in life a secret, despite how much she wanted to yell to everyone who would listen that her oldest son had been recognized by the prince himself. Who could blame her? Her son had achieved something that was beyond the dreams and imagination of most people, commoners and nobles alike. She stood up and made her way to the kitchen to prepare herbal teas with bread and goonie. She knew her husband and son's tendency to faint when overwhelmed, always ready to tend to them whenever it happened. Her smile widened, and a soft chuckle echoed in her throat as she wondered how many times her oldest had fainted so far.
Camrim, capital world of House Draymore. Alone in his office, Duke Cornelius Draymore went through several reports and other plethora of official papers that had occupied him for the majority of his day. As he read through a report detailing a recent logistical issue, he felt his mind divided between paying attention and lamenting that his son Gabriel was as staunch in his belief as ever. "How I wish you could be at my side, Gabriel," he muttered softly before signing the paper and placing it on a much smaller pile to his right. Suddenly he froze as an internal request for an audience came through from Veronica. A thought later he gave his permission, and the doors opened while he took a professional stance behind his desk. In came his beautiful daughter, Veronica Draymore, a source of both pride and sorrow in his heart. She closed the door behind her, sealing them once more, and walked up to his desk before dropping to knee in full reverence. Cornelius resisted the urge to roll his eyes at her display and merely raised a hand in dismissal. "Veronica, you need not kneel nor bow before me. You're my precious daughter." Veronica shook her head, her blonde, braided hair swaying weakly. "I may be your daughter, Lord Father, but I am but your humble hammer. I pay my respects as it is intended and right," she replied with unquestionable conviction. "If that will make you happy," the Duke said, signaling her to stand up. Of course she obeyed instantly. "What troubles you, Veronica?" "My Lord Father, I come to inform you that House Ivoli is no more. The ruinous traitors conspired against your just rulership and planned to defect. I made sure that the heads of these traitors were departed from their ungrateful shoulders, their entire bloodline destroyed and laid to waste," Veronica stated, beaming with pride. Cornelius narrowed his eyes, quickly accessing the network and the database to find who belonged to House Ivoli and its history. A fairly powerful house that focused its reputation and power on commerce, construction, and the production of basic consumer goods. Lackluster military achievements, loyal and diligent. At first glance, he failed to see why or how they could be traitors. "I trust that you have sufficient condemning evidence?" he asked, his voice somber and heavy. Veronica proudly retrieved a data chit from within the safe compartments of her armor and placed it on her father's desk with as much reverence as she could manage. The behemoth of a man took the chit and connected it to his desk terminal. He connected to it and quickly absorbed the information in it, reading through it and analyzing it. The proof was substantial. He could grant that to his daughter. House Ivoli was found performing suspicious movements within their territory. Many shipments and small vessels were gathering in the system called GUI, bordering Taigan territory, in what appeared to be an upcoming massive expedition. Not only that, but there was substantial evidence that House Ivoli was loyal to House Astor, not House Draymore. There were several confessions from captured family members who admitted to their treachery and had tried to instigate a major revolt across their territories in opposition to his claim as Lord Regent. Disconnecting from the network, Cornelius felt relief that his daughter had not acted purely on impulse alone. He had the suspicion that Felicity Centaur or Hadrian Taigan had a hand in the investigation. Veronica simply delivered the finishing merciless blow. Looking at her waiting daughter, he could see the devotion she bestowed upon him reflected in her green emerald eyes. "I must not stroke the flames of her ego too much, but I can't let her go unpraised for her deeds either," Cornelius thought, as the difficult decision was placed before him. "You've done me a great service, Veronica. You honor the hammer of Draymore with your just and measured vigilance," he praised, gifting her a fatherly smile. Veronica smiled proudly, almost shaking in happiness as she hit her chest with a fist and bowed her head ever so slightly. "Thank you, Lord Father. No treacherous fool shall stand in your way. You shall be recognized as Lord Regent, and then as the true prince the principality deserves, as it is your right." "Your faith and loyalty in our cause is inspiring, my daughter," Cornelius said, standing up. He then walked around his desk until he reached his daughter, embracing her gently. Veronica melted into the embrace, hugging him tightly. They hugged for several long, silent seconds until he spoke up. "I'm sorry, Veronica. I should have been a better father." "You are the best father in the entire principality, Dad," Veronica replied, her voice soft and tender, unlike her usual heavy and fervent tone. "Mom would stand at your side if she were to live." "Curious. Our son believes that you would spit on my grave while our daughter thinks you'd stand at my side. I know better, my Jasmine. You would be here for them, not me. Not in this situation. Not like this," Cornelius thought to himself before caressing his daughter's hair. "I failed you as a father, Veronica. I failed you both. This is all I can do to compensate for it. Will you stand at my side?" Veronica broke the embrace and gave her father a reassuring nod. "Always, my Lord Father. Whatever your will is, I will carry it, no matter the consequences." "And that is what I fear the most," Cornelius thought, shame filling his heart. Just then the doors unsealed and Veronica was quick to act. She turned in a blur of motion, drawing her blade and activating it alongside her armor, ready to face any enemy that may come through that door. Instead, one of his many aides entered the room in a hurry. "You dare enter the same room that your Lord Regent is occupying without prior notice or warning?" Veronica half-shouted, demanding an explanation. The aide fell to his knees a few meters in front of her. I am so terribly sorry, my Lord Regent, my Lady Veronica, but I acted upon your orders, my liege," he said, excusing himself before presenting a simple blue ribbon with a white dot at each end. Cornelius understood immediately and placed a hand on her daughter's shoulder, calming her down. "Stand down, Veronica. He means us no danger and has carried my orders to the letter. I've been expecting this response for several days now." Veronica glared at the aide one last time before deactivating her armor and sword, sheathing it, and glancing at her father. "I was not aware of such orders, Lord Father." "There are dealings only concern my attention, Veronica. Do you understand?" he asked. Predictably, Veronica nodded. "Of course, my Lord Father. If it doesn't concern me, then that is your decision and I abide by it. What may I do for you now, my Lord Father?" "Return to your duties, Veronica. But next time contact me before deciding the fate of an entire house. Only I shall decide their ultimate fate," Cornelius said, as he took the ribbon from his aide, dismissing him with a wave of his hand. The aide was more than happy to obey as he rushed out of the office. "Of course, Lord Father, I shall carry your orders," Veronica replied, giving her father a salute before leaving his office. Once the doors were closed and sealed, Cornelius returned to his seat and cleared his throat. "Alpha Protocol, Starman, enabled. Authentication code, LGNK017BNH, codename INTI." As the final words escaped his lips, the entire room resonated as an energy field distorted the air and molecules in it, creating a true zone of silence outside the confined bubble around the Duke. His desk terminal glitched to life, sending out multiple errors and a scrambling static until the screen settled on a blue background with a singular white dot in the middle.
Duke Cornelius,
a synthetic voice spoke. "Greetings," the Duke replied, his voice vibrating uncomfortably but nothing he couldn't endure. "Is there anything I can help you with?"
We should be asking that question, Cornelius. We may not have many eyes and ears in the Principality, but we are neither blind nor deaf, or mute for that matter. Our time is limited. Will you succeed?"
The voice asked in a serious tone. "We knew that a clean victory was unlikely," Cornelius replied nonchalantly. "I have the upper hand, the numbers, the ships, and the forces necessary to uphold and honor our deal."
That's not an answer.
Cornelius closed his eyes for a moment before his expression turned stood and firm.
Your contributions have been most useful, though some of my subjects fail to see their true potential. I've lost over 50 ships already, most of them being Corvus frigates. A substantial loss, but not entirely outside our expectations. We can't send you more ships, Cornelius. You'll have to manage with the resources at your disposal. One way or another, you must be recognized as the legitimate Lord Regent, be it through guile, ruthlessness, or bloodshed, we care not. Do not fail in your task, Cornelius. The future of the Principality is within your hands.
The voice said as the screen began to distort again.
We'll be watching and waiting for your results, Cornelius.
A second later, the screen went black. "Disengage Alpha Protocol, Starman," he said, and the uncomfortable bubble around him disappeared in an instant. Cornelius closed his eyes, took in a deep breath, and resumed his work. He had much, much more to do.
Matcha, capital world of House Finnegan, Grand Palace. From the moment the planet named Matcha was visible to the naked eye, Wyatt felt astonished by it. In his mind, Volantis was more beautiful, but that was the biased opinion of his homeworld, no matter how ultimately insignificant it was. Matcha, on the other hand, was unlike any planet he'd seen before. There were at least a couple dozen different orbital stations around the planet, the smallest of which dwarfed Volantis's space station. Then there were the Lagrange shipyards and anchorages, where ships were produced and stationed for a myriad of reasons. But out of every technological wonder that was not the Noir Navio, seeing the orbital ring around the blue, gray, and yellow planet illuminated by the orange light of its local star was an awe-striking experience. The planet didn't have oceans. Rather, there were several large seas scattered across its surface, with plentiful mountain ranges and a wide collection of climates with crossing rivers and smaller lakes, giving the surface an exotic allure. There were everywhere near the seas, and sitting near the bases of mountain ranges, as in space a constant flow of civilian-grade ships docked and undocked from the stations, whilst shuttles did the same, towing all manner of goods. As Wyatt sat on the balcony staring up at the sky, faintly able to see the orbital ring, he felt his heart racing as the time ticked by, but his smile remained strong and vibrant. He had been able to see his family again and send them as much money as Clara had advised him to. That made him chuckle in both embarrassment and good humor. It wasn't the first time I'd fainted in front of them, but it was still rather embarrassing that they got to see me like that, Wyatt thought as he turned his gaze away from the sky and onto the scenery in front of him. The trees were lush but small. The grass, flowers, and plants that made up the immense garden of the palace were beautiful to behold, even if the grass was more orange rather than the green he was used to. Away from any major population center, the grand palace of House Finnegan was a veritable fortress of carved stone, metal, woods, and luxury so outrageous that he couldn't begin to fathom how much the price of the chair he was sitting on was. At the thought of his family and financial inquiries, he turned his gaze to Clara as she continued to do something in front of a mirror while Cynthia stood behind her princess. Her red armor was polished to perfection, her long blue hair lush and sparkling, while her hands ran down Clara's blonde hair as she used a brush on it. Whatever Clara was doing seemed to be important as she stared at her reflection, smiled for a few seconds, then sighed, and used her hands to massage her cheeks, cheekbones, lips, and nose for a few seconds before trying again. "Nervous?" Clara suddenly asked without looking away from the mirror. "How does she do that? Does she have the visual field of a Yikanti?" Wyatt thought before straightening his posture. Clearing his throat, he answered, "Very." "Understandable," Clara replied without her usual playful tone. She paused for a moment, smiling at the mirror for several seconds before sighing in frustration once more. "You had very little time to practice, but Cynthia assures me you won't bring me any shame." A chill ran down his spine for a second before replying, "I can only promise to do my best, Clara." "I ask for no more than that," Clara answered. "Was your video call with your family enjoyable?" Wyatt's smile returned as he nodded once. "Yes, it was enjoyable, albeit short. I was lucky enough to see them all already gathered together." "Thank you, Clara, for allowing me to see them again," he said with deep respect for the princess. "I know you must be disappointed that your reunion was short-lived, Wyatt. However, it had to be done," Clara replied. Wyatt shook his head. "Not at all. Seeing them was more than enough. I even got to see Weskel, though that was because the news about the coup reached them. I followed your advice and orders, Clara. You know more than I do. Who am I to question you? On this particular field, I won't contest your words of praise and self-flagellation, Wyatt," came the princess's reply. "Economics and the proper handling of credits is something that, sadly, almost no commoner is ever instructed on. And nobles? Most members of the nobility don't care for it as long as they have credits to use and waste on frivolous and facetious things." She paused for another moment, smiling at her reflection, and this time obtaining a more favorable result, but not the one she desired yet. "Such a shame, really. All military branches are filled with low-standing, exiled, or fallen nobles because of it, not to mention fourth, fifth, or sixth offspring and branching houses. Competition is fierce because of that, but not the desired type of competition." "What is she talking about? Blue bloods are always trying to outdo each other because of their damnable honor, pride, ego, and dignity. Or maybe there's more to it than that," Wyatt thought with mild concern due to Clara's tone. It was cold but conveyed a certain level of sad disdain. "I'll ask Gregor, Raquel, and Nultar during our next training session." "And you, Wyatt," Clara continued after a brief pause, "are what can be described as fresh nobility. More so than anyone else, you must learn to handle your newfound wealth intelligently. Your desire to send your money to your family was a heartfelt but foolish decision. Do you remember what I said?" Wyatt nodded. "Any transfer above 500,000 credits is tracked by the royal banks instantly. To side with caution, 400,000 credits is a more than generous amount, especially for a commoner family, but it is not a sum that will gain the attention of the royal banks. Despite our current tumultuous times, Duchess Sylvia Emerald would never allow Duke Draymore to directly interfere with the communication buoys and the trading, merchant, and financial systems across the Principality. Else we would devolve into a state of pure chaos, with private assets bidding for power and a crippled economy to contend with as it happened during the previous civil wars that ravaged the Principality. Clara explained dispassionately. I am not even going to pretend I understood any of that. But I've read what happened during the past civil wars. Bloodshed, wholesale murders, the collapse of trade lanes, mass conscription, famine, diseases, entire stations and even planets succumbing to all sorts of reasons, rampant piracy, 100-fold increase in Drazen raids, and even assaults from the Arabians and the hierarchy. The fact the Principality survived at all was an achievement in on itself, Wyatt thought and suppressed a shudder. He definitely didn't want to see that become reality. Nevertheless, Wyatt nodded to let the blonde woman know he in some part shared her fears. A short call was also prudent, Cynthia spoke next. Duke Draymore's agents could be everywhere, and with House Ishtal on his side, he has at his disposal some of the best intelligence officers, spies, and communication agents the Principality has to offer. Our own agents are working tirelessly to counter the Draymore traitors infesting the Principality's networks. Regardless, we must tread carefully and not assume that we are not in harm's way. Now he truly understood the need for secrecy and the restrictions Clara imposed upon his wish to contact his family. 6 million credits would more than ensure the prosperity of his family for a couple of decades at the very least. If he were a man without morals or unquenchable greed, those credits could ensure him a lifetime of not luxury, but stability without having to work another day in his life. He never craved for much, never wanted anything above his position in life, and that hadn't changed. So what was he to do with his remaining wealth? At Clara's behest, he retained 1 million credits within his immediate account for any purchases he might desire. The rest, excluding the 4,000 credits used, had been taken by Clara in good faith and put in various places the moment they reached Matcha and they connected to the Principality's network. Her only explanation was that his money could grow in the proper places by making the right investments. The princess, bless her heart, had tried to explain to him how that worked, why it was important, and the value of the market. But I learned little to nothing. All I really learned is that those things are complicated and, somehow, important. Like that thing she said, compound interest, was it? How can credits make more credits if you don't work for them? Credits are only good to buy the things you need to survive and to save up for when you need medicine. Putting them in other places just waiting sounds so counterproductive. But she's the expert noble, and I'm still just a commoner with a noble title. All I can do is trust her. I don't see why I shouldn't, Wyatt thought to himself. Worry not, Wyatt. Every network is in a state of chaos. Your call and transaction have gone undetected. Without a proper registry of house staples, such movements are seen as done by a mere commoner. There's no reason for any Draymore traitor to search through such channels despite the signal originating from here, Cynthia explained, reassuring the black-haired man and gifting him a pleasant, friendly smile. Ah, there it is, Clara exclaimed before Wyatt could say anything. At long last, she let go of her face. Just in time, too. My brother dearest has contacted me. The procession shall begin in half an hour. Is my hair done, Cynthia? I will need 5 minutes, my princess, Cynthia replied, never stopping her work. You shall be the envy of every lady present, my princess. Flattery is not your strong point, Cynthia. Nevertheless, your pointed comment is much appreciated. More importantly, Wyatt, Clara said firmly. Yes, my princess, he replied, ready to drop to a knee at a moment's notice. After the procession is done and the party begins, remain at my side at all times. I forbid you from mingling, as it were, Clara ordered. Wyatt stared at her, watching her face and the reflection in the mirror. For a second he could have sworn her eyes lost the spark he'd come to grow accustomed to, replaced by a cold indifference that was deeper and much more terrible than what she showed when dealing with Uriel Hoax. Wouldn't dream of it, Clara, he replied in a more casual tone, forcing his body to relax even as his immediate instinct was to appear as submissive as possible before her. Clara blinked, and the coldness in her eyes vanished, replaced by a more neutral and serious demeanor. I do this for your own protection, Wyatt. You do not know proper protocol. Your house is unknown and new, unestablished yet, but as Knight Banneret of House Astor, your value is immense. Many less than reputable people would do anything to gain your nascent power and influence. Wyatt frowned, now that he understood perfectly. And use me as a pawn in their games for power, influence, and whatnot, right? I am relieved that you understand their end goal, Wyatt. Your instincts are sharp, but there are those who will lie to your face, cover their words with the sweetest honey, and promise you unbelievable rewards. Masters of puppeteering and deception. Lending them an ear is to invite disaster for yourself. She paused and glanced at him. I will not allow you to suffer such a fate, Wyatt. Not to mention that's only half of what you have to worry, Wyatt. Cynthia continued, her voice serious and direct, like when they first shared a conversation. The most formidable and dangerous foes shall be the ladies present. What? Wyatt asked himself, as his brain did a double-take on what he'd just heard. How can they be more dangerous? He blurted out. And adequately handsome and unmarried, the princess said, putting extra emphasis on that particular word. Knight Banneret has appeared right before their eyes. What to do? Sit back and let others make the first approach? The shame, the disgrace. No, you will be sought after, my dear Wyatt. Unmarried ladies, and perhaps those already betrothed but seeking a better prospect, shall take their chance to gain your eye, attention, and, most certainly, your carnal candor for no other reason than to place themselves as high as possible within society, Clara explained. It wouldn't matter if you were appealing to the eye or not in any case, Wyatt. They will come, and they will attempt to use their feminine guile to get what they desire. My princess, these ladies will fight among themselves for the chance to be the one who snares our star pilot and newest Knight Banneret of your house, Cynthia added. It is fortunate that Wyatt Staples is not a man who seeks the warmth of a lady to comfort his bodily desires. I'm not sure if she's serious or if she's mocking me, Wyatt thought, disturbed and taken aback by the turn in the conversation. I suppose that love is not what they desire? He asked with sarcasm. Privileged are those few that manage to allow love, trust, and other such sentiments to build a relationship without sacrificing their standing within their houses. In the games of political power, influences, and personal standing, such silly things as love are anathema. They will lie, they will cheat, and they will use their beauty, their sweet-sounding words, and their bodies to gain what they desire. Do not let them win, Wyatt, no matter how succulent their fruits may be, declared the princess. I understand, Wyatt replied as a shudder coursed through his body. He wasn't ignorant of loveless marriages or arranged ones. Not everyone could be as lucky as his parents, even among commoners, after all. But the prospect of being the center of attention of so many proverbial noble ladies felt disgusting now that he had been warned of their more than likely intentions. The following minutes went on in silence until Cynthia finished brushing Clara's hair. If they were to ask him how it looked, he wouldn't be able to tell the difference. But whatever Cynthia had done seemed to please Clara. That was all he cared about, and the only thing that mattered. As they left the room, the waiting Royal Marines formed around the princess, and they began to walk. Wyatt couldn't help but examine in detail the impossibly exquisite dress Clara was wearing. It was of a soft aquamarine hue, with gold and purple trims and adornments etched into the fabric of the dress in patterns that were breathtaking in detail, and beauty depicting people dancing, birds flying, and precious orange, red, and yellow gemstones adorning her dress. A necklace of platinum graced her neck, crowned with a multicolored gemstone he had never seen before with the crest of House Astor on it. A beautiful black raven with its wings spread wide and holding 2 swords by its talons. Her arms were covered by long sleeves the same color as her dress. They stopped a few inches from her shoulders and the puffs adorning them. He had never paid attention to her before, but with the elegant and tight-fitting dress she was wearing, he noticed that Clara's breasts were quite large. Averting his gaze from her chest, he focused on the smooth, long dress that at first glance seemed restricting on her legs, but the fabric moved in accordance to her own, molding itself against her flesh to never hamper her movements, even as some of it dragged behind her across the floor. Her feet were covered by some sort of heeled shoe he'd only seen on some ladies back in Volantis. The clink-clank noise it made against the ground was both soft and demanded attention. And all of that splendor was nothing compared to her face. Her expression was beaming with a gentle, soft, warm, caring smile that would knock the air out of anyone laying their eyes upon her for the first time. Her eyes shone with an intensity that denoted she was not only royalty, but a proud member of the royal house Astor. She was the definition of breathtaking. But all Wyatt felt when he laid his eyes upon her was sadness. Now he knew what his princess had been doing in front of the mirror. Her mask was immaculate. Perfect. Had he not seen her put it on, he would have been completely fooled by it. Next to her, Cynthia walked proudly. Her lush, pristine blue hair swayed with every step she took. The only part of her usual armor that was missing was her sword, leaving her unarmed but not unprotected. When he met her, what he believed to be the crest of House Winfield was, in reality, the simplified version of their heraldic shield. But she still displayed it proudly. A blue feather held up between the index finger and the thumb of a hand. Equally beautiful in her own way, Cynthia's expression was solid, stern, and unflinching. Poor be the fool that ushered her wrath. Lastly, himself. He was wearing his armor with the addition of a right purple-colored shoulder cape with gold trims and a single red pin keeping it locked to his armor. His armor was also polished to perfection, and the stag representing his heraldic shield was displayed on his chest. He could remove it later, but for now it was necessary. Tracing his gloved fingers across his chest, his nervousness returned, but nothing he couldn't control. They walked through empty hallways with nothing but the sound of footsteps and Clara's heels for company until two Royal Marines opened a set of doors revealing the Prince, Commander Redford, Commander Juliana, and the other commanders, plus several aides and other nobles. The men wore stylish uniforms or expensive-looking formal clothes with more garments and other accessories on them than actual clothes. The women were similar, though most of those present chose to wear a formal dress. Juliana, of course, wore her uniform. When the prince saw his sister, he stopped the conversation he was having with Marchioness Amelia Finnegan. She was a tall, mature woman with sand-colored skin and several freckles adorning her cheeks. Her eyes were golden, and her hair, black as the night, was long and pristine like obsidian. Other members of her house also surrounded the prince as he broke off to greet his sister. The siblings shared a short-lived but cordial hug. They spoke in whispers that he couldn't hear, and his attention turned to Redford and Juliana, who nodded at him approvingly. The veteran wore his uniform proudly. His chest was covered by medals and other marks of recognition and accolades, similarly to the rest of the high-standing nobles who chose to wear their uniforms instead of formal attire. You can cut the tension in the air with a knife, Wyatt thought as he lazily examined the room until he recognized Salazar Reed alongside other nobles, the brown-haired man glaring at him silently with his gray, cybernetic eyes. In the absence of his uncle, Admiral Vashakati Reed, he'd be honored to carry his house's banner instead. Damn blue blood. Your brother died because he was a stupid, glory-seeking fool. I never wished for his death, Wyatt thought, matching his glare for a moment before looking away. The wait felt eternal as nobles conversed between themselves. The prince broke his conversation with Clara a minute or so after her entry, returning to the Marchioness's side without any fanfare. A few nobles, such as George Lintar, shot nasty glances at him. Others like William Hemptroke and Lukacs Ishtal ignored him for the most part, but the disdain in their eyes was absent, so that was good at least. Most nobles only spared him a curious glance before returning to their private talks. Finally, the waiting ended when the Marchioness excused herself and stepped out of the room, wearing her expensive yellow and cream-colored dress, while her entourage followed her closely out of the room. The talks died instantly. Everyone straightened themselves and gave themselves a last-moment check to ensure everything was in order. The prince, impassive and elegant as always, only wore a longer cape and jade-colored circlet on his head that made his already imposing figure stand out more and project his potent aura to a far greater extent. He shared a glance with Cynthia, then with Clara, and finally with him, before slowly making his way out of the doors at the other end of the room. Loud trumpets rang, followed by the elegant, sharp voice of the Marchioness, announcing the entrance and arrival of the prince himself. More music and trumpets cried out, welcoming His Majesty. Behind him, several standards rose up, walking behind the prince in two files, leaving His Majesty at the center of the formation. Each banner represented a house powerful enough to be recognized by the prince as loyal to his claim and cause. Among them stood one of Redford's aides, Juliana, and the other commanders, except Lukacs, who remained behind with the other aides. While the prince walked at an evenly pace, almost lethargic, the bearers marched in unison and with near-perfect synchronization, quickly outpacing the prince until they came to an abrupt halt at the end of a short staircase leading up to 3 thrones. One was occupied by Marchioness Amelia Finnegan. The other 2, particularly the one at the center and largest of the 3, remained empty, but not for long. The banner holders turned inward, hit the ground with the blunt bottom of the pole they were holding, and then inclined them ever so slightly, so that their banners hung freely as the prince walked beneath them. The prince never broke his pace, as countless onlookers and several camera drones recorded it from every possible viable angle. As the prince walked up the stairs, flower petals and exquisite feathers fell from the ceiling, and when he sat down on the center throne, a large banner with the crest of House Astor unfurled behind him. Amazing. Pointless, yet amazing, I have to admit. So this is a royal procession? Wyatt thought. A hand landed on his shoulder and his attention turned to face a royal marine. If he was correct, then it was none other than Captain Milcades. Before he could ask anything, Milcades offered him the pole he had been practicing with for the last 4 days, almost without respite. He gripped it and looked up to see his banner, his heraldic shield engraved on it. The surrealness of the situation struck him in full, and he felt dizzy. Shaking his head, he gripped his pole tightly and took a deep breath, putting on his best stoic, emotionless expression. He was nervous, that much was obvious, but there was nothing he could do now about it except clench his teeth and do his best. For them. Do it for them. For Clara. For Cynthia. I won't bring them any shame. I won't let my friends down, he thought, and something within broke. He could feel it. He felt it the moment it happened. They're my friends. Huh. Wyatt Staples? You're officially insane if you think a princess and a lady of House Winfield are your friends, but that's what I feel now. Maybe they won't die. Maybe having friends won't be a waste of time anymore. Maybe, he thought deeply before the trumpets rang and Clara commenced her walk. As soon as he watched Clara advance, his heart raced against his chest, beating so loudly he was sure everyone around him could hear it. The sensation was similar to piloting a fighter, and he embraced it with wholeheartedly. In front of him stood Cynthia, and to his left, Captain Milcades and Commander Redford stood proudly, ready to perform their duty without fail. They advanced as one, the drilling of Cynthia paying off as he maintained a steady, measured march with the other 3 banner holders. It didn't take long for them to march past Clara, who was walking with such grace and perfect balance that she seemed to slide across the red and silver carpet. The buzzing of the drones mixed with the music, trumpets, and applauses from the onlookers, all of them nobles, he noticed, were like background noise compared to the beating of his heart against his ears. One small mistake could spell disaster and embarrassment for Clara's reputation and standing as a princess. He didn't care about his image, his dignity, or anything stupid like that, but he would not be the reason his princess's standing could be tarnished. He stopped in front of Cynthia at the same, and, much like the banner holders of the prince, who had retreated after the prince sat on his throne, the 4 of them turned in unison and hit the ground 3 times, waiting for Clara to come closer since she only had 4 banner holders instead of the 20 of her brother. When she neared, the 4 of them inclined their poles forward, their banners flowing right above the princess's head as she walked underneath them. Just like with the prince before her, flower petals and feathers rained from above when she walked up the stairs, making her way to the last remaining throne. When she sat down, a smaller banner identical to the prince's unfurled, and the onlookers went wild, clapping their hands and shouting the mottos of their houses, with that of House Astor, "Loyalty is its own reward," being the loudest of them all. Now came the most difficult step, he reminded himself. He hit the ground once and took a step back. Another strike, another step back. It had to be done in synchronization with the other banner holders, and so far no mistake had been performed. 2 more strikes, 2 more steps, and it was done. Cynthia's rigorous training had paid off. You were stiff at the start. We had to compensate for the last moments of the march since your pace was off, and you inclined your banner 2 degrees extra. The voice of Cynthia rang inside his mind while the blue-haired woman remained still and as unbending as titanium. All in all, you performed much better than I had feared, Wyatt. Congratulations. Now that this is over, once we return to the Noir Navio, we can continue with your physical and melee training. Oh, how joyous, Wyatt thought with dismay. Noir Navio docked to Matcha's Lagrange 5 anchorage. I bet they're happily enjoying all sorts of exquisite foods and drinks down there, Leopold said, idly scratching his scar as he stared at Matcha off in the distance from the observation deck of the monumental anchorage station. Beside him, his teammates and several other personnel ate standard rations, gambled, drank, or chatted. Do you not pay any attention whatsoever to what I say? Gregor asked, before taking a sip from a flask he was holding. Only when you say something half worthwhile, Blue Blood, Leopold replied with a small smirk. Gregor took another sip and Raquel took over. Leopold, what makes you think they are preoccupied with eating good food and drinks? The party, Leopold replied. Did you see Wyatt? Man, I couldn't have held to that thing if I tried with so many blue bloods around me. No offense, Raquel, he was quick to add. After the procession, they're going to a party, right? Lucky Wyatt. And here we are, stuck on this station while he gets to eat, drink, and hang around beautiful ladies. Worst shore leave ever, the pilot complained. Raquel's mouth opened, and she turned to Gregor with an expression that read, Is he serious? The shorter man nodded in response while Nultar watched with a wide, impish smile. You are so clueless despite your abilities, she lamented, closing her eyes in disappointment. Leopold pointed a finger at himself. Commoner, remember? So what? They're not down there preening their feathers and stuffing their faces like most nobles do? Raquel reopened her eyes and asked, Where were you born, Leopold? Rastugi, all the way from Ishtal territory, he said with no small amount of pride. Too bad they sided with traitors, but hey, that gives me a good reason to kick blue blood some ass, eh? Rastugi. Ah, no wonder your views on nobility are so terrible. The decadent House Bitofo controls that planet, if I recall correctly. That's them, all right. I swear they spend half the year throwing parties and eating everything that moves. I know other nobles aren't like those bastards, but come on, Leopold replied, ending with a chuckle. And I've already told you that House Bitofo reviled even among other houses. It is their position and control of resources that has kept them in their position, not to mention their loyalty to House Ishtal as one of their banners, Leopold, Gregor added. Contrary to your experiences, noble parties are anything but. A party that's not a party where you get to dance, sing, and drink until you forget how to walk? Pfft, yeah, I believe you, Leopold replied in a joking tone, but at the silence of his 3 comrades, his expression turned more serious. Wait, that's a real thing? How? Because, Leo, noble parties, get-togethers, and other such wonderful opportunities to mingle are excuses to do what most nobles love doing more than anything, playing their silly little games of power, influence, and skullduggery, Nultar said, experience dripping from each word he spoke. Oh, sure, there's fine food, drink, and entertainment, but the real prize is to make connections, find out weaknesses from rivals, plant false evidence on your enemies, spread lies and rumors, meet new blood, see what chances are present to form new alliances or strengthen already existing ones, or just kiss a truly monumental amount of ass. Could you please not be so crude in front of a lady? Gregor asked, eyes narrowing. I don't need you to speak on my behalf, Gregor. If such talk irritates me, I will make my discomfort known swiftly through my own voice or my fist, Raquel said, earning a roll of the eyes from Gregor before he sipped from his flask again. Nultar is correct, Leopold. That's what Lieutenant Wyatt is doing right now along with Commander Redford, Her Majesty, Princess Clara, and Lady Cynthia. They're not there to have a good time, Leopold. They are on a battlefield that I wish never to partake in again. Leopold winced. Forget anything I said, then. I'd rather stay here. Speaking of which, why are we here? The rest of the damn fleet is spread across 3 other anchorages, but not a single other ship is here. It is not for us to know. Princess Clara ordered we would dock here, and here we are, Noltar said with a shrug. Besides, it isn't too bad. Everyone got paid plus a small bonus. Even the recruits from Woodshaft got an initial payment. So all of us get to enjoy ourselves for however long the princess plans to stay. Speaking of that, what are you drinking, Gregor? Gregor swallowed his latest sip and raised an eyebrow. Wine, he replied nonchalantly. I thought you hated alcoholic beverages, Leopold asked, confused. I'm the one that loves getting shit-faced around here. My implants can handle it. It has a low volume, Gregor answered, taking another sip. It helps me focus and think clearly. Think about what? Leopold asked. Wyatt's words, actions, and how is it possible for a commoner to be such a masterful deceiver and planner? Gregor replied, closing his flask. Did you hit your head or something, Gregor? Leopold asked, concerned. Raquel crossed her arms and hummed deeply. So you've noticed it too, Undaj? What about you, Okara? I have my doubts, but I can't see any other reason, Noltar replied. Leopold stared at the 3 of them for several seconds, mouth agape and completely bewildered. What, in the prince's name, are you 3 talking about? You can't be that stupid, Leopold, Gregor began. The prince relied on him to root out the conspirators within his circle. He relied on him. A royal put his trust in a mere commoner? A laughable proposition. Not only that, but he has gained the trust of Princess Clara. Lady Cynthia, a bloody Winfield, is personally training him. Why? How? And Commander Redford gave him the right to choose his teammates for his named fighter squadron, Noltar continued. A commoner is a commoner, after all. Wyatt Staples can't possibly be just a commoner. He has placed himself squarely within Princess Clara's entourage, perhaps even within her inner circle. The thought alone makes me uneasy, Raquel added, eyes narrowing. And his words during our second day of training, they sounded so sincere. I believed him. But it can't be true. It just can't. Leopold stared at his companions one at a time, waiting, praying, hoping to see them crack a smile, a smirk, anything. But as seconds passed, a choked, rasping groan of disbelief escaped his throat. Guys, Wyatt isn't some sort of mastermind, didn't you hear him? He fucked up, simple as. He was going through a damn panic attack. I know I talk a lot of shit about nobles and your privileged positions, but I don't know if I could have handled being elevated the way he was. You're simply naive, Leo, Gregor continued, lamenting the ignorance of his friend and teammate. The disastrous day prior and his apology were but a test. A ruse, if you will. He was testing us and our resolve. We passed. Barely, I fear. He's been testing our weaknesses and strengths, measuring us, to see if we are worth our standing. He has given us ample room to voice our opinions and doesn't belittle our failings. He's unlike other team leaders and officers I've served under. It is disconcerting how different he is, Raquel seconded, as Noltar nodded in agreement. Paradoxical, approachable, talented, and has the aptitudes of a great squadron leader, perhaps more. Yet he is humble and shows no interest in furthering his position and influence. Then again, he has the attention of the prince himself and the ear of Princess Clara. How much higher can you truly go than that? You 3, Leopold said, barking a laugh, have gone insane. Wyatt was a gosh darn compost hauler. He named his squadron composters for crying out loud. Yeah, he saved Princess Clara and he's done some pretty insane stuff, but that doesn't mean he's been planning all of this from the start. Do you honestly think that Wyatt Staples, the man that barked at the command of 3 blue bloods? Yeah, I was there when it happened. Would be this crazy mastermind all of a sudden? Then how do you explain everything he's done? Very few nobles would even consider admitting to having failed in their tasks, let alone apologize to their subordinates the way he's done. It's as if he has no concept of pride and honor, Raquel questioned. That's because he wasn't a noble until recently, morons, Leopold cried out. You're seeing censor ghosts where there are none. Wyatt is earnest and honest. Too honest, in fact. And he ain't a backstabbing prick like most nobles are. He ain't waiting to use us for his benefit or test us for some confounded reason. He's just trying to do his best in a position he never wanted in the first place. At least I know I wouldn't want to be a bloody noble. No offense, Whatever the case may be, Noltar said in an uncharacteristic serious tone, you cannot deny that every circumstance surrounding him is beyond the norm. Is he really who he claims to be, or have we just seen the man he wants us to see? You are all crazy, Leopold said, exasperated. You'll see I'm right. Wyatt may be a noble now, but he is a commoner at heart. He may change in time, but he's not a shadowy mastermind, he said, and turned his attention back to Matcha. I really wanted to go and meet up a few girls, though. On that, Leo, we can agree, Noltar said. His usual jovial tone returned. Raquel glared at the two while Gregor took another sip from his flask, his eyes narrowing as he, too, stared at the distant planet. Matcha, capital world of House Finnegan, Grand Palace. After the ceremony ended with the closing words of the prince proclaiming that Duke Draymore would be defeated and that the fight had just begun, the already large room began to move and shift. The walls opened up, pillars rose from the ground, and a horde of servants came through to place tables, chairs, cloths, and a plethora of utensils all over the expanding room, now easily 3 times as spacious. The prince rose once the servants were done, placing countless trays filled with foods he'd never seen before, exquisite dishes, extravagant drinks, and lavishly decorated plates, silverware, and glasses. He thanked Marchioness Amelia Finnegan, vowing to reward her loyalty once the conflict was over, and then the party began. As a commoner who had been neither rich nor poor, he'd been to a few parties before that fateful encounter with the Drazen. Those had always been quaint little affairs. A few friends gathered here, some family members there, good friends and neighbors coming together, pulling their resources together to have an enjoyable evening or night. His favorite party was when he turned 13, 1 year before he enlisted in the Royal Navy Academy. His mother, bless her heart, had knitted him a scarf. Weskel kept half the carcass of a clixel that the guild misplaced for a feast that day. Wham giving him a new carving knife he made himself, his always supportive father hugging him tightly. The laughter they enjoyed that day, discovering he had the dancing skills of a gala, Mr. Warlow coming over to give them some of his stew and give him a fresh batch of painting pencils and paint. Their always cheerful neighbor, Wuzka, joining in with some toasted beans and lachoa, and the Lumen family sharing their homemade cider. That had been a good day. The memory brought a smile to his face, especially when he compared it to the party unfolding before him. There was music played by very talented musicians, slow, mellow melodies that were always in the background and never loud enough to obscure anything but the quietest of whispers. Groups of nobles had formed everywhere around tables or standing in circles. Some even walked in pairs of small groups, mingling between themselves. The smell of the food was mixed with the pungent fragrance of perfumes and luxury oils he never knew existed. There were laughs and chuckles, giggles and dignified snorts, and it all felt so fake and boring that Wyatt had to try with every fiber of his body to not yawn. And here I thought I knew what boredom was like, hauling compost from station to station, planet to planet, and system to system. This could be classified as torture. No, it is torture. I'd rather receive an extra session of Cynthia's training over dealing with this. Am I going insane? Wyatt thought as he stood next to Clara's left side while Cynthia stood on her right. The princess was sitting on the table that the prince, the Marchioness, and her 2 oldest sons had been occupying not too long ago. They had moved to mingle with the gathered noble groups, leaving Clara with 3 other members of House Finnegan to deal with. 2 of the Marchioness's daughters and her oldest unmarried nephew. They were talking about economics, mercantile deals, the strain the Duke's treachery put on several systems, possible alliances, and other topics that he simply couldn't wrap his head around. At least, not fully. And through it all, he noticed, Clara's expression remained unchanged. Ever polite and approachable, but cold as ice. Is that why I've yet to see Frederick Anderson, the scandal? A treacherous weasel he be? Asked Anna, if he remembered correctly. Quite so. He was a traitor. Rest assured he is in captivity and his secrets are being extracted. He is stubborn, but we already knew that, Clara replied, with complete naturality. She's such a great liar. If I didn't know that the traitor was dead and gone, I would believe her, Wyatt thought, and paid more attention to the conversation, eager to finally be able to stave off his boredom. Unlike House Anderson, the wretches, House Finnegan knows what loyalty is, and we stand with our beloved Majesty, the Prince, your Highness," said Hecatock with zeal and bravado. "Duke Cornelius Draymore has forgotten his place and will be deposed. Victory will never be his." It nearly was. Blue blood, Wyatt thought grimly. Clara nodded. "Indeed he will." Then she sighed tiredly. "Just thinking about all the reforms, purges, elevations, degradations, investigations, and trials that will follow my uncle's defeat is tiring. Rest assured, those loyal will be recognized." Wyatt sincerely hoped that was the case, that Duke Draymore would be defeated. As the two Finnegan women brought up fans to cover their faces, as they giggled in approval and Hecatock proclaimed his undying loyalty for the umpteenth time, the pilot couldn't help but notice a few oddities around him. Firstly, behind the Finnegan women stood 4 maids, all beautiful with cybernetic eyes. Were the Finnegans so powerful that they could afford to have other nobles as servants? Even so, these maids wore fine-looking dresses, and not only them, almost every lady present wore dresses that were so extravagant that it hurt to look at them. If there was a word that could describe it, that would be gaudy. The lords were no better. While not as extravagant, their formal attires were borderline distasteful with how many adornments they had on them. Some even wore the most colorful outfits he'd ever seen, coming in bright yellows, oranges, and blues. What made it worse was that he was certain those clothes had to be expensive. Clothing choices aside, his greatest concern was the ladies. Not a single lady present wasn't shadowed by at least 2 maids. Even Amelia Finnegan was followed closely by 3 of them. All of them had maids. So where are Clara's maids? As a princess, she should have plenty of maids at her service. They should be here like they've always... Wait, I've never seen any of them since I met her, now that I think about it. She's only ever accompanied by Cynthia. There were at least over 200 survivors from the royal yacht, yet none of them were Clara's maids or servants. Did they die? Were they captured or left behind? Wyatt pondered as the realization manifested in his mind. Now that he was fully awake, the other oddities became bigger problems. The prince was constantly assaulted by other nobles wishing to either extend a cordial greeting or establish a brief conversation with him or those closest to him, like Juliana and Redford. The same happened with Amelia Finnegan and a bunch of other nobles of renown present, such as George Lintar, Lukacs Ishtal, William Hemstroke, Vivian Taravis, and Hannah Talaro, plus many more he had never met before. But Clara was being actively avoided. Looking closer at the 3 Finnegan present, he was now able to see their unease. The fidgeting, the nervousness in their movements, the repeated proclamations of loyalty to the prince and House Astor. It was clear that they didn't want to be there, but were either forced or ordered to remain at her side. Most of all, he noticed the fear in their eyes. Fear directed at Clara. "Wyatt, the lady in the red dress is going to pretend to fall as she walks past you. Do not move to aid her." The voice of Clara was clear in his mind, breaking him out of his stupor just in time to see the aforementioned lady, and his heart skipped a beat. To call what she was wearing scandalous would be an understatement. The red, vibrant dress she was wearing was skin-tight, denoting her curvaceous figure, a rather generous cleavage of her bosom, and an equally vibrant red hair that shone against the light illuminating the room. She was breathtakingly beautiful, he had to admit. But just as Clara had warned, the moment she passed next to him, she suddenly lost her step and let out a soft gasp as she fell forward. Wyatt's first instinct was to rush and prevent the red-haired woman from falling face first onto the ground, but obeying Clara's command, he forced himself to remain still as a statue, only his eyes following her as she fell. Before her balance was completely lost, she miraculously regained her footing and unfurled a fan, covering half her face behind it. My, how silly of me. It seems I must have tasted too much wine. Apologies, my princess. I did not wish to inconvenience you," the red-haired quickly apologized. "Pay it no heed. Mind your drinks, though. A lady must not embarrass herself," Clara replied, her mask unwavering. Of course, of course. Excuse me, my princess, for I believe my brother is calling," she said, excusing herself as she quietly left, followed by 3 maids and swaying her hips a bit more than what was necessary. What in the world was that all about? Wyatt thought to himself, but quickly remembered the warning Clara and Cynthia had given him. As he focused on the red-haired woman, she made a turn a few tables over and moved her fan away, partially revealing her face, which was, unsurprisingly, showing the frustration someone showed when a plan was foiled. "As delightful as your company is," Clara said, and his attention was back on her. "I'm afraid I wish to take a stroll through the gardens. I shall come back before the feast begins. Do not worry, I have informed my brother already." "Feast? All of the food here, and this isn't the feast yet?" Wyatt thought as a void appeared in his stomach at the idea of so much being wasted. The food and drinks had barely been touched, and yet there was to be more. What sort of twisted joke of a nightmare was he going through? In a not-so-subtle hurry, the three Finnegans left the table, excusing themselves, while Clara held out her hands. At the same time, he and Cynthia gently held her hand and helped her up to her feet. Wyatt moved the chair back, giving her ample room to walk, and silently followed her alongside Cynthia. As they walked, he noticed the frightened glances, the hostile yet chastened glares, and the way nobles subtly moved out of her way, afraid to come anywhere near her. As they exited the grand hall, the trip made their way to the garden outside where several other nobles were also making use of. The moment they saw them, however, they moved away, or hurriedly rushed back to the grand hall, muttering a weak "Your Highness" if they passed too close to them. Cynthia, stoic and unflinching as ever, never reacted while Clara replied with nods and polite waves of her hand to anyone brave enough to utter a word. It didn't take long for them to find a quiet place far removed from the music and nosy nobles. Sitting at the edge of a fountain, Clara let out a deep sigh and her mask finally fell off, revealing a tiredness that had been concealed for far too long. "Insulting, honorless, misbegotten snakes," Cynthia finally made her voice known, deep and grumbling, "acting as if we could not see them. My princess, you do not deserve such treatment." "We both know they would never see me any other way, Cynthia. But your words are appreciated, my dearest friend," Clara replied before straining her neck to the side until a gentle pop was heard. "Politics. So tiresome." "That's what that party is all about?" Wyatt asked, softly. "I would hardly call that a party. Perhaps a banquet or a lavish social gathering could be a more apt descriptor," Clara replied, her voice sweeter but still retaining an edge to it. "Behold, Sir Wyatt Staples, our allies, a wide collection of volatile, opportunistic men and women who would happily backstab each other for more influence and power. Such is the battlefield in which alliances are forged, bargains are made, deals are struck, and enemies are undone." "But aren't they loyal to House Astor and the Prince? The Marchioness?" Wyatt began, but Clara cut him off. "Amelia Finnegan is many things, but purely loyal is not one of them. She's a chess master, a manipulator, a deal maker, an opportunistic woman who plays her cards one at a time and keeps the rest as a closely guarded secret. She can be trusted to act within her own interests and that of her house, but within reason and always in service of House Astor and the Principality. She's ambitious and thirsts for power, but not without reason or outside her capabilities. That makes her predictable in the short term, which in turn gives her reliable strength, a strong bargaining position, and immediate diplomatic power. Many strong minor houses outside their banner houses have already flocked behind House Finnegan, hoping some of that power trickles down to them, and it will, as long as they play their part," Cynthia added. "More will follow, and the influence will spread now that the prince has come to the light. She's a cunning woman, if nothing else." Wyatt winced at their tired tones. "It seems I have much to learn about being a noble." "Indeed," Clara agreed. "You must know who can mingle with and who you can't, who may be important and who you can ignore, who you must respect and whom you must treat with derision. Are you looking to establish an alliance, or are you simply prospecting for deals to be made? Will you be betrayed? Will you be the betrayer?" She sighed tiredly once more. "It is even more difficult when you are not desired to be present in the first place. On that note, congratulations, Wyatt. You followed my orders to the letter. Many harpies and wanton wenches tried to approach you, but only one had the nerve to come close. Her attempt was even commendable and practical. She'll be dangerous to anyone dumb enough to fall for her," Cynthia announced, ending with a dark chuckle. "Did you see them, Wyatt? Did you see the eyes set upon you like predators measuring the leap needed to catch their prey?" Wyatt shook his head as he shifted on his feet a little, the cool air of the night proving to be refreshing. I didn't, actually. I was bored out of my mind for the most part. I caught a few glances and glares, but nothing else until the red-haired woman came along. What was that all about? A simple yet effective tactic. What sort of gentleman wouldn't try to aid a lady as she falls? Had you moved to aid her, she would have pressed herself onto you and tried to charm you with her beauty. She was indeed fetching. An easy proposition, Clara replied, moving her left hand back and forth in front of her. An introduction followed by a pointed remark on your physique, a subtle touch here, a clever, tasteful joke there, and the next thing you know, you are sharing a glass of wine sitting on a trap of her design. Wyatt frowned. Not after I saw the way she looked at you two, he remarked seriously. As you can imagine, I'm not the most sociable of people. You are the closest I've ever come to making friends since I was 7. He paused and looked back at the grand hall for a few seconds. Without your warning, Clara, I would have fallen for her tricks, but now that I know at least this much, I have no desire to get to know such women. Have you truly never tried to catch the eye of a fetching woman even when you were a commoner, Wyatt? Cynthia asked, eyebrow raised while Clara visibly relaxed her posture. Not really, he replied with a shrug. I've told you before, haven't I? I was planning to marry once I left the Royal Navy, and I got my pension and stipend assured. Truth be told, that was a maybe. The getting married and having kids part. Now that I'm a noble, I'm more inclined not to try too hard for that anymore. Do I have to marry? Is that like a law or something? It is entirely your decision, Wyatt. However, I would highly recommend waiting until this conflict is over to think about marriage and progeny. We could very well not survive, after all, said the princess. For now, let us focus on the issues at hand. Wyatt nodded. If that's the case, Clara, may I ask you something? Clara tilted her head slightly. Taking it for a yes, he continued. Why was everybody avoiding you? You're Princess Clara, an Aster. You should have been swarmed by suitors, unless you're married. Are you married? Come to think of it, how old are you? I am astonished at your lack of tact, Clara exclaimed, smiling and laughing for several moments while Cynthia face-palmed and slowly shook her head in disapproval. You do not ask a woman her age, Wyatt. Why not? It's just your age, Wyatt countered with a smirk. My cheeky, aren't you? Well, if you must truly know, my dear Wyatt, I am 23 years old and unmarried. She glanced at her best friend before leaning in. Cynthia is 22 and she's also unmarried. Clara! Exclaimed the now blushing blue-haired bodyguard. As for why we were avoided, Clara continued, ignoring her best friend's glare, that, I'm afraid, is something I cannot share with you in the open, Wyatt. I was planning to tell you in the future. Trust me on this. I could not, in good conscience, retain you at my side without you knowing my dark reputation within noble circles. Few are the houses that do not know of my deeds. Those who do not avoid me wish for my demise, she frowned. Clara the Reaper, they call me in hushed, wary voices, an insult earned and deserved. As I am Cynthia, the blood-rend, hand of my princess, her shield, her sword, Cynthia said, her embarrassment replaced by undying loyalty and fealty. Clara, the Reaper, Cynthia, the blood-rend, what did they do to deserve such distasteful nicknames? Wyatt asked himself as he stared at the two women for a long, silent moment. As unflattering as those nicknames are, that doesn't change who you are. What's more, what right do I have to judge you? You're my princess. And it is precisely because of that reason that you must promise me that you shall not judge us as your princess. We are Cynthia Winfield and Clara Astor, your friends, Wyatt Staples, if you'll have us as such at long last. A wave of dread flooded Wyatt's heart. A fear gripped his heart that had not made itself present for years came back to him. The idea that Clara and Cynthia were his friends was so ridiculous that he all but dismissed it. But now, he wasn't so sure anymore. But could he truly call them his friends? Royalty, nobility, and commoner upbringing be damned. He liked them a lot. He had opened up to them, revealed his past, and put his life on their hands, and in turn, they had trusted him and helped him in ways he could hardly understand in full. Not to mention, whenever I'm near them, I feel so at peace. I don't want to lose them, but I don't want to be close to them either. If they die like Wantum, Waldia, and Wisto, no, they're different. I'm different now. I can fight. They can fight. Maybe it'll be all right? The spark of hope within his chest exploded, and with a single nod and fearful smile, he uttered a single word. Yes. To his surprise, Clara beamed a sincere smile before extending her hand to him. Silently, Wyatt took it and squeezed her hand tightly. A moment later, they shook hands. "Pleased to meet you, Clara Astor," he said, then turned to Cynthia, ending the exchange only to offer her his hand. She took it with an ample, proud, serene smile spread across her lips. "Cynthia Winfield." "Wyatt Staples," the two women said at the same time. The moment lasted only for a few seconds, but it was more than enough. Suddenly, Wyatt let out a chuckle. "I guess that explains why you don't have any." The blonde princess and her blue-haired bodyguard blinked in confusion. "Maids," Wyatt clarified. "You don't have any, Clara. Is it because of your reputation?" "I do not enjoy having people on a leash when they do not wish to be near me, Wyatt," Clara answered, then smiled mischievously. "You're the exception. I'm not going to let my elite fighter pilot go." Wyatt turned to Cynthia, shaking her head. "Should I get to barking, then?" he asked as he pointed at Clara with a thumb. The princess's reaction was immediate, as her mouth went agape and her cheeks blushed. For her part, Cynthia merely smiled and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Bark! Wyatt, I'll teach you to howl. Maybe then she'll be satisfied for once." "Why, you... Shush! You... too!" Clara hissed through clenched teeth and a forced, embarrassed smile. Much to her dismay, Cynthia and Wyatt laughed in response. A few seconds later, though, she joined them, and the three fell into a laughing spell that lasted until they could not laugh anymore. As enjoyable as this short moment of respite has been, I'm afraid we must return." "Is our presence truly required?" Cynthia asked in jest. "I'm afraid so," Clara replied dejectedly, this time standing to her feet on her own accord. As the trio made their way back to the grand hall, Clara put on her facade once again and cleared her throat with a ladylike rasp. "Is there something else you wish to ask me, Wyatt?" "Now that you mention it, yes," Wyatt replied. "If you're so feared among nobles, why are your orders obeyed regardless?" "Would you disobey the order of a princess in their place?" Clara countered. Wyatt went silent and cursed himself for asking such a stupid question. Clara, however, continued. "They may fear me, detest me, wish for my demise even, but they are not stupid. As arrogant and self-righteous as most nobles are, they wouldn't dream of insulting me directly. They could make excuses to avoid their duties and distance themselves from me, the cowardly ones. But those savvy enough would take the opportunity to gain my favor through deeds. It fits me well. Empty, hollow words and promises of loyalty are worthless when they can't be fulfilled through actions. If their loyalty is conditional, or they seek to gain something from it, I welcome it all the same." Clara paused for a moment, taking in a deep breath as the faint sound of music reached their ears. "As an Astor, Wyatt, I have power, reach, and wealth almost unparalleled. To gain my favor is to gain access to some of it, even if it is merely theoretical and in spirit. Furthermore, to stand in my good graces is to remain in my brother's line of interest. Now, apply that same logic to Cynthia, and now to yourself, my dear Wyatt. That's why she ordered me to remain at her side. Forget being a pawn in their schemes. I would just be a tool, a thing to be used in their favor and likely discarded when I'm no longer useful to them. All of it just to potentially whisper their words in Clara's ear. By using my mouth instead of their own," Wyatt concluded as fury manifested in his belly. He didn't care about being used. But the idea of being so stupid and ignorant as to be easily fooled by a damn blue blood just to get to Clara and Cynthia enraged him. Silently, he promised himself to never allow himself to get caught in such a trap for their sake, not his. As they re-entered the grand hall, a servant approached Wyatt from the left at a hurried pace. The man was holding a small pillow with a white gauntlet lying on top. "For you, Sir Wyatt Staples," the servant said, offering the gauntlet. Eyes narrowed and fire still raging inside him, Wyatt pushed the pillow away without a moment's hesitation. A second later, Cynthia grabbed his shoulder as she glared at the servant. Before he could ask what was happening, a gasp echoed all around them, and the music stopped. Next, Salazar Reed, proud Marine captain, stepped forth as his footsteps echoed in the growing silence around the grand hall. "I have offered the hand of peace, and it was rejected," he proclaimed, eyes set on the pilot. "As tradition dictates, it is my right to request a duel in light of the spurn performed against my family and house. Honor dictates that the untimely death of my younger brother, Abacus Reed, must be avenged in a duel against the one responsible for it." "Damnable snake," Cynthia snarled within Wyatt's mind. "Fret not, Wyatt, I shall take care of him. If it is a formal duel he wants, then that's what he'll get. I'll make sure he joins his idiot brother in a single strike." "Salazar Reed, may I ask what is the meaning of this unsightly outburst?" Clara asked, unfazed. "I believe you were forbidden from requesting a formal duel previously, yes? Or am I to assume you're so adamant in seeking your own death that you wish to accelerate it?" Clara asked, her sweet voice contrasting the venomous barbs of her sharp, deadly tongue. "This is no military matter anymore, Your Highness," Salazar replied. "This is a matter of nobility, pride, honor, and righting wrongs. I formally request a shot-and-fence duel since Sir Wyatt Staples refused my offer of peace. I am within my right to cleanse the stain to both my honor and that dealt to my house through his incompetent actions that led to the death of my brother in the field of battle." Wyatt stared at the brown-haired man before turning to him in full. "And if I refuse, then you shall be shamed as a coward. You, your name, your house, and your patron," Salazar replied, his face impassive and stoic. But Wyatt could see the smugness and the thirst for revenge in his eyes as clearly as the night sky. "Accept his duel, Wyatt. I'll inform you what a shot-and-fence duel entails. Clever of him." "I can almost respect that," Clara said in his mind, but her tone sent a shiver down his spine. Win or lose, he knew Salazar was going to pay for his trickery. Off in the distance, he could see the prince looking at the unfolding events with a neutral expression. But Juliana was visibly furious that one of her subordinates had dared to overstep her authority and orders in such a manner. "Will honor be satisfied and this matter resolved once and for all?" Wyatt asked, needing to be sure first. "As tradition dictates," was Salazar's response. "In that case, I accept," Wyatt answered, glaring at the man. The next 10 minutes went in a blur. Apparently, the second garden had a wide range of tracks, fields, and small arenas for such occasions. Also, to his surprise, Wyatt learned that there were a plethora of different types of duels between nobles. Some were purely intellectual, others were physical, and some were team-based, but the majority were one-on-one duels that were typically non-fatal. Such was the case of the shot-and-fence duel. It was fairly simple to understand, though to him it made no sense. But duelists would be given a single-fire pistol, modeled and retrofitted to look like the ancient flintlock from humanity's distant past on Earth. The gun would be loaded by a referee with a single hard rubber round bullet that, on impact, would leave a colorful stain where it hit. The duel itself had several rules that had to be followed and obeyed to the letter. 1. The referee would load the guns to make sure no tampering was done. 2. The duelists would stand back-to-back on a small, narrow field. 3. Once the pistols were loaded, the referee would chant to 10, and each duelist would take a step forth. 4. At the order of the referee, they would stop, turn, and raise their weapons. 5. During the length of the duel, the duelists were forbidden from talking. 6. On the count of 3, the duelists would take aim and fire. 7. If the shots missed or struck the opponent in a non-fatal area, then the fencing would take place with blunted swords. 8. Victory was achieved by the first to score a would-be lethal strike, or if the opponent surrendered. In case of a draw, the duel would end all the same. Any violation would result in the immediate disqualification and loss of the perpetrator, such as shooting ahead of time, striking with violent lethal intent, or speaking out of turn. An audience gathered within moments, eager to see a duel play out. As he stood back-to-back against Salazar Reed, Wyatt could hear the murmurs and sordid chuckles leaving the mouths of those waiting for the duel to start. He was not a gambling man, but he was certain bets were being placed, likely against him. I wonder how many of them wished to see me lose. Would it shame Clara's name? Would they think less of me if I lost? Wyatt asked himself, as Hecatock Finnegan was selected as the referee since he was, supposedly, an expert in the field. On this most glorious evening and in the presence of our most beloved Liege, the prince, a duel shall dictate the honor of two houses, the challenger, Baron Salazar Reed of the most esteemed House Reed. The challenged, Sir Wyatt Staples, Knight Banneret of House Astor representing his nascent household. Do you understand and abide by the rules of this duel? I do, Wyatt and Salazar replied simultaneously. Under my watchful eye and by ageless tradition, do you swear to accept the result of this duel and let grievances die in peace? Hekatok asked. I swear, came the reply. Then by the authority invested in me and under the righteous eyes of His Majesty, the Prince, Her Majesty, Princess Clara Astor, and our beloved Marchioness Amelia Finnegan, let this duel commence. Hekatok announced and turned around to give the audience a humble bow before picking up a pistol and loading it with an inch-thick black rubber ball. He removed the safety, aimed it at a target dummy a few paces away, and fired. The rubber pellet was expelled at a considerable speed with pure air pressure, and it hit the dummy with a hard whacking sound, leaving a considerable red mark on its torso. He then placed the gun on the table and picked another one, loading it, and then did the same with a third pistol. He handed Salazar his pistol first and then to Wyatt. When Wyatt took it, he was surprised that it weighed more than he thought it would. Duelists, Hekatok called, your pistols have been loaded. May the best man win. Shot at 10 paces. The pilot took a step every time Hekatok called out a number until he called out the last one. 10! Halt! Turn around, now! Finally, face to face, Wyatt could see Salazar's in full detail. While his expression was serious and focused, Salazar's was a pale comparison, barely able to contain his rage and desire to claim a victory he thought was owed to him. He wanted his life when he was a commoner, but now that he was a noble, humiliation was a worse fate in his delusional opinion. Raise your weapons! Wyatt obeyed diligently but cursed internally as the uneven weight of the pistol and its bloated design made it difficult to aim properly. Remove safety lock! Aim! Hekatok called and raised his right arm, holding it there to build up tension. On my mark! 3! Wyatt took in a deep breath. 2! His sight was focused on his target, taking aim as best he could with the bothersome pistol. 1! His entire body stiffened and his finger was set against the trigger. Fire! The command was given and the triggers were pulled. Salazar Reed was a good shot. He was not only a Marine but a high-ranking officer. But his thirst for revenge had made him sloppy, unconfused, and overconfident. How could he, a member of House Reed, lose to a man who had been a mere commoner no longer than a few weeks ago? His shot hit Wyatt, but instead of striking his heart, it struck his left shoulder, leaving a green stain on it. For his part, Wyatt winced at the impact of the rubber bullet. Even with his armor on, it hurt, and he was sure a bruise would form by the morning. But the pain was but a shadow compared to the joy he was experiencing at that precise moment. His face remained unchanged, refusing to show his emotions, but internally he was smiling with gratification. Aiming the pistol was difficult, but he was a good marksman for a reason. His shot landed perfectly, right between Salazar Reed's eyes, painting half his face in a blue stain. The Baron blinked in confusion several times before angrily removing the substance covering his face. Already a deep red bruise was forming where the bullet impacted his face. Suddenly, all balance left him as he stumbled over his feet and fell backward, trying to get up but unable to even roll over. Winner, Sir Wyatt Staples, Hekatok declared a few seconds after Salazar hit the ground. Polite, weak applauses followed his declaration as well as several murmurings. Can I speak and move now? Wyatt asked. Hekatok nodded and he walked up to him, handing the pistol back. Then he moved to Salazar, who was now aided by 2 of his servants. Still on his knees, the brown-haired man looked up at Wyatt, his face smeared with blue, and the center of impact was growing swollen and bruised. Will this suffice your thirst for honor? Yes, as tradition dictates, Salazar replied, ashamed and defeated. He peeled his gaze away, unable to hold his any longer. Satisfied, Wyatt turned away and walked away in silence. Once he reached Cynthia, the prince stood up. Now that this short-lived entertainment is over, let the feast commence. By the prince's command, the audience dispersed, but not before the prince, Princess Clara, and Marchioness Amelia walked in first, followed closely by their servants and chosen entourage. Back at their tables, Wyatt couldn't help but notice that many nobles, particularly several ladies, were now sending furtive, predatory glances directed at him. He paid them no attention as he stood his ground. His only lamentation was that he wouldn't be allowed to eat until after the festivities were over, and the night proved to be a long one. Finnegan Grand Palace Medical Wing. Fortunately for everyone, no further disturbances made themselves present to interrupt the night. For Wyatt, to call what he saw a feast felt wrong. The amount of dishes presented was absurd, in his opinion. It also genuinely infuriated him that most nobles tasted a dish only to ignore the rest of it before jumping to the next one. All that effort, all that food dismissed so easily. Then again, it wasn't his place to say anything about it, and he had his fill once Clara decided to retire for the night. A dozen more ladies and a few intrepid lords had tried to approach him, but his indifference or a pointed glare from Cynthia sent them away within moments. Sleep came quickly, and when he woke up to the call of a royal marine, he was escorted to the medical wing. The medical areas of the Noirnavio and the Exalted Virtue were impressive, but they were tiny and cramped compared to what the Finnegans had at their disposal. To merely enter the area, they had to go through a sterilization chamber. Once inside, the air smelled like medicine and alcohol. The medics, nurses, physicians, and doctors were busy at work tending to patients, running physical tests, injecting inoculations, CRISPR, and preparing nobles for surgery. That's when he remembered that he was going to get 4 new implants, and he shuddered in discomfort within his armor. What is this? Have I discovered a weakness? Wyatt turned around to find Cynthia and her sister, Juliana, leaning against what appeared to be the registry. Cynthia, as always, wore her red armor, while Juliana wore her officer's uniform but without the medals she'd displayed last night. He bowed respectfully before replying. "Greetings, Commander Juliana." "Lady Cynthia," he said, and stepped closer while the Royal Marine stuck close to him, wearing his armor that looked similar to Cynthia's, just in black with purple stripes across it, and the crest of House Astor on his right shoulder, and the banner of the Royal Marines, a simple silver human skull with a raven standing on it emblazoned on his left. It occurred to him that he had never seen the Royal Marines wear their actual armor until now, probably in an attempt to keep themselves concealed. "So, are you afraid, Wyatt?" Juliana asked. "Very," Wyatt confessed without hesitation. "After my previous experience adapting to the Dulaxis, Kinator, and Ontoro implants, I'm not too enthused about these 4 new implants," he explained. "Oh, any reason in particular? Poor medical advice and treatment aside?" Juliana asked, remarking that he had been poorly informed after getting his first implants, which caused him more discomfort than necessary. "Truthfully, I do not like being in pain, nor do I enjoy causing it. I can withstand it, but I much prefer not to endure it. However, thanks to the implants I got, I was able to fight the Drazan and survive my wounds. If I have to experience more pain, then so be it." "But you aren't looking forward to it?" Cynthia asked, arms crossed. Wyatt nodded. "I've seen firsthand the amount of pain and damage you can withstand, Wyatt. If you can grow stronger, then what is going through some more pain? Trust me, you are about to experience an entirely different level of pain. Kill me. Nation and a genetic sampling to make sure your new implants and enhancements won't be rejected. It's rare, but it can happen. Clara wouldn't forgive me if her private pilot died on the operating table, now would she? Inconveniences aside, I wonder how loud you'll scream, Wyatt. May I refuse to receive these implants? Wyatt asked in a last-ditch attempt to escape what was promising to be an excruciatingly painful experience. "What do you think?" Juliana replied with a predatory smile. "Loyalty is its own reward, Sir Staples." "Are the restraints necessary?" Wyatt asked, not bothering to hide the fear lacing his words. Tight, flexible restraints were latched to his ankles, wrists, thighs, shins, upper arms, forearms, and waist, keeping him bound to a horizontal operating table, unable to move except for his head, fingers, and toes. His arms were wide open while his legs were lightly spread apart. All in all, he felt even more exposed than during his recovery time in the Noirnavio. He only wore a pair of medical tail trousers that covered his crotch and nothing more. As his head rested on an amazingly comfortable and soft surface, he veered his attention to a window where Cynthia, Juliana, and, to his surprise, Redford, watched the unfolding events with an unreadable, serious expression. "I'm afraid so," replied one of the doctors tending to his restraints, while two other doctors and several assistants checked and rechecked readings on several different machines that were alien to the black-haired pilot. "For your own safety, we can't allow you to move more than what we need." "Couldn't have you knock me out instead?" Wyatt asked, more than a little annoyed. "A portion of local anesthesia shall be applied as well as lessen the impact of your pain receptors. Sadly, the procedure requires an active, aware mind. Otherwise, there is a high chance that your body will reject the implants, causing major mutations, malformities, or crippling you for the rest of your short life. Worse yet, it could prove fatal nearly instantly via total organ failure, your heart collapsing, complete lung collapse, or brain hemorrhaging. Only less than 0.05% of the procedures end up in failure when the patient is awake, than the overwhelming 68% failure rate when the patient is, as you put it, knocked out," the doctor explained professionally. Wyatt had the sneaking suspicion that every doctor and assistant present said or heard that same explanation several times a day. Still, that did nothing to calm his racing heart. "You may rest easy, Sir Wyatt Staples. Your physical examination was approved and your genetic sampling showed nothing outside the ordinary. A higher than usual likelihood of developing cancer, a relatively average tendency to develop vasovagal syncope, an allergy to silver, and nothing else worth noting. All in all, perfectly normal. Your allergy can be treated with inoculations, and low-grade CRISPR shall remove your minor genetic imperfections," the doctor explained with a dullness that was betrayed by his words. Before Wyatt had a chance to process the information he'd been given, the doctor turned to one of his assistants. "Is the procedure ready to commence?" "The AI has run several thousands of simulations and reports nothing out of the ordinary. The equipment is in perfect working order. Everything that we need is ready for use, Doctor." "Patient's vitals are strong and steady. The bruise on his left shoulder is of no concern. Compatibility expected, 90.999%, another assistant announced. "Ready to commence on your command, Doctor." "Let us begin in that case," the doctor said and nodded at his colleagues before turning to Wyatt. "The procedure shall commence in 1 minute, Sir Wyatt Staples. Do not fret, your life is safe within our hands." "I very much would rather that not be the case," Wyatt screamed in his mind as he grew agitated. What implants are you going to pun in me?" he asked nervously. "From easiest to most difficult, Sir Wyatt. You shall first receive the secretor implant, followed shortly after by the trinumeter implants and its enhancing genetic tampering. Immediately after, you will receive the Tier 2 weave-through implant. I must admit, if your physical condition was not as impressive as it is now, or had the kinetor and dulaxis shown any minor sign of rejection, I would have protested against you receiving any tier of the weave-through implant. As it stands, however, feel free to scream and writhe as much as you desire," the doctor explained, as his helmet's visor was suddenly sealed. "Wait, Commander Juliana wasn't joking?" "How much is this going to hurt?" Wyatt thought as fear threatened to become panic. The only thing that kept him from screaming and begging to stop the procedure was the presence of Cynthia, reminding him why he was getting those implants in the first place. "For Clara. Do it for Clara and the Principality. It won't be as bad as I imagine," he said to himself, swallowing nervously. "Finally, you shall receive the most generous and impressive gift of Commander Juliana Winfield today present to observe the results of this procedure," the doctor said, bowing his head in the direction of the window where the Winfield sisters and Redford watched in complete silence. Juliana seemingly heard what the doctor said as she gave him a solid nod. Wyatt was about to ask what it was when the doctor pulled back and joined his fellow doctors next to a big, cylindrical white machine, as white as the rest of the room. Wires came out of the machine through screen ports that connected with the visors of the 3 doctors, and their bodies stiffened. Much to his dismay, the equipment that had so far remained a mystery around him came to life, splitting open to reveal several robotic limbs and instruments, of which the vast majority ended in thin, gleaming needles. "Phase 1 starting," one assistant announced, and over 24 of those robotic limbs moved in closer to the bound pilot. Wyatt closed his eyes and clenched his teeth a second before he felt the cold metal of the needles piercing his skin at various locations, though most of them, he noticed, focused on his chest, neck, and abdomen. He then felt a stinging pain as something was injected and his entire body clenched tightly. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes as the limbs moved back, discarding the used needle only to be replaced by a new one almost instantly. Phase 1 completed. Awaiting permission to commence Phase 2, another assistant announced. Almost instantly, 2 other mechanical arms ending in a nozzle moved closer to Wyatt and sprayed a small dose of an orange chemical over his armpits. Unwilling to talk, Wyatt only observed the procedure take place and soon felt lighter than usual. His whole body started to tingle, but he could still wriggle his toes and move his fingers. The sensations were dull, though. This doesn't feel anything like the procedure I went through before. In the Exalted Virtue, all they did was spray me, cut me up a little, seal it with biofoam, and apply a few injections before sending me away, thought the pilot, as he compared the 2 experiences, and further increasing his dislike toward the whole concept of getting implants and other enhancements, no matter how useful they ended up being in the end. Phase 2 commencing. The assistant announced, and 4 limbs moved closer. 2 of them made a quick cut on his armpits, but no blood spilled out. A second later, a small centimeter-wide in diameter silver-colored pellet was introduced into his flesh, and his wounds were quickly sealed by an application of a quick-acting biofoam. Secretor implant installed, awaiting permission to start Phase 3. I wonder what does it do, Wyatt pondered curiously, making a mental note to ask Cynthia later. Seconds passed, and all he could do was blink and wait for what was coming next. His wait came to an end when a dozen of those arms approached him yet again, but stopped a mere inch away from him. Then another set of limbs approached, 2 of which, he noticed, carried a sort of capsule with them and a larger syringe coupled with several hair-thin, wriggling tentacles. Phase 3 commencing, first trinumeter phase underway, the assistant announced. A second later, Wyatt watched as 2 of the arms equipped with a scalpel approached his chest. He clenched his teeth as a stinging pain erupted in his mind. With quick, precise motions, a wide section across his left pectoral was cut open and pried open by 2 additional arms. The pain was intense, but nowhere near as terrible as he thought watching his skin and flesh being cut open and split apart. He groaned in pain, and his face contorted in response to one of the capsule-holding limbs approaching as the scalpels cut more until he was able to see his ribcage. Panic threatened to set in as vivid images from his past re-entered his mind. The mechanical limbs morphed before his very eyes, turning from metal and wires to the fleshy tentacles of the Drazen, eager to turn his body into their precious feed. His breathing was ragged, his teeth clenched as hard as he could manage, and he tried to move, but his bindings kept him in place while the sedatives sapped much of his strength away. The capsule-holding limbs suddenly moved forth, inserting the syringe between his exposed ribs, followed by the small, coiling tentacles. "Gah!" Wyatt gasped, mouth hanging open as he felt something grip his heart. It was an odd, terrifying sensation that chilled him to the bone. Then again, no one can truly be prepared to have something move around their chest and shove their beating heart out of the way. Moments later, he felt something wet but solid make contact with his heart, something fleshy, something warm. He let out a scream of pain as his heart skipped several beats, and he slammed the back of his head against the table, discovering why it was so comfortable and soft in the process. A long, glacially slow minute passed until the syringe retracted and his heart was released. The limbs were quick to act, sealing the wound with copious amounts of high-quality biofoam. Within moments, his gaping wound was gone, replaced by a barely perceptible scar that would end up disappearing in a few weeks. Before Wyatt could bask in a momentary relief, the entire table moved until he was now in a vertical position, and a section of the table opened, revealing his back. Secondary heart successfully implanted. Nominal readings. Commencing second trinumeter phase. A wave of dread filled his chest, but there was nothing he could do about it. The process repeated itself, but on his back. He couldn't see it, and he was thankful he couldn't see it as the pain was twice as bad as what he'd experienced mere moments prior. Another scream of pain escaped his lips and his hands clenched into fists while his entire body froze while the other capsule-holding limb moved behind him and inserted another fleshy thing within him. Again, another eternally long minute passed until the syringe retreated and the patch of flesh was sealed back, the biofoam washing away the pain and immense discomfort he had experienced. Auxiliary lungs successfully implanted. Nominal readings, no deviations noticed. Estimated time until full integration of both phases, 5 days, commencing third trinumeter phase. The assistant announced, and the table closed the gap behind him before returning to its original position. Wyatt was unable to speak or even think straight by this point, but his eyes searched for the view window and quickly found it, his gaze landing on the impassive expressions of the two commanders and the blue-haired woman he now considered his friend. A part of him wanted to curse them for making him go through such a horrible experience, but his more logical part realized that they more than likely had gone through similar operations, and likely more and worse than what he was going through presently, so he couldn't hold it against them. If anything, seeing them there, especially Cynthia and Redford, helped him. Not by much, but it was better than having to face them alone like he had during the first set of implants he received. When he saw a new set of 12 mechanical limbs hover above his torso, he clenched his teeth again. Just in time, too, as the needles extended and then simultaneously pierced his body across various points. Then he felt it. A hot, acid-burning liquid was being injected into his body. It quickly spread across his chest, back, spine, neck, mouth, and stomach. By all that was good and just, his stomach was on fire. He let out a long scream of pain as he banged his head against the table repeatedly, groaning and spitting for several moments until the burning began to die down and the needles were removed, giving him a much-needed breather. If it hurts this much like this, it must be unbearable without anesthesia. As bad as this is, it could be much, much worse. Oh no, Wyatt thought, his eyes going wide as a terrible sudden realization manifested itself at the forefront of his mind. The doctor warned me that the third implant was going to be the worst. Genetic equalizer successfully supplied. Nominal readings, no risk of mutation or rejection was detected. Phase 3 was successful. Awaiting permission to begin Phase 4, an assistant announced. The wait lasted mere seconds. Commencing Phase 4, Tier 2 weave-through implant. As one, every mechanical limb moved and twisted around except for the capsule-holding limbs that moved away, their purpose now fulfilled. Worse, the needles were gone, replaced by dozens of tiny, thin, coiling mechanical tentacles. Over 30 of those mechanical limbs stood over across his entire body, with 2 of them set against each side of his neck, and the rest a mere breath away from brushing against his skin. Wyatt was breathing hard and fast, his eyes moving frantically from one of those accursed metallic limbs to another as they remained still, as if taunting him. The silent, glaring standoff lasted for mere seconds until the limbs broke the uneasy truce and all but jammed the small, hair-thin tentacles against his body. The tiny things were cold, and they immediately began to piece and burrow themselves beneath his skin, going deeper and spreading wider as they did. The sensation was entirely uncomfortable, but not as painful as he feared, and then they stopped. A cold but almost pleasant sensation replaced the discomfort, confusing the black-haired pilot. That wasn't so bad, he muttered to himself, relieved. Either an assistant heard him at that moment, or the universe truly hated him for some reason and loved seeing him suffer. Weaving! Initiated! An assistant announced loudly and firmly. Pain. Otherworldly, searing, ungodly pain erupted all across his body. Wyatt's mouth went wide, nearly unhinging his jaw as a cry of pure white noise left his throat, unable to scream as his eyes filled with tears. His entire body tensed, but it did him no good. He could feel something slithering and squirming and moving beneath his flesh, piercing his muscles, tearing and reforming his tendons, and latching to his joints. Thousands of tiny stabs happened for every second that passed, slowly spreading across his whole body from his scalp all the way down to the tip of his toes. His ligaments were cut, stretched, sewn together, and then twisted over and over again. With what little mental clarity he still managed to cling on to, his cynical mind couldn't help but compare what the machines were doing to him as anything but a morbid version of knitting. Only that in this case, his flesh was the yarn. Ah! He finally was able to scream, gasping for air and unable to move. His entire body was on fire, white noise rang in his ears, and his vision blurred with hallucinations and tears. His mind unraveled in turn without driving him into madness. Wyatt didn't know how long the procedure lasted, but to him, it felt like an eternity enduring such agony. But as the pain began to diminish, his screams eventually turned to groans and huffs, eventually turning into ragged, rasping breaths. The wriggling tentacles inside him had finished their job and were now retreating, sending a few last electrifying stabs of agony across his body until, at long last, they pulled out of his body. Gathering whatever strength he had left, Wyatt looked down at his body, expecting to see himself smeared in blood. To his surprise, he only found a few trickles of blood quickly cleaned away by two assistants. Aside from the stinging pain still lingering under his skin, he felt weak and was struggling to stay awake. Weaving completed without incidents. Tier 2 weave-through implant installed. Estimated time until full adaptation, 7 days. Recommend entombing the patient for 3 days within a cytostimulating pod for faster recovery and adaptation time. Procedure completed. Awaiting permission to administer the eye gene enhancement. Wyatt had paid little attention to what the assistants were saying before. His mind had already adapted to the idea of receiving the implants and enhancements that were now within him. But whatever the gift from Juliana Winfield and House Winfield as a whole was, it never crossed his mind that it could be a full-on genetic tailoring enhancement. He had never thought about it in depth, but after he became a knight banneret, a noble, and with him being a lieutenant in the Royal Navy, he knew it was only a matter of time before the need to upgrade his eyes arose. Truth be told, he had no desire to have his eye ripped out and replaced by cybernetic eyes, no matter how many advantages they offered. He could live without having direct neural access to the network since he never used it before. With the revelation given by the assistant, a part of him was thankful that he'd get to keep his eyes, but another greater part of him was concerned with how much this gift had cost Commander Juliana. He knew there were different types of cybernetic eyes available, geared toward wealth ranges, noble ranks, job requirements, and a myriad of other little details thanks to Commander Redford's tutelage. Despite their rather heavy cost in credits, there was a reason why cybernetic eyes were by far the most used by the nobility at large. Not only were such augmentations reserved only for the nobility, but few were the houses and individual nobles that could afford such a gene enhancement. "Permission acquired," said the assistant, breaking his momentary stupor. "Initiating procedure," he announced with not an insignificant amount of reverence in his voice. Even for doctors working directly for House Finnegan, witnessing such a treatment had to be a rarity. Or at least that was what Wyatt thought, as a new wave of dread surged within his chest when two new mechanical limbs armed with long, oddly shaped needles slowly approached from each side of his head. Suddenly, a third limb appeared above him and latched itself against his face, leaving only his eyes and nose exposed and forcing his head to remain still. He tried to move, but nothing budged in the slightest. "Remain calm, Sir Wyatt," said one of the assistants. "This is relatively painless, but you must remain still. It'll be over soon." Wyatt embraced the command, desperate to find a semblance of order amid his terror and dread-fueled panic. He stopped fighting, obeying the command given even as his breathing became faster and ragged. A whirring noise caught his attention, but since he couldn't turn his head anymore, he was unable to find what was producing such a noise. His question was answered a second later when the objects he thought were needles pressed against his temples. A twisting, burning sensation assaulted him, and he closed his eyes tightly, clenching his teeth as something was drilling inside his skull at a steady pace. It didn't last for more than 10 seconds, but when it ended and the drills withdrew, something long and flexible replaced them. He then felt two weak, cold needles stab something within his cranium before an equally cold, stinging liquid was injected into him. The process lasted for several seconds until it suddenly stopped and the thing retreated, replaced by something else that chipped at his skull, followed moments later by an application of biofoam to the drilled areas. Eye gene enhancement successfully applied. Nominal, wait. Readings are well within safety parameters, but it appears that there is a chance of developing a benign mutation, entirely aesthetic according to the AI predictions. Monitoring this development is advised. Integration readings are all within nominal parameters, awaiting further authorization to move the patient into either a room or a cytostimulating pod. For the first time since the procedure began, the voice of Commander Redford broke through unseen speakers. Authorization granted to place Lieutenant Wyatt Staples inside a cytostimulating pod. Authorization received. Moving patient now, an assistant said before the doctors unhooked themselves from the station and the mechanical limb released Wyatt's face, letting him breathe normally again. He wanted to ask what they meant by benign mutation, but he was simply too tired to care. His entire body, from his skin to his bone marrow, felt incredibly hot, as if he was suffering from the worst fever he'd ever experienced, but without any of the symptoms denoting he was sick. As the assistants carried him away and the doctors congratulated themselves on a successful procedure, he searched for the window and found the two commanders speaking with each other. Cynthia, on the other hand, offered him a sincere smile and nod. That was almost enough to make the pain he went through worth it. Almost, he thought, giving her his best smirk before he was moved out of the room. Princess Clara's quarters an hour later. As Cynthia approached the temporary quarters of her best friend and princess, she noted the 4 of the Royal Marines under her command standing guard. They gave her a pointed nod as she walked past them, returning their kind gesture with one of her own. The doors opened and she entered without delay. Once inside and the doors closing behind her, she found her princess sitting before a desk while her fingers moved over a keyboard, her eyes glued to the screen in front of her. Sitting a few meters to Clara's right was Captain Milcades eating a Royal Marine ration bar. The white hair of the captain, so common among the Royal Marines, was short and properly trimmed. The 6'5" man stood up from his seat, still munching on his food, and saluted her. His eyes, orange and fiery, showed an amicable air to him, hiding the efficient and always reliable, ruthless man that the 27-year-old captain could become within a moment's notice. "Milcades, I see that your assignment was a boring one," Cynthia joked, smiling at her old friend. "Hardly. Ensuring the safety of our beloved princess while you're away is an honor, Cynthia," Milcades replied with a half-full mouth. Swallowing, he continued. "So, how did it go?" "He screamed more than I thought, but cried only when the weave-thew implant got going," Cynthia replied, crossing her arms. "All in all, he endured it better than I thought he would. Most people pass out during the weave-thew procedure. With his aversion toward pain into account, it is impressive." Milcades nodded. "I find it more impressive that he has not tried to escape your training, Cynthia. Heard that you were treating him like a rag doll." Cynthia smirked before elbowing her friend's side. "His melee capabilities leave much to be desired, this is true, but he learns quickly and adapts at a rate that leaves me baffled. After he recovers, I will be careful in measuring and guiding him through the adaptation process. After that, I shall see how well he does with a sword, but I hold no great expectations in that regard." "Looks to me that he's a marksman. Dueling pistols are so poorly designed it is criminal. And yet he managed to land a hit right between Salazar's eyes? I would love to see him in action with a proper rifle or gun." Milcades replied, then hummed deeply. "Perhaps I should give him some sniper training, or maybe test his capabilities as an infiltrator?" He pondered, glancing at Clara's back. "One step at a time, Milcades," Clara replied with her jovial, gentle tone. "While he recovers, I must finalize the details of our mission first. Cynthia, did everything go nicely? I would have assisted myself, but duty calls, more so in these tumultuous times." "There were no issues with the procedures or the implants except for the eye gene enhancement," Cynthia replied, frowning slightly. "A minor chance for a benign mutation was registered. Other than that, it was a successful and ordinary process." "A benign mutation?" Clara asked, her fingers and attention never diverting from her task at hand. "Cosmetic in nature. If it happens, it may slightly alter the original coloration of his eyes," Cynthia replied. "My sister and Redford were betting on if it'll take or not." "As long as Wyatt is in no harm, it'll be acceptable," Clara remarked. "Speaking of your sister, Cynthia, has Juliana punished Salazar Reed?" "Not yet, but she plans to. She first seeks to talk with Vice Admiral Vashakati Reed about this incident. Although, I'm certain he shall be reaching her first. Salazar was thoroughly humiliated by Wyatt's victory. Cynthia said, frowning. Clever of him to ask for a non-lethal honor duel. More clever of him to use a peace gauntlet. Yes, Clara replied. It seems I will also need to teach Wyatt the finer points of nobility once he recovers. Was he sent to the cytostimulating pod? Redford gave his authorization, Cynthia replied while Milcades continued to eat in silence. Splendid, the princess said, and finally her fingers stopped, but her attention remained focused on the screen. Milcades, ensure that the Nornavio remains isolated and only the additional cargo and personnel I approve of are to be dispatched to it. I will not suffer any traitor or potential spy within my ship. At your command, Clara, Milcades replied in a solemn tone. We shall depart Matcha within a week. As much as it pains me to leave my brother dearest here, we have our roles to play. Our path shall take us first to House Ferentis, and we shall convince them to side with my brother, the prince. Their industrial and shipbuilding capabilities will be needed. After that, we will seek to cripple the Caiston lineage, depriving my uncle of his most loyal banner house. If possible, we shall remove Andrew Caiston first, said the blonde princess. What about the rest of House Caiston and their branching bloodlines? Cynthia asked. We shall refrain from purging them entirely, Clara answered, unless they are stupid enough to incur my wrath. If they do, I shall stand at your side, my princess, Cynthia replied. So shall we, my princess, Milcades seconded. Clara let out a tired sigh. Let us hope, then, that the stupidity and cowardice of Tamarin Caiston are not hereditary. That is not a typical mutation. Are you absolutely sure it will not cause Lieutenant Wyatt any medical inconvenience? Cynthia asked as she stared into the cytostimulating Wyatt, was lazily floating in with a breathing mask latched to his face. The pain he displayed the previous days was replaced by sheer boredom as the pilot couldn't do anything but float lazily in the clear, greenish, oil-like substance. Lady Cynthia, I assure you that as head physician, appointed by our beloved Marchioness herself, Lieutenant Wyatt Staples' life is in no danger. Despite his slightly higher-than-average rejection chance, all of his implants and genetic alterations have been received in full by his body. I can go as far as to praise him for his attitude. Not a single demand to be released or for us to hurry up the process has been ushered. He takes to every command given to him at face value and listens to our medical advice closely, no matter how obvious it is that he doesn't want to be here, the white coat-wearing mature man said. If I were one to listen to rumors and baseless accusations, I would believe the word going around that the lieutenant is a commoner. Cynthia frowned internally before answering. They're not baseless. Lieutenant Staples was a commoner until the prince himself elevated him to a knight banneret. Now will you answer my question? She asked, giving the man a cold gaze. Oh, I see. I just assumed that Commander Juliana wouldn't waste... His words died in his throat when the blue-haired woman next to him exhaled through her nose, loud enough for him to hear. Clearing his throat, he continued, I'm terribly sorry, Lady Cynthia. Please forgive my outburst. As for your question, his body and mind have adapted to the enhancement perfectly. The mutation is purely aesthetic. We could try to rewrite his genetic sequence and revert this mutation so that the enhancement takes its original and intended coloration, but that would take at least 2 weeks of intense gene therapy. Leave it as it is, Cynthia replied. As long as his health and performance remain intact, my princess cares not for his appearance. The doctor nodded. As Her Majesty commands, we can proceed with the release procedure at your command, Lady Cynthia. Good. First, I wish to see him from beyond this glass. Then, you can initiate the process. It shall be done as you say, Lady Cynthia. Please follow me, the doctor said, making his way to the door of the large room the medical staff had been using to monitor the progress of Wyatt Staples and at least 24 more patients going through similar procedures. When they exited, the doctor and the blue-haired bodyguard quickly walked up to Wyatt's pod, the man inside it visibly relaxing as he offered Cynthia a cordial smile. Has he seen his eyes? Cynthia asked. Not yet. I thought it would be prudent to wait until Princess Clara made a final decision regarding that issue, the doctor replied. Cynthia replied stoically. Silently, the head physician began the process that would set the pilot free after 6 days of imprisonment. His gray eyes flickered for a moment, and blue lights illuminated the interior. Slowly, the oily substance was drained from the pod, and with it, Wyatt was lowered to the floor until he stood on it with his bare feet. Once the liquid was drained, 4 mechanized hoses emerged from the pod's ceiling and started to wash Wyatt's body with pressured water until no residual oil remained. After that, the mask unhooked itself, retreating upward to fully release him. The pod opened and Wyatt took a tentative step forward, then another, and another until he was out of the pod and standing in front of the slightly taller woman he'd accepted as his friend. "Diagnostics completed," the head physician suddenly said. "The weave-through implant needed 1 more day to complete the integration process, but as long as you don't exert yourself for a minimum of 3 days, the process will be completed safely. Avoid any sort of heavy training, piloting, and lifting more than 30 kilos at any given moment," the doctor finished, his words sounding more like a command than medical advice. "I obey," Wyatt replied with a nod. "Good. Now head over to that dressing room, dry yourself, and wear your armor. Your clothes and armor are there waiting for you, Lieutenant," the head physician said, pointing to a private corridor. "Before you go, Lieutenant Wyatt, a question, if you will?" Cynthia asked, stopping her friend as he was about to turn about. "Yes, Lady Cynthia. How may I be of service?" Wyatt replied, lukewarm water still dripping from his body. "Do you perchance know if there is a history of heterochromia in your family?" she asked pointedly. Wyatt blinked and rubbed his chin for a moment. "My mother used to tell me that her grandfather from her father's side, my great-grandfather, had such a condition," he answered truthfully. But the way she asked him such a question made him suspect that something had happened to his eyes. Choosing to be polite, he abstained from asking her if that was the case. "Guess I'll find out sooner or later," Wyatt thought as Cynthia gestured for him to continue his way. He did just that, and with the aid of an AI, soon found himself in a room the size of his quarters back in the Noir Navio. True to his word, his mesh clothes and armor were waiting for him resting inside a case. But that could wait, as he approached the mirror next to the case. "What the?" he muttered the second he saw his reflection staring back at him. Tentatively, he touched his face, eyes wide as he scanned, well, his eyes. His pupils were unchanged, but his irises were different. Gone was the brown he'd known all his life, replaced by 2 different sets of color. His right eye was of a vibrant ice blue that gave off the illusion it could reflect light. His left eye was familiar and alien at the same time, more so than his right. His left iris was now of an intense, deep hazel color that reminded him of his mother's eye color, but warmer. The hazel color was so deep that it bordered on being orange, but not quite so. For a moment, it made him remember autumn and the days-old fallen leaves ready to be crumpled underfoot. As he focused on his eyes, now that he was out of the rather pleasant, oily substance, he began to notice something was off with his eyesight. He didn't notice it before, but his vision was better than before receiving his new set of implants. His eyesight had always been good and never needed any sort of medical procedure or glasses. Being a pilot in space didn't require good eyesight, though. In the unfathomable distances of space eyeballing, it was hardly a desired option. But he was a good marksman, and the difference was more than notable. There were no black dots in his vision. Everything was so clear and had a sharpness to it that it was unreal. As he focused more intently, he suddenly felt as if his field of vision and his depth perception zoomed in, giving him an even clearer and more detailed view of his eyes to the point he was able to see each individual eyelash and count them with ease. Wyatt blinked and jumped, taken aback by the suddenness of it. "What did they do to me?" he asked, as he touched the spot on his chest where a scar should be after putting the secondary heart in him. But it was nowhere to be seen. Whatever the oily substance had done, it had taken weeks of healing and done it in less than 1. Instinctively, he turned until his left side was exposed to the mirror, revealing the scar that proved his close encounter with the Drazan. He traced his fingers over it and frowned. Part of him was glad that it was still there, a permanent reminder etched into his body as much as it was to his soul. Equally so, he wondered if healing his scar would bring him joy, satisfaction, or sorrow. He wasn't brave enough to find the answer to that question, though. Examining the rest of his body, he couldn't see any real changes. The bruise on his left shoulder was gone, but, other than that, The rest of his body was as it had always been. Deciding that he'd wasted enough time contemplating himself, he moved to dry himself using a towel. Then, he put on his mesh clothes, followed shortly by his armor. Once he was done, he picked up his helmet and locked it to his belt. 2 minutes later, he was out of the dressing room and joined Cynthia, who simply signaled him to follow her. Once they were out of the large room, they walked in silence through white, pristine corridors. Suddenly, Wyatt heard Cynthia's voice in his head. "Wyatt, put on your helmet and seal it. I'll do the same. I shall then open a private channel so we can talk without risk." The pilot didn't question her order and obeyed. After putting on his helmet, sealing it with a hiss of pressurized air, he received a ping signaling a private channel had been opened. "You don't look all that surprised about your eyes," Cynthia commented. "I was expecting you to be more off-put by it. Clara will be disappointed to hear it." Wyatt smiled slightly. Despite being a princess and being one of the scariest women he'd ever met whenever she put on that cold, unreadable mask of hers, he'd come to discover that said princess also had a rather odd and twisted sense of humor. Something that Cynthia cherished about her friend, but also brought with it no small amount of embarrassing moments for the blue-haired woman over the years, no doubt. "For what it's worth, I was surprised when I saw them. Do you know how or why it happened?" Wyatt replied. "There was a chance for a small mutation, though I don't know if you were still fully aware when the assistants announced it during your surgical procedure," Cynthia began. Wyatt thought on that for a moment, and then the memory came to him. He had been far too tired to care about it after the butchery was over, and had simply forgotten about it. Not that he could talk or ask anything to the medics during his stay inside the pod. They never talked to him unless it was to ask him how he was feeling, to move, breathe, or do something in a certain way to run their tests. "I recall someone saying something about a benign mutation, but nothing else," Wyatt replied. "What's a benign mutation? Is it like tumors or something?" "Not quite. Not all mutations are dangerous or malign. Some are inconsequential or benign. In your case, though it is considered a benign mutation, it offers you no advantage whatsoever outside the aesthetic coloration of your eyes. According to the head physician, there was a recessive allele in your genome that became an active and dominant allele. This, as you may have guessed, is the reason why your eyes gained a heterochromic trait. However, the gene eye enhancement was also meant to rewrite your natural eye coloration and give you a dark shade of blue instead. The mutation that took place overwrote the gene enhancement's coloration and intensified it." Wyatt didn't understand the more technical parts of Cynthia's explanation, but he understood enough to figure out that his DNA and the gene enhancement clashed and mutated to make something else that wasn't intended to happen. "But this won't hurt me or hinder me from serving Clara and doing my duty to the prince and the principality?" he asked immediately after. "As I said, your mutation is entirely aesthetic. You'll get the benefits of the enhancement regardless. Tell me, Wyatt, now that you're out of that pod, how do you feel?" Cynthia asked, not once altering her pace or making any motion to look at him as they advanced through the medical wing. "How do I feel is a good question to ask. How do I feel?" Wyatt asked himself and pondered on the question as they walked. Little details started to become clear with each step he took, starting with the way he was walking. "I feel unbalanced, but not in a bad way. The spring of each step I take is off. It's almost as if I'm learning how to walk again without forgetting it," Wyatt replied, humming deeply at the end. "My armor also feels lighter than I remember. I myself feel lighter, but also heavier at the same time, if that makes any sense. Come to think about it, I can't really tell I'm breathing anymore. It's so smooth now. And my vision? Everything looks so much clearer than before." "The fact that you've noticed your breathing process changing shows that you are far more aware of your body than most," Cynthia praised him. "Most of your changes come from the weave-thew implant. It's a biomechanical implant that adds new muscle fibers throughout your entire body and enhances existing ones by weaving them together with the use of nanites. It is an intense and painful process, even with regulated anesthesia and sedatives." She paused for a moment. "You received the Tier 2 weave-thew, and you can upgrade to Tier 3 in the future if you so choose. But I'm afraid Tier 4 and Tier 5 are impossible for you to receive." "Trust me, Cynthia. Unless Clara or the prince order me to do it, I won't get any more implants or enhancements if it means I have to go through that again, Wyatt thought, shuddering. Despite his aversion, curiosity won. Why? Because you need to be genetically and physiologically attuned to those tears since you're in the womb, or, at the latest, before you turn 6 standard months old. Cynthia explained. You need to grow with those implants as much as they need to grow with you. Regardless, they provide the same benefits. The higher the tier, the greater said benefits are. You are now approximately 20% stronger than before. With proper training and development, it may increase up to 30%. Not only that, but now you can run faster, your flexibility and agility have been slightly increased, and your bone marrow will also create more red and white blood cells along with platelets. Furthermore, she continued as they moved to exit the medical wing entirely, it is intended to work in tandem with the Kinetor and Dulaxis implants, enhancing them in turn and complementing each other. Without the Dulaxis, the risk that your body wouldn't be able to adapt to the weave thew would be increased tenfold. A rejection would most likely take place over the course of months, if not weeks after the surgery. Without the Kinetor, your new muscle mass would end up fracturing your bones constantly with a high possibility of breaking them. Without the weave thew, those implants are safe for individual use but not at full capacity. No wonder I feel lighter. I'm simply stronger than I was before, Wyatt thought, amazed. But as good as that sounded, he knew that nothing positive came without a drawback or two. I understand, Cynthia, but surely such benefits cannot be all there is to it? Cynthia let out a chuckle. Keen as always, Wyatt. You're correct in your assumption. Because of the increase in muscle and bone density, your weight increases. Of course, this isn't a real personal issue since your newfound strength more than compensates the weight increase. A fair trade given that you're now stronger, faster, and your bones are much more sturdier and harder to damage, wouldn't you agree? Another chuckle escaped her lips. Sadly, there is one more drawback, and that is the need for nourishment. Your body will demand more nutrients to function properly. So I get to eat more without being judged as a glutton? I fail to see this as a drawback, Cynthia, Wyatt replied in good humor. Given your ravenous appetite for sweets and desserts, I am not surprised you'd see it as a benefit, Cynthia replied almost dryly. But that is an area where the trinumeter implant covers. It is widely regarded as a support implant, and it is, but its benefits are still applicable even without the presence of other implants, enhancements, and gene therapies. The secondary heart increases your blood flow, encourages the production of adrenaline, and allows more oxygen to enter your system. It won't save you if your primary heart is damaged, though. Many fools have died for thinking themselves invincible because they believe they have 2 identical hearts now, Cynthia said, with no small amount of disdain. Wyatt remained silent and decided to never bring up that he, too, had originally believed that he could rely on his secondary heart in case anything happened to the one he had been born with. Your auxiliary lung is much the same. It won't replace any of your lungs in case it is damaged or punctured. What it does is stimulate the oxygen intake and filtering process of your lungs. That's why breathing is so much easier now. Your respiration process is simply better now. More efficient and gives all the oxygen your body needs. Oh, and you can hold your breath for longer now, though I wouldn't rely on it unless you're swimming in a pool, she said, and Wyatt couldn't tell if she was being serious or if she was joking. Finally, the genetic upgrade is simple in nature. It targets your internal organs to make them more efficient and less prone to failure or collapse. Your kidneys, liver, pancreas, spleen, gallbladder, stomach, digestive tract, and intestines are, for lack of a better term, enhanced in their functions and capabilities. It also benefits your natural intestinal bacteria, making it stronger and more efficient at combating other foreign bacteria, fungi, parasites, and amoebas. This also includes food consumption. You will be able to better extract more nutrients, minerals, and calories that would otherwise be wasted through fecal matter or urine. But you will still need to eat more from now on. So that means I'll make less or more use of the toilet, Wyatt thought, and a moment later shook his head, moving away from the direction his mind had taken him. Does that mean I'm a superhuman now? Hardly, Cynthia replied matter-of-factly. Not even the Royal Marines can be considered to be true superhumans. You, Wyatt, are simply now a cut above the ordinary. You can still fall and break your neck, be vented to space, and die an agonizing death if you don't have any protection. An explosion may maim you, and a poison can bring you to your knees. Never forget that. These implants and enhancements are meant to make you better, stronger, and better capable of performing your duties and role under Clara's command. Oh, I forgot to mention that you should avoid focusing your gaze on anything for the time being until your eyes are fully adapted. You can say that again, Wyatt thought, as he had been actively avoiding staring too intently at anything ever since he left the dressing room. I won't forget it, Cynthia. I promise. Good, was her sole reply. As they exited the medical wing, with the red-armored woman leading the way, a thought occurred to him. Say, Cynthia, what does the secretor implant do, and why didn't anyone tell me about the implants before the procedure began? To answer your second question first, Wyatt, that was because Clara wanted you to focus on practicing for the procession without any potential deviation taking your attention away, Cynthia replied in her usual serene, direct tone. That makes sense, he replied. And here I thought the whole thing about a new world of pain was a joke at the time. I'll be more careful of your words from now on, Lady Cynthia. You will do well to do so, Sir Wyatt. Not only my words, but those of others around you and your own, she replied with an air of seriousness that was lost a second later when she continued. As for your first question, the secretor implant was one of the 2 implants your rank as lieutenant entails, but was not present in the exalted virtue at the time. Care to guess what it does? Wyatt hummed for a moment before replying. Given the name of the implant and the location chosen for it, I believe it may be related to hair or maybe some sort of oil. Thanks to my mom, I know that we humans normally produce sweat and some sort of oil across our skin. You are close, but not by much. The secretor implant helps regulate the natural pH level that your body produces and stimulates the apocrine glands across your armpits and to a lesser degree across the rest of your body. Cynthia paused for a long, pregnant moment before letting out a frustrated sigh. In other words, Wyatt, the secretor implant makes your bodily odor less pungent. In short, it makes you smell better. Flabbergasted couldn't begin to describe Wyatt's expression when he heard her explanation, and at that moment he was damn glad he was wearing his helmet. Without thinking about it, he grumbled, matching Cynthia's annoyed exhalation, and muttered, Insufferable, petty, idiotic blue bloods. Indeed, Cynthia agreed. Why would such a thing even exist? For what purpose? Wyatt asked, the fact that he had given Cynthia an unintended insult pushed to the side in favor of trying to comprehend why such an implant could ever be necessary. Appearances, Wyatt. There are a plethora of similar implants and even some gene enhancements dedicated solely to the exterior aesthetic of a person. Hair color, skin patterns, fingernail composition and color, and even gene splicing in some planets, though they are rare. To most nobles, one's appearance can be tantamount to power, standing, influence, affluence, and prestige. Real, projected, or otherwise. It matters not, Cynthia answered. That or they are simply narcissistic and vain. More often than not, the second reason is the real answer. All color left Wyatt's face until he was as pale as snow as a dreadful realization manifested in his mind. Please tell me my eye colors won't make others think I'm like those vain blue bloods? Were you not a commoner not too long ago, Sir Wyatt? Yet here you are, already worried about what others will think about you. Perhaps you truly are cut out to be a blue blood, as you put it, Cynthia jested, finishing with a throaty laugh. Wyatt let out a pained groan before another realization hit him much, much harder than the first one. Whenever I call my family again, Wham is never going to let me live it down. What am I going to tell them about my eyes? The truth, Cynthia replied sincerely. The black-haired man grimaced. You're not wrong, but that doesn't help me at all, Cynthia. Matcha. Location unknown. Jade, as was his operative call name, casually sat in a darkened room with only the light of the monitor in front of him for illumination. He had managed to gain some free time for himself, and that meant he had a chance to carry on his mission without the prying eyes of disloyal mongrels set around him. He waited patiently for the screen to change, as he had been waiting for over 10 minutes. Suddenly, the screen went white for a few seconds before it went back to black, but with the symbol of House Cayston present. You are late, Jade, the muffled voice of Andrew Cayston spoke first with accusation. My apologies, Lord Andrew, but I could not reach you before this time. However, our time is limited, I'm afraid. I've managed to fool Finnegan's security protocols, but they won't remain handicapped for long, Jade answered. If that is indeed the case, report your findings, Andrew ordered. The false prince has arrived in Matcha. Fealty toward House Astor is high here. I tried to incite a protest among commoners as a test, but they were silenced and captured within a day. Amelia Finnegan may not be a warrior, but she's a fierce woman who does not tolerate dissent coming from those under her. A revolt is unlikely to be successful. Jade paused for a moment, but all he got in response was a hum from Andrew. Taking it as his signal, he continued. I also report, much to our dismay, that the wretched wench, Clara the Reaper, has taken as her prize the vessel her blue-haired demoness captured shortly after our plan to dispose of the pretender prince was met with failure at the hands of a so-called commoner turned noble. Jade paused again. This vessel you speak of, is it a destroyer class? Andrew asked. It is, my lord. It is the assault destroyer Samuel's Glory, now blasphemously renamed Nornavio by the blue-haired prostitute. When Lord Samuel's name was uttered during the phony trial, I knew there could be no mistake. Lord Samuel was murdered by the vile Winfield, and his body was dumped into space like so much garbage. I am terribly sorry for your loss, Lord Andrew. Save your sentimentalities for when they matter, Jade. All I require from you is that you perform your duty. As for my cousin's fate, I shall have a rather candid talk with my father, it would seem. Anything else? Andrew replied, cold and unmovable. It wasn't necessary, but Jade nodded. The prince shall remain here in Matcha to oversee his gathered forces and prepare to move against his Lord Regent, Duke Cornelius Draymore. I have also, sadly, failed to infiltrate a single pawn or object inside the Nornavio. The wench keeps her prize sealed tight. Furthermore, she shall depart soon from the planet. To where? I cannot say. Most likely she will go into hiding or beseech the aid of Duke Ionati or Duchess Emerald. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Despite her reputation, Princess Clara is not a coward. Most likely she will try to gain supporters to rally behind her unworthy brother's banner. You speak true, Lord Andrew. Such a shame that Lord Tamirin lacks your keen intellect and vision. Before Andrew could retort his flattering words, he continued. The mockery of a royal procession has been replayed non-stop across Matcha and no doubt across most of Finnegan territory. I'm certain the footage will be released into the rest of the Principality tomorrow. As putrid as that display of arrogance is, there is one element that should warrant your attention, Lord Andrew. If this element is important enough for you to give a warning, then I demand to know more about it, Andrew commanded, his voice sounding more firm and authoritative than before. One of the banner holders accompanying the Astor trollop you will not recognize. His name is Wyatt Staples, apparently, and he is the man responsible for ensuring the survival of the harlot at large. He was also the man who tricked me and made us move against the prince under false pretense, causing the imprisonment and the death of Frederick Anderson, Jade answered. They dare execute Frederick Anderson? Do you have proof of it, Jade? Asked Andrew. I do, but I can't send a visual confirmation just yet, Lord Andrew. I will need more time for a better window of opportunity to open itself, replied the operative. Very well. Make haste. With definitive evidence of Frederick's unjust execution, House Anderson will be assured to join the Lord Regent's banner. Now, about this Wyatt Staples? Andrew asked, impassive. After being captured, the pretender prince ennobled the man, elevating him to the rank of Knight Banneret. However, I have many a doubt regarding him. During the battle led by another of your blood, Lord Llanero Caiston, he proved himself instrumental in the destruction of the stealth cruiser Longstride to perfection. After that, he once more showed uncanny ability when he single-handedly destroyed 30 Drazan fighters in the span of mere seconds. I've analyzed the footage and the scanner data personally, and it is authentic. Then, after the Drazan left the system, he managed to fool me and use our moment of ultimate victory against us. This man, this Wyatt Staples, cannot be a mere commoner. Such talent and skill cannot come from such a lowly place, Jade said, his voice laced with disdain. He claimed to be part of the Third Fleet. I recommend that his records are to be found and revised, Lord Andrew. Given what you've told me, I shall make the effort. This Wyatt Staples, whoever he is, could be a dangerous individual if left unchecked. Andrew hummed deeply. That is all I have to inform, Lord Andrew. I shall communicate with you as soon as possible. For the Principality, Jade chanted. For the Principality, Andrew replied, and the connection died a second later. Closing his computer, Jade stood up, ready to leave the damp, dark room. Who are you in reality, Wyatt Staples?
Camrim, capital world of House Draymore. Gabriel Camrim continued to read his book while two servants set up his dining table with a fine cloth, silver cutlery, polished, elegant ceramic plates, and candles for ambiance. The bottle of wine they placed on the table rested inside a container filled with ice. A wide selection of freshly baked bread was also present, and 3 large dishes were covered by a metallic lid, keeping the food inside them warm. As always, the servants were silent, prohibited from uttering a single word in his presence. They worked quickly and diligently until they finished. Upon completion, they left as quickly as they entered, and they would be back only after he was done eating. Alone once more in his room, Gabriel closed his book, stood up from his comfy armchair, and made his way to the table. Truth be told, he was famished. Just as he was about to pull the chair, he stopped as something caught his eye. He waited for a second, but then continued with what he was doing and sat down. The blond, handsome man, the spitting image of his father when he was his age, grabbed the slightly damp but warm washing cloth and ran it over his hands, cleaning them. Setting the cloth aside, he removed the lid of the first plate and smiled when the smell of it hit his nostrils. Roasted duck, he muttered a second before the steam revealed that, indeed, a roasted duck was before him, cooked to perfection with an ample selection of steamed vegetables adorning it. Wasting no time, he grabbed a napkin and set it on his collar before grabbing a knife and a fork to cut a large piece of the duck's breast before placing it on his empty plate. Then he picked up the wine, uncorked it, and served himself a large glass of it before taking a long sip from it. Ah, far-bought vineyards. Peterson spoils me. Pleased with the flavor, he cut into his meal before taking in a mouthful of duck breast. He chewed slowly, savoring the citric flavor of the duck's skin before the meat made his taste buds dance. He ate slowly, deliberately until his first plate was finished. He took another sip from his wine, and just as he was reaching for a second serving, he sighed tiredly. "How much longer are you planning on staying cloaked, Veronica?" he asked softly. A second later, the very air across his table shifted as the refraction field around his sister disappeared. "How did you know I was here?" Veronica asked, her voice cold and firm. "I caught a glimpse of the refraction effect," Gabriel answered, as he served himself the other half of the duck's breast. "Does that traitor scum know you're here?" "You will show our Lord Father the respect he deserves, Gabriel," Veronica replied, eyes narrowing. Gabriel chuckled. "So he doesn't know. Not that it matters. Not to me, anyway. So why are you here, Veronica? I doubt it is because you miss your older brother." Veronica closed her eyes for a moment and took a deep, calming breath. "Father misses you, Gabriel. It pains his heart that you think of him as a traitor. Please, Gabriel, reconsider your stance. Why must you stand against your family?" "I'm surprised he has a heart at all, Veronica," Gabriel replied before taking in a mouthful of meat. After he swallowed, he continued. "He betrayed the memory of our mother. He has betrayed his nephew, our cousin, the prince. Any pain I can inflict upon him, I shall gleefully do so, for he deserves no love from me after his betrayal." Veronica crossed her arms, her intense green eyes set upon her brother while he continued to eat. "Look at you, Gabriel, groveling at the feet of the false prince, she began, but was interrupted when a flying knife bounced off her shield. As the knife clanged against the ground, her eyes were set on her brother's irate expression. "Don't you dare speak his name with that treacherous tongue of yours, Veronica. He is the prince, and nothing but the prince until either death or destiny takes the throne from him," Gabriel half shouted in pure fury. The siblings shared a glaring contest for several moments until he closed his eyes, sat down again, and took a large sip from his wine. Veronica smirked. "You've just proven my point, Gabriel. You're a blind follower of a man unworthy to be the prince in the first place. The Council of Nobles took years to recognize him as prince. In fact, they didn't. Now, did they? Just as our father was denied the title of Lord Regent, he was denied the full ascension and recognition as prince, didn't he? That may be the case, but it matters little. He had been the prince for over 3 years after our uncle's death. He has been the prince we deserve. Gabriel countered, opening his eyes. I am loyal to the principality. I am loyal to the prince. I am loyal to my family, Veronica. You, on the other hand, know not what loyalty is. Veronica's expression twisted into an angry snarl as she pointed a damning finger at her brother. You claim to know loyalty when it is you who doesn't know what true loyalty is. Our Lord Father is the only one who can lead the principality until he properly guides a true successor. The hammer of Draymore is strong, brother, but you are weak and petty. Mother would be ashamed of your attitude. Gabriel narrowed his eyes. Perhaps. I know she wouldn't approve of the way I treat our traitor of a father. But if Mother would be ashamed of me, then she would be disgusted by you, Veronica. Your blind devotion and borderline fanaticism toward our father would sicken her. This is getting us nowhere, Veronica huffed. Repent, brother. Repent and beg for our father's forgiveness. You can still join his side and stand proud as you should next to his magnificence. And if I don't? What will you do? He asked in defiance. Will you torture me? Kill me? No, of course you won't. You wouldn't risk earning our father's scorn. Not again, anyway. He let out a dark chuckle. Or would you, I wonder? Baring her teeth, Veronica slammed the table. Father never scorned me, Gabriel. I made a mistake, but I've learned from my mistakes. Unlike you, I am no coward. I am Veronica Draymore, proud daughter of his lordship Duke Cornelius Draymore, the Hammer of Draymore, Lord Regent of the Principality. He's not recognized as Lord Regent, though, Gabriel replied with a winning, smug smirk that caused his sister to fume in anger even more. However, I agree that I am a coward. I am not a warrior. I'm a statesman, a bureaucrat. I like counting credits and organizing laws. But you're mistaken if you believe yourself as a warrior, Veronica. You're nothing more than a butcher, remember? Instantly, he regretted letting his bravado and anger get the better of him. Veronica's expression darkened and her eyes grew cold. Then, after what felt like a short eternity, she looked away, ashamed and hurt. Gabriel stood up and slowly made his way to his sister until he was within arm's reach. Then he hugged her, and she returned the gesture. I'm sorry. I was out of line with that last remark. I didn't want to hurt you, Veronica, Gabriel said softly. I know, Veronica replied. Please, Gabriel, reconsider. Father said to me that I shouldn't judge you as a traitor for refusing him. I try, brother, I try. See the light, Gabriel. Even you must know that our Lord Father is better suited to lead the principality, even if only as Lord Regent. Perhaps so, Veronica, Gabriel replied, letting go of her, his expression solid as granite and equally unflinching. I never doubted that our father was a great man, but his actions are that of a traitor. Only an Astor may rule the principality. He renounced his claim long ago. I'm sorry, truly I am, but I will not join him. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. And when he falls and the prince stands victorious, I will do everything in my power to gain his mercy and at least ensure your safety. Veronica let out a long, pained sigh. I see that trying to talk sense into you was futile, brother. Contrary to what you may believe, I do not hate you, Gabriel. I pity you. As our Lord Father's firstborn, you should be standing next to him, not me. I shall do whatever I can to fulfill our Lord Father's vision into reality, and I sincerely hope that you will join us when our victory is achieved. Enjoy your meal, Gabriel. With that, she walked away and soon was out of his room, leaving him alone once more. Gabriel returned to his seat, eyed the glass of wine, then reached for the bottle and drank from it until it was empty. I wish I could get drunk, he muttered tiredly, the rest of his meal forgotten, his appetite lost.
Matcha, capital world of House Finnegan, Grand Palace. Wyatt Staples sat across a table, his attention fixated on the chessboard as he struggled to decide which piece to move next. Across the table sat the prince wearing a placid smile, as he too focused on the match. Sitting on the sidelines as a spectator waited Cynthia Winfield, her expression serious and unreadable. The prince had summoned them an hour after leaving the medical wing, and while they were in the middle of preparing to leave Matcha upon Clara's command. Heeding his request, they answered his call only to find that the prince wished to have a chess match with Wyatt before saying his parting words. The pilot felt relieved that the prince's command was for him to enjoy something trivial, though he suspected it wasn't that entirely. After a respectful greeting on his part, the match began and they had said nothing since. So far he had taken 4 pawns, a knight, and a bishop from the prince, while his liege had only managed to secure both of his knights and 3 pawns. All in all, he was winning. Taking his black-checkered bishop, he moved it to the point that an opening had presented itself, endangering the prince's king. "Check," Wyatt announced. "Not for long," the prince replied before moving a pawn to block Wyatt's bishop. Rubbing his chin for a moment, Wyatt moved his queen, eating up another unprotected pawn. To his surprise, the prince then moved the left side rook and the king at the same time, putting them closer together in what could pass as a protective formation. "Is that allowed?" he asked suddenly, confused and surprised by the move. "Quite so. It is called castling. I quite like it, though it is not advised to rely on it too much," the prince answered with a playful smirk. "I wonder if I'll ever be able to use an en passant on you, Wyatt." "En passant? Is that another strange moving rule? Perhaps I should buy a rule book or something," Wyatt said in his mind before analyzing the board for long, silent moments. Frowning, he moved his right side rook to a position that threatened the prince's queen. Too late, he realized his mistake. The prince let out a throaty chuckle before moving his queen, eating the unprotected rook. "Check," Wyatt hummed, his right hand dangling over the board trying to see all his possible moves. Sadly for him, he only had one to make. Moving his white-checkered bishop, he put it in front of his king, protecting him. The prince, however, showed no mercy, and with the use of his remaining knight, made a move that ate a pawn and also positioned it ready to strike at his king. "Checkmate," the prince announced, smiling. Then he inhaled deeply and then exhaled slowly in complete satisfaction. "He's a marvelous player, isn't he, Cynthia?" "Seeing you two play hurts me mentally," Cynthia replied dryly. "Honestly, my prince, you should give up on your dreams of playing professionally. You are a lousy player." "I'm surprised that Wyatt, with his tactical acumen and outside-the-box thinking, matches your lackluster skill," the blue-haired woman ended with a playful grin. Wyatt sat there, speechless, as the color drained from his face. He had gotten used to the playful banter between Clara and Cynthia. They were longtime friends after all, but to hear Cynthia talk in such a way to the prince made his heart skip a beat out of sheer panic, which was only worsened when he heard the prince's reply. "Ha!" The prince barked a laugh that came from the deepest part of his belly. "It seems that your skill with the sword has not dulled, Cynthia. Your tongue is as sharp as your blade." Smirking, he turned his attention to the baffled Wyatt. "Is something the matter, Sir Wyatt Staples?" Wyatt shook his head in an effort to shake off his surprise. As he did so, the memory of his second meeting with the prince came to him. Oh, that's right. He did mention that Cynthia was a friend dear to him. If Clara and Cynthia are close, then it stands to reason that the prince and Cynthia share a similar bond, he reasoned, and his racing heart slowed down. "I was merely surprised, my prince. I had forgotten that you previously mentioned that Lady Cynthia is your personal friend, my liege." "I suppose it would be surprising to those not close to me that I can be so jovial and open?" the prince asked slyly. "Nevertheless, Cynthia is indeed a dear friend of mine. I've known her ever since we were children. For all intents and purposes, we grew up together side by side. There is trust, companionship, and a sense of honesty between us. Away from prying eyes, are we not allowed to relax? Is the prince not allowed a moment of reprieve from the weight of ensuring the stability of his realm?" "I wouldn't know, my prince. But if it is you who says it, and judging from the examples I've witnessed, then it must be true," Wyatt replied. "And yet you've not questioned why I have summoned you?" the prince asked, leaning on his armchair. "It is not my place to question your summon, your majesty. I am your knight banneret. Your command is all I need to act," Wyatt replied solemnly. "Unless innocent lives are in peril," the prince said, remembering the oath made during his ennoblement. "And you're not my knight banneret, Wyatt. House Astor is your patron, this is true, but if anyone has any claim of ownership, that would be my beloved sister." He paused for a moment, closing his eyes, and he relaxed into his seat. "Which, coincidentally, is the reason why I have summoned you two before me. You will depart soon on a task that I could only trust Clara to carry in my name. Wyatt Staples, would you give your life for my sister, your princess, if need be?" "Without hesitation, my prince," Wyatt replied instantly, his voice filled with honesty and conviction. "More than my princess. Clara is my friend, and so is Cynthia. Their lives are more important than my own, this I know, but that doesn't matter to me on a personal level. To me, they are precious. I swear to you on everything that I hold dear, my prince, that no harm shall come their way for as long as I draw breath." To his right, Cynthia smiled while the prince nodded once in approval. "Clara was right. You possess the soul of a true knight, a valiant warrior who fights for what is right regardless of actions and consequences to his well-being. You may not believe in honor, Wyatt Staples, but you are a man of honor, not the sort that comes with accolades and self-serving actions. Rather, your honor is your own, that unsurmountable force of will that has fascinated me with every action you've taken." The prince paused, eyes narrowing as he tilted his head slightly. "I will not insult you, Sir Wyatt, by promising you rewards beyond imagination. You are not a man that can be bought with mere baubles or the temptation of power. A powerful strength and a dangerous weakness if exploited by your enemies. Do your duty to the best of your capabilities. This I ask not as the prince, but as a brother. Protect Clara, even if that means protecting her from herself." He turned his gaze to Cynthia. The blue-eyed woman nodded once. Then he continued. "You've earned my trust in this regard, Wyatt Staples. Loyalty is its own reward." "Loyalty is its own reward, ye prince," Wyatt replied. "I shall do as you've requested of me." "Good. Then you may leave. Clara already knows I've summoned you, so you will decide whether to share or not what I've told you with her. I shall remain here and coordinate our forces and strike out against the traitors within our capacity. A proper counter-assault shall take us months of preparation at the very least. Time is, for the moment, my uncle's ally. Fortunately for us, his window of action is becoming narrower with each passing day." Cynthia stood up a moment later, followed by Wyatt shortly after. The two bowed their heads respectfully before turning to leave the room. "Oh, before I forget, one last thing," the prince called out. "Your eyes may have a different shade now, Wyatt, but your gaze remains unchanged. Ensure that it remains that way, or, failing that any changes that may come are positive ones." With nothing more to be shared, the prince waved his right hand about lazily, and the doors of his quarters opened, revealing the ever-vigilant royal marines standing guard near their liege. Wyatt and Cynthia walked in silence, ignoring the staff and anyone else they encountered on their way, until they reached the ample launch yard with a single shuttle waiting for them. Next to it stood Princess Clara, now wearing her set of purple armor while Milcades flanked her holding an umbrella over her head. The two stopped in front of her and bowed their heads. "Let us depart," came her simple order. Milcades closed the umbrella and boarded the shuttle without uttering a word. Cynthia took his place next to her princess, and soon the three of them boarded the shuttle's cockpit. Wyatt sat on the pilot's seat and went through the diagnostics and necessary tests before igniting the engines. The doors closed, and with a hiss of pressurized air, they were sealed. The shuttle shuddered as it began to ascend. As they hovered 10 or so meters above ground, he pressed a button on his panel. "Control, control, this is Shuttle NTS-001 currently transporting Her Majesty Princess Clara, requesting permission to leave friendly airspace. Over," Wyatt spoke in his usual serious tone.
"We read you, Shuttle NTS-001. You have permission to leave. I repeat, you have permission to leave. For the Principality and our beloved Prince, may your journey be a safe one. Over,"
a professional voice called back. "Understood. Copy that," Wyatt replied, letting go of the button. Glancing at his passengers, he found them sitting steady and latched on. After a quick inspection of the other passengers at the back, who to his surprise only consisted of Milcades himself, Wyatt ascended more and did so at an impressive speed. A minute later, the rumbling of the engines diminished considerably, and he could feel them more than he could hear them. The sensation of weightlessness assured him they were in orbit, and a quick inspection of his coordinates confirmed they were on their way to the orbital ring's transit checkpoint. "Well, isn't this nostalgic?" Clara suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. "It reminds me of our first shuttle trip to Woodshaft, only this time the circumstances are not so dire." The black-haired man couldn't deny that she had a point. The shuttle was of standard design, identical in dimensions and proportions to the one they had used at that time. Remembering that time and everything that spiraled out of that seemingly unimportant voyage brought out a smile that he couldn't hide. "Just please don't let Clara fly this time, Wyatt. We don't have the privacy or the time to indulge in such activities," said the blue-eyed woman as she crossed her arms. "You should relax more often, Cynthia. It will do you well," Clara replied. "That aside, I'm certain that my brother Dearest summoned you to have more than a friendly match, Wyatt?" Given that the prince had granted him free rein on how to reply to her, Wyatt felt no need to withhold any information. "Your brother, the prince, tasked me with the duty of protecting you, Clara. No matter what happens, know that I'll stand next to your and Cynthia's side. I'm at your service and disposal, my princess." Clara let out a soft whine mixed with a giggle. "Brother Dearest worries too much about my safety. With me out of his shadow, his negotiations shall proceed smoothly, and he may focus more effort on finding the whereabouts of Alexander and Giovanni. Although I appreciate your loyalty and dedication, Wyatt, I rather not have you die for my sake, nor anyone else for that matter. If a sacrifice is needed, then let it be so, only when there is no alternative," she said, her voice somber yet firm. Clapping her hands twice, her smile returned. "Unsavory topics aside, there is much that we must do. I shall share with you the secret of our dark reputation once we are safe aboard the Noir Navio and heading toward our first objective, Wyatt. For now, know that our mission, with the blessing of my brother and acting upon his authority, consists of 3 objectives. The first is simple: gather any relevant and important information regarding traitor movements, forces, and whatever other knowledge we may be able to acquire. Incendiary secrets are as effective, if not indeed more so, as blades or firearms can be. It is the other 2 objectives that require our attention the most. Firstly, House Ferentis has declared itself neutral, but they must not be allowed to neither remain neutral nor to declare themselves for my uncle's faction. House Ferentis is strong and borders both Caiston and Finnegan territories, but their strength does not come from military power. In fact, they believe that true power comes in the form of grain stalks and the weight of meat. Clara chuckled softly. They do have a point. I'll grant them that much. I am to strike a deal with House Ferentis, so that their vast agricultural go to the right bellies at a fair price or in our favor if at all possible. Wyatt nodded in approval. Volantis had never experienced a true famine, but there had been periods in which many stomachs growled for one reason or another. A fungi infection devastating vast amounts of Lakoa farms, Clixol numbers dropped dramatically one year or exploded in another, taxes and rival blocked cutting off trade for months at a time. A full stomach was crucial even during patrol routes. Secondly, this objective is much simpler in theory, yet incredibly so more difficult in any theoretical execution. For you see, Wyatt, we are to engage with Caiston forces so that we may learn the location of Caiston Army and Navy officers regardless of rank. Once found, we are to eliminate them under either the rules of engagement or through formal duels. If at all possible, I would have Tamir and Caiston's head as a trophy. If not, then his son, Andrew Caiston, shall suffice. Again, Wyatt found himself nodding in approval. So that we may deprive Duke Draymore of one of his most loyal followers, Wyatt stated flatly. Precisely, my dear Wyatt. Precisely, Clara replied, her eyes cold and focused. I shall not stand idle while my uncle consolidates his forces further. The hammer of Draymore is strong, then I shall prove that it can also break. The shuttle approached the large anchorage station slowly without issue. Wyatt had been contacted by the station a few minutes ago, giving him a vector trail to their destination, the Noir Navio. Watching through the monitor's screen, the pilot couldn't help but feel awestruck again upon seeing the marvelous black ship. The hull was almost entirely dark, its surface reflecting the light from the station and the distant star rather dimly. He could still remember vividly what it felt like to command that vessel. It had been an otherworldly experience that was overshadowed by the pure pleasure he felt when the Drazen cruiser was destroyed. The spear-tip-shaped vessel was, again, marvelous to behold. Ever since capturing the ship and taking it away from Kasten hands, his time had been consumed by training, adapting, and more than he would have liked to spend in a medical bay one way or another. In fact, he was starting to grow a not-so-insignificant amount of distaste for medical procedures that kept him bound, though he understood their necessity. But now he could admire the ship more closely. The design was elegant and organic with no room for fanciful aesthetics. It was purely functional, though such simplicity made it beautiful to his eyes. The two short wings, compared to the length of the vessel, that is, that sprung near its rear, served no practical purpose other than to house more compartments, aiding the structural design of the ship that had allowed him to use its mobility in his favor during the battle against the Drazen. For a destroyer class, it was on the average size of one as it measured 1,832 meters in length, a kilometer in width if measured from wing to wing, and a mere 200 at the tip due to the demands of the spinal-mounted pulse beam. Similarly, in height, the situation repeated itself but nowhere near as pronounced with the ship 442 meters at its thickest, central point that housed within the powerful tri-reactor plasma core. Over the length of the vessel, the gradual smoothing was less evident and also ended on the tip, making a perfect 200-meter in diameter cylinder ready to spew its deadly charge. While some could see the ship as bulky or unappealing in design, he personally couldn't see a more perfect ship. Not only was it a technological marvel, especially when compared to the standards set in the Principality, but it was made to strike from the shadows with deadly force and sweep back into the hiding for another run. When I commanded it, I felt like I was one with the ship. It felt like when I'm inside the cockpit of a fighter, but more intense. I could almost feel it move with every command I issued, every turn, every acceleration and deceleration, the power when firing the pulse beam. Everything was so otherworldly. Is that what being a Commodore, Captain, and above feels like? To sit on that chair and be one with the ship? If so, then I envy Commander Redford and Admiral Damien, to be able to enjoy the vastness of space from that perspective all the time. Yes, I envy such a position, Wyatt thought to himself, smiling gently at the Noir Navio. Look at it, so pristine and black, like polished obsidian, a black shimmering pearl set against the blackness of space. Wyatt paused for a moment and his smile faded slowly. You commanded it through Cynthia's clever use of a loophole in a dire situation, Wyatt. You killed Drazen, you saved people's lives, and Clara was safe. Let that be enough. To experience such a thing as a commoner is more than I ever could have hoped for. Let that be enough. Even if I'm not a commoner anymore, that doesn't change what I am, he thought, content with the resolution even if it wasn't satisfying. Beautiful ship, isn't it? Clara's voice cut through the silence, and Wyatt turned his attention to her. Oh, that didn't startle you? You were so focused on the screen that I thought you'd at least jump a little. It seems I'll have to try harder, said the princess with a serene smile on her lips. Your sense of humor is peculiar, Clara, Wyatt replied. So says the man that's a stick in the mud, Cynthia added with a playful smirk. Do you see me as a means to measure the depth of muddy terrain? Wyatt asked, genuinely confused at her choice of words. No, that's not what, Cynthia replied in puzzlement while Clara let out a short, undignified snort. No, Wyatt, a stick in the mud is a phrase used to describe a person with a dull or boorish personality. Wyatt shrugged. Weskel would agree with you. He always said that I didn't know how to have fun. Be that as it may, Wyatt, what were you pondering about so intently? Clara asked with interest. Wyatt turned to the screen before replying. I was just admiring the Nornavio. I've caught glimpses of it, but I never had the chance to observe it in detail. It has also occurred to me that I've only traveled between 3 different decks. There's still so much to see of it. He paused, taking a second to admire the ship on his screen. You're right, Clara, it is a beautiful ship. Deadly, too. You should know, Cynthia pointed out, her tone serious. Whoever built it managed to compact the firepower of a battlecruiser and the utilities of a battleship to the size of a destroyer. According to our own measurements, it is an assault destroyer, but no other assault destroyer across the Principality could come close to match it. Speed, armor, shields, durability, power, versatility. Even the exalted virtue would be hard-pressed to match it in an even fight following the rules of engagement. But the Nornavio is not built for them. Silent, decapitating strikes are what this ship was built for, but it isn't defenseless either if it must take action outside its intended role, Clara listed, her tone switching to her colder, more calculative side. This boogeyman hull plating is also intriguing. It may be fragile, but its stealth capabilities vastly outstrip any potential armor grading it could be placed in its stead. The blonde woman unhooked her safety belt and moved closer to Wyatt, standing next to him as she pointed a finger at the rear of the Nornavio. See those edges that mask the engines? Those are there to hide the plume as long as we're not moving too fast or too close to a target. That aside, Wyatt, can you see the radiators anywhere? What is she playing at? Wyatt thought to himself a moment before answering. They're located on the bottom of the ship, but remain locked away unless needed, correct? And why is that? Clara pressed on. Because the boogeyman system radiates excess heat slowly but constantly all the time. It works similarly to how many other types of hulls deal with excess heat, but it does it better and without giving itself to regular sensors. Unless the ship is engaging in an active fight causing the heat levels to accumulate faster than what the hull can radiate off, Wyatt replied, then pondered for a second with a brief hum. Does the ship have heat sinks? When I read the specifications of the Nornavio, I didn't read anything related to heat sinks. There are heat sinks located across the warp drive, the reactor, the weaponry, and the pulse beam cannon. The Nornavio can run very, very hot. Enough to burn everyone in it if a conflict runs for too long. The heat sinks will absorb some of it, but it will eventually overheat under the command of a reckless captain, Clara explained. Which, if you are willing, Wyatt, could you tell me what were you going to do if you hadn't passed out during the assault against the Drazen? Clara makes a good point, and I must confess that I, too, am curious to know what were you planning to do, Wyatt, Cynthia added. Wyatt felt a thrilling wave of tingling pleasure at being reminded of the incident once again. Even if he never got to face Drazen ever again, that battle and the experiences he gained from it were etched into his memory for the rest of his life. With pleasure, he began, his voice reflecting his good mood. After the cruiser was destroyed, I planned on peeling away from them and getting at least one of their remaining destroyed to get near us before entering weapons range. I would then put the Nornavio into a slow spin and engage the enemy with railgun and plasma fire. Once the shields were down, use the heavy laser turrets to strike their center and hopefully destroy their bridge deck. After that, I don't know what I would have done or how I would have reacted to their counter-assaults. Everything was happening so fast, so I just did what came naturally to me. I'm certain that's true, Wyatt. You are not the kind of man to formulate convoluted strategies, at least not outside the thick of combat, and you showed them no mercy. I'm certain you would have gone after them when they made their move to escape the system, Cynthia pointed out. Most likely, yes, Wyatt agreed. There was no point in denying that, if given the chance, he would have made sure every single last Drazen on Gintrax would burn in a fire. As his mind went back to that momentous occasion, he remembered other pieces of information. After a moment of silence, he turned to Clara. Clara, may I ask you something? You may. I've been thinking about it after I got my implant since I didn't have much else to do. Since we were heading to Finnegan territory, why did you barter for Uriel Hoax's ships? Facing another Caiston force was a possibility, but even so, highly unlikely. His Majesty the Prince, your brother, now has access to greater forces. Was it part of your plan? Will the destroyers and freighters you gained form part of your fleet? He asked, and was confused when Clara let out an amused giggle before placing a hand on his shoulder. My dear Wyatt, those ships were never my goal. Woodshaft was the prize I was after. The personnel we gathered up along the way was part of what I was striving to achieve. Frankly, I am still disappointed that I have no real fighting ground and boarding forces. In their favor, though, the leader of the mercenaries under my command, one Commander Francesco Arcadi, is a rather enthusiastic and competent man. I'm sure his forces will prove their worth. The princess replied, and Wyatt smiled internally, noting the not-so-enthusiastic tone behind the otherwise encouraging words of the blonde, purple-eyed woman. Then, if Woodshaft was your goal, why deal for the ships at all? Diplomacy and negotiations are dangerous battlefields, Wyatt. I did not lie to Uriel when I said I could have easily replaced him. Had he shown incompetence or overt greed, I would have ordered his execution. But Uriel Hoax is an intelligent and competent man. The ships bartered will be used as refitted transports and be integrated into the forces of the fleets present as logistical and support ships. Deities know we need capable ships to press against my uncle's forces, Clara explained, pausing for a moment, her eyes gleaming with intent before continuing. You see, Wyatt, my goal was to achieve Woodshaft primarily as a distraction. The station is vast and a strategic position for both House Finnegan and Caiston. Now that they are not a mere smuggler den but a commercial hub under the recognition of House Astor, the only way for House Caiston to reclaim it for themselves will be through a large military force or with the use of Third Fleet elements. But Cornelius Tigan won't be able to spare his forces whilst in conflict with Finnegan and other loyalist forces. Letting go of his shoulder, she returned to her seat as they approached their destination. And while Woodshaft stands, we have eyes inside Caiston territory and a potential staging point for our forces if need be. Did she plan all of it from the start? Wyatt thought as a shudder of fear and not a small amount of respect and admiration flowed through him. Making future plans was decidedly not one of his strengths, but Clara was capable of formulating a dozen different plans with laughable ease. Is she a genius because she's an Astor, or is it her natural talent? He asked himself, not sure which answer was more terrifying. Sad as it was, the Drazen assault cemented Uriel Hoax's opinion and gained us his appreciation, if not his loyalty, Cynthia added pragmatically. Tragically, Wyatt replied, agreeing with the blue-haired woman. Say, Wyatt, aren't you curious about what happened to Salazar Reed? Cynthia asked with a knowing tone. Not really, the pilot replied without hesitation. Unless his name is Serhan Gimor, I don't hold grudges without merit. What he did was no different from what I expect from petulant blue bloods. What he did was almost worthy of praise were it not for his intended goals, Clara exclaimed, and a cold laugh escaped her lips. Using his knowledge against you, he sent you a peace gauntlet hoping you'd reject the gesture. Since he couldn't kill you for your crime, he opted to show he was better than you. Her lips curled into a smirk. Sadly for him, he fell short of his own expectations and ended up humiliated in turn. Vice Admiral Vashakati Reed was not pleased with the actions of his nephew, Cynthia continued with a smirk. He didn't send a formal apology. He has to save face somehow for the sake of his house, but he stripped Salazar from his noble title, reducing him to a mere knight with no authority within his house. He was lucky he wasn't exiled for his actions and his defeat. To make matters worse for him, my sister was not gentle either. Wyatt winced at the sadistic tone Cynthia's tone took during that last sentence. He didn't know Commander Juliana anywhere near as well as Cynthia, but he knew she was a woman of unquestionable loyalty and valued it above all else. What did she do to him? He asked as his curiosity won. After receiving 20 public lashings, she demoted him from captain to sergeant. Marine ranks work in a different system than Royal Navy ones, but effectively, he won't be able to command anything but auxilia forces ever again. His reputation has been ruined, his standing crushed, and those close to him have abandoned him. In a rather cruel decision, even by the standards set by my sister, she has transferred him to the Noir Navio. Isn't that dangerous? What if he tries to hurt you or Clara? What if he turns traitor? Wyatt asked, worried. He has no option but to lower his head and take his punishment. Vashakati made it clear that if he heard any further offense caused by Salazar, he would be stricken from the family records, made pariah, and likely killed or exiled in full disgrace. House Reed can be brutish, but they are loyal to the prince, Cynthia clarified. To a noble of a storied house such as House Reed, there is no greater punishment and threat. He'll likely seek an honorable death in combat before the thought of betrayal crosses his mind. If you say so, I shall trust you, Cynthia, Wyatt replied sincerely. She was the experienced noble of the two, after all. His attention turned to the monitor as the computer signaled that the docking procedure was about to commence. He watched as the hangar of the Noir Navio opened in the distance, illuminating the otherwise black exterior with the blue hue of a kinetic shield. A request for communication came through, and a second later he accepted it. "This is Communications and Navigational Officer Galt Tyrome. Proceed to the hangar's Section A Shuttle NTS-001, over." "Officer Galt Tyrome, this is Shuttle NTS-001. I read you loud and clear. Proceeding to your directions, over," Wyatt replied, glad to hear the voice of the red-haired man. I still need to thank him for helping me. What do you even give a noble as a gift?" "Understood, Shuttle NTS-001. We await the arrival of Her Majesty with great anticipation, over and out," Galt said before ending the connection. "I'm glad that you countermanded my orders in that last moment, Wyatt. Galt Tyrome has proven himself to be reliable and a good bridge officer. He had to be demoted, but I believe he prefers it. The rest of the crew have also saved me the headache of finding competent bridge personnel. Small blessings truly are a joy when they arrive at your side, don't they?" Clara said with a barely perceptible smile. "How does she keep doing that? It's like she can read my mind, but I've never heard of something like that before. Not even in the most outlandish rants Mr. Warlow went on and on when he was drunk," Wyatt thought, and glanced at Clara, who in turn didn't do anything to indicate that she could do anything of the sort. Choosing to blame his imagination, he focused on the task at hand as they approached the Noir Navio, the ship growing in size as they approached until even the hangar bay overtook the view of his primary cameras. The moment they passed through the kinetic shield, the bay began to close while he landed on the spot two Ekhindas were using guiding batons. The shuttle landed softly, and with a dying rumbling from the engines, the trip ended. Two large mechanical arms secured the shuttle in place as the trio put on their helmets and waited until the hangar was pressurized once again. With a loud ping, Wyatt moved to the door and opened it, stepping aside to let Cynthia step out first, followed by Clara, aided by her best friend. Finally, Wyatt followed, and they were soon joined by Captain Milcades, taking his spot next to Cynthia. He was not at all surprised to see 4 Royal Marines stationed close to the shuttle, waiting in their silent, vigilant way. "I'm glad to be back aboard a ship," Wyatt commented, relieved. The hangar was fairly empty, with only a few technicians, staff members, and engineers going about fully suited running diagnostics on the available shuttles, drones, and fighters. Now the question was, what was he to do now? The Noir Navio wouldn't leave until several hours later. He wasn't tired, so sleeping was not an option. He was feeling hungrier than usual, though, but it wasn't mealtime yet, and he had no desire to train until they were on their way out. So unless Redford or Clara ordered him to do something, he had nothing to do. "There you are!" The translated voice of a certain Ekhinda rang through his channel, and he turned to his left, seeing Jincho approaching with vivid enthusiasm. "I've been looking everywhere for you, worm-brain. Come, you have to see your fighter." Suddenly he turned to Clara. "Princess, I'm taking the worm-brained maniac to see his fighter. Glad to see you back, though. Now get moving, maniac." With that said, he turned around and made his way off without waiting for an answer. Did he hack my communicator?" Clara's voice was heard through an open channel. "He hacked us all, my princess," Milcades replied dryly, but there was an edge of respect in his voice. "I didn't detect his intrusion until it was done. Impressive." "Should I reprimand him, my princess?" Cynthia asked, unmoved. "Certainly not. He's even better than what I expected. Such talent shows immense potential. I wonder why he was in Woodshaft in the first place with such talent at his disposal," the princess pondered. "His attitude leaves much to be desired," Cynthia commented. "True. Regardless, I think I like him. He shows not even an ounce of respect, but he's not malicious either. Yes, I believe I will come to like this rambunctious Ekhinda," Clara said in a playful tone. For his part, Wyatt could almost feel Cynthia roll her eyes, and for some reason he was sure Captain Milcades was trying not to chuckle. "Wyatt, why are you still here? Aren't you going to see your fighter?" she asked in that same tone. "As you command, my princess," Wyatt replied, defeated but content. Giving the blonde princess a short-lived salute, he moved to follow the now distant Ekhinda. When he caught up to him, he glanced back to see his friends leave, escorted by the Royal Marines. Friends. It still feels so odd to say that, like a bad rash that doesn't go away no matter how much you scratch it. But in a good way, Mom is never going to believe I befriended a princess and a lady of House Winfield. Dad's probably going to faint. Wham is never going to let me forget it. And Weskel is probably going to be a pain about it. The pilot thought of his family's potential reaction, earning a warm, wide smile underneath his helmet. When he caught up with Jincho, they were near a fighter that, true to Jincho's boasting, looked as good as new. Had to replace entire systems. The right wing was torn asunder. How it didn't shear off during your crazy maneuvers, I still don't know. Electrical was blown. You somehow managed to turn your heat sinks into scrap, but everything else was working, Jincho said as he nodded in approval and his tail swayed contently behind him. Got a chance to tinker with it, too. Managed to recalibrate the fuel and thrust systems and reroute excess stress and heat away from the core and into the engines. And your directional thrusters are also better now. Your fighter is now 7.2% faster than before. You can carry half as much coil gun ammunition, and your shields are a whooping 3% stronger now. Had to sacrifice redundant systems, but hey, who cares, right? So, Wormbrain, how do you like your new fighter? You may thank me now. Wyatt smiled widely. Does anyone know what you did to it yet? He asked, barely able to keep the tremor in his voice at bay. If I did, they wouldn't have let me tinker with that beauty of a fighter. Principality regulations can be so anal about it, I'd rather choke on my feathers than deal with that shit. But you, Wormbrain, you know your stuff. I can't see your eyes, but I know you like what you see, eh? Fighting fair is for losers and soon-to-be corpses, Jincho said, extremely proud of himself. More than ever before, Wyatt decided he would stay in Jincho's good graces. Dropping to a knee, he bowed before the surprised Ekanti. Thank you, Master Technician Jincho. I am most impressed and grateful for your work, he said solemnly, putting as much theatrics into his praise as possible. Jincho shuddered, and if it were not for the suit, his feathers and fur would be standing at attention at the compliment. Ha! See, you ungrateful bastards! A little recognition and praise go a long way to get what I can give, Jincho shouted as he threw a fist in the air. Clara has to know this. I'm certain she'll be happy, Wyatt thought. Wyatt landed on the ground with a resounding thud, his face pressed against the mat while he heaved for breath. Above him, Cynthia stood waiting for him to get to his feet. Again, Cynthia said, her tone unflinching as always during their training sessions. The now heterochromatic-eyed pilot groaned as he obeyed the command of the blue-haired woman. Shaking his head, he adopted a low-guard stance with his fists in front of him. Cynthia raised an eyebrow in response. Brute force has never worked before, she pointed out plainly. I know, Wyatt replied, and a chuckle caught his attention. Peering to the right, he found none other than Nultar Olkara as he wiped the sweat from his brow. He gave him a friendly wave as he watched from a safe distance what had become a regular scene for anyone visiting the gymnasium to admire. Namely speaking, watch Cynthia Winfield beat him down relentlessly over and over again. Though, as much as it pained him to admit, he could now see a purpose to the torture she called a training. They had just left Finnegan territory after 2 weeks of silent, rapid travel. The Nornavio showcased her speed, cutting off several days now that she was alone. Over the course of those 2 weeks, he had come back to his routine, and while his squad mates were surprised by his new eye colors, it didn't cause any altercations. In a rather odd turn of events, thanks to the events during the procession and the following banquet, he started to pay more attention to his surroundings. He caught things he had never bothered to pick up on before, mostly coming from noble women regardless of their rank and station. There were furtive glances thrown his way, whispers followed by sly, predatory smirks. The way they would sway their hips as they sauntered whenever he was close. The necessary adjust to their uniforms, especially across their most prominent feminine features. All in an attempt to gain his attention somehow. Romantic and sexual relationships were never something he craved, much less found interest in, but he'd be lying if he didn't find the sudden attention thrown his way somewhat jarring, and the appeal was, well, hard to ignore. But much like the red-dressed woman at the banquet, he knew their intentions were selfish and catered to their own interests, so he paid them no more attention than a single glance. Apparently, rumors spread about his uninterest, and some noblemen flexed their muscles in the gymnasium or gave him similar furtive glances. He wouldn't judge anyone for their sexual attraction, but he was attracted to women, not men. Thus, he made his best attempt to ignore those noblemen completely. Lastly, some commoner staff women had also tried to entice him with far less success than the noble women. It had been just 2 weeks so far of dealing with that particular problem, and he was already tired of it. But despite their best distant, non-verbal efforts, not a single one had approached him with words, which was odd to say the least. He could understand the commoners since he was sure they were afraid of him, but the noble women? Either they were taking their time, measuring their possibilities, or something else was keeping them at bay. Whatever was the case, Wyatt couldn't be more thankful for it. Like a fool, he would have certainly fallen for one of their tricks and temptations without the advice from his friends and the experience gained. Taking a deep breath, he shoved those thoughts aside and focused on the task at hand. He relaxed his muscles before tensing them and relaxing them once more, enjoying the warmth it produced, before lunging forth. Readapting to his new strength had been an easy task after a couple of days of intense training. Cynthia even showed him some mercy by not engaging him in combat until he was in full control of his body. After that, their training resumed, and just like she'd promised, his training escalated with new exercises, even more merciless training combat, and worst of all, her guidance only came sporadically. With a heavy exhale, he lunged forth, trying to punch Cynthia's stomach. She easily dodged it, but he'd been expecting it. Before his momentum ended, he used his right talon as a pivot to deliver a spinning kick that Cynthia blocked with one hand. With his ankle firmly in her grasp, he flopped to the ground before she could do anything to him. Her eyes widened in surprise before he used his free leg to sweep at her legs. To his dismay, she merely jumped, evading his attempt. But instead of the expected pain that followed a failure, she let go of his ankle and took a step back, nodding in approval. "Good. That was good, Wyatt. You switched between styles quickly and unexpectedly. Against many other fighters, it would have worked. And that kick? You've adapted well to your implants and enhancements." Her praise ended, and a smirk replaced her otherwise serious and stern expression. "You didn't hold back." "You told me not to hold back," Wyatt replied as he stood up. "Remember that if you're ever faced against women in a real fight, you can't hold back, Wyatt," Cynthia pressed on. "Why would I hold back just because they're a woman? If they're my enemy, they're my enemy. Simple as," he replied in full honesty. It was true after all. If he was facing an enemy trying to kill him, he cared not if they were a man, a woman, or an alien. Pleased with his answer, Cynthia's smile widened slightly. "Most excellent. Now prepare yourself, Wyatt, for I shall be the one coming at you next." Wyatt felt his entire body go rigid upon hearing those words. He took a solid defensive stance, crouching slightly with his right leg behind for extra support. Meanwhile, Cynthia didn't bother to take any stance at all. She only hopped 3 times and cracked her neck. The sound made every bystander wince. They shared gazes for what felt like an eternity until Wyatt, sweating nervously and with a dry throat, nodded. In the blink of an eye, Cynthia, who was at least 3 meters apart, closed the distance before he could react to her. Instinctively, Wyatt threw an uppercut that the blue-haired woman dodged with casual ease. A moment later, a fist collided with his stomach, dropping him to his knees as he embraced his stomach in pain. Looking up at the red-armored woman, he was met with another approving nod. "That will do for today, Wyatt. Refresh yourself and then go to Milkady's. He'll be waiting for you in the firing range. Tomorrow I shall find out how good you can be with a sword," Cynthia commanded before walking past him. Wyatt remained in his spot as breathing proved to be a monumental task at the moment. A few seconds later, a hand landed on his right shoulder. He turned to find Noltar offering him a helping hand. Taking it, his squadmate helped him stand up on shaky legs. "You okay there, Wyatt? The slightly green-haired has become my most intimate relationship, wouldn't you agree?" Noltar chuckled. "Maybe so. Come, Lieutenant, how about I escort you to your quarters?" "That would be welcomed. Lady Cynthia has been rather energetic as of late. That is to say, she's not showing me any mercy whatsoever. I wonder how long it'll take before she breaks a bone," he thought to himself as he began to walk next to Noltar, albeit with some difficulty as the disorientation and pain were still running rampant in his body. Once they were out of the gymnasium and walking through the mostly empty, cleared his throat. "Has she broken anything yet?" Noltar asked, unknowingly mirroring Wyatt's thoughts. "Not yet," Wyatt replied. "That punch looked like it hurt," Noltar pointed out with a chuckle. She was so fast. I still can't believe a human can move that quickly despite seeing it with my own eyes. Or should I say that I didn't see her move? One moment she was there, the next she had her fist in your stomach. I know what you mean, Nultar. I barely had time to react after she moved, Wyatt said, hiding the thrilling fear and respect he felt for Cynthia at that moment. Yeah, and I fear that she wasn't even serious about it. Regardless, you are incredibly fortunate. A bloody Winfield is training you. My great-grandfather received training from a Winfield, and in his diary, he always mentioned that what he learned from that training saved his life many times. He showed nothing but respect toward them. I can see why. She's not only beautiful, but dangerous, too. She wouldn't be Winfield otherwise, huh? Wyatt turned his gaze to the grinning man and raised an eyebrow. You seem to know much about House Winfield, Nultar. The gray-eyed pilot shrugged. Not really. I only know them through memoirs, historical records, reputation, and sheer proximity. House Okara was a banner house under the rule of House Calidor, same as House Reed. We bordered the territory of House Winfield, so their exploits reached us fairly quickly. I remember now, you showed particular distaste toward House Reed. If you don't mind me asking, how did your family die? Wyatt asked in an understanding, cordial tone. Who said anything about my family being dead? Nultar chuckled somberly. Although that's a gentler fate than what we are going through. Oh, I see. Please forgive me, Nultar. I simply assumed your family was killed or something of the like. The black-haired pilot apologized. Nultar shrugged again. You didn't know. Can't say I can blame you for that, Lieutenant. Though, if I may ask, why did you assume that was the case as your first choice? Noble houses in Volantis have fights all the time. All of the smaller houses are bidding for power and the attention of House Arante, who, in turn, would do almost anything to please House Gimor and keep their position as the governing house of Volantis. Assassinations are rare, but do happen every so often, Wyatt explained. I always heard that things were rough on the more underdeveloped systems and planets, but nothing quite like that, said Nultar. I was born on Jissi. The conflict between noble houses there deals more with honor, standing, and reputation. Same could be said across the entirety of Calidor territory. He paused, his gaze set to nothing for a second or two before he shrugged. Not that it matters anymore. Not me, at least. He's a fallen noble now, I remember. That does explain his reckless behavior during our training sessions and his near-suicidal approach to danger, Wyatt thought grimly. He never paid it much attention, but according to the gossip back at the academy, the worst fate a noble could suffer was to be exiled. But for a whole house, becoming a fallen house was a death sentence in all but name. Is that why you joined the Royal Navy? To seek out a life for yourself? Wyatt asked. Partially. I was originally going to join the Marines, but the fall of my house ended such prospects. Fortunately for me, being a pilot suited me just fine, Nultar replied, his usual laid-back, cheerful tone replaced by an air of somber resignation. What is it like, Nultar? To fall? Now that I'm a noble with a nascent house, there are many things I should start to worry about. Lady Cynthia and Princess Clara have been giving me small pointers and lessons, but a more grounded opinion would suit me well, Wyatt asked, not wanting to sound insulting or give Nultar the idea that he wanted to learn from his misfortune alone. You have a way with words, Lieutenant. Has anyone ever told you that? Nultar replied with a soft, empty chuckle. The downfall of House Okara was orchestrated by House Reed. I've made no attempts to hide my distaste for that accursed name. He paused for a moment before offering his squad leader a polite, sincere smile. That reminds me, Lieutenant. I think my eyes have been playing tricks on me, but I swear I've seen Salazar Reed a couple of times in passing. Do you know anything about it? That is, if you can tell me at all. Wyatt pondered for a moment before answering. First tell me what House Reed did to yours, and I'll consider telling you. Of course, he planned on telling him regardless. The situation wasn't the same, but he could sympathize to an extent with his most veteran squad mate. There's nothing much to tell, Lieutenant. Despite our houses sharing a minor house status, House Reed is far more powerful, wealthy, and influential. House Okara made the grave mistake of overreaching, and an immensely lucrative business deal carried by my father took a significant amount of credits away from Reed coffers, moving them to our own. House Reed took it as an insult, and they began to move against us. This all happened when I was just a child. By the time they were done with us, every commercial deal and position of importance we had was taken away from us in disgrace and shame. As a result, every partner and loyal friend we had abandoned us. We were no longer invited to events, parties, or meetings. We were made to be pariahs. And by the time I entered the academy, House Olkara had fallen, Nultar explained with a neutral, detached tone. Don't misunderstand me, though, Wyatt. My family is hardly struggling. We have credits, lands, and properties. But being cut off from social gatherings of importance and blocked from making worthwhile, significant deals, be they industrial, agricultural, social, commercial, or whatever else, is a death sentence. House Olkara will continue to exist for a generation or two more, maybe 3. But not a single proposal of marriage or union will come our way, nor will it be accepted. House Olkara is dead, and only something extraordinary could undo the damage House Reed did to us, Nultar said sternly. Do you hate House Reed? Wyatt asked, now understanding Nultar's fatalistic tendencies. Of course I do, but not for the reason you may think, Nultar replied. My father snubbed them badly. He deserved to be humbled, but said humbling affected our entire house. We paid for that insult 1,000-fold. House Reed wasn't content with just making us lose the same amount of credits my father took from them. We lost our reputation, made to look like incompetent fools, cheats, and dishonest backstabbers in broad daylight. No, they were in their right to act against my entire family and house. It is the disproportionate response for which I hate them. If a Reed dies, I won't shed any tears. If they suffer, I will laugh. I have nothing left to lose as it is. I see. Thank you, Nultar. Now, would you like to know why Salazar is here? Wyatt asked with a mischievous smirk. Just like that, the melancholic aura surrounding Nultar evaporated and his smile returned. By the time they reached his quarters, Wyatt finished his tale. From Salazar's attempt to humiliate him in front of everyone, the duel, the result of said duel, to which Nultar laughed for an entire minute until he cried, and then his punishment. That caused Nultar to nearly fall to the ground, clutching his stomach due to how hard he was laughing. His laughter was infectious, though Wyatt lacked the same enjoyment Nultar was experiencing. Pleasantries were exchanged, and soon after Nultar left, making his way to the joint noble crew barracks to tend to his necessities. After a quick shower, Wyatt put on a fresh uniform when he heard the voice of Clara in his mind. Wyatt, your training with Milcades has been postponed. I need you on the bridge as fast as you can, ordered the princess. Instantly, he left his quarters and made his way to the bridge, wondering what had happened. When he reached the bridge's doors guarded by 2 Royal Marines, the duo let him pass without question and entered the familiar room. Commander Redford stood next to the captain's chair with Cynthia and Captain Milcades also present. He recognized Galt Tirome sitting on one of the stations, and the rest of the bridge crew were busy carrying out their duties. Clara sat on the captain's chair, wearing not her armor but rather something he'd never seen her wear before. A mix between a uniform colored in hues of purple, blue, and black and a pilot's armor. It lacked the reinforced armor but offered more mobility in return, though he suspected she was wearing more for comfort than for style. Nevertheless, the screen hanging from the ceiling caught his attention the most. On it, the image of what could charitably be called a ship was on screen, floating in space, trapped in the orbit of a small, rocky planetoid. He stepped closer to Clara, joining Cynthia, Milcades, and Redford, breaking the silence. As you've requested, I'm here, my princess. If I may ask, what kind of ship is that? According to the readings, that's an old freighter retrofitted to serve as a live ship of sorts, Redford answered, his eyes never leaving the monitor. It has 4 standard laser turrets, 2 anti-asteroid cannons, and 6 PD turrets. Better armed than regular freighters. The heat signatures indicate that the ship is powered, but its reactor is at minimum capacity. Wyatt didn't need more information to arrive at the conclusion everyone else had already achieved. He was looking at a pirate vessel. Galt? Clara asked, her tone firm. Processing the information, my princess. We're not picking any signals coming from or being received by the ship. They're completely silent, Galt replied. So they're not acting as a relay station or planning to make an assault? Relevant information about the system? Clara asked, eyes narrowing. Aside from mining operations on the asteroid belts, The icy planets with their water harvesting, and the helium harvester on the system's single-gas giant. Nothing of worth can be found here, my princess, replied the red-haired man a second later. If I may be so bold to say, perhaps these pirates are performing repairs? I agree with his observation, my princess. A lone pirate ship wouldn't be able to do much on its own even here, Redford added. Unless, of course, this pirate scum is desperate enough to strike by its lonesome. The question remains, what are we to do with it? Clara said, ending with a deep hum. I need your opinions on what is to be done. Redford? Destroy them. Let it stain the principality no longer, came the veteran's reply, short but brutal. Cynthia? Capture their leader. Find out what he knows. A simple reply, and to the point, was ushered by the blue-haired woman, Captain Milcades? We should send a boarding team, my princess. We must know why they are here and their intentions. For all we know, this could be the staging point for an assault by a large pirate group or, worse, an entire syndicate. The stoic, cold, and firm voice of Captain Milcades came next. Wyatt? Wyatt was taken aback for a moment at the mention of his name, but the surprise passed quickly as he gave his answer, short and decisive. Blow them up. Galt? My princess? Galt asked, confused and surprised at the mention of his name. I have no right to give you any sort of advice, my princess. Save your delusional pleasantries, Galt. Your princess and captain has requested your input. Now give it to me. Your prior experience dealing with pirates may prove useful, Clara ordered, without even looking at the red-haired man. The entire bridge felt tense for a few seconds until Galt swallowed and gave his answer. We have the element of surprise, my princess. Destroying them would be as easy as deploying a boarding action. Boarding them to learn their intentions sounds to be the more reasonable option. Clara didn't say anything for what felt like ages after Galt gave his input. Finally, she spoke with a heavy, commanding tone that made everyone understand her orders would be carried out without fail. Board the ship. Capture their leaders alive and unharmed. Wyatt, I want your squadron to move in and plant a haywire mine to disable them. Captain Milcades, I need you and 2 other Royal Marines to oversee and command our boarding forces. I'll dispatch Francesco Arcadi and some of his forces as well. Understood, my princess, Milcades replied, turning to leave and carry out his orders without question. As you command, my princess, Wyatt said shortly after. Are we to join the boarding forces? No. After you disable the ship, I want you and your squadron to remain vigilant and explore the planetoid's surface in search of a base of operations, Clara replied in that same tone. My princess, Wyatt repeated, and gave a salute before leaving to carry out his orders. Unless the pirates were somehow preparing a trap, he wouldn't see any real combat at all. That suited him just fine. Pirate retrofitted freighter. Milcades, Royal Marine Captain, watched through a live video feed as the pirate freighter lost the few lights it had across its hull as the haywire mine did its work. It had been decided that the boarding parties wouldn't use their precious few boarding pods. They could repair them thanks to the abundance of supplies and the fabricator the Noir Navio was equipped with. But Princess Clara decided that they would instead use shuttles and board the ship through its cargo bays. With any luck, the sudden loss of power would indicate the pirates to suit up as a boarding action was likely to happen soon. That meant more prisoners to interrogate. If not, no one would miss a pirate. In his visor's tactical feed, he watched Wyatt Staples' squadron, the Composters, move away from the vessel and down to the planetoid looking for a hidden pirate base. Meanwhile, the 3 shuttles carrying several Marines and their auxilia forces, plus the mercenaries, moved as one quickly through space, approaching the now crippled freighter. The shuttles decelerated and landed on the freighter's hull after a few minutes. The doors opened and the boarding forces moved out carefully, their magnetic boots keeping them grounded to the ship's hull. Their targeted cargo bay was punctured by a hull-cutting laser drone. A 5-meter diameter metal circle was launched into space, followed by the trapped atmosphere inside the cargo bay, expelling trash and boxes into open space, but no bodies. When the flow finally stopped, he and his 2 fellow Royal Marines were the first to invade the pirate vessel, weapons at the ready. To his surprise, the cargo bay was devoid of people. "Move in," he ordered at the same time he and his companions rushed to where the bridge was located, hoping to capture the pirate leader there. Behind him, several dozen auxilia forces entered the ship first, then followed by their marine leaders. The mercenaries, led by their self-proclaimed commander Francesco Arcadi, also followed suit and moved to carry out their orders, heading in the opposite direction. The gaping entry hole was quickly sealed by auxilia forces using sealing foam moments before doors were breached and pressurization occurred. Once it stopped, Milcades continued on his way and did not take long to find the first signs of resistance. Measuring his enemy took only a moment, and he felt disgust toward them. Calling their equipment lackluster would be generous. Most of it was patched, refitted, and repaired so many times it was a wonder it still worked at all. And their weaponry? Even by pirate standards, they were little more than glorified, poorly patched-together stolen weapons that would jam half the time. However, what truly disgusted him was that the pirates he was facing couldn't be past 16. Were their superiors so cowardly that they would their young first? The pirates opened fire, but most of their weapons either stopped working after a few shots, or they ran out of ammunition after just a few seconds of sustained fire. Following his orders, instead of killing them, he knocked them out just so he could interrogate them later. His companions followed suit, unharmed. As they moved towards the bridge, the same scene repeated itself over and over, with adolescents, most of them barely 16 or 15 years old, being the bulk of the stubborn defenders trying to get them off their rusty, barely functional ship. Few were those past 18, and fewer still were the odd kids no older than 12 joining the defenders. After the sixth encounter, and now ready to storm the bridge, Milcades knew something was terribly wrong with the ship. With a low-yield breaching charge, the worn bulkhead keeping the bridge locked away was destroyed. Milcades moved in expecting to be immediately shot at, but instead found a trio of adults protecting. "Captain Milcades, we have a bit of a situation here," came the voice of Francesco, gruff and with a notable bass to it. "I'm aware. We've captured the bridge. Do not kill the prisoners if you can. Secure the rest of the vessel," Milcades ordered through his comms before addressing the group of pirates in front of him. "Surrender!" With no other options at their disposal, the three leaders kneeled and put their hands behind their heads. His princess would have many questions, he was certain of it. Although the first official mission of the composters had been underwhelming, Wyatt was thankful that no danger lurked anywhere near the pirate vessel. After confirming that the planetoid was devoid of any marking or signals that could indicate a hidden base of operations, he reported back only for Commander Redford to recall them, as the boarding operation had been, in his own words, disgustingly one-sided. When his squadron landed, the last thing he expected was to see Captain Milcades waiting for him. Silence reigned between the two until they arrived at one of the large storage bays, where he encountered dozens of children and several adolescents huddled together under the careful watch of several Marines and auxilia troops. Wyatt glared and sneered, disgusted at the sight of the prisoners wearing little better than torn rags and poorly patched armor, suits, and clothes. "Children?" he asked loud enough only for Milcades to hear him as they walked past the prisoners. The freighter was full of children and adolescents. Very few can even qualify as adults, and the adults are being interrogated by Princess Clara herself, Milcades replied, stoic and direct. "That doesn't make sense. Even for pirates, sending out a bunch of children with barely any supervision sounds like madness," the pilot asked, as he once again glared at the prisoners. Their eyes reflected fear and hatred toward the men and women guarding them. "My thoughts exactly," Milcades agreed. "Their databases were empty. All we have is a jump log. They've been traveling for a month. Their starting jump point is from a system called Zint at the edges of Renshine territory. They stopped here to undergo emergency repairs. Their warp drive only had enough fuel to do another jump and were getting desperate." Wyatt frowned, regretting choosing to blow up the vessel without a second thought. "So they were escaping from something?" "We don't know. Come, Wyatt Staples, our princess waits for us," Milcades said, and continued to guide Wyatt to the other side of the storage area. Behind stacked boxes, he found Commander Redford, Cynthia, and Clara standing before three kneeling adults, 2 men and 1 woman, with illegal cybernetic augmentations visible through their gray eyes, a mechanical jaw, and the woman that had replaced her legs with cybernetic ones. All 3 of them were visibly afraid, but their hatred toward the nobles in front of them was greater. Curiously, he noticed that, Despite their blatant disrespect, Cynthia didn't appear ready to take their heads. "We are here, my princess," Milcades announced as he took Cynthia's left side, and Wyatt stood close to Clara, filling the gap provided by Redford. Clara nodded once, and Wyatt felt a now familiar shiver run down his spine when he felt the cold, calculative, near emotionless aura surrounding the princess. "I will ask again. Tell us who you are and why you are here. Do not test my clemency." Wyatt heard the man with the metal jaw growl like the rabid, unwashed animal that he was before he noticed something about their peculiar spot of interrogation. A quick glance to his left revealed that while they were hidden from prying eyes, their angle allowed them to see the other prisoners. They were also far away enough that only shouting at the top of their lungs would let anyone else hear their conversation. His attention shifted back to the three adults when he heard one of them spit at Clara. Reacting on instinct, he raised his right hand fast enough to block the spittle from impacting Clara's face. "Try to do something like that again and I'll order the death of one of your children. Do not test me further," Clara said once Wyatt lowered his arm. "You're going to kill us anyway, Aster bitch. We're not telling you anything," the woman barked back. "And yet you surrendered to my forces," Clara pointed out. "I fail to see the logic behind your pointless defiance and bravado." The man who had spit at her answered, "We thought you were normal Navy shit-stains, not a bunch of lapdogs led by one of you fucking tyrants. Would have blown the ship to pieces otherwise." The second man with the metal jaw snapped a bite at the princess, his metallic teeth producing an uncomfortable noise. "We'll die free, away from the clutches of the principality." "Strong words coming from a pirate," Redford replied as he stared at the pirates with nothing but loathing. It was as if the mere existence of the kneeling trio was an insult to his eyes. "Answer the princess. Who are you and why were you using a rust bucket with barely any fuel left?" "Fuck you, noble trash," the metal jaw man replied. "Why must you test me so?" Clara asked, eyes narrowing. "Captain Milcades is an excellent interrogator, but hardly a gentle one. Do you wish to discover what he, a Royal Marine captain, is capable of doing to you to make you talk?" The three prisoners flinched at the proposition, but said nothing. "Answer my questions, and I will see to it that you will be imprisoned fairly and your crew properly tended to." Before the prisoners could argue back, she pressed on with a firmer voice. "Do not force my hand. Cooperate and you won't be harmed. None of you." "How many of us did you kill already when you boarded our ship, bitch?" the spitman asked, glaring death upon the princess. "A loyal dog of the principality can't be trusted. A noble only speaks lies. An Aster only drools poison. When someone doesn't want to live wearing the collar you have fashioned for us since birth, you kill them. Take your lies and choke on them." "This is getting us nowhere, my princess," Cynthia finally made her voice known. "These impudent beasts must be taught a lesson in obedience. Allow me to be their teacher." "Very well," Clara said, eyes cold and emotionless. "Decapitate 5 of their children, 5 more every time they refuse to answer me." "Demon!" the woman cried out as the 2 men fumed in anger. "You're no one to use the lives of others like so much trash." "I'm Clara Aster, second princess of the Astorian Principality. Nothing is beyond my reach," she said, nodding at Cynthia, who then unsheathed her sword and began to walk over to the young prisoners. She only made it 2 steps before the metal jaw man exclaimed, "Wait!" and Clara raised a hand, stopping her bodyguard mid-step. "Yes?" The man looked at his companions for several long, silent seconds until they dropped their heads in defeat. Will you spare the babies?" Babies? Did they bring babies with them? Forget desperation. Whatever happened to them left them no other choice. Did a rival pirate gang or a syndicate try to destroy them? Wyatt thought, surprised by the new information, and his glare softened. "As I've promised, they will not be harmed. As long as you answer my questions," Clara remarked, and waited for 3 seconds before continuing. "Speak." We're part of the Dominator Syndicate. A little over a month ago, we got attacked by Drazen raiders. We fought back, but they were too strong. Caught us by surprise. Before the boss's ship was destroyed, we took everything we could and fled, scattering in several directions. We don't know who else made it out, but our ship, as you can see, was chosen to carry out as many children adolescents, and babies as we could before our home could be overrun, the man confessed. Drazan, Wyatt hissed the word with hatred. Do you believe that will garner you any sympathy from us? Redford asked. Drazan raiders attack anyone they expect to win against, a monster killing another monster. In my opinion, that makes the duties carried by the Royal Navy easier, pirate scum. Damn dog, the woman cried out. You heartless animal. I wonder where you got your eyes from, Redford countered, glaring death upon the woman. Did you at least wait until the one you stole them from died? Enough, Redford, Clara ordered, and the older man obeyed, though he didn't stop glaring at the bound prisoners. Where were you attacked? In the Ostenmark system, the metal jaw man replied. So you had no plans of attacking weak stations for supplies? What were you trying to achieve with these teens and children? Clara asked. The Spitman tried to kill the princess with his glare alone as he replied. We were going to attack the stations here, take any fuel and equipment they had and jump to the Hastrung system. There's a pirate den there, hidden. We hope to get refuge there, away from the Drazan and away from you, principality whores. I wonder how many innocent people you'd happily kill to get those resources, Wyatt asked, mirroring the snide remark the Spitman had made previously, whatever sympathy he gained for them when they mentioned the Drazan was gone after their revelation. Fuck you, Aster Lapdog, the Spitman replied before returning his attention to the princess. As for you, that's all we know. You can torture us if you want, but there's nothing more we can tell you, tyrant. Cynthia's eyes glowed for a moment, and the next 6 Marines guarding the other prisoners made their way to them, saluting once they were a few meters away from their princess. Take them away, put them in the brig, lock them up, and bring them a meal, Clara ordered. She closed her eyes for a moment, and suddenly several staff members pushing grav carts entered the storage room. As the 3 adults were dragged away by the Marines, the woman cried out, What will you do to our babies? They are being inoculated, treated, and fed. That's all you need to know. My promise shall be kept, Clara replied, turning away from the trio. Redford, Wyatt, a moment if you will. Wyatt and Redford obeyed while Milcades and Cynthia followed closely, giving them ample room to talk in peace. Is this about the pirates? Wyatt asked without an ounce of shame or regret in his tone. Indeed, Redford, I can understand your hatred, but you, Wyatt? She asked as they approached the children and teenagers who were being handed out fresh rations. They took it from the hands of the staff members and ate it greedily, but not one of them thanked them for it. Clara, they're pirates, Wyatt replied as if that answered everything while glaring at the prisoners gorging themselves on the food provided to them. You're wasting your mercy on them. Give me 5 minutes and I'll put a bullet in their heads and throw them out to space myself. Clara frowned but didn't admonish him for his answer. Where does this hatred come from, Wyatt? While I would have worded my thoughts in a more refined manner, Clara, I too share Wyatt's sentiment, Redford replied, calling her by her name, indicating this was a serious personal matter. Throughout the majority of my career in the Royal Navy, the enemy I've faced the most have been pirates, be them single-ship raiders, groups and gangs, or entire syndicates. To show them mercy is folly. Redford paused for a moment to look at the prisoners, then continued. I must admit that my decision was rushed and derived from personal experiences, but I don't regret it. By their own admission, they were planning to attack the poorly defended stations here, steal everything they could get their hands on, and likely kill everyone stationed in them. Pirates are cowards who only prey on the weak and undefended. They may pretend to be freedom fighters, but they're nothing more than terrorists, anarchists, murderers, criminals, pillagers, and slavers. The fact that they are human is the sole reason they are a step above the Drazan, but even then I question it. They are dangerous, irredeemable, and must be dealt with accordingly. And they are a threat created by the principality itself. I'm not judging your lack of compassion, both of you. I am merely saying that, had I followed your suggestion, we would be ignorant of this possible threat. Trust me, I am not feeding them out of the goodness of my heart. Once we arrive at Balakura, I'm handing every prisoner to the local authorities, and they will be dealt with by them. The mercy I've displayed is shown toward the babies who are innocent in all of this. They still live for this reason alone. Redford sighed. Clara, you can't blame the Principality for their existence. Even the most controlling or idyllic government to exist will have to deal with people who go against it and wish to see it burn because of their conflicting ideologies. The Arabians, the Imperium, the Chin-Shu commonality, and the Yikanti hierarchy. We all have different forms of government, and yet the pirate threat is prevalent. The only exception would be the Drazen Collective, but their pirates are our problem, not theirs, only due to how their physiology works. But the Principality could be better. The Royal Navy, for all its power and splendor, has failed to destroy the pirate threat, and now they will be prolific for as long as this conflict lasts. Clara sighed tiredly. Be that as it may, their blood won't stain my hands. At least, not directly, and if I can help it. I'll let the proper authorities deal with them. This is my command. Of course, my princess, Redford replied. Good. Now, Redford, Galt has informed me that we are ready to proceed. Go, take the helm, and let us continue on our journey. Contact the nearest outpost and give the coordinates of the disabled freighter. It will be theirs to do as they please and tell them to be wary of any odd movements in the system, Clara ordered, and the aged commander gave a salute. As he turned to leave, he patted Wyatt's shoulder twice and gave him a serious smile and a second-long glance. Then he left. Once the older gray-haired man was gone, Clara spoke up. Would you be so callous as to look at them in the eye as you kill them, Wyatt? Yes, came the cold reply from the pilot. Commander Redford is right. There is not a single Navy personnel that doesn't hate the damn pirates, Clara. Look at them. Look at their eyes. Even the youngest among them have nothing but hatred in their eyes. They took their rations and ate them without even thinking they could be poisoned. They're filthy animals that need to die. He paused for a moment. Being attacked by the Drazen is a fate I do not wish even upon them, but I will shed no tears and spare no effort in saving any of them. Please tell me you don't have a horrific close encounter with pirates that made you hate them so, Clara said, almost imploring that she was correct. During my patrol duties, I destroyed a few of their fighters. It was the prisoners that told me everything I needed to know about them. That and the stories of veteran auxilia forces and merchants talking around Woodshaft. Wyatt pointed at the Marines and the auxilia members watching over the prisoners. Look at their faces. The nobles look at them like they're vomit. But the auxilia? If you think I hate them, then you need to look closer, Princess. Look at the faces of true odium. Clara focused on them and found that Wyatt was speaking the truth. If Wyatt's eyes were like flames, then the eyes of the auxilia and even those of the staff personnel were like raging infernos compared to his. A large portion of her auxilia forces were transferred from her brother's fleet, but the rest were made up of Woodshaft recruits. Some had been mere merchants, dock workers, freighter loaders, and maybe militia forces, but the hatred was the same. Seeing that, she wondered how they were able to restrain themselves from just killing every single one of them despite her orders when they boarded their ship. They liked to raid weak stations, merchant and civilian ships, lone Navy escorts, and the weak points on colonies. They take what they can, burn the rest, kill indiscriminately, and take as many captives as their pens can hold. They turn them into slaves, working them to death in their mines, farms, and hideouts. The kids and the babies? How many of those do you think were made by consensual partners? Wyatt asked. He knew he was laying it thick, and also that Clara was likely aware of their actions, but he had the sneaking suspicion that she had never been close to a pirate and the reaction they caused. Why would she? She was a princess. Things like pirating were only stories, propaganda, or video recordings at most. To them, I am nothing more than a cruel tyrant. My title, my power, my status, my prestige means nothing to them. I know they would kill me if I were at their mercy. I am not naive to their cruelty. I just never thought it could be like this, Clara replied, her voice distant. I know I am not free of sin, Wyatt. Forget about the adolescence. Would you really be able to bring harm to these innocent children without a second thought? If so, would you also kill the innocent babies? Innocent children? Wyatt asked, turning his head to face Clara. Clara, they're not innocent. Perhaps the youngest among them without a mark. All of them are murderers. The marks on their neck indicate they've killed someone through initiation. They are worse than mindless animals. They're pirates. They may not be Drazen, but the difference is only marked by their species. I won't harm them as long as it is your command, Clara. I vowed to protect the innocent if it is within my power. Ending the miserable life of a worthless pirate is protecting the innocent. But the babies? They are the most innocent of all. They will be protected. Clara nodded once, smiling. She remembered the words spoken by Uriel Holkes describing her favorite and personal pilot. He had been right. Wyatt was warm, kind, honest, and direct in everything he did. But now she could understand what Cynthia had seen in him. Wyatt was a cold-blooded, ruthless killer. For him, mercy against the wicked did not exist, but he'd put his life on the line for those he cherished and the innocent. It was hard to see his ruthlessness at full display, but he still displayed the soul of a true knight she'd seen in him. And he knew she had no room to judge him for being ruthless. Turning to him, her smile turned sincere, and her eyes relaxed upon meeting her friend's gaze. "That is all I needed to hear, my dear Wyatt." "Would you have done it? Carry out your threats?" Wyatt asked, also relaxed and curious. She turned to the prisoners once more, but her tone did not change. "I do not make idly threats, Wyatt. As you say, they are pirates, and lessons must be learned through force if necessary. I rather not use it if it can be avoided. My actions will not be blinded by reckless emotion. Not again." "My princess," Milcady spoke after a few moments of silence, "perhaps we should look into the Drazen menace. They may just be pirates, but allowing the Drazen to gain a foothold could bring dire consequences if left unchecked." "I have thought the same, Milcades. However, our duty calls first, and thus House Ferentis awaits. After we secure their cooperation, then my gaze can turn to their threat and decide our next course of action. Return to your duties," the princess explained. "If so, since we were interrupted earlier, may I take Wyatt to the firing range? I wish to see his skill with guns myself," Milcades proposed. "You may. Wyatt, go with Milcades," Clara ordered, and then moved to leave with Cynthia close to her. Once the two men were alone, Milcades tapped Wyatt's shoulder. "Follow me, Lieutenant." Wyatt obeyed and followed the stoic captain. After a few minutes of walking, they reached an elevator leading to a different deck. Then the captain started talking. "Heard that Cynthia is going to start training you on using an energy sword. I wish you good luck, Wyatt Staples. Cynthia is quite proficient in that field." "I figured that much myself," Wyatt replied as the blender of motion that was Cynthia Winfield passed through his mind again. That memory etched into his memory firmly. "Out of curiosity, how good of a marksman do you consider yourself to be?" "Decent enough, I suppose," Wyatt replied. "I've always scored high on my target practice tests." Milcades hummed deeply. "We shall see. What weaponry are you most comfortable using? Long, middle, close?" "As long as I can shoot it, I'm good. Oh, except shotguns. For some reason, I've never used them well. Sometimes they escaped from my grasp, hit myself with the butt, or the recoil made me lose my stance," Wyatt confessed without shame. Milcades didn't reply and didn't speak for the rest of the way until they made it to the rather spacious firing range. It was divided into 10 separate rows. Each one was several meters long with a hanging target dummy at the end of it, featuring a full-sized standing human. There were only 4 rows occupied by Marines, who paid them little mind as they were focused on their practice. "Put on your helmet," Milcades ordered, and Wyatt obeyed. Opening a communication channel, he continued. "Let's try the standard combat rifle. Pick one." Wyatt turned around to find a huge selection of weapons ranging from handguns, SMGs, rifles of various kinds, shotguns, and even a few laser guns. Picking up a battle rifle, he checked it, grabbed a magazine, and took the nearest row next to Milcades. Taking a familiar stance, he aligned the scope to his target and fired, hitting the dummy in the head, followed by the echoing clang of the bullet hitting its metal target. When Milcades didn't say anything, he kept shooting until his clip was empty. Not a single shot was a miss, and all but 2 of his 30 shots hit the dummy's face, the other 2 hitting its chest. "Now use an SMG middle range," Milcades said, his tone portraying his stoicism. With the press of a button, the target moved closer. Wyatt obeyed, picking up a rapid-fire TY-8T model, standard issue for the Auxilia forces. The aim was poor, but it had a capacity for 70 rounds, and it wasn't bulky. Before he turned around, Milcades spoke again. Use the grasshopper, he ordered. Wyatt paused for a moment in doubt. The grasshopper was issued to nobles, marines, orbital shock troops, and army officers. He was about to protest that the TY-8T was enough for him, but something stopped him. Glancing at the marines present, he noticed they were watching what he was going to do. I'm a noble now, he thought as grabbed the grasshopper. The SMG had a longer barrel and was twice as heavy, but with his new strength, he barely felt the difference. Walking up to his row after grabbing 2 clips of ammunition, he studied the gun closer, noticing it had 2 modes, full auto and burst. Putting it against his shoulder, he aimed and opened fire to test it first. Nodding to himself, he fired again in controlled bursts, hitting the dummy's torso most of the time. When the clip was empty of its 50 bullets, he reloaded and switched to burst mode, quickly finding out that the burst mode fired 5 bullets per round. Again, most of his shots were aimed at the torso, but landed a full burst on the target's head. You have a proclivity to aim for the head, Lieutenant. I approve, Milcades said. Now try a shotgun. But I told you that. Amuse me, Milcades countered. Unable to deny the Royal Marine, Wyatt grabbed a standard shotgun and loaded only 6 shells in it. He aimed and fired. Predictably, he winced even with his newfound upgrades and nearly let go of his weapon. You were not exaggerating, Milcades said, his tone carrying a hint of surprise in it. Forget the shotgun, grab a handgun, use the FVX-35 storm cannon. Again, it was a pistol designed for the exclusive use of nobles, but this time he didn't hesitate. Grabbing it, he picked 2 magazines and went to his row, and to his surprise, Milcades moved the target back to its maximum distance. Use your eyes! You've been able to avoid focusing on something too much. Now focus on your target intently, said the captain. Wyatt did as ordered and focused on the dummy. After a few seconds of concentration, his vision zoomed in, locking into his target. Somehow, still retaining full control of his peripheral vision and sense of awareness, he loaded the heavy handgun and aimed it. The pistol rang loudly despite the protection of his helmet, but he fired again and again until the 10 bullets were spent. He had to admit the storm cannon was definitely hard to control. The weight of it and its recoil made him flinch and lose his stance the first few shots, but he adapted quickly to it. 8 shots landed on the dummy, with 6 hitting the torso and 2 its head. Again, came the command. Wyatt obliged, and this time he did much better, landing 3 shots on the torso and 7 on the head. Use 2 storm cannons at the same time, came the next command. Again, Wyatt obeyed without delay, and soon he was holding 2 of the elegant but heavy handguns. Aiming again, he fired once, and his shot missed by a wide margin. His stance was off, his balance skewed, and the recoil from both guns knocked his focus out. Retaking his stance, he fired his right first, followed by the left, then the right, and then the left, alternating his shots in quick succession. He adapted to it quickly, managing to control his shots better and not lose his balance and focus. He continued to fire until 10 magazines were spent. You can stop now, Wyatt Staples. I've learned everything I need to know. You may leave, Milcades ordered, and Wyatt saluted him before leaving, ignoring the Marines that had, for the most part, watched him practice. Alone inside his helmet, Milcades reviewed the score tally he had secretly recorded, and a smile widened across his lips. Accuracy rating, 92%. Headshot proficiency, 61%. A good marksman? Such a joke, Milcades said to himself. Then he left the range. Clara Astor, second princess of the Astorian Principality, sighed dejectedly as her fingers worked knitting what would become a simple bag. A product of practice, and to eat up time, nothing more. Across the table sat Cynthia Winfield, her bodyguard and best friend since as far as she could remember, doing her best to not create another disfigured animal through her lack of knitting skills. She loved her blue-haired friend dearly, but she wished she could have a competent knitting partner for once, much like how her oldest brother wished he could have someone who could play chess at his underdeveloped level. "Are you going to whine and complain again?" Cynthia asked, her armor black as the night with only the symbol of her house emblazoned on her chest. "I had tickets reserved for the Grand Arena race," Clara complained, undeterred. "Do you know how much it cost me to clear up my schedule to ensure I'd assist uninterrupted? Yes, I know. You've told me 17 times. Cynthia's words were cut off as her friend continued, not paying her any attention. I owe Megan a favor now for that. Oh, and Gabriel? I got him that damnable bauble for nothing now that I'm stuck here. And I lost a bet on purpose to Harry. That petulant snob hasn't stopped rubbing it on my face for weeks. Clara protested in outrage before tossing away her knitting needles. Crossing her arms, she sank into her comfortable seat, pouting and grumbling. Cynthia gently placed her latest attempt at knitting a vacaroot, a native mammal from her homeworld, with little success. Then she addressed her sulking friend. The prince himself has dispatched you in his name while he tends to other matters, Clara. You are acting with his authority and power. Do you not appreciate the trust given to you? Clara rolled her eyes. Of course I appreciate that my father has faith in me, Cynthia. But why couldn't he send a representative, a diplomat, or Megan for once? Or Alexander? He needs to get his face away from his books and the training chambers as it stands. Why did he send me to oversee this? Whatever it is. Have you not even read the information package Redford sent you? Not even through data stream input? Cynthia asked, eyes narrowed in disapproval. Why should I? Uncle Redford is going to take care of the negotiations. I'm just going to be there as part of the royal family and be my father's replacement. Nothing more than a silent figurehead that everyone can gawk at and pretend to respect. She sighed again. I wanted to watch the race live. You and your obsession with space fighters, why do you love them so much I will never understand, Cynthia remarked, letting out a tired sigh. You are just a brutish simpleton that cannot appreciate the elegance and beauty of a fighter flying at unbelievable speeds, guided not by a dumb drone or a mere AI, but by the hand and mind of a human putting their life at risk. The thrill of it, the bravado of performing masterful yet dangerous maneuvers, and the promise of fame and glory. Honestly, Cynthia, I am shocked and appalled that you don't see it the way I do. I prefer to keep my feet on something solid rather than risk my life in such a manner. If I'm gone, who is going to protect you? The snoring rock over there? Cynthia asked, shifting her gaze to a rather comfortable-looking Milcades sprawled on a couch, snoring softly with a book resting on his face. Heavens forbid it! Milcades is many things, but a passionate fighter enthusiast such as he is not to mention his atrocious skill on anything requiring even the slightest measure of delicacy. He is even worse than you in that field, Cynthia, Clara teased, smiling playfully. That he has been selected as a potential candidate for a captain position is beyond me. How can he even qualify as a Royal Marine is a mystery that not even the greatest scholars can solve, Cynthia added, mirroring the teasing tone of her friend while the white-haired man was none the wiser. A moment of silence followed before the two broke out into a fit of laughter that lasted for several seconds until the blue-haired teenager crossed her arms and her eyes met the purple eyes of her best friend. We're going to arrive soon at Hemmenshire. Are you sure you don't want to at least look into the information package and know what everyone is talking about when we get there? It's just the usual inter-noble politics and ass-kissing. It doesn't concern nor interest me at all, Clara countered dismissingly. But since you obviously read it, Cynthia, what are we looking at? With you as princess, I worry about the future of the principality, Cynthia replied with a knowing tone, but then her voice shifted to a serious one. You, my princess, are to find out why House Holma has not paid its taxes in full for over 5 years. There are also concerning reports regarding limited travel to several of their systems and how it has affected many neighboring systems belonging to House Akulata and House Everblade. Once the evidence is presented and the matter resolved, you are to render judgment upon them, Clara groaned. And this is why I missed my race, to solve petty frontier squabbles that even the most inept representative could have undertaken? The confidence my father has placed in me is staggering. How am I to deal with such a pivotal and monumental task? She said with sarcasm. A princess should not shirk her duties so easily, Clara, Cynthia countered firmly. So a princess should go solve every little problem that nobles end up in. I'm certain this is nothing more than a simple case of embezzlement at best and petty infighting between houses at worst. Perhaps they are fighting over ownership of a planet or two, maybe a small collection of systems, but nothing more than that. This is a waste of my time, Cynthia. Then, Clara, let us hope that is the case and that this matter can be solved swiftly. Whatever the cause may be, it has to be of significance if the presence of an Astor is required to oversee this matter, Cynthia countered. My worst possible scenario is that these houses may try to unite and attack another house. Whatever the reality may be, it is the commoners that are the most affected in their games of politics, power, and influence. Nobles lead, commoners obey. That is the reality of their situation. What does it matter if a few commoners go without food for a few days? Clara asked dejectedly. And that's how rebellions start and criminals are born, at least according to Juliana, Cynthia replied. The commoners may be commoners, but part of the duties of nobility is to ensure their safety and well-being, as it is the duty of commoners to toil and sacrifice themselves for their betters, all for the good and safety of the principality. Sadly, it doesn't make it any less boring to bear, Clara argued. I'll humor you, Cynthia. I'll read the damnable information. Never let it be said that Clara Astor does not listen to advice given with sincere intent, she said before reaching for a datapad that had been resting on the table for the better part of her trip, ever since she entered her private chambers. Turning it on, she found the file and began to read with as much interest as one would read on a lengthy and dull script detailing the benefits of a 0.1% tax increase on plasteel material production. But as time passed, and she got deeper into the report, her disinterest turned to confusion, and her bored expression shifted to one of concern. This can't be right, she muttered to herself, her eyes quickly skimming through the words presented to her. Why would a blockade of 7 entire habitable systems be necessary? Furthermore, the evacuation of at least 24 uninhabitable neighboring systems? This goes beyond a simple squabble between rivaling houses. Perhaps they are dealing with pirates or Arabian forces that managed to infiltrate our territory? Cynthia proposed. Clara shook her head. These anomalies have only been detected recently, but this conflict has had 5 years to grow to such a point. The Arabians don't have the patience for this, and the pirates are too weak and scattered to pose any real threat, more so in these territories. Who is responsible for gathering this information? According to Redford, Lukacs Ishtal pieced together the details and noticed the oddities. He was the one who ensured this report would reach the attention of His Majesty the Prince, Cynthia answered. And yet nothing more could be found regarding the situation of these systems, Clara asked no one in particular. Be honest with me, Cynthia. Do you believe these houses are trying to cover up a possible uprising? If so, do you believe they are responsible for causing it in the first place? What little evidence we have points that it may be the case. We shall know more once we reach our destination, my princess, Cynthia replied. Clara nodded, her focus now shifted to the matter at hand. Hemmenshire, capital world of House Holma. Entering now Her Majesty Princess Clara Astor, second princess of the Astorian Principality, the announcer half shouted in a booming voice as Clara, flanked by a fully geared Milcades and Cynthia, entered the meeting room that would serve for the purpose of her attendance. Wearing a long, pale white dress with pink and blue flowers etched into it, the 14-year-old princess was the picture of elegance even at her age. Her maids had gone to great lengths to make her presentable in an awe-inspiring way. Inside the room, she could see the head of the 3 great houses that had been called into attendance: Tusco Holma, Natinza Everblade, and Gawain Akulata. She had not expected to see several other members of their respective houses and even members of minor houses that were apparently also involved in the situation in one way or another. They were all sitting in separate booths as their personal guards stood watch. On the other side of the room sat Commander Redford Kalen, with 6 Royal Marines already in formation, maintaining their silent vigil. They all rose to their feet when she entered the room and only sat down after she sat next to Redford on a slightly elevated throne, a reminder of her position of authority. Her nervousness was visible, her heart was racing, and she was afraid she was going to make a fool of herself. Every lesson learned about etiquette and royal protocol left her mind before the judging gazes of the nobles examining her intently. Still, she found her lacking courage and opened her mouth to speak. I, Clara Astor, shall bear witness to these proceedings. Under the authority of my father, the prince, I will tolerate no falsehood spoken, and my judgment shall be just, she announced, with a slightly shaky voice, but it seemed to be enough to satisfy everyone present. Congratulating herself for it, she turned to the man who was like family to her, her uncle in all but blood, and nodded. The strong older man stood up once more, his graying hair indicating his age and experience. Looking about the room, he frowned. "I do not see any representative from House Vintha. Are they delayed?" "My apologies, Commander Redford, but they will not be joining us. Their representative, Heir Apparent Itogl Vintha, left hours before your arrival. Some crisis within his house has called his attention elsewhere." "I see. This will be noted and recorded," Redford said and turned to Milcades. Words were exchanged through a link, and the man left the room wordlessly a few seconds later. Clearing his throat, the commander continued. "Be that as it may, we cannot wait for someone who will not be joining us. Let us commence this inquiry." His voice was firm and confident, carrying the weight of a man who had the experience and strength to make his presence known and who would not tolerate any disrespect. "You stand suspected of withholding taxes, monetary and material, for an extended period of time. The fact that you've given what you can but have failed to meet the required quotas has spared you the suspicion of high treason, yet you stand accused of corruption, embezzlement, and negligence. How do the accused houses of Everblade, Akulata, and Hulma respond?" As one, the three heads of the family stood up and replied at the same time with a solid, "Not guilty." What followed were 3 long hours of dull accusations and attacks between the present houses, blaming each other for their collective misfortune and putting the blame on their enemies. Whatever little evidence was presented was insubstantial, situational, and ultimately proved nothing. In any other situation, Clara would be hard-pressed to remain awake or even put the minimum amount of interest in the proceedings, but in this case, her suspicion grew with each minute that passed. The squabbling was exactly like what she predicted it would be, pointing fingers and no one willing to take the blame, evading to answer the real questions for as long as possible, and building a narrative that favored each of them. But something about it feels wrong. It's almost as if they are reading from a script I cannot see. There are no unexpected outbursts of rage. It is like watching a theater play where all the actors know their roles and are trying to put on the best convincing act they can muster, Clara thought, as yet another rant from Tusko Hulma was escaping his throat, promising to hurt her ears with his irritating voice. Choosing to cut him off, she stood up and the room fell silent for several seconds. "My princess?" Redford asked in a tone that to anyone else was merely respectful, but Clara and Cynthia could detect the concern in it. "I tire of your empty words that guide us nowhere. My father, the prince, entrusted me with his authority to uncover what is happening in the systems you have blockaded. I have no interest in knowing your woes or in solving your disputes." Her frown deepened. "Speak truthfully now. Why are those systems blockaded, and why did you see fit to evacuate neighboring systems?" "My princess," Gawain Akulata, the vivid image of an indulgent noble, began, "perhaps you are far too young to comprehend the delicate proceedings of nobility. You demand that we answer, but we've been answering those questions from the start." "Do not take me for a mere child despite my age, Akulata," Clara snapped back, and Cynthia took a step forward. The sight of a black-armored young girl only 13 years old taking a menacing stance would be comical under any other circumstance, were it anyone else but a Winfield who made such a display. "I can see the play you are orchestrating, and frankly, I applaud your acting talents. Perhaps entertaining performances is your true calling." She insulted with a clear and firm voice, her nervousness gone. "You dare accuse us, the heads of our houses, of lying to you, your majesty? We, proud sons and daughters of the principality and loyal vassals of our liege, the prince?" Natinza Everblade countered, her beautiful long black hair gleaming unnaturally. Clara faltered for a moment, but only for a single breath before she replied to the brazen provocation. "I question not what is plainly seen. Now answer me. Why have those systems with valuable habitable worlds that fall under your protection and care being ignored and blocked? Your tithes have suffered because of it. Why? What is the reason for your apparent complacency?" The room remained silent as she studied every noble in the room. Some were nervous now, shifting uncomfortably, while others met her gaze with iron determination. "Your princess is awaiting an answer!" Cynthia barked the command, making all flinch at the volume she used and the power behind each word. My princess, I assure you, you have nothing to worry about. The unjust blockade set by House Everblade was set in motion after House Akulata failed to deliver on its promises. My house has been striving to end this conflict, even if we have involved ourselves too deeply in what was a conflict of no importance. It is as you say, Your Majesty. These matters fall upon our houses and that of our vassals and banner houses to solve. We were at the cusp of solving this matter before the intervention of House Astor was required, Tusko Holma replied carefully and eloquently. House Everblade is more than prepared to make up for the missed tithes in due time with the expected interests, claimed Natinza Everblade with the poise of a high and mighty noble. That goes triple for House Akulata, my princess. Let us handle our problems and be out of your hands. Why must you sully yourself with a conflict that is beneath someone of your status? Said the obese Gawain Akulata, his tone sweet and his words tempting like the finest of wine. For a moment Clara considered their offer. She could easily declare them innocent and give them time to solve their problems and be on her merry way back home. With any luck, she may be able to clear her schedule in time before the Grand Squadron tournament takes place. Gawain spoke truthfully. Their petty squabbles were beneath her, and she cared not for their struggles. But again, something felt wrong. They had sided with her without reproach. They had groveled in all but actions to adulate her, tempting her to end the already lengthy and boring trial. Then why was she unsure to end it and let them handle the problem? They claimed they were close to solving it as it was. No! The word came out of her lips on its own, and her posture became like the unflinching hull of a starship. You will not have your way. Not while I remain here to listen. Answer me. Why was the blockade needed? Has a rebellion sprung due to your poor management, and in your desperation you decided to contain it using your house vessels instead of calling forth the Royal Navy? What are you hiding from me? Answer me, for I demand it in the name of Astor. Before anyone could answer, the doors opened to reveal a grim sight. Milcades was walking inside the room, his armor covered in a not-so-insignificant amount of blood. He carried with him a small box as he approached an emotionless Redford that stood slowly and expectantly. Clara didn't know what was happening, but 2 of the 6 Royal Marines rushed to the doors, securing them. A second later, the room sealed itself, turning into a safe room. The guards of the noble houses tensed and raised their weapons, not knowing what was happening. The nobles themselves were now panicking. But why? So many questions ran through her mind at the same time. Why was Milcades covered in blood? Why had he left in the first place? What was it that she didn't know? Had her beloved uncle kept something away from her? Why were the nobles looking with fear-filled eyes at the box Milcades was carrying? Looking at her right, though she couldn't see her face, she could tell that Cynthia was as confused as she was. Itagol Vinthe is dead, Milcades said as he handed the box over to Redford. He and his entire entourage were slain. I was able to recover it before it was destroyed. It is not what you feared, Commander Redford. It is much, much worse. Clara stiffened at the tone her friend had used. There was so much vitriol and hatred in his words that she couldn't comprehend what had caused the usually relaxed and easygoing Milcades to change so drastically. She couldn't see his eyes thanks to his helmet, but when he turned to the gathered nobles, she felt his burning glare with the intensity of a burning star. "Kill them!" Gawain ordered, but his guards stood dumbfounded at his command. Even his fellow househeads looked at him in puzzled horror. "Kill them all before they doom us all!" "Do you expect to win against 7 Royal Marines, a veteran commander, and the greatest Winfield bodyguard?" Redford asked, his face devoid of emotion. "To those that stand down, you shall be pardoned, as long as the evidence does not incriminate you. Die or surrender. What is your choice?" The guards shared glances even as other nobles, their masters, ordered them to fight and protect them. The tension lasted for no more than 10 seconds before the first rifle hit the floor, followed by another and another, until every guard, all 28 of them, had chosen surrender over certain death at the hands of the Royal Marines. Perhaps against 1 of them they could prevail, 2 if they were lucky, but 7? Not a chance. That, and they were loyal to their houses first and the Principality second, but it was increasingly obvious that something was afoot. "Wise choice," Redford said, and after his eyes glowed for a few seconds, the several screens that had so far remained powerless came to life, showing to everyone what the black box contained. Clara's eyes went wide and she stumbled back into her throne when the first images appeared. Images of burning cities, abandoned streets, and overwhelming devastation filled her vision. The sheer scale of destruction was impossible to ignore. Entire districts left in ruin, bodies left unburied due to the sheer number of casualties. Yet what struck her the most were not the lifeless forms, but the ones still clinging to life, their bodies ravaged by an unknown affliction. Vacant eyes stared into the void, their owners long past the point of recognizing their surroundings. Their bodies bore the marks of suffering, discolored patches of skin, festering sores, and an eerie greenish fluid oozing from open wounds. Clara shuddered at the thought of the stench that must have accompanied such sights, a sickening blend of decay and sickness. Some bore the scars of partial recovery, their skin marred by darkened blotches, as if mocking their brief survival. As if the sheer number of afflicted wasn't horrifying enough, there were images of guards and soldiers in full protective gear taking drastic measures. Those beyond saving were met with swift and unyielding force. Be it by energy weapons or fire, the afflicted were neutralized in vast numbers, yet the images never ceased. More and more appeared, an endless tide of suffering. Clara saw desperate parents, their bodies weak and frail, holding on to their children as if their presence alone could shield them. Some had already lost their battle, leaving behind skeletal remains that spoke of long, drawn-out suffering. The sight of young children and infants afflicted in the same way as the adults was almost too much to bear. The images of mass graves filled with the young left her wondering, was their passing an escape from suffering, or had they endured a fate far worse? Cynthia tore off her helmet, overcome by nausea, and doubled over as her body rejected its contents onto the floor. The sight seemed to trigger a chain reaction, with several other guards following suit, their faces pale with horror. The princess, shaken from her trance, suddenly realized she had moved toward the largest screen without even noticing. Beside her stood the blood-stained Milcades, her personal guard momentarily incapacitated by the shocking images. "What is this?" Clara's whispered voice broke the heavy silence of the room. "What does this mean?" Her voice rose, turning toward the three househeads, demanding answers. Yet they remained silent, their expressions unreadable, their gazes averted from the screens. The representatives of other houses mirrored their reaction, showing no sign of surprise, as if this horrific reality was something they had already accepted. Her breath hitched as a short recording played, a child stumbling toward what appeared to be his older brother, whose lifeless form lay motionless. The boy collapsed beside him, coughing weakly, crimson staining his lips. In one final act, he clung to his brother's still body, seeking comfort in his last moments. Clara felt her stomach twist as the recording ended, only for another, nearly identical in tragedy, to take its place. "What have you done?" Redford's voice shattered the uneasy silence, his eyes wide with disbelief. He slowly rose to his feet, his usual composure cracking under the weight of what he was witnessing. "I suspected rebellion, an uprising, unrest, but not this," he breathed, his voice thick with horror. The relentless parade of devastation played on, each image worse than the last. Clara turned to him, confusion clear in her expression. "You, Uncle Redford?" The usual poise of royalty was gone, replaced by raw disbelief. She was silently grateful that there was no sound accompanying the visuals. She could only imagine the cries of agony, the desperate pleas for mercy, the suffering that must have echoed through those ruined streets. Perhaps in some way that silence was a small mercy. Redford met her gaze for several long seconds before speaking again. "Before we were sent to handle this situation," he began, hesitating on the word, "I spoke with your father, the prince, about the possibility of an insurrection. I believed that houses Hulma, Everblade, and Akulata were attempting to contain a rebellion on their own," he said, casting a sharp glare at the gathered househeads. The nobles, recognizing the shift in atmosphere, wisely held their tongues, their guards no longer standing at their sides. Clara turned to the nobles, searching for any sign of remorse or regret. She found none. Instead, their expressions held only frustration, annoyance even, as if the course of events had simply been an inconvenience to them. She swallowed thickly and turned her gaze back to the screen, only to immediately avert it from the sight of flames consuming entire residential districts. Focusing on Redford, she steadied herself and found her voice once more. "If a rebellion was suspected, why did the Royal Navy not act sooner?" she asked, her voice barely concealing the tremor of emotion beneath it. The sheer scale of suffering before her demanded an answer, but she was beginning to fear that none would be enough to justify what she had seen. If you chose not to listen to the last chapter, here is a much less descriptive summary. Clara's eyes were overwhelmed by distressing images of devastation and suffering. She saw scenes of people afflicted by a mysterious illness, with guards in hazmat suits eliminating the infected. Parents tried to protect their children who were also affected. As the scenes played, many in the room, including Cynthia, were visibly disturbed. Clara, standing near the largest screen, demanded an explanation from the noble heads, who remained silent. Redford admitted he had expected a rebellion, but not this unimaginable horror. Clara questioned why the Royal Navy hadn't acted sooner if a rebellion was suspected. Now, let's continue with the next part of the story. We only suspected it. We had no solid evidence, and everything pointed more to be a conflict between houses, Redford replied. If something must be praised about what they've done, then it is their containment of information and the manipulation of events to disguise their real intentions for something trivial. That is, until House Vinthe, or rather, the now-deceased Itogl Vintha, couldn't contain his guilt anymore and was ready to reveal the truth. He contacted Lukacs Ishtal and delivered him pieces of information that led us to conclude that a petty squabble was unlikely. The veteran commander sneered at the screen for a few seconds before continuing, every noble present glaring at him while Clara tried to comprehend everything he was revealing. By the time Lukacs discovered the blockades, my fear that houses Akulata, Hulma, and Everblade were preparing to try and strike a successionist coup was laid to rest, replaced by the fear of a commoner revolt snatching those systems away from their control grew. I knew I had to see this matter personally and discover the truth. Clara's head was spinning and she felt dazed, but Milcades placed a hand on her left shoulder, preventing her from tipping to the side. Latching onto his arm for support, her gaze set on the man she loved as family. Why? What was the point of putting such theatrics? Why didn't you tell me anything, Uncle? Why was I sent here in the first place? If what you feared was true, shouldn't my father be present? Redford sighed deeply. My princess, His Majesty, the prince had other more crucial matters to attend to. He thought that, if a rebellion was at play, then the experience gained through witnessing the proceedings and letting you voice your judgment under his authority would do you tremendous good. Sadly, my princess, this is far, far beyond what even I could have conjured in my cruelest imaginary scenarios. He paused for a moment and his expression softened. I chose not to tell you the truth of my mission and intentions, due to your inexperience, Clara. In other words, I'm incompetent, Clara thought, reading through the lines and the unspoken soft insult her uncle had labeled upon her. She should have been angry and outraged at the slight of her honor and dignity, but was he wrong? When had she done anything through her own initiative that wasn't a move to satisfy her own interests? She fulfilled her lessons and learned them well, but hardly put them to practice. I really am an incompetent fool, aren't I? Please, Lord Kalen, listen to us, Tusco Hulma pleaded, finally breaking the silence he and his fellow nobles held. We are loyal to the prince and the principality. What we did, it had to be done. There was no other option. Silence, you curs! Cynthia, now recovered, stepped forth angrily, a sword gripped tightly in her left hand. You attacked the second princess of the Astorian Principality, and yet you claim loyalty? You are already traitors for that act alone. My princess, give the command and their heads shall roll. What does a child know about life? Gawain Akulata retorted angrily. Had you been in our place, you would have done the same to preserve your standing and the honor of your houses. He turned to Redford, pointing a finger. Have our houses not paid more than what the tithe dictates in past years? Coffers and bank accounts were fattened by our labor and prosperity. All that is moot compared to your attempted assault upon an Astor, Redford countered with a snarl, but then closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. But you are correct in one regard. Years prior, you began experiencing an economic boom, and your houses indeed paid their tithes with great additional interest. It is that very reason why it has taken 5 years for us to respond to your precipitous shortcomings in the payment of your tithes. Whatever standing and gravitas you bought have been expended, and now you have sealed your doom. Speak. Who is responsible for this? The Arabians, Natinza Everblade replied after a short moment of silence. Her tone was weak and hurt. They launched a fabricated virus upon several of our worlds through covert assaults. Clara felt anger rise within her chest at the revelation. The Arabian Commonwealth had always been a threat to the Principality since Julius Astor founded it. They were conniving and scheming, and certainly not above using biological warfare. They had done so before, but never so cruelly or to such an extent. She was about to condemn the Arabians when Redford spoke first. "That is a blatant lie," Redford snapped back. "The Fifth Fleet has not reported any unusual movements from the Arabians. No infiltration attempts, no covert operations, no pirate incursions coming from their space. I will admit that the possibility stands for some agents to slip past our intelligence forces, but why would they attack low-tech worlds from across the Principality? That aside, I doubt that even the Arabians could unleash something so terrible upon anyone. Tell us the truth." Clara was both astonished by Redford's words and angered by the attempt at manipulation Natinza had performed. With her veil uncovered, she didn't bother to hide her frustration as her mind raced in search of an answer. For a moment, she wondered how many of them would draw a concealed weapon in a vain attempt to fight back. Several seconds passed, and no other answer came. "Very well. You've brought this upon yourself. Cynthia, your princess needs you," Redford ordered and glared at the nobles. "I am willing to pardon the first one to tell me the truth and nothing but the truth. I have a royal pardon with me, signed and sealed by the prince himself. I had hoped to not use it, but you left me no choice. Speak now, or the information will be extracted from you by any means necessary. I assure you, you do not wish to learn what a Royal Marine is capable of doing to you to fulfill their mission." "I'll talk!" Tusko Hulma cried out not a moment later. "Treacherous rat! Traitor! 1,000 curses upon your house and your bloodline!" Tusko let out a throaty laugh as his compatriots glared death upon him. "I'll take your hatred and your pointless curses over the death of my house." What makes him so sure that the truth will spill the end of their houses? Clara asked herself as Cynthia took Milcady's side. The Royal Marine was ready to interrogate Tusko and anyone else at the word of the veteran commander should they not comply. "Speak," came her order. Her heart was beating fast. Dread and horror mixed with anger, outrage, and disbelief to create something she had no words for. She turned to the screen again, wishing she hadn't done so, for she saw 2 medics extracting samples from barely living subjects. "Speak!" she commanded firmly, turning to face Tusko Hulma. Falling to his knees, the head of House Hulma threw away all sense of dignity as he began to talk, his eyes set upon the princess. The other nobles wanted to talk, interject, or beat the man to death, but 4 Royal Marines with their rifles trained upon them prevented them from doing anything of the sort. Tusko Hulma would be heard, and only after they would be allowed to counter anything he confessed to. "My princess, I am but your humblest servant and a loyal son of the Principality. Trust me when I say that House Hulma has done everything in our power to prevent that from spreading across the Principality without control. We have been your staunch guardians, holding back the horror of this plague unleashed not by human hands," Tusko began, groveling shamelessly. "Everything in your power?" Clara asked, as the tremor of a scream tickled her vocal cords. Barely contained from being unleashed, she pointed at the scream with a shaky arm. "Gunning and burning down your subjects is all your power can do. Cities burned, villages wasted, and settlements devastated. This has been going on for years, hasn't it? How many people have died so far? Why have you not asked for help or reported such an outbreak?" Tusko lowered himself even more, but he couldn't contain a scoff from escaping his lips. "My beloved and benevolent princess, you must understand, to have such an outbreak and be unable to contain it. My house would be shamed beyond belief. The blow to our status alone would put at risk our hold on our territories. We couldn't rely on anyone but ourselves. We tried to contain the outbreak, but by the time it began, it was already too late. That we managed to stop the spread at all should be praised, not scorned." Clara turned her gaze away in disgust and found the screen yet again. Her stomach was begging her for release, but her agitated mind would have none of it. Not yet, at least. A daughter shook her grandfather, trying to get a reaction from the corpse. Grown men crying from the pain the pustules caused them. People begging for death and even kneeling before the hazmat-wearing soldiers, more than willing to let their agony end swiftly. A mother strangling her baby to save it from such a fate. "How did this happen?" she asked again. "You said this plague was not made by human hands. Who attacked us?" "The Drazen, the Ekhinda, another alien power. We are not sure, but my medics have determined that the plague is—" "Don't try to shift the blame for your negligence, Tusko," Gawain interjected, his face red with rage. "It was your house's ventures that blinded us with profit, acclaim, and affluence. If my house is to be doomed to irrelevance and chastisement, then I'll ensure your house will be dragged alongside ours," he exclaimed, and pointed a finger at the Hulma head. "That treacherous, opportunistic mongrel found a great mineral deposit in Hagstall, the world where this madness began. Rich deposits of iridium and palladium gave way to an unprecedented economic boon for House Hulma, but they lacked the machinery and the haulers to make their mining efforts count quickly. They came to us. House Everblade contributed with machinery and specialized equipment, whilst House Akulata contributed numerous freighters and haulers," Natinza Everblade continued. "Industry expanded on Hagstall at a rapid pace as further deposits of more precious metals, ores, and jewels were discovered and mined. The planet Hagstall, once viewed as a mere colony world with little to offer, was suddenly transformed into a rich mining world." Redford's face paled, and he took a step back. "You devastated the world without any sort of regulation. You, all of you, in your greed, ransacked the entire planet," he concluded. For Clara, it was equally abominable. Habitable worlds were precious, and while vast stations habitats, domed cities, subterranean settlements, and other artificial constructs could offer housing, livable planets gave ample space, continuous resources, and a self-sufficient environment where countless commoners could live and work for millennia to come. What these houses had done was illegal since the foundation of the Principality. Many houses prized their worlds highly and maintained control over their population, expansion, and ecological impact so as not to render said worlds into barren wastelands. But Hagstall had one terrible secret. Tusko, caught in between his two fellow househeads, continued. The planet had always been sparsely populated. The soil was not good for agriculture. The fauna and flora there were largely inedible and carried large amounts of viruses and bacteria. My princess, we did not know that a pathogen could infect humans so viciously. By the time we realized what was happening, the infection was not only rampant in Hagstall, but it had spread to other neighboring worlds through the dirty hands of merchant and traveling commoners. Peshmir, Tukala, Barracuda, and Kion Kal were infected in short order, and we had no choice but to quarantine the systems, blockading them entirely to prevent further spread. But even then, 2 more worlds were infected, and with them, the stations spread across their systems. Fortunately, the leading houses of said worlds, here present, managed to evacuate the planets before the infection grew out of control, Natinza said, smiling back at her entourage and banner houses. The reason why our tithe has been affected is because we've spent our personal resources in containing the outbreak and purging those worlds so they may be settled again, Gawain explained. Clemency, your majesty, I implore you. I wasn't thinking when I made that order. I would never dare raise a hand against House Aster. Clara didn't hear his plea. Instead, her attention had shifted again to the screen and the parade of gruesome, grotesque death on display. Since the black box arrived in Redford's hands, it had not stopped showing dozens upon dozens of different images, video footage, and recordings of the tragedy. As she stared at the screen, a noise erupted from the speakers. It was garbled and barely audible, but everyone heard the unknown voice. It is a nightmare. I lost my state, my villa, and my vineyard in Kion Kal, all thanks to this wretched plague. You've been studying it since the first cases began on Hagstall, yes? People are dying in droves, and you worry about your damn state? That was the voice of the late Itagal Vintha. Yes, a tragedy. Now what can you tell me about this plague? I've only seen images and recordings. Is it truly that bad? That you ask such a question? Never mind. In short, yes, it is that bad. It is as if the horrid smallpox was reborn on Hagstall to assail humanity once again. Smallpox? What's that? When humanity was bound on Earth, there were many plagues, diseases, and sickness that assailed our species, but none was as terrible and recurrent as the dreaded smallpox. If you were unlucky enough to contract it, then you could end up disfigured, blind, infertile, or just die from it. Not one civilization on old Earth was spared from its wrath, and the death toll could not be counted. Gruesome, the voice countered with disinterest. So how do we treat this plague? It has been 4 years since the outbreak began, and 7 since the first cases were detected? A disease like that doesn't happen without intent, right? Did the Arabians or some rebels create it? Nature created it thanks to our unbound greed and stupidity. What happened in Hagstall was a horror story made reality. The planet was already exceptionally virulent, but otherwise mostly harmless to humans. But evolution is an uncaring mother, after all, and the cruelest artist there is. I still don't know how it happened. But this plague, stupidly named Hagstall sickness, is an abomination of nature that jumped not only the species barrier, but entire evolutionary trees. If spite was a disease, this would be it. What can be done then? Again, the voice asked with disinterest. How long before we can develop a cure? If we don't hurry and get production back in line, we'll be visited by a representative of House Astor asking why our tithes have not met the minimum amount for the 5th consecutive year. And I would rather not face such an inquiry. Not to mention that I would really like to recover my villa at the very least. A moment of silence passed, and then he spoke again. Why not just torch the infected? I may not be a scientist or biologist, but I know that infections can't survive fire. We may be out of options other than that, but I'm astonished by your boundless empathy, Idigal said with thick sarcasm. The problem lies in the long incubation period of the disease, 90 days. For 90 days, a human can be a carrier before the symptoms start manifesting. So far, it has proven to be 90% fatal, and the survivors wish for death. Prince, forgive us, but we must act quickly, or it could spread across the principality, or worse, beyond. Surely a medicine or something of the sort is being produced. I refuse to believe a mere virus can beat our medical technology in the long run. Perhaps not, but the virus mutates at a staggering pace. By the time we have a vaccine ready, it is useless for mass production and application. So far, we've managed to reduce the fatality rate to 50%, but it is not enough. This tiny monster can transfer through contact, fluids, water, and air, and we helped create it. With that, the recording ended. You fled and left your subjects to die? Clara's question cut through the silence like a hot knife through butter. Huh? Tusco muttered stupidly. My princess, we had no other choice. The reputation and honor of our houses were in danger. If we fell, who could contain this outbreak? He reasoned. We may not earn your gratitude, your majesty, but I can assure you that the tithe will be paid soon. Everything owed shall be accounted for. We just need more time to cleanse the infected worlds and gather a new working force. Our mistake was to push too many commoners at once and extend their working hours to maximize our resource output. It shall not be repeated. Upon House Hulma's name, I swear to you, we shan't fail his venerable and most benevolent majesty, the prince. Clara's jaw opened, trying to formulate a word, any word to reply to his statement, but none came out. Her heart was racing hard and fast. She could hear it pumping against her ears, and the fire in her belly was now an inferno. You think I care about mere credits? She shouted, finding her voice amidst the turmoil inside her heart. All the nobles present looked confused by her question. They couldn't comprehend why she would care about anything else. You destroyed a world, sparked the spread of an unknown plague, kept it a secret for years upon years, and you betrayed your subjects, fleeing like cowards while they died like that, she screamed, pointing at the screen. How can you talk about profits and honor and the legacy of your houses when people are dying and the principality is at risk for something you caused? How many people have died so far? How many? Silence reigned for what felt like an eternity, and only the ragged breathing of the princess pierced through until Tusco answered. Your Majesty, why do you care? He asked, genuinely puzzled. They're just commoners. Their lives are expendable and of little value. They can be replaced. Our noble and royal blood cannot. They don't matter as long as those truly deserving prosper. Nobles lead, commoners obey. That is the imperative of the principality. What does it matter if a few commoners die for their betters? Clara's eyes widened, and the world around her became white noise. Tusko Hulma had spat at her face her own words without him knowing it. Why did she care? She had never cared about the commoners before. They were just there, like always, ready to serve the principality and the nobles above them. She was of royal blood. She was an Astor, a princess. Better, beautiful, wealthier, educated. They were all beneath her. To get a glance from her was a privilege. "How many have died?" she asked softly. "According to our last estimations, 5.7 billion commoners. Among the casualties are also included at least 100 lesser houses and 2 minor houses that refused to evacuate," Natinza replied solemnly. "A tragedy that so much noble blood was lost." Clara stared with her vibrant purple eyes at the nobles and saw herself reflected in them. Her heart was racing, her muscles ached, her lungs burned, and her senses were in complete disarray. That day, Clara Astor discovered what hatred felt like. "Kill them," she whispered. "Clara?" Redford asked, having heard the command of the girls he loved as a niece. But when she turned to face him, he took a step back in shock. She was crying. Her expression was twisted and furious, and her fists were clenched, her royal blood dripping onto the floor. "Kill them! Kill them all!" Clara cried out. The nobles who were the source of her hatred were too stunned to protest. "All of them! The ones here, their families, their branching bloodlines, from the oldest to the youngest. I want them all dead." "Clara, please, calm." Redford tried to contain the fury of the raging princess, but it was for naught. With a motion of her hand, she ordered him to remain silent, and so he did out of instinct and training. "In my name and under the authority bestowed upon me by my father, the prince, I, Clara Astor, hereby order the immediate death of every member of House Hulma, House Everblade, House Akulata, and their associated vassal and banner houses. I hereby declare a purge of these houses and declare them sworn traitors and enemies of the Astorian Principality. My order is to be carried out immediately." "You can't do that," Gawain protested. "You are but a mere child. You have no author." His words died in his throat as his head was divorced from his neck. "Father!" a voice cried out. Defend yourselves or die! Please, I don't want to die!" "Mercy! Mercy!" The gathered nobles began to cry out. Some, the boldest among them, charged at the Royal Marines only to be cut down with laughable ease. Those who begged for mercy or were too busy soiling their pants were slaughtered without remorse one by the hands and sword of the young Cynthia Winfield. Even the guards found no mercy in her blue, cold eyes. While Cynthia butchered the rest of the nobles present and the screams of pain and supplications for clemency died out one by one, Clara stared down at a shaking, crying Tusko. "We'll fix your mistake," she declared in no uncertain terms. "For all the lives you squandered, for all the mere commoners—" She spat the words, hating them with the same intensity she hated the man trembling in fear before her. "You recklessly abandoned and purposefully left to die, I shall ensure the legacy of your house prevails throughout the ages. While the rest shall be expunged and their records erased, your house shall live in infamy forevermore. From now on, this plague shall be known as the Hulma smallpox," she said, and then grabbed the man's throat. "Long may it be remembered," she said, and with a powerful push that her otherwise frail frame should not have, she sent Tusko Hulma back a few meters, only for him to be decapitated by her bodyguard, who was now drenched in blood. Her black armor couldn't be seen under the gore and viscera that marked her gruesome task. The room fell into silence again, and Clara stared at the screen for several minutes, taking in every detail until it finally ended, with a simple message from EkhindaWritez saying he was sorry for being a coward, and hoping the information reached Commander Redford Kalen's hands in time before he was killed. In the end, Itigal died, but his message and the evidence were conveyed. With a heavy sigh, Clara turned to Redford, feeling beyond drained emotionally, physically, and psychologically. But she was not done yet. Find every last member of their houses, all of them. Not one shall be spared. Send assassination orders throughout their territories. Anyone sheltering survivors shall also be executed. Put bounties on their heads. Ensure every single last one of them is dead. I don't care if they're babies or still in the womb. None shall be pardoned. Not a single one. Oh, and make sure every other neighboring house knows what happened here. I will not allow another travesty like this one to happen if I can prevent it. Am I understood, Commander? Yes, my princess, Redford replied, for he had nothing else to say. Then, as if someone had flipped a switch, Clara fell to her knees and began to cry. The commander approached calmly and kneeled down, embracing her. Her arms wrapped around his neck, and she cried into his shoulder. She cried and cried until she lost consciousness. But not once did she regret her decision, and she vowed she'd become a princess worthy of the principality, not just another petulant noble. Noir Navio, Clara's quarters, 1 hour before departure from the Lagrange 5 anchorage. And that, my dear Wyatt, is the reason why I am so hated and despised. Why I am known as Clara the Reaper and my dear Cynthia is the Blood Rend. Clara finished her story and sipped from her juice. She preferred tea, but juice, no matter what type, always relaxed her for some strange reason. Across her table sat Wyatt Staples, who was, to her surprise, showing not a single ounce of disgust or derision directed at her. "I see," was his reply before he too drank generously from his glass of juice. "I never heard about anything like that happening." It was decided that the major incident would be sealed away. Efforts have been made to reclaim those systems, but to this day, the planets Tukala and Barracuda are quarantined. There are still survivors, and they are being hunted down. The Hulma smallpox is insidious, and one could be forgiven for thinking it was tailor-made to be extremely lethal to humans. The survivors are carriers for life, much to our dismay, and easy to propagate and spread. A full extermination of this terrible disease is the only viable solution at hand. Hagstall was bombarded with antimatter warheads. The risk of something like the Hulma smallpox being born there was too great to even consider resettlement at some point. In the end, 6 billion people died of it. 6 billion, she said with contempt and closed her eyes. "Clara, I don't understand why and Cynthia are hated. You killing those nobles seemed to me like justice for all the lives they ended through their actions," Wyatt said. "Wyatt, Clara extinguished 3 great houses and 18 minor houses with but a command. In less than 2 weeks, every last member of those houses were dead. Some even turned into pirates. Rather, they tried to. But nobles aren't loved by pirates, and they finished those that tried to escape," Cynthia replied before taking a large gulp from her glass. The other houses cared not for the charges. They only saw a royal purging the nobles who had displeased her and her bodyguard who carried out her orders. After that, I immersed myself in my studies more than ever. I saw the error of my ways. I was once a stupid, self-centered blue blood. I like to believe I'm no longer that foolish girl. "Do you know what nobles lead, commoners obey truly means, Wyatt?" Clara asked, curious to hear the sincere but mundane answer of her endearing friend. Wyatt thought for a moment before giving his answer. "It means that nobles know what's best and that we commoners should listen?" Clara giggled upon hearing his answer, and Cynthia chuckled. "No, Wyatt, far from it. It is something that most nobles have forgotten or twisted to fit their needs." "Then what does it mean?" Wyatt asked, confused. "That's something I like so much about you, Wyatt. You are honest and sincere, straightforward in everything you do, and yet, at the same time, you can be deceiving, and very few could tell the difference. Even for me, it's hard to read you correctly," Clara thought, amused. "It means that nobles should do what's best for everyone, and, in turn, commoners are to support those decisions. Everyone can interpret it differently. Personally, I see it as a symbiotic relationship. Commoners work as the backbone of the principality and support their noble leaders. In contrast, nobles should support and provide for the commoners, guiding and utilizing the resources gathered for a greater purpose." "Pfft!" Wyatt choked on his juice as he tried not to laugh in her face. "Sorry." "Is my view truly that outlandish?" Clara asked with a cheeky smirk. "From my experience, yes. Volantis doesn't have so bad, but from early on we're taught that a commoner must never disobey a noble and always show them respect. We are taught how to work, do things, and learn. The better we do in our lessons, then the more we can learn and do. But a commoner will always be inferior to a noble, Wyatt replied with a sad smile. The system has worked for millennia, so it must be correct. It shouldn't need to be so rigid and stagnant, Clara replied, then took a sip from her juice. That aside, you are still on time to leave the Nornavio, Wyatt. I won't force you to stay at my side now that you know being near me is paramount to a stain in your standing among other houses. One by one, my maids and ladies-in-waiting left my side, terrified to displease me and incur the destruction of their houses. I am feared and respected in equal measure, but never welcomed with open arms except by those closest to me. I'm not leaving, Wyatt replied in a serious tone. What do I have to lose if I stand at your side? Honor? Dignity? Respect? Those things are worthless to me. Standing? I have none to speak for, not I care for it. Influence or glory? Again, worthless to me. I shall do my duty and do as you command, Clara. You're my princess, my friend, and that is more valuable to me than the opinion of some nobles I've never met. Clara smiled at his answer. Then it is settled. Oh, I will have to order the chefs to bake more sweets just for you. Wyatt returned the smile. Now that I do care about. And thus, every pastry in the principality is in peril. Fear the glutton duo, Cynthia jested. Wyatt let out a laugh while Clara blushed. Shush you. Not mad that we're housing damned pirates? We're even feeding that scum. The complaining voice woke Leopold Dakar from his slumber as he struggled to not simply cover his face and get a few more minutes of blessed sleep. The worst part about waking up was not the waking up part, but shaking off the dizziness and sluggishness that followed. He groaned as another voice joined the first. Yeah, no one is happy about it. But the princess ordered that they wouldn't be touched, and we must obey. Even the damn blue bloods are following her orders, said the second feminine voice. Makes you wonder, ain't it? Why would she keep some damn pirates alive at all? A third voice asked. It is not our place to question a noble, let alone a royal. The princess must have her reasons, and I, for one, won't question it, a fourth voice added. What about you, Dakar? The first voice asked. Groaning again, Leopold opened his eyes, yawned, and sat at the edge of his bunk. Looking at his four roommates, he took a moment to let another yaw, wincing at his bad breath before smacking his lips together. Lazily, he looked around the rather ample, by principality standards, commoner quarters the Nornavio was equipped with. Instead of pushing up to 8 commoner crew members in a room with only bunk beds and a small closet for each of them with enough space for no more than 3 uniforms, their quarters offered more space, remarkably comfortable beds, pillows, and even a small space for them to place anything of value, be it mementos, books, or utilitarian tools like toothbrushes. The room itself was always at a comfortable temperature, much like the rest of the ship. The lights were bright, but not too intense. The way everything was designed deviated from the standard blockiness most principality ships were made with, having fewer grays and dull colors and more white, soft blues, and changing hues of gray and black across what would be the commoner areas. All in all, Leopold liked the upgrades and the extra space. Turning to face his roommates, who were waiting to hear his opinion, he shrugged. The princess has to have a good reason to keep him around. That's all we should care about. We're commoners. We don't have a say in the decisions our superiors make, he answered, and while 2 agreed with him, the other 2 groaned. And here I thought bumping elbows with nobles would get you to hear more about their plans, one complained. Hey, Leopold, how does it feel to, be part of an elite force? One of the women asked, her tone curious and intrigued. Elite, Leopold chuckled. The only thing that makes us elite is a squadron name and nothing more. We've done nothing to truly earn the title, though we've been practicing constantly in the training chambers. Come on, Dakar. You never speak about your day-to-day with us, and we're all curious. You're a commoner among blue bloods. What, do you serve them drinks or something? Are you there out of pity? The first one said with a hostile grin. Instead of taking the bait, Leopold simply shrugged again before replying. He didn't even know the names of his roommates. They worked on different areas, and he only ever saw them at the start and end of a shift. Most of his time was spent training, wasting time watching his entertainment videos, or spending time with his teammates. He only used his bunk to sleep and nothing more. If I am there out of pity, then that is new to me. Wyatt Staples picked me to be a part of the composters, so go ask him, Leopold finished with a smirk. And risk my head approaching the Astor dog? No, thank you, the man replied, earning a nod from the woman to his left whilst the other two seemed to share the sentiment but weren't as vocal about it. Now that was new to the pilot. Astor dog? He asked, confused. You gave the lieutenant that nickname? What else am I to describe a dog but for a dog? The man countered. The people we picked up on Woodshaft call him the Woodshaft Ace or just the Ace, but we know what he truly is. Leopold crossed his arms and frowned. He wasn't angry by any means, but he was genuinely curious. He had heard a few rumors and curses here and there, but nothing so direct before regarding the now heterochromatic-eyed leader. And what is he? Isn't it obvious? He's a damn blue blood through and through. From the moment he arrived at the exalted virtue, he was promoted to lieutenant despite being a commoner like us. Likely story. I heard that he's an undercover agent of the Astors, and everything he's done is nothing but show. I heard that he's a failed Royal Marine. I mean, he just happened to save the princess and then receive the protection of the prince himself? I saw the competition. He beat one of the unwinnable simulations. Who does that? Not a mere commoner, that much I know. Samantha tried to flirt with him despite I told her not to get near him. She said he showed no interest in her. I mean, she's a commoner, but come on, she's very pretty. And what he did in Woodshaft against the Drazen fighters. Insanity. I don't know any pilot that could pull such moves except for maybe gold aces like Commander Redford. And that's a maybe. Do you really think he could be a lone wolf in disguise? They're rare as can be. Doubt it. Lone wolves are well known and showy. You know, boastful. This Wyatt Staples, if that's even his real name, came out of nowhere, and he sure doesn't seem the type to stand out much. I bet he's the bastard son of Commander Redford, or maybe he's like a long-lost Astor. His eyes changed after we left Matcha. I bet his eyes were always like that, and he was using contacts or some sort of genetic alteration for a time just to pass for a commoner. While his roommates shared and countered their theories on who and what Wyatt was, he could only listen in dumbfounded silence until, unable to contain it anymore, he broke into a fit of laughter that shut his companions up. He laughed until his belly hurt, trying and failing multiple times to tell his conspiratorial roommates how wrong they were, until finally he managed to get himself under control enough to form coherent words. You're all crazy, he pointed out, wiping away a tear while rubbing his bare stomach, still hurting from laughing so hard. Is everyone around me crazy? Wyatt Staples is none of those things. What makes you say that so certainly? What do you know, Dakar? Asked the second woman. For one, I know that Wyatt Staples was just a commoner who was in the right place at the right time and was the right man for the job. Call it fate or coincidence, I don't care. But he truly saved Princess Clara by chance and was rewarded for it. Anyone else would have received the same reward that turned him into a lieutenant in his place, Leopold said, smiling. You can't possibly believe that, Leopold, the second man countered. Everything that he's received, his standing with the princess herself and the prince publicly making him a knight banneret, no commoner could strive for such heights. He's right, Dakar, not to mention that Cynthia Winfield, the Bloodrend, is training him for some reason. He's surely got plenty of implants in him already. Many nobles are miffed about that, the first woman added. From what I've seen, he's not just a mere commoner, Leopold replied and raised a hand before his roommates could interject. But that doesn't mean he's some sort of secret soldier or anything of the sort. He's a very skilled pilot, and his attitude is hard to describe. But he's certainly not a blue blood in disguise. He's just talented in what he does, and the princess seems to like him for who he is. Hogwash. I call hogwash, the first man protested. Now that you mention it, I've heard that he gets regularly invited to the princess's quarters, the second woman said, her cheeks suddenly taking a light shade of red. Do you know anything about that? Leopold shook his head. Not even a little. Though I'm sure that whatever they do is not related to how that sort of summons goes. Another crafty theory of yours, Dakar? Not a theory. Facts. Leopold smiled and raised a finger. Not once has Wyatt exuded that I had a good time aura about him. A shame. If I were in his place, I'd at least try to flirt with such beautiful women, Tildy. You are a beast in heat, Dakar, the same woman said, blushing harder, but Leopold merely shrugged. Just telling the truth. Their reputation be damned. If Wyatt seems to be comfortable around them, then they can't be that bad, said the pilot before stretching out his arms and standing up. But enough chatter. Since we're all up, we should take a bath and prepare for our shifts. I still think you're wrong, Dakar. You're still stuck here with us, the rest of the rabble, while he is living a high-end life, the first man said with disdain. Leopold internally glared at the man, recognizing that his disdain was born from envy. The group of 5 walked out of their quarters, making their way to the communal showers. Quickly arriving, they entered, and 2 staff members handed them a dry towel and a basket containing their ration of Unisoap. As much as he enjoyed the feminine figure and the pleasures of the flesh, Leopold had long since lost that interest in the communal showers. Something about being naked around a few dozen men and women to do something as vital and mundane as taking a shower sapped any sense of eroticism out of the experience. As the hot water cleaned his body and he used his Unisoap to wash his hair and body with it, he couldn't stop his mind from wandering off. He was aware that many, if not most, of the commoners that had been transferred from the prince's fleet harbored resentment towards his leader. He counted himself among the few who saw Wyatt Staples for the talented pilot he was, but he could also understand how and why his fellow commoners felt the way they did. Envy and jealousy. Why was he the fortunate one? Why him and not any of them? What made Wyatt Staples so special? Those were the questions that ran through the minds of many commoners who looked upon Wyatt's success with gritted teeth and clenched fists, as if they wouldn't shove the ladder behind them and lord themselves over the rest in their achieved glory. It was hypocrisy on their part, to want something others had achieved. But that was just part of a commoner's reality. To desire for more knowing your place was at the bottom. To look down with disdain if you managed to gain something of significance, letting everyone know you were better than everyone else, that you deserved to stand over them. But Wyatt hadn't done that. Not once. Not a single time. He had yet to treat him like a lesser just because he was a noble now. He never ordered staff or crew members around. He never flaunted his position. He never boasted. Never lorded himself over his fellow commoners like so many new nobles tended to do. He was in his full right to do so. He was not only a noble, but one closely linked to the royal family now and serving directly under Princess Clara. He had the power to do just about anything he wanted, and most likely get away with it. But he had not displayed any of those tendencies. On the contrary, he was humble, openly honest, and took accountability for his actions and mistakes. His roommates were right. There was something special about Wyatt Staples. But as a smile spread across his face, Leopold was certain that what made the lieutenant so special was his character, convictions, and personality. Something tells me that serving under him will be entertaining. With any luck, I won't get shoved to the side. Noir Navio's Brig. What more do you want from us, Astor? The Spitman asked as he looked up from within the cell he was sharing with his companions. Clara Astor stood in front of the cell whilst wearing her comfortable mixed armor uniform. She peered down at the only inhabitants of the brig with contained contempt. Milcades and Cynthia flanked her, protecting her, and as much as she wanted to have Wyatt present, he had other duties in his hands. She was not afraid that the straightforward pilot she'd come to truly embrace as one of her few counted friends would think ill of her due to her reputation. She found it incredibly amusing whenever he showcased fear toward her, but his fear was not that of revulsion. Oh no. His fear was primal and, to some extent, respectful. When she revealed to him the truth of his reputation, however, he had expressed not a single ounce of fear directed at her or Cynthia. It puzzled her deeply. Surely he understood how vile her actions taken in the heat of the moment and her stubborn refusal to show any clemency to those guilty before their houses were extinguished. But he simply took it in, accepted her actions, and didn't judge her for it. No, that wasn't quite the truth. He had judged her. The difference was that he deemed her as brutal, cunning, and dangerous, but also just and firm. Was that his commoner upbringing shining through, just accepting her actions as her right to do it? Or was it his more pragmatic view on things at play here? He had been disgusted by the actions of the houses that had, in their infinite stupidity, condemned so many lives to horrific, unnecessary deaths. Maybe he simply agreed that the houses responsible had to pay, and that such a punishment was required. Whatever the reason, one truth was certain about it all. She didn't regret her decision. It had been cruel, yes, but necessary. Looking back at it, she could have taken a different path, made better decisions, and spared the youngest children and the babies at least. Her decision had been born out of reckless emotions, but even now she wondered if she'd truly make a different choice. After all, that experience had been her turning point, opening her eyes to the failings of nobility, the weaknesses of the principality, and her own incompetence. A lesson learned in blood was, sometimes, the only way to truly learn the realities of the world. That was what her father always said, both wisdom and warning intermingled. Clara blinked when she noticed she had remained silent for long moments, just staring down at the trio of adult pirates. With her mind at ease, she tilted her head slightly, confusing the pirates. "What do I want from you?" she asked softly. "What is it that I want from you, I wonder? Justice for your crimes? Your lives in exchange for those you've so recklessly taken? The resources you've stolen? What is it that I want? If you've come to mock us, you're wasting your time. How can you make us crawl lower than we already are, Aster whore?" The woman spat back with venom. "Or maybe you've come to spread your lies to us." "Have I not kept my promise?" Clara countered. "You're being fed and not tortured for information. The teenagers and the children are also being fed, entertained, and kept under strict orders to not be harmed. The babies are safe and healthy, all of them. Elucidate me. How am I a liar in this situation?" The trio could only glare at her with revulsion since they were shown evidence that her words were true. "If you're not here to mock us, then why are you here?" asked the metal jaw man. "I'm here to make a rather beneficial bargain," Clara said, her facade breaking as she offered the trio a somber smile that made them shudder for a moment. "I'm certain you're not ignorant enough to reject the tremendous opportunity I am offering you, yes?" The trio shared glances from their sitting positions, and the Spitman replied, "What is it that you want?" Clara lost her smile, regaining her serious, cold expression. "Something rather simple. I want 2 of your babies." You what?" the woman shrieked. "Demon! Monster! What sick, twisted tortures have you prepared for them?" "Can we not jump to unsavory conclusions?" Clara asked firmly, and Cynthia let out a loud groan that echoed across the brig. What do you want to do with the babies?" asked the metal jaw man, proving to be the more sensible of the trio. "You need not know the details, but suffice it to say that they are clean enough to be of use to me and House Aster as a whole. Be assured, however, that regardless of the outcome, their future will be brighter than anything you can provide, and most likely, a long life." "Wouldn't you want that for these babies, at least?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. "If you think we'll just hand you over 2 of our babies just so you can turn them into loyal principality mongrels, you can go to hell. Let you fall into a star and burn you to ashes, Aster Tramp," countered the Spit Man. "I'm disappointed at your lack of creativity. Your insults have grown stale and boring. Then again, you're an ignorant, daft, murderous little pirate that finds it challenging to remember how to breathe on his own," Clara retorted, her expression unchanging, and that worse than her showcasing any contempt or derision. "I'm offering you a chance to make a deal and you waste it in such a manner? For pirates, you aren't as opportunistic as I thought you'd be. May I remind you that I can simply take what I want and be done with it?" she asked abruptly, and the trio of pirates froze. "Yet here I am, looking to barter with you for the possession of 2 of your babies in exchange for a reward that I believe you will find more than fair?" Again, the trio exchanged glances for several seconds until the metal jaw man spoke up. "What is your proposal, Aster?" Clara's lips shifted ever so slightly into a barely perceptible smirk. "We'll arrive at Balakura in less than 2 weeks. Upon arrival, you and the children will be handed out to the authorities. You shall be prosecuted, and anyone bearing that hideous mark," she said, pointing at the crying raven skull with blood for tears engraved on their necks, "will likely be summarily executed before the day ends. The rest, who can say?" The princess took a moment to watch their reactions. They were fidgeting, nervous, and knew that she was speaking the truth. But that didn't stop their fear from being overwhelming. After a few cold, long seconds of silent torture, she continued, "That would normally be the case, but those 2 babies are your chance at a much better fate, not only for you, but for the rest of your crew. I can interject and ensure that your fates won't be that grim end. So, our options are to die like the vermin you see us as or fashion a collar around our necks, the Spitman asked, eyes narrowed in fury. You? Why would I want to keep any of you? You are nothing, scum, less than scum. You are parasites at best, utterly worthless to me. Your value is only reflected on the 2 babies I desire to keep, Clara said in no uncertain terms, making the trio recoil at the tone she'd use. If you accept my deal, I will ensure that you will not only not receive the death penalty, you'll only be imprisoned for 5 years and then released under an entirely new identity with 10,000 credits to your names. More than enough to start a new life. Your tattoos and other pirate symbols will be removed from your skin, of course. What you do after your liberation, I care not for. Using the momentum of her speech, she continued. The children and the adolescents will be offered a pardon and the chance to serve as auxilia forces in my ship. Those who accept will be trained, re-educated, and their bodies cleansed, and receive a new identity so that they may repent and serve the principality. Those that don't shall be handed to the authorities. The teenagers will share your fate with forced manual labor service. The children with marks will be sent to re-education camps. The children without marks will be set up for adoption after a period of heavy re-education and indoctrination in order to cleanse whatever stupid anarchist beliefs you've filled their minds with. Clara paused, letting her cold, unforgiving stare sill the bones of the trio currently shaking in fear. The metal jaw man stared at her for several long seconds before he turned to his companions. They whispered amongst each other for a few moments before he turned to the princess again. How do we know you're trying to trick us? Clara let out a laugh filled with amusement and cold, cruel even, that rumbled across their cell. What option do you have? She countered. You have nothing to bargain with except for what I bring to the table. Am I lying? Am I telling the truth? This is a risk you'll have to take. Choose quickly, for my patience is a finite resource and you are exhausting it rapidly. Fuck. We're fucked, aren't we? The woman asked out loud, letting out an empty chuckle. Quite so, Clara confirmed. Your answer? If we accept, what would you have us do in exchange for what you offer? Princess? The metal jaw man asked, his defiant spirit finally broken. Only the spit man remained hostile, but alone. His bravado was being snuffed out with each passing second. After you accept my proposal, you'll be allowed to see the rest of your crew, she said, using that word loosely, and explain to them what's going to happen. It will be your job to convince them not only that what I'm offering is true, but try to make as many of them to accept the pardon. You will also inform them that 2 of the babies were too sick from the voyage and tragically died despite the best efforts of our medical staff. The remaining babies will be delivered to the proper organizations in Balakura. They will be safe and properly raised. I'll ensure that they are adopted into loving families, saving them from the petty life of criminality you so cravenly chose for yourselves. We can't do that. If we do as you say, they'll think of us as cowards or traitors, sellouts, worse than leashed dogs, the Spitman replied, shaking. Clara, unmoved by his words, answered coldly. It is your choice. Their lives and fortunes are in my hands, but it will be up to you if they take it. I offer salvation, a second chance, a new life. Are your pride and ego worth more than living to see a better tomorrow? The metal jaw man lowered his head, as did his 2 companions. We accept your proposal, Princess. Was that so hard? Clara asked and turned away from the cell. What happened to the 2 babies? The woman looked up, all semblance of defiance drained from her eyes. Only submission and defeat remained. They died. They couldn't handle our escape and died even after your medics tried to save them. Good, Clara said, pleased. You shall be escorted out in an hour from now. If you deviate from our agreement, well, even you must realize what will happen if you choose to betray me. The trio didn't reply, choosing to remain silent. With nothing more to say, she walked away, flanked by her bodyguard and the Royal Marine captain. Once they were out of the brig, Milcades spoke up. Are you going to keep your word? He asked, his tone curious yet humorous. For those that accept my offer, and the children and babies? Absolutely. The rest will face the consequences of their crimes, Clara replied without an ounce of remorse in her voice. They've murdered, pillaged, enslaved, and more throughout their lives. I will not spare a moment's notice in giving a new life to those who do not deserve a second chance. For all their claims of hatred and anarchism, they were quick to falter once cornered, Cynthia commented with disgust. The old man was right all along. Pirates are little better than dangerous wild animals. Milcades chuckled. I doubt that Redford would be as merciful as you are, Clara. What about you, Milcades? Will you take 2 pirate babies? Clara asked, her tone shifting to a softer, gentler one. They're just babies, innocent from the sins of their parents. Their genetic code was clean and stable enough to be considered acceptable. I wonder who their parents are. Not that it matters now. Their chances of success are low, but even if they fail and survive the process, they'll be worthwhile agents. To find 2 possible candidates like this is worth the price you've put forth, Clara. I do so enjoy gambling and making worthwhile bets, Clara replied with a smirk spreading across her lips. Have you listened to these other amazing stories on our channel yet? All the links can be found in the description, and we have something for everyone. Wyatt Staples glanced around the war room, every occupant silent as they waited for Commander Redford to stop reading from a datapad. They all sat around a round table with several seats left unoccupied. The officers present were those in charge of one of several divisions across the Noir Navio. Being a lone ship, no matter how advanced, meant that having more than one commander was entirely unnecessary, and only capable officers were sufficient to run the day-to-day activities. Galt Tyrone was present as the senior officer representing both the communications division and the bridge deck crew. It had given him a small headache understanding how the red-haired man was simultaneously Commander Redford's most important and direct subordinate and not necessary for most of the commander's activities. Still, protocol was protocol, and Galt had to be present for their occasional meetings with the other head officers. Since they lacked Army and drop troop elements, the most veteran Marine captain had been selected for the role. The other 3 head officers present, also selected through similar processes, were in charge of overseeing the logistical, intelligence, and engineering divisions. At first, he questioned why he had to be present for their reunions since, while he was an officer, he simply couldn't compare with the status, standing, and rank the other men and women present had, both in terms of military and nobility. But Redford had dispelled his doubts by simply stating that he was permitted to assist those meetings as his second in command. Again, technically speaking, it should be Clara who had to carry such duties as she was the captain of the ship, but she delegated those concerns to her executive officer, Redford Kalin. Despite the recruits from Woodshaft and a few selected personnel gained in Matcha for vital areas, they were still understaffed and undermanned. That was a problem that, if the Noir Navio were to be any other ship built in the Principality, would present a danger to not only the crew, but its long-term operational capabilities. Luckily for all, the Noir Navio was frighteningly self-sufficient with automated processes that kept it running at maximum efficiency, even while understaffed. He glanced at the gray-haired man who had taken him under his tutelage, much like a Clixall parent would teach its offspring how to hunt and scavenge for food. Wyatt found the man focused on the datapad and thought about how different this meeting was from the others. He never voiced an opinion, for none was needed before. The head officers would come in, exchange pleasantries, give a short, concise report that quickly grew repetitive with rare and minor alterations, and then be dismissed before the 5-minute mark. He had been barely able to exchange a few words with Galt after each meeting before their duties forced them apart. The pilot had been frustrated by his inability to thank the man for his aid, but at least he had a gift almost ready to convey his gratitude properly. Be that as it may, something was different during this meeting. The head officers, he noticed, were tense even if they tried to hide it. There was a measurable amount of displeasure marring their expressions. Though, if I have to be honest, it's not hard to guess what's got them so visibly agitated, Wyatt reasoned a few seconds before the commander set his datapad down and his cybernetic eyes analyzed each of the 6 officers filling a seat around the table. If you have something to say, then voice your concerns. You are not children waiting for my permission to speak. Redford said in the same tone a father would speak to a troublesome child. Taking the initiative, the older, tall, and muscular Fabian Deschire, acting head officer of the Marine Division, was the first to speak. "Commander, I believe I speak on behalf of all those who are present when I say that, while we won't object against the order given by Her Beloved Majesty Princess Clara, many have come to us in confidence to let their displeasure be known. My brother speaks truthfully, Commander. Even the commoners are outspoken against the idea of integrating reprehensible pirates into our ranks. Among them, I believe, the Auxilia will not tolerate any pirate to join them, even if the princess herself orders them to. Hatred, resentment, and anger will ensure any of them be found dead shortly after their integration through unfortunate accidents," the logistical head officer warned before sharing a glance with her brother. Wyatt frowned internally. He could smell their lying breath from across the table, but he had to admit that the Desher siblings, Fabian and Saratan Deschire, were capable speakers and knew how to mask their real intentions behind a veil of truth. It was not a secret that after it was announced that some of the captured pirates would be pardoned and integrated into the Noir Navio's personnel, many had been outraged at Clara's decision. He, too, had been initially displeased and had every intention of asking the blonde woman what her purpose was. However, the more he thought about it and pushed aside his personal feelings, he hoped the potential glimpse of opportunity he was imagining was not a mere illusion set before him. The siblings, both very attractive, sharing cybernetic eyes and pale blonde hair, were using said outrage in their favor, but their claims were obvious lies. No matter how much the Auxilia, staff members, general crew members, and other commoner personnel barked and protested against a royal, an Aster at that, they would obey in the end, even if begrudgingly. No commoner would risk angering a royal and, more importantly, their hard-earned place in the military for a simple discontent. Judging by Redford's unmoving expression, the aged commander thought the same. Let the commoners be outspoken, and those that act against the order given by their princess shall be punished accordingly. Her command is immutable, and it shall be carried out without fail, Redford replied, and turned his attention to Lupin Lusanto, head officer of the engineering division. His eyes were vibrant and red, like scarlet marbles, while his brown hair adorned his trimmed head. Everything about the tall, lanky man screamed how superior he was compared to everyone else, starting with his immaculate uniform, sharp features, and the perfumed aroma that followed him everywhere. "Has this malcontent reached your division, Lupin?" "Indeed it has, Commander," Lupin replied with a nasal but elegant voice. "Although I must add it has not been as pronounced as in other divisions. My personnel only care about performing their duties and nothing more," boasted the prim and proper man. "Sabraska?" Redford asked, turning to the woman with a purple hue that shone across the length of her long, otherwise black hair. Her gray, synthetic eyes portrayed an edge of humor that she did not bother to hide. "The staff and the crew whine about it, but they know their place. It is the nobles who voice the largest protest but will not move against an order given by Her Majesty," replied Sabraska Kaspars, Lieutenant Commodore and head officer of the logistical division recommended by Vivan Tiravis herself. "However, I must voice my concern over the fact that the pirates have split into 3 factions after their leaders delivered upon them the princess's deal. They are quarreling amongst each other, and a brawl is likely to spark at any given moment. Animals, all of them, unable to contain their savage nature and spit upon the mercy bestowed upon them by our beloved princess," Lupin, technician-in-chief, added, his tone showing a measured disdain. Wyatt contained the urge to roll his eyes. Being a commoner, he was no stranger to the ancient art of showing submission and, as Weskel would put it, kissing ass. But even in that field, the nobility showcased an entirely different level of mastery that amused him. If Redford's barely noticeable eyebrow twitch was anything to go by, then the older man was experiencing annoyance at the display carried out by the lanky man. Be that as it may, Sabraska has brought up a valid concern. We can't split them apart. That'll only dissuade those who may be redeemable from seeing the value in what Her Majesty is offering them and turn them back to their misguided, twisted ideals, Redford reasoned, and crossed his arms before turning his gaze to Wyatt. "Lieutenant Staples, you've been pensive this entire time. Do you have anything to add?" Wyatt stiffened slightly at being suddenly thrust into the center of attention. What is Commander Redford planning? The pilot asked himself as he exchanged a short-lived glance with his commanding officer. Questioning his motives would solve nothing, so instead he thought about the dilemma at hand, slightly tilting his head as he pinched his chin. But the question was, what could he even add to the conversation? The problem to solve was the pirates themselves. The Auxilia and pretty much everyone else hated them with justified passion. He saw them as criminals except for the babies and the unmarked children. What could even be done about them except for throwing them out to the void or handing them over to other authorities so they could be dealt with? He also had no idea what Clara was trying to gain by showing her clemency except for what he thought was a likely possibility. He could be wrong about it, but he had nothing else to work with. If he had to give a proper answer, he first needed more information. He had made the rushed decision to destroy the freighter without a second doubt, and that could have spelled the doom of several innocents, no matter if they were pirates or not. He had made one crucial mistake that no pilot should ever make. He had not taken into account the circumstances around him and rushed ahead without a plan in mind. Filled with determination, he turned to Subreddit. "What are these factions you mentioned, Lady Subreddit?" Subreddit blinked, surprised, before answering. "There are those that chastise their leaders as weaklings that surrendered to the principality and sold them out for their own gain. I wouldn't waste my time with them. Pirates through and through who believe themselves to be morally superior freedom fighters or some other delusion," she scoffed. "Most of the oldest and some of the most heavily indoctrinated young ones are in this group. The second faction is made up of the ones that want to take the deal. The third and largest faction is largely undecided and is the only thing keeping a semblance of peace when our guards aren't looking." Wyatt hummed deeply. "Thank you, Lady Subreddit," he replied politely, and with a tinge of submission, slightly bowing his head in the process. Internally, he wanted to kick himself for doing so, but he couldn't help it. During their occasional get-togethers, Clara had taken it upon herself to teach him tidbits about mannerisms that would be useful to him now that he was a noble. One she constantly touched upon was for him to avoid showing submission, fear, or blind obedience to other nobles just because they were nobles. So far, that had proven to be a monumental task. She was asking him to stop doing something he had been taught to do since he could first remember. Being deferential to nobles was part of the daily life of a commoner, and the consequences for not being so could be dire. It was an essential part of his education, and most times did so automatically. Being disrespectful or confrontational was not a wise move to make, and his diligence had spared him from many a punishment, and he could always complain and curse at the nobles in his mind and in private. But now things were different, and he had to change fundamental things about himself in order to adapt to his new reality. Shaking those thoughts aside, he turned to the Desher siblings. "Lord and Lady Desher, how likely would it be for the pirates that accept the clemency offered by our princess to die at the hands of the Auxilia, the Marines, or belligerent crew members?" Fabian turned to his sister, his eyes glowing faintly for a few seconds before Saratin replied. "Lieutenant, are you insinuating that Marines, proud members of noble houses all, would do something so dishonorable?" Wyatt stammered as he recoiled at the accusation, but as he felt an apology crawl up his throat, he swallowed it, and his posture turned solid. With his left hand, he gestured at her brother. "Lord, your brother has already made that insinuation." He paused, seeing Fabian glare at him, but nothing more than that. Then, he continued, "The Auxilia are the most outspoken, this is true, but no one is pleased with us housing pirates outside the brig. This includes the Marines and myself, of course. Believe me when I say I would dispose of those bearing marks without hesitation." "Saratin," he said, barely able to stop himself from adding a lady before her name. "I fail to see how this is relevant, Lieutenant," Fabian remarked curtly. Ignoring the pale blonde man, Wyatt turned to Lupin. "Lupin, would it be possible to seal off the area in which the pirates are now?" Lupin hummed softly, his fingers dancing on the table as he drummed on it a few times before replying. "It would take time, but it could be done, Lieutenant Staples," Lupin replied, not too happy that he had to show someone of inferior rank a measure of respect, no matter the reason. "Lieutenant Wyatt, if I may ask, what are you thinking about?" Galt finally spoke up, confused yet intrigued. Meanwhile, Redford remained silent, waiting patiently. Turning to the red-haired man, Wyatt raised a finger. We can't integrate the pirates that may accept the princess's offer because that will cause unavoidable conflict. At least not directly. Turning to Commander Redford, he noticed that the gray-haired man was now looking at him with interest. Emboldened by the lack of a rebuke, he pressed on. What if we isolate them and put them through a program under the care of veteran officers charged with re-educating them and training them properly? Pardon? You must surely be jesting. Have you lost your mind? Madness, utter madness! Subreddit, Lupin, and the Desher siblings exclaimed one after the other. Galt was looking at him as if he had just vomited all over his uniform, while Redford leaned back on his chair, deep in thought. I assure you I am sound of mind, I hope. Wyatt thought the last two words with some trepidation. Driven by courage he was not feeling inside his heart, he continued. Her Majesty, Princess Clara, wishes to spare as many of these wretched pirates as she can and draw them to her side. Pirates! These criminals are anarchists and failed rebels, criminal scum that deserve no pity or mercy, yet she has granted it to these lucky few. But many of them are young and innocent. It matters not. They're criminals deserving of punishment, Fabian replied. Princess Clara thinks otherwise, Wyatt countered, and Fabian flinched. I know what I'm suggesting is difficult to process, but what other alternative, aside from doing nothing and letting chaos ensue, do we have if we are to carry out Her Majesty's orders? The room went silent for a few seconds, giving the pilot much-needed time to organize his thoughts. How many pirates were captured in total? Galt cleared his throat. 34 babies, with 2 of them perishing, 107 children of various ages, and 258 adolescents. Of the children, 46 are unmarked. Wyatt nodded in thanks. Giving them a standard education is impossible and impractical. Their entire worldview has been centered around survival and violence. The children could be saved and maybe some adolescents, but those too ingrained in the ways of life of a pirate will never accept the princess's offer. But how do we get as many of them to question their way of life? Simple. Appeal to their survival instincts and their selfishness. Many are doubtful thanks to the rations, clean water, and fresh clothes given to them, are they not? He asked, turning his gaze to Subreddit. You are correct, Lieutenant. There are doubtful among their numbers, the purple-hue-haired woman replied with a chuckle. They devour standard commoner rations as if it was a meal prepared by a professional chef. It is laughable. Then we use that in our favor, Wyatt agreed. We could simply force them into service as conscripts and be done with it since Her Majesty wants them. It would save the lives of some auxilia forces during assaults, and that way cleanse their crimes with their deaths, said the Deshire woman, cold and distant but methodical. If that's what the princess wanted, she would have done it from the start. No, I believe she desires to convert as many of these pirates into something worthwhile as possible, but it must be their choice. I do not know why she could desire such a thing, Wyatt countered. And it was true. Clara had yet to tell him what her great plan was by pardoning as many of them as possible. Looking around the table, he saw that the head officers, Galt included, were giving his words some credence. But it was enough. He needed something with more weight, and he knew exactly what to use in his favor. I'm trying to shoot at a running Klickzahl with a faulty rifle while blindfolded in the middle of a storm. I hope I'm right about what Clara wants out of this, Wyatt thought before crossing his arms and humming deeply, regaining the attention of everyone. Or perhaps we are not reading the princess's orders correctly? Lupin leaned forth, frowning. Explain, he demanded. Why would the princess want these pirates at all? I may be wrong in believing this, but doesn't this sound more like a test for us? Wyatt asked, and suddenly the temperature in the room dropped by several degrees. Only Redford and Galt remained mostly unfazed by his words. Perhaps. The princess wishes to see how we would solve such a problem and fulfill it to the best of our capabilities? Measure who is competent and who is replaceable? A few seconds of silence marked the end of his question, broken only after Saraton Deshire made her voice known. That could be factual, she agreed, trying to hide the shaky fear that rumbled in her throat. Your suggestion has merit if we take such a possibility, no matter how slim, into consideration. Some low-ranking Marines could be used as instructors, Fabian offered, as some of my men could impart their skills into breaking apart their feeble indoctrination, Saratin added, following her brother's line of thinking. It would be bothersome, but I suppose that a section of the storage area they are currently using could be hastily isolated and adapted to act as the barracks for those filthy animals. I would, however, require authorization and the number of recruits that would need to be housed, Lupin added. Securing the rest in the brig and the resources necessary won't be a problem. We have a surplus of everything as we are, Sabraska joined in. Before we jump into any decisions, tell me, Lieutenant Staples, why do you believe spending so much effort on mere pirates is sound, more so when you are basing your decisions on assumptions? Redford's voice cut through like a plasma cutter through a flimsy steel door. Forgive me for being so bold, Commander, but I simply cannot think of any other possible reason as to why Her Majesty would want to keep these pirates not only alive, but seek to integrate those that can be given a chance to serve the Principality, Wyatt replied, pausing for a moment to swallow a ball of nerves that had formed inside his throat. Most of all, aren't they useful? Useful? Redford questioned, raising an eyebrow. At best, those that accept and are then trained to be semi-reliable combatants could develop a sense of belonging, or see what being a pirate really means. At worst, they could be shoved to join the mercenaries and be of use in some capacity. Who knows? Perhaps there could be one or two among them who can surprise us and show skills in other fields like technology, logistical support, or even as pilots. A far-fetched possibility, but one that holds merit, Redford agreed tentatively. It is true that conflict is inevitable, so minimizing the damage should be among our top priorities. However, these redeemed pirates could never be fully trusted to join the Auxilia. They would become their own unit, one under the purview of the princess or one of her closest confidants. Now it was Wyatt's turn to feel a sudden chill run down his spine after hearing Redford's words. Does anyone have anything else to add? No one replied. If so, you are dismissed. Lieutenant Staples, Ensign Tirome, you are to remain here, Redford commanded. The rest of the head officers were quick to leave the war room, leaving only 3 men inside it. Once alone, the aged commander rubbed his temples before letting out a long, hearty chuckle. Nicely done, Wyatt. You keep surprising me at every turn, both good and bad. What? Wyatt thought, confused. What is he talking about? Excuse me, Commander, but I fail to understand what I've done to receive your praise. Redford's lips curled into a soft, tiny smile before replying. You truly do not realize what you've done, do you? I wouldn't be asking otherwise, don't you think so, Commander? Wyatt thought with mild annoyance, though his expression remained puzzled. Wyatt, are you certain you've never received proper training as an officer? Galt asked, looking at him worriedly. Commoner, Wyatt replied with a frown as he pointed at himself. My training has only come so far with the lessons Commander Redford has given me. I'm struggling to memorize the chain of command and learn the rules of engagement and etiquette among officers and superiors, he answered and turned to the still smiling Redford. Commander, please, what have I done? Simply put, Wyatt, you've successfully done exactly what the princess wanted to achieve, Redford answered. He did? I did? Galt and Wyatt asked at the same time, slack-jawed. Quite so, Redford said, losing his smile. My head officers are good at what they do, but they are, at the end of the day, set on their ways. Unimaginative, caring more about their status and quick solutions, not the right ones. You aren't as stiff as the others, Galt, but you can improve. Wyatt, you may lack the years of training spent at the academy and the honing through long, dull service that others have, but you hold an innate ability to think, solve puzzles, and search for alternatives. You demonstrated such talent shortly after we met when you deduced that the Third Fleet had joined Duke Draymore. Galt Tirome's eyes widened slightly as he stared at the young pilot, while said pilot looked flabbergasted. Every achievement after that and your dismal learning rate on how an officer should be and act has led me to conclude that I cannot train you as a conventional officer. You are a man of decisive action, but also one who can look into the smaller picture and extrapolate the bigger one whilst, simultaneously, thinking outside the box. I've come to detest this word as of late, but there is no other way to describe you as anything other than paradoxical. Now that I know how I can train you, expect our lessons to truly begin, Redford exclaimed with a glint in his eye. That is... I'll be honored, Commander, Wyatt replied, his mind reeling as he tried to process everything the older pilot was telling him. If I can serve Clara, the Principality, and perform my duty better, I shall do anything to make it possible, he proclaimed without measuring his words. Redford gave him a solid nod of approval. As you've correctly deduced, Clara wants to save as many of the pirates as possible and turn them into something worthwhile. The youngest children will be instructed and guided to discover any potential talents they may possess. But those over 12 shall be inducted into their own combat unit, mostly for support operations. Children and poorly trained teenagers make for terrible frontline soldiers and boarders, the gray-haired man hummed, letting out a long, tired but satisfied sigh. By playing into their weaknesses and giving them a window of opportunity to believe they were acting on their own initiative, you've ensured that Her Majesty's objective has a higher chance of becoming a reality, he explained. At any rate, these redeemed criminals will be useful one way or another and enjoy the prospect of a better life. Then again, it is difficult to find anything worse than being a pirate. Who knows? Maybe they can be used as an example to other pirates in the future that an alternative is possible for them. Guaranteed meals, payment, medical treatment, and a sense of belonging. I wonder how many will stick to their anarchistic ideals when faced with such opportunities, Galt asked no one, then looked at Wyatt with a sense of admiration. You truly are a man of honor, mercy, and many surprises, Wyatt Staples. I can't tell them. I can't tell them that I was just following a hunch, not after receiving their praises like that. No, I have to tell them. I won't lie to them, Wyatt thought, and just as he was about to speak out, a familiar voice called in his mind. Wyatt, come to my quarters. I need your help, urgently. Whatever shame and sense of guilt he felt was gone in an instant as he stood up, startling the two men at the suddenness of his action. He saluted and stammered a quick "The princess summons me," before leaving as fast as his legs could take him. Redford crossed his arms and turned to Galt. Before you are dismissed, Galt, once the unit is formed, you'll be in charge of overseeing its development. Galt did a double-take. Commander, certainly there are those more qualified. There are, but the princess is in short supply of those she can trust. This shall be my own test to measure your gratitude and loyalty, Galt Tyrum. Work with the other head officers and ensure nothing goes awry. I shall give you further instructions at a later date. For now, you're dismissed, Redford commanded. Galt stood up and gave the older man a salute, but didn't turn to leave just yet. Sir, if I may, can I ask why Lieutenant Wyatt is not the one chosen to perform this task? Even if he could handle more than what he already can, I would not consider him to be a prime candidate for such a position, Redford replied puzzlingly. Dismissed. Galt saluted once more and then left the war room, leaving the aged commander alone with his thoughts. Have you listened to these other amazing stories on our channel yet? All the links can be found in the description, and we have something for everyone. Your posture is atrocious. Your grip lacking. Wyatt, are you trying to fail on purpose? If so, you are a master at deception, for even I am left stunned at your terrible performance, Cynthia commented as she paced around the sweating pilot holding a sword precariously in his hands. It was a regular plasma sword used by the Marines, but no matter how many times she instructed him in the proper ways to hold it, what posture to take, and how to make a basic swing, Wyatt failed spectacularly at every turn. I told you, Wyatt protested, groaning as his arms ached from swinging the, thankfully, deactivated sword over his head to hit a training dummy with a strong but amateurish strike. I'm not good with melee weapons. The sword itself weighed 3 kilos and had a sharp edge that ran alongside the pristine silver-colored blade. The hilt was big, necessary since it housed the power source to activate the deadly plasmic effect that superheated the sword's edges to the point that very little could withstand a single swing from the deadly weapon. Flashbacks of his early days in the academy trying out weapons to gauge his potential in other areas passed before his eyes, and how he nearly decapitated an instructor with a plasma sword that had slipped from his hands. That went without remembering the many bruises he gained when trying to wield other weapons, such as knives, daggers, and a mace on one occasion. After that near-fatal incident, he had been all but barred from ever touching a melee weapon ever again. Somehow, his next swing missed, and he ended up losing his balance and nearly stumbled forth to crash against the dummy. The sword clanged against the floor as he released a frustrated and tired exhalation. "Have you learned nothing these past weeks?" Cynthia asked, as she looked on with disappointment at the poor display the pilot had showcased ever since their training evolved. "I've learned that I should not be allowed to wield these weapons," he protested, showing his frustration as he angrily tossed the sword to the ground. "I'm not a close-quarter combatant." He also wanted to shout that her trying to train him with a sword was pointless, that she was wasting her time, but he bit his tongue at the end. When their training changed from her beating him into the ground continuously to instructing him on how to take advantage of his movements, teach him how to control his field of awareness, and what postures and stances were best for various situations, he had been thankful. But training how to wield a melee weapon was far, far worse. He tried his best. He really did. But he simply had neither talent nor skill in that regard. Cynthia hummed deeply, frowning. "How is it possible that you have a tangible talent in hand-to-hand combat, but the moment you touch a weapon you have the grace of a fish out of water?" she asked, shaking her head in disapproval. "You must learn to fight with a sword, Wyatt. You're a noble now. If you are challenged to a fencing duel or some other duel requiring you to use a weapon, you will be defenseless if you do not learn at least the basics." Wyatt breathed heavily for a few seconds before picking up the sword. Turning to the blue-haired woman, he frowned. "Then let's just stick to the basics. It is more than obvious I'll never be a master swordsman like you, Cynthia. I just need to learn how to hold it and hit someone with it, since I'm only ever going to use them against blue nobles. You may be a pilot, but you've encountered yourself in various situations placing you in peril. I will not have you become a subpar part of my princess's entourage, no matter how skillful you may be as a pilot and, by Milkady's estimate, a good shooter," Cynthia replied firmly. At the mention of Clara, Wyatt suppressed a sudden pang of frustration but got over it quickly. He would have a word with Clara later in private, without Cynthia to hear them. It wasn't as if he distrusted the red-armored woman, but he needed to speak with Clara and Clara alone first. Gripping the hilt, he turned in full to face Cynthia. "Maybe I need to be pressured into a more deadly situation," he proposed. As much as he disliked fighting, the thrill of battle always brought forth a concentration and level of focus unrivaled under any other circumstance. "Perish the thought," Cynthia shook her head. "You would not last more than a second against me even if I held back. Besides, my sword grants me an unfair advantage." "Just your sword? Woman, please, I've seen you fight before." "You are the unfair advantage," Wyatt thought, raising an eyebrow, a shudder running down his spine as he remembered just how deadly Cynthia was, and more so the fact that he had yet to see her completely unleashed. "You don't believe me?" Cynthia asked, taking his expression as a sign of doubt. Before he could reply, she reached for her sword and removed the magnetic lock keeping her sheath attached to her back. With a slow but elegant motion, she drew her sword, revealing the dark, silvery metal and the red hilt forming a cross. The crossguard, or quillons, as Cynthia described them, were spread wings. It was a beautiful weapon, and it occurred to Wyatt that it was the first time he'd paid it any real attention. Instead of taking a stance, Cynthia approached him and turned the sword upside down, grabbing it by the grip, near the pommel with just her thumb and index finger curled around it. Wyatt understood the gesture and put his sword down before gripping the sword's hilt tightly. He saw Cynthia smile, a mischievous smile, before suddenly letting go of her sword. "Oof!" Wyatt let out a surprised groan as his arm was dragged downward by the unexpected weight of the sword. His arm, shoulder, and chest muscles tensed, and he heaved and clenched his teeth, quickly adapting to the ridiculous weight and avoiding dropping it to the ground. After a few seconds of unflattering groaning, he gripped the hilt with both hands, finally able to bring it up to his chest. He stared at the weapon, then looked at Cynthia, then at the weapon, then back to Cynthia with utter bewilderment. "You carry this all the time?" was the only thing he could manage to say. "Always," Cynthia replied, her smile never faltering. "How heavy is it?" Wyatt asked, his arms starting to shake. Even if he wasn't already tired, he knew he could never manage to use the heaping piece of metal Cynthia called a sword in any way even remotely effective. Hell, he doubted he could swing the thing without it tumbling him to the ground. Even with his now enhanced strength, Cynthia's sword was incredibly heavy, especially given its size. It was no bigger or thicker than a regular longsword. If he had to take a guess, from tip to bottom, it barely reached past 1.30 meters in length. Just what is this thing made out of? He thought with unease. 18 kilos with the power source, 15 without it. I always keep it ready for combat, Cynthia replied, and her smile widened a bit more when Wyatt's face blanched. To her credit, the blue-haired woman only let out a single throaty chuckle of amusement before continuing. Do not fret, for only I can activate my sword. It is genetically linked for my exclusive use, and unlike the sword you were wielding, it does not have a hand trigger. Wyatt nodded at her explanation, not knowing what else to do. Seeing his struggle, the red-armored woman gripped the blade, and the weight almost vanished instantly. Letting go of the grip, Wyatt took a step back as Cynthia, seemingly stricken by a moment of fancy, seamlessly twirled her sword around a few times with one hand, handling it with such ease that it made the blade's weight utterly meaningless in her hands. "Unfair advantage?" he asked, finding his voice. "How are you able to use that thing you call a sword like that? How strong are you, Cynthia?" "Very strong," was her simple reply. "My numerous genetic upgrades, implants, and alterations have granted me such strength and more. In essence, I am a living weapon," said the blue-haired bodyguard without shame or disdain. "Proud protector of Clara Astor and a proud Winfield." "I see," Wyatt replied, not sure what else to say. Her conviction was true and clear, her words were sincere, and her eyes shone with pride with every syllable that parted from her lips. It resonated with him on a personal level. Her conviction, such dedication. It was clear she knew her place, and she took satisfaction in it. Nobles. Commoners. "We're all just people underneath our armor and behind our masks," Wyatt thought as an invisible weight fell from his shoulders. He always knew that was the case. Commoner or noble, they all bled red. But this was the first time he understood something so basic, primordial even. Picking up his sword, he was ready to continue with his lesson when Cynthia placed a hand on his shoulder while the other locked her sword on her back once again. "This will be enough for today, Wyatt. We shall arrive at Balakura in the coming hours. Go and rest. As part of my princess's entourage, you must be presentable." "Very well," Wyatt agreed, paused for a moment, and then spoke up. "Cynthia, why do you train me? Am I to become another bodyguard for Clara?" Cynthia stared at him for several seconds, then shook her head and offered a sincere, warm smile. "In a sense, yes. But largely? No," she said, and then turned to leave without saying another word. Wyatt stared at her for long moments until she left the arena. He then stared at the sword and decided to return it to the armory, but as he was about to step out of the arena, 2 staff members respectfully blocked his way and bowed their heads slightly. "We will return it, my lord. You can rest easy," said one of the staff. The pilot-turned-knight felt his stomach churn at being referred to as Lord. It wasn't the first time, but it never failed to make him uncomfortable. "I wonder if I'll ever get used to it," he thought, silently handing the sword to the one who had spoken. Another respectful bow of their heads, and they were on their way to carry out their duties. Shaking his head, he continued on his way back to his quarters. After taking a shower and putting on fresh clothes, he stepped out of his shower only to find a Royal Marine standing in the middle of his room with a pitch-black suitcase resting next to him. His heart skipped a beat, and his muscles clenched tight, but when he felt no hostility coming from the Royal Marine, he relaxed and took a step forward. "Can I help you?" he asked, uncertain. The Royal Marine said nothing as he reached for his helmet, and with a hiss of pressurized air removed it. It occurred to him that he'd never seen any Royal Marine without their helmets on, and was surprised when he saw the white hair and the fiery orange eyes set on the rather handsome man before him. He had never seen his face before, but the name left his mouth all the same. "Captain Milcades?" Wyatt asked, hopeful and surprised in equal measure. "Please, Wyatt, just call me Milcades. We are in privacy," the white-haired man replied. Wyatt nodded and came to stand in front of the captain, his gaze holding an intensity to them that was both searing and playful. "What may I do for you, Milcades?" "First, let us sit, for I bring many gifts, both physical and in words," he said, and promptly sat down on Wyatt's bed. The bed groaned as the Royal Marine sat down, protesting against the weight set upon it. Seeing no reason to decline, Wyatt joined him and sat next to him, leaving a sizable gap between them. Wordlessly, the captain reached into one of his small, sealed belt satchels and pulled out 2 silver-colored wrappings. He offered one to Wyatt, who took it eyebrow raised, then snapped his open, revealing a gray ration. Wyatt opened his and found the same ration bar, but it wasn't like any other he'd ever seen. Ration bars were usually green, brown, or yellow, and they smelled of dry chemicals, not to mention the taste was not good but not terrible either. The bar in his hands had no smell and looked dry and wet at the same time. "You've been eating poorly," Milcades said, abruptly ending the silence between them. "I've taken my rations as intended," Wyatt countered. "Yes, you have, but it's not enough, is it? You don't eat anything between your rationed meals, do you?" Milcades asked, though his question sounded more like an affirmation. "I eat a lachoa from time to time, also the sweets Princess Clara shares with me," he admitted. "Is that not enough?" "You need to eat more. Those insects, the lachoa, Cynthia says that they are rich in proteins. Eat more of those or a ration or protein bar between meals from now on. The upgrades and implants you received will burn out your body if you don't nourish your body correctly, Wyatt. You've been hungry for days, haven't you?" "How do you—" Wyatt stammered, and his stomach chose that moment to growl. Shutting his mouth, he tried to not look embarrassed by the betrayal of his body. Milcades laughed gently, showing a toothy grin. "Clara and Cynthia don't know about it, right? I think Cynthia suspects, but she's not terribly observant of the little details like that. Unless you're Clara. In that case, she'll count every gram of food you eat and every drop of water you drink." He barked another short laugh. "It has been manageable," Wyatt replied after a few seconds of silence. "Hunger is not new to me." Milcades shrugged. "Perhaps not, but malnourishment is an entirely different beat. So eat up and fill your belly. Though only eat half of it. Save the other half for tomorrow or wherever you want. Damn things don't rot for years," he said, before taking a rather crunchy bite from his ration bar. Wyatt swallowed a ball of spit before following Milcades' instruction. With a crunchy and satisfying bite, he munched on the bar, and instantly his eyes widened. He had to make use of his entire force of will to not spit out the morsel he'd eaten. Tears filled his eyes, and he gave Milcades a pledging stare. The taste was, to put it mildly, beyond awful. "You get used to it," Milcades commented with his playful grin. "What you're tasting is a rich and heavily concentrated pack of minerals, vitamins, protein, and other supplements, all mixed up in an easily packed and foul-tasting meal that gives your body everything it needs, except for the flavor." Defeated, the pilot gave difficult after difficult munch until the taste wasn't as awful and he could swallow it. With some apprehension, he took a second bite and then a third and a fourth, eating half of it and storing the rest for later consumption, just as Milcades suggested. By the time he was done, Milcades had eaten his bar and smacked his lips curiously. "At one point you'd think you'll get used to the aftertaste, but you never do," commented the Royal Marine with a finishing chuckle. "I'm surprised you didn't throw up." "I was very tempted," Wyatt replied, as the yucky aftertaste clung to his palate, tongue, and throat, refusing to leave him just yet. "Ha! I bet!" Milcades laughed. As Milcades laughed, Wyatt tried to comprehend the situation he was in. He'd only heard and seen the captain carry himself with diligence and stoicism, but now he was sitting next to a Royal Marine captain openly laughing and being so merry, jovial even. It was unsettling in a positive sense, as he felt no tension between the two of them. "Thank you, Milcades. I'll take your advice to heart," Wyatt replied once the white-haired man stopped laughing. "Make sure that you do. Clara would be saddened if her favorite pilot is not eating properly and becomes feeble." He chuckled and waved a hand dismissingly. "Speaking of weakness, Wyatt, I've observed your training regime with Cynthia outside our own shooting practices, and I must say she is a tough teacher, but you are an adept student. Albeit, and do forgive me for being crass, you are a complete idiot." "Pardon?" Wyatt asked, taken aback by the insult that carried no ill will behind it. How am I being an idiot? You, Milcades continued, pointing a finger at the pilot as his eyes were fixated on him. Only do what she's telling you to do, with almost no flair of your own into the mix. A shame, I must say. Those glimpses of brilliance are obscured by blind obedience. You're one to talk about blind obedience, but you're not wrong either, Wyatt thought, frowning. I don't understand what you mean by that. I've only followed the instructions Cynthia has given me. Precisely. Cynthia is rigid, methodical, and relentless. Once she has a target, there is no force in the Principality that's capable of stopping her. For a Royal Marine and other Aster agents, that sort of training works fine. But on you, it is almost sad to witness, Milcades explained. Cynthia is not a bad teacher, Wyatt said, jumping to the defense of his friend. Oh, she most certainly is not. But while she can teach you is vast and useful, you are not well suited to learn it how she expects you to learn it. Milcades brought up his left hand, crumpled into a fist while his right was open. She's a rock. You're paper. The more she grinds on you, the more torn up you'll become. But everything she's teaching me is for Clara's sake. I need to be strong and capable in order to stand next to her. I can take a beating if that's all it takes to become what Clara needs me to be, Wyatt countered. And that right there is the problem. Clara doesn't want you to be just another bodyguard, Wyatt. Trust me, I've known her since she was a child, and what she needs the most is you for who you are. She needs a true friend like Cynthia is, but different than her. She needs not another loyal dog, but a loyal friend. There's a difference, my friend. I wouldn't know about friends, Milcades, Wyatt said, his gaze distant for a moment. But then why train me at all if Clara doesn't desire me to become a guardian of hers? I'm a knight banneret of House Aster. Isn't that what I'm supposed to be? Milcades shrugged. On paper, yes. In practice, it depends. Regardless of anything, you're willing to protect her, don't you? Yes, he replied immediately. Despite what he wished to discuss with her, he would protect her with all of his ability, with his life if need be. She was an Aster, the princess he served under, but most importantly, his friend. He would do the same for Cynthia, even if she didn't need any protection he could offer. Milcades' lips curled into a wide smile. Then take Cynthia's training and apply your best attributes to it. Be Wyatt Staples. She's a rock, a mountain, rigid, unmoving. You are paper, flexible and malleable. Use that, Wyatt. I will try, Milcades, Wyatt replied, showcasing a smile of his own. The oddly jovial spirit of the captain was not only infectious but welcome. He had expected the man to be a brooding and unfeeling killing machine. He was pleasantly proven wrong and showed that Royal Marines, for all their reputation, stories, and deeds, were just human like the rest of them. Dangerous, powerful, and the best warriors the Principality could produce, but undeniably human. Clapping his hands, Milcades stood up and placed the suitcase on the bed. I ask for nothing more, Wyatt. My gift of words has ended, now come the other gifts, he exclaimed with fanfare before unlocking the suitcase to reveal two identical black handguns resting inside the suitcase. Wyatt stared at the beautiful handguns, the magazines resting at the edges of the suitcase, and his heraldic shield engraved on their barrels. Captivated by the sleek but efficient design of the handguns, he reached for one and took it out of its protective casing, testing its weight. It was heavy, but lighter than the storm cannon. It also fitted his hand, although it was clear the grip was meant to be held whilst using his armor for optimal results. It is beautiful, Wyatt said, unable to stop admiring the handgun. He had never been a gun enthusiast. He was just good with them. Few had been the times in which a gun captivated him as much as a fighter did. Some adjustments had to be made, but worked perfectly. Tested them myself, Milcades began. They have been genetically linked to you, Wyatt. Only you can fire them. If anyone else tries, well, a nasty surprise awaits them. These are RMG V-22 Soul Snatchers. They fire reinforced tungsten-tipped bullets that are partially ionized as they are propelled through the barrel, enough to rapidly deplete shields or punch through weaker ones. The bullets are also armor-piercing and have an effective range of 50 meters, though the further the target is, the less effective the shield-breaking charge will be. You can choose to activate or deactivate the shield-breaking charge at will, but due to its modifications, it can only hold enough charge for 30 shots. Each magazine holds 25 bullets, and you can restock them freely here in the Nornavio. RMG, Royal Marine grade. No wonder they looked familiar. Cynthia and the other Royal Marines carry similar handguns, but yours are bulkier, Wyatt said, only partially surprised to receive something only meant for Royal Marines. Quite so. Although your soul snatchers are streamlined to reduce their weight at the cost of a much more limited charge capacity, the punch remains the same. Use them wisely, Wyatt Staples. It is thanks to your actions at Woodshaft that ensured the safety and survival of an Aster. On behalf of the Royal Marines, we give unto you a show of our appreciation. Milcades stood firmly and saluted the lieutenant. Loyalty is its own reward. Wyatt set down the handgun, putting it back inside the suitcase alongside its twin, and stood up, returning the salute to the white-haired man. Loyalty is its own reward, he said, his heart beating loudly. Starting today, I'll be releasing new chapters of The Black Ship a few hours before their YouTube premiere. If you're one of my Patreon supporters, you'll get exclusive early access to watch the latest episodes on Patreon first. So instead of waiting for the usual release time, you can enjoy the episode early. Noir Navio Bridge. From his position next to Clara, fully geared in his armor and wearing the same shoulder cloak he had used on Matcha, Wyatt stared at the screen showcasing the beautiful green, blue, and orange-hued planet named Balakura, the capital world of House Ferentis. Unlike Matcha, Balakura seemed to be less technologically inclined, though more heavily populated if the numerous lights visible from the planet's dark side were any indication. Fully secured to his sides rested the Soul Snatcher's pistols Milcades gifted him. Commander Redford had raised an eyebrow when he saw them, but said nothing as he sat on the captain's chair. They were decelerating as they approached the planet and had sent a general broadcast announcing their arrival minutes ago. After a quick exchange of pleasantries verifying the princess's identity, silence followed as Galt Tirome handled the communications. A palpable tension could be felt in the air until a throaty gasp escaped the red-harried man's throat. "My princess," Galt began, turning from his seat with a nervous look across his face to face Redford and Clara. "I've received confirmation from House Ferentis to dock with the station Honorable Vigilance. However, our long sensors have detected a contingent of 6 ships stationed with its sister station, Virtue of Insight. 6 black ships. For our sensors to have detected the black ships so easily means they are inactive," Redford concluded quickly. "Sizes? 5 Corvette-class ships and 1 Destroyer-class ship. The Corvette-class ships are the same type that ambushed the Prince's fleet on Gintrax. Corvus-class ships, as far as I know," Galt answered. "However, the Destroyer-class is not the same type as the Noir Navio. It barely reaches the minimum size for a Destroyer-class ship, and according to our sensors, does not have a spinal mount weapon. I believe it is a dedicated stealth ship like its smaller sister vessels." "It seems that Duke Draymore's envoys have reached House Ferentis before us," Clara said, not at all surprised by that fact. Wyatt frowned slightly. "We're going to fight them?" he asked, his mind already devising a way to take out the ships with the help of his squadron and the rest of the fighters available in the Noir Navio. "House Ferentis has declared itself neutral. The envoys won't attack us whilst under the power bubble of House Ferentis," Clara replied calmly. "Our battlefield for now shall be discussed at the negotiation table. Galt, take us in. Dock at the designated area. Captain Milcades, I shall need 4 Royal Marines as my personal escort. I shall leave the defense of my ship in your capable hands." "It shall be done, my princess," Milcades replied, his voice impassive and stoic. "Redford, you shall remain on board. If anything adverse were to occur, you know what to do," Clara added. "As your orders dictate, my princess," Redford replied professionally. As the blonde princess placed a hand on his left shoulder, the two shared a short-lived stare before Clara, wearing her purple and blue dress, turned around. "Cynthia, Wyatt, we are to leave now. We shall head to the planet immediately. Galt, inform House Ferentis that I shall arrive in their palace and that a team of enforcers and guards are to be at the ready on the station." "It shall be done as you command, Your Majesty," Galt replied before turning back to his station, already connecting with it to carry out his orders. With nothing more to say, the trio left the Noir Navio's command bridge and quietly made their way to the hangar. As they walked, Wyatt cleared his throat and began to speak. "This will be the second time I accompany you to a diplomatic meeting. I have studied little regarding the duties a diplomatic entourage is charged with." You are correct, Wyatt. We've been terribly busy these past weeks, haven't we? Even during our small get-togethers, we set aside as much of such boorish talks, don't we? Clara admitted with an edge of humor in her tone that was also distant and chilly. Your duties are quite simple, Wyatt. Protect me, of course, look strong and mean while I talk, answer only to any questions I allow you to answer, and interject on my behalf if a topic is beyond my knowledge or if my honor is insulted. Do keep in mind, however, that unlike our meeting with Uriel Holks, violence is not an option at our disposal unless House Ferentis commits taboo and ends up breaking the ancient laws of hospitality, neutrality, and proper conduct. I assume those are bad? Asked the pilot, half cursing the many and, in his opinion, stupid rules nobles insisted on sticking to, and half puzzled as to what breaking those laws would actually entail. Allow me to set an example that you may understand, Cynthia answered. Imagine your family is feuding with another family for whatever reason. This reason is enough for the two families to fight, and most likely despise one another. Other families are aware of this dispute, and some support you whilst others support your rival family. However, the majority stand on the sidelines, neutral to the conflict. Now, one of these neutral has something you need, and you'd like to discuss an arrangement, let's say, a marriage proposal or a festive ceremony shared by all. Wyatt listened carefully and pictured such a scenario in his head. It wasn't uncommon for commoner families to fight over petty things, although other reasons were far more serious, like a crime committed or personal disputes that threatened the livelihood of a family member. His own family had had a short-lived feud with another family that he couldn't remember the name of because of him a year or so after his encounter with the Drazen. This family accepted to listen to your proposal, Cynthia continued, and thus welcomed you into their home as a guest. Isn't it a simple courtesy to treat your guests with cordiality and a measure of respect? She asked, turning her head only slightly to glance at her pilot friend with her peripheral vision. Now imagine that this family suddenly attacks you or insults you to the point of verbal and physical altercation for no other reason than they wish to gain favor with your rivals whilst under the pretense of amicability and hospitality. Wouldn't you agree that retaliation is more than justified against such betrayal? How is that any different, that setting an ambush? Wyatt asked himself for a moment, but then really thought about the situation at play. If he and his family were in such a position, could they really carry out such a tactic just to gain an advantage? His family wouldn't, although he would do it without hesitation if it was done in a battle. But that isn't a battle. Would I be willing to do such a thing to someone who isn't my enemy? To accept them into my home under the lie of offering my hospitality just to stab them in the back for a potential gain? Wyatt asked himself, and while he could see the value in such a tactic, he couldn't see himself carrying it, not outside combat. The idea of doing something so inhumane, cruel, and despicable left a bad taste in his mouth. And if I am on the receiving end of such a tactic, what then? I trusted these people to stay under their roof to have a discussion, and now my family and I have been betrayed, possibly killed. If I survive such a thing, what would I do? Go on a bloody rampage? Seek revenge, throwing the advice of my father to the ground? What would be allowed to be carried out against these deceivers? Would I be justified to do anything and everything to them in retaliation? Wyatt pondered heavily, and the more he thought about it, the more he understood the position House Ferentis found itself in. On one hand, if they didn't want anything with Clara, they could have denied them docking or said something against her presence when they entered the system 2 days prior. That meant they were willing to hear her out as neutral parties. On the other hand, if they welcomed Clara to the table and as their guest, what could be the consequences of carrying out such a tactic? If they failed, there was no telling what Clara would do in retaliation. If they succeeded, then what would the prince do once he learned that his most beloved sibling perished under such circumstances? Would House Ferentis truly risk doing something like that at all? After all, they could refuse her proposal and remain neutral. In contrast, would they pass up the chance to negotiate in favorable terms with a princess of the principality? Risks and opportunities are often mistaken for one another, and wear the same dress in the face of even the most experienced, Clara said abruptly, her tone firm. Immediate risks are prominent, but those unseen and long-lasting are far more pervasive. Only a house with nothing to lose and all to gain would become such betrayal, uncaring of risks, devoid of sanity. The ill repute and the mark of distrust would be their damnation even in victory. Who could trust such loathsome creatures if they are willing to murder their guests? Wyatt let out a long, tired sigh. The more he delved into the world of nobility, knowing their plays, rules, games, and laws, written and in spirit, the more he loathed having become one. Being a commoner was much more simple. Then again, with the power and rank of nobility came many perks. Monetary perks were his greatest interest so far. Although, Clara makes a good point. It'd be stupid to break these rules without a good reason. I wonder if the Draymore envoys would be willing to try something against Clara. If they do, then I won't be lacking targets for live practice, he thought, gently patting his left handgun. Since House Ferentis won't dare to try anything idiotic, that leaves the traitors. Indeed. However, these same rules apply to them in neutral territory. Fighting in Caiston and Finnegan was expected and ongoing since they have declared their loyalties. In neutral territory, we are enemies only at the diplomacy and negotiations table. At least, of course, on paper, declared the purple-eyed woman with a mirthless chuckle escaping her throat at the end. The rest of their walk was uneventful and silent. When they arrived at the hangar, the 4 Royal Marines Clara had solicited were already waiting for her. Redford had also formed up 3 squadrons to act as the shuttle's escort, but not a single member of the composters was among the selected pilots. The heterochromatic-eyed man wondered why his teammates were set aside at first, but quickly thought about it, and putting himself in the commander's position, he too wouldn't want to reveal his best pilots for something as trivial as a simple escort mission. Less so when the enemies were likely watching his movements. Better to save your best weapons for as long as possible and strike only when necessary, the pilot thought, as he reflected on the situation. After boarding their shuttle and leaving the Noirnavio behind so it could dock in peace, Wyatt followed the path that the Ferentis navigators gave him. From his sensors represented on the tactical screen, he could see the space around the planet was busy with activity. Several dozens of ships flew peacefully, either packed full of resources going out to an unknown destination or coming to load their storage areas. There were also many gunships and other small military vessels bearing the emblem of House Ferentis, a stalk of grain growing amidst what looked to be a factory, serving as their local defense space force and peacekeeping units. As they approached and the planet became bigger and bigger, 1, then 2, and then 4 gunships came close to the shuttle, their weapons powered down and joined the fighters as an escort, a symbol that House Ferentis welcomed the arrival of the princess. How peculiar! Wyatt glanced at Clara and stared at her smile. It was a new smile, neither cold, pensive, playful, or calculative. He couldn't quite describe it. It was as if her smile reflected a victory in a battle that had not even happened yet. "What is?" he asked tentatively. 4 gunship escorts. Their welcoming gesture is a great assurance, Clara explained cryptically. The pilot looked past the princess, finding Cynthia's impassive expression. There would be no further explanation of what Clara was talking about. Before they could reach high orbit, their fighter escorts flew back to the Noirnavio, breaking off and letting the gunships accompany them down to the planet's surface. The shuttle rocked as it entered the atmosphere of the planet and fly across the sky freely, the roar of the engines now partially resonating across the hull completely. Having no interest in seeing the surface through the cameras or slowing down to admire the splendor Balakura had to offer, Wyatt flew the shuttle straight for the Grand Palace and seat of power of House Ferentis. Just as the Grand Palace came to view a few minutes later, the gunship escorts broke off, returning to their original duties. Moments later, Wyatt answered a ping.
Shuttle NTS-001, this is Head Navigator and Head Aero Transit Controller Udo Collio. Land on the given coordinates. House Ferentis welcomes Her Royal Majesty Princess Clara Astor with utmost respect and joy.
Copy that. Proceeding to land at the instructed coordinates, Wyatt replied, veering only slightly as he began to reduce the shuttle's speed. Within minutes, the shuttle gently landed on an ample pad located within a security complex. Outside, a dozen or so finely dressed nobles and thrice as many guards lined at each side of a long red carpet. and 2 menials waiting to unfurl the rest once it was safe to do so. The engines died, and quickly their roar was silenced. The menials quickly rolled the carpet out, ending only a meter or so from touching the landing pad's edge. The Royal Marines disembarked first, forming a quick and effective defensive perimeter around the shuttle, whilst inside, Wyatt unbuckled his security latches and moved to help Clara stand up. Cynthia, firm and ready, was already standing by the cockpit's door. Wyatt swallowed as he joined Cynthia's side, ready to open the door. "Nervous?" Clara asked softly. "I don't know if I'll ever get used to this sensation," Wyatt confessed, catching only a glance of Clara's hands shaking slightly before she adjusted her posture and her cold royal mask returned to her face. A fetching yet emotionless smile spread across her lips, similar in nature to the one she'd used on Matcha, but mastered to a deadly edge. "Good. Such feelings keep us from growing too complacent," Clara said, and then nodded once. Obeying the unspoken command, Wyatt opened the door and out came Cynthia, ready to protect her princess from any threat that could threaten the blonde woman. Clara followed, each step taken regal, powerful, measured, and heavy with the authority her name, reputation, and house carried. Finally, Wyatt followed after putting on his helmet, closing the door behind him and sealing the shuttle. He took Clara's left side, flanking and keeping a respectful distance behind her, mirroring Cynthia's movements. The Royal Marines quickly moved to further secure their position by forming behind them, much like they had done in Woodshaft. As they walked down the carpet, Wyatt focused on the faces of the gathered nobles. Most of them had smiles on their faces, but they were fake, only there to cover their nervousness and fear. The wisest among them had their hands behind their backs, hiding the slight trembling coursing through their bodies. When Clara was close enough to them, they all bowed respectfully, and a gray-haired man bearing a bushy, trimmed mustache took a step forth. "I, Enoch Ferentis, head of House Ferentis, welcome you, Your Majesty, to our beautiful world of Balakura and our humble palace. You are our most esteemed guest in these uncertain times of turmoil." The man spoke with eloquence and tangible respect. A second later, a beautiful, mature, brown-haired woman and a younger man nearly identical to Enoch, but without the mustache and sharing the woman's hair color, stepped closer. "May I present you my princess, my beloved wife, Ishivi Ferentis, and my oldest son and heir, Jolti Ferentis." "Your Majesty," both mother and son said at the same time with a bow of their heads. "Charmed," Clara replied. "I, Clara Astor, second princess of the Astorian Principality, sister to the legitimate prince, accept your earnest welcome and thank you for your cordiality and generous hospitality. I trust that your other guests will not be besmirched in favor of my presence." She asked with the same care the wind would softly caress a flower, but the air around them felt heavy the following moment, but only for a moment. "As you are our esteemed guest, Your Majesty, the envoys sent by Duke Cornelius Draymore are also guests of House Ferentis. It would be dishonorable and shameful to our reputation if we were to treat them any lesser than we would treat you, my princess. That is to say, every need and desire you and your entourage may require will be fulfilled to the best of our abilities during your stay," Ishivi Ferentis said, mirroring Clara's smile. "I expect nothing less from House Ferentis," Clara replied, gently tilting her head toward Ishivi, making the older woman's smile widen for a moment. "Please follow me. I shall personally escort you to the waiting room, my princess. We shall begin talks as soon as our other duties allow us the time to do so." Clara said nothing as the older woman turned to act as the group's guide. For his part, Wyatt had to admit that Clara had been correct. There was no show of force, but her presence was equally commanding even without it. Thanks to Ishivi, the tension in the air was choked out. It had been subtle, but her husband, son, and the other present nobles had eased up their postures after her quick thinking. As they walked, Wyatt paid no real attention to Ishivi's words as she ranted about the history of her house, pointing out passing paintings, works of art, and other decorations that symbolized one thing or another across the long history of the ancient house. He didn't even care about the lavish and obscenely decorated hallways. He'd seen enough of it in Matcha already, and his wonderment regarding the apparent shallow displays of wealth and power nobles seemed to enjoy had died out quickly. No, His focus was set on his duty and task at hand, protecting Clara from all threats. That was the only thing that mattered. He didn't know how long their walk-tuned tour lasted, but it had been long enough for his legs to ache slightly by the time they reached the promised room. Ishivi ordered 2 servants to open the doors, and the group entered. And he stepped past the door frames. Just at the edge of his peripheral vision, he saw a tall, spindly figure. He saw 2 vines tipped with claws. He saw the grotesque brown and pliable flesh. He saw a figure that he could never forget, forever burned into the depths of his mind. Wyatt's body moved on its own, shoving Clara out of the way with all his strength, not giving a damn if she fell to the ground as long as he could put himself in between her and a Drazen. His left hand quickly drew a pistol. His senses were in full gear. His heart beat hard against his ears and his muscles tensed instinctively as he bellowed a shout of pure, unfiltered hatred. But his rage was not mindless. It was focused and hot, sharp and deadly. Free from other thoughts, he fired 3 shots that landed on the bulbous section of the Drazen, where its true head and brain resided. He was about to shout for everyone to scatter when several hands grabbed him, keeping him from moving. His breathing was hard and fast, and for an instant wondered if they had fallen for a trap, his eyes never leaving the unmoving Drazen. He blinked twice, confusion replacing his hatred as he saw, indeed, a Drazen with 3 holes in its head, but it refused to fall down dead. Actually, it didn't move at all. A second later, he also noticed that there was no blood to be seen, only dust created by destroyed stone and marble. His heart slowly stopped its frantic beating, and he could hear voices again, not just the beating of his heart and white noise. "Meaning of this?" the voice of a panicked Ishivi demanded, having moved several steps away. Looking around, Wyatt noticed that the 4 Royal Marines were holding him in place. Their grip was strong, but not painful. They were only making sure he wouldn't be able to make any sudden moves. Several guards had acted quickly and rushed in, ready to fight any intruder or assassin capable of infiltrating the Ferentis Palace, but were now instead left puzzled outside the hallway, wondering what had just happened. Cynthia was next to Clara, her focus set on the princess who was, thankfully, on her feet and unharmed. But Clara was, unsurprisingly, furious. But her fury was not directed at him. Rather, her purple eyes were set upon Ishivi, who, upon receiving her fiery gaze, any outrage and anger were replaced by fear. "What is the meaning of such a statue?" Clara asked angrily, pointing at the statue Wyatt had shot. "Is this an elaborate joke? If so, I fail to find any amusement from it." "My princess, please, allow me to explain. The statues were commissioned work by my 3rd son. He meant no harm nor ill will. It is but a decoration that your guard has destroyed," Ishivi replied, protesting against the pilot's actions. Wyatt, now calm, was let go by the other Royal Marines, looking around in confusion only to find a second Drazen statue at the other side of the door, identical to the one he had shot. Around the room, there were statues of other sapient alien life forms, including Yakanti, Draconians, Zarmax, and others he didn't know the names of. His attention turned to Clara once more when Cynthia took a step forth and the echo resonated across the vast, ample, and lavishly decorated room. He acted out of instinct as his training demanded. "I nearly unsheathed my sword when I spotted that horrid thing," Cynthia said, pointing at the nearest Drazen statue. But he protected his princess as duty demands," Clara said, her voice now tempered and calm. "You should have warned us, Ishivi Ferentis, that we would find such unpleasant things inside this room. Sir Wyatt Staples, in particular, is adept at dealing with Drazen and the threat they possess. You should be thankful he only had the time to fire 3 shots before my men secured him." It is as you say, my princess. Please forgive me. I did not believe such a thing would spark an incident. House Ferentis would never dare to insult you, your majesty, and by extension your beloved brother, the prince. Sir Wyatt Staples, on behalf of House Ferentis, I offer a most sincere apology." Wyatt stared at the mature woman, and for a split second he saw the cowardly face of Serhan Gimor. He closed his eyes, took in a deep breath, and dropped to knee. "No, Lady Ishivi. There is no need to apologize to me. It is I who must apologize. Please, forgive my actions. I shall take any punishment you deem adequate. I overreacted, to put it mildly." I swear I almost had a heart attack, the pilot thought, refusing to look at the statue depicting the monster he hated more than anything in the universe. If I receive a lashing for what I've done, I'll count myself as lucky. Clara and Cynthia must be disappointed in my rash and reckless actions, Wyatt thought, already accepting whatever fate had in store for him. What if his transgression ruined Clara's plans? What if it compromised their negotiations? The thought that he had failed Clara and Cynthia, that he had failed his friends, hurt more than he thought was possible. Just as he was about to beg for punishment and prostrate himself lower before a high-ranking noble lady, ready to give his life, if need be, Clara interjected. "You did nothing wrong, Sir Wyatt," she said, gently placing a hand on his right shoulder. Offering him a sincere smile, she continued, "You protected me against what you deemed a threat. This was but a sad, unfortunate accident brought by a rather distasteful choice in decorations. Nothing more." "Lady Ishivi," she said, turning to the older woman, her smile gone, "let us forget this embarrassing incident, shall we? Sir Wyatt shall pay for the damages done, and in turn, I shan't take offense. However, I insist on waiting somewhere else. I shall not share space with those abominations, even if they are mere statues." Ishivi put her hands together and bowed her head in submission. "Of course, my princess. Thank you, my princess. It shall be as Her Majesty says. House Ferentis will not overlook your display of mercy, my princess," the woman said as calmly as she could. But her voice was shaky, revealing just how relieved she was that the situation had ended so quickly and without any bloodshed. "Please follow me. There is another smaller room down the hallway. It lacks such decorative statues. I'll have my servant serve you refreshments, my princess." Clara gave a polite nod. "Let it be so." If you're already one of our Patreon supporters, you can now access the latest chapter of The Black Ship several hours before the YouTube release. If you're interested in early access, follow the link in the pinned comment below. Your subscription also supports the author who receives a share, enabling them to keep writing the story you love. Thank you for your support. Wyatt remained silent as Ishivi guided them out of the room and down the hallway. His posture was lackluster, slumped. There was no confidence in his steps, and it was more than obvious that his focus was absent. Time itself lost meaning as he blindly followed Clara, his eyes set on her back, not knowing how he could look her in the eye again. When the doors were opened and everyone entered, Wyatt paid the room no attention as the Ferentis matriarch explained something about the room, bowed to Clara, and left. The doors closed and Wyatt suddenly felt weak. Before his legs could give out, Cynthia was upon him, supporting his weight and guiding him to a nearby seat. The blue-haired woman sat him down and took a step back, whilst Clara sat on the seat directly in front of him, with only a tiny but elegant table between them. From behind his helmet, Wyatt stared into the eyes of the princess, expecting to find scorn, hoping to see anger and dead-ring disappointment. Instead, he found her gaze to contain a cold, calculating edge. He wanted to look away, the shame of his outburst burning in his heart, but he couldn't. An invisible force had taken hold of him and wouldn't let go, not until he tried to make things right. "My princess, Cynthia, are we secured?" Clara asked, cutting Wyatt off. "We are. It seems House Ferentis is sensible enough to abscond spying attempts upon their guests before meetings. Or rather, they knew they would get caught by Royal Marines if they tried," Cynthia replied, coming to stand next to her best friend, her obscured eyes also set on the pilot. "Good. Wyatt, you can call me by my name," Clara said, her expression serene. "Can I?" asked the pilot dejectedly. "After what I've done? How could I?" "My dear Wyatt, what is it that you think you've done?" Clara asked, tilting her head slightly. "Through my actions, I've insulted Lady Ishivi, House Ferentis, and you. I was rash, and I just acted when I caught a mere glimpse of the damn statue. I thought, no, I didn't think. My body moved on its own. Everything happened so fast, and before I knew it, it was done," Wyatt replied, sounding genuinely hurt. "I failed you, my princess. I failed you both." "How have you failed me, Wyatt?" Clara asked, her voice heavier and serious. "I will admit that your actions were reckless. This is true. But you cannot expect me or Cynthia to judge your actions as uncouth or irrational. You carry deep scars, Wyatt. Terrible, gnashing scars. The trauma you've endured has made you the man you are today, and your response was entirely justified. Wyatt stiffened and stood up in a jerk. Justified? How can firing my guns in the presence of nobility be justified? In your mind, Wyatt, you were performing your duty. Despite your trauma and that intense burning hatred, your first action was to push me away and shield me from danger. I cannot do anything else but commend you for that, Wyatt, Clara replied, stunning the pilot as he slowly sat back down. Then she smiled and giggled. That being said, I wasn't expecting you to shove me. I haven't been shoved ever since I was a child. I'm sorry? Wyatt asked, unsure as his mind was in complete disarray. No need to apologize for that. Your actions were the result of instinct, training, and brutality, Cynthia replied before taking off her helmet to offer the pilot a tiny but warm smile. Your reaction speed was astonishing. You have yet to receive the Exeter implant, and yet in that moment of peril you achieved the pinnacle of unaugmented human reaction time. Not to mention you maintained total focus. Most untrained soldiers, marines, and personnel cannot control their senses when pressed to such unfamiliar sensorial hyperactivity. But you? You fired 3 precise shots and landed all with lethal accuracy. If not for the circumstances that brought you to such limits, I would praise such a display, she said, letting out a soft chuckle. What I can praise, however, is what Clara has described. You performed your duty even against an imagined threat. I don't deserve any praise, Wyatt replied, lowering his head. Lady Ishivi was outraged due to my actions. My princess... Clara, the princess said with a firm tone that offered no room for negotiations. Clara, Wyatt repeated in defeat. Thanks to me, to the insult I created, your plans and chances to negotiate with House Ferentis will certainly be affected. They can even try to refuse you outright. Please, allow me to right my wrong. I'll take any punishment they deem fit, any that you choose. I'll leave your side and return in shame to Volantis if need be. Wyatt proposed, quickly becoming desperate. His need to grovel and ask for forgiveness, like all commoners were taught to. You will pay for your transgression precisely as I stated, in monetary compensation for the statue you ruined, Clara replied, impassive. As for the ramifications of your actions, I have yet to knit the knots correctly, but I believe I can use this situation in our favor. Use the situation in your favor? Wyatt repeated, dumbfounded. Certainly. Wyatt, no offense to you, but I know how to play this game. You do not. An action taken regarding nobility is hardly ever straightforward or direct. There are layers within layers and possibilities to take into account. More so than that, one must learn to use any situation to the fullest, be it accidents, errors, victories, defeats, or unforeseen actions. Pausing for a moment, she closed her eyes and hummed deeply. Cynthia, what is your take on their first waiting room? A poor attempt at a veiled insult at worst and a rather terrible taste in decorative sense at best. I am, however, unconvinced it was purely the latter, Cynthia replied. To place Drazen, of all aliens, next to the entrance, obscured in such a way that they'd be only visible after walking past the door frames? A clear indication that they expected to draw a fearful reaction from their guests before showing the rest of their folderol monuments to self-aggrandizement, the blue-haired woman reasoned. Clara opened her eyes and looked up at the ceiling. I am inclined to agree. However, I do not believe it was ever meant to be an insult, not even a veiled one. If I were in their position, I'd try a shock and awe display to put some pressure on my guests. To be surrounded by vivid depictions of alien creatures in an otherwise lavish and comfortable room is a sound move. Many nobles, and humans in general, are quite xenophobic, not without good reason, I must admit. If they can unsettle the minds of their guests before negotiations, that can give them a small edge on the table. She then let out a mirthful chuckle, shaking her head. Sly of them. Don't you believe so, Wyatt? But what does it matter? Now they have a bigger edge thanks to me. You've done so much for me already, Clara. Cynthia, Redford, everyone. The money I received and sent to my family, the implants, the trust you've placed in me. I've failed the prince, Wyatt replied, slowly taking off his helmet and setting it next to him. How can you be calm, Clara? Why aren't you angry at me? Clara frowned, readjusting her posture. You certainly do not lack in stubbornness, Wyatt. Have I not told you to stop your constant self-flagellation and demeaning? That is what I am angry at. Do you truly expect me to renounce my personal pilot now? My dear, naive, and stubborn Wyatt, you are so blinded by your upbringing that you cannot see the traits I've come to see in you, that Cynthia sees in you. As I stated before, your actions were reckless. But at the same time, knowing what we know, none of us can find fault in your actions either. But Clara raised a hand, silencing him. If you do not trust me when I say you have nothing to be ashamed of, then let me reassure you by telling you that your display can be extremely beneficial to me, and more importantly, give me more sway over Gynak Ferentis and his wife. In fact, I've already launched my preemptive strike, announced the blonde woman before happily clapping twice. She stood up and put a foot on the table, trying to look as intimidating as possible. The dreaded Reaper has shown leniency and mercy over a perceived insult. Her dogs were caged and the bloodrend held back. Wyatt was momentarily stunned by Clara's words and her display, but soon came back to his senses only to see Cynthia smiling slightly while shaking her head slowly. I thought you hated those nicknames, he asked, not sure what else to say. His mind was awash in an internal conflict. On one side, he wanted nothing more than to receive his just punishment, but on the other, he wanted to believe everything Clara and Cynthia were telling him. Oh, how he wanted to believe them. To know that while stupid and reckless of him, he had proven himself useful. Cynthia had praised him and Clara had pointed out his actions. They are my friends. I would rather die first than let the Drazen, or anything else for that matter, harm them if I can stop it, thought the pilot as the turmoil inside him began to dwindle little by little. Taking a step back and done with her theatrics, Clara sat down with a pleased smile across her face. However, I'm not the only one who can benefit from this incident, Wyatt. You too shall benefit from it. Wyatt frowned slightly. Weave a perceived power and carefully concealed deceit around yourself. That's what you told me, he said, his tone as firm as he could manage, his desire to speak to her in private resurfacing and giving him much-needed direction as the situation contrasted with what had happened days prior. Clara blinked twice before answering. Wyatt, is there something you wish to tell me? The black-haired man gazed into the purple eyes of the princess and then nodded. Clara, I'm not the most sociable of people, and maybe I'm being a fool or ungrateful, but yes, I need to tell you something. Do you wish for us to be in private? Is this something between knight and princess or between friends? Clara asked, concerned. That made Wyatt pause for a moment. Neither? Both? He asked, unsure. He had not had a personal conversation with anyone for as long as he could remember who wasn't part of his family or his neighbors. Even with the events that had led him to interact with so many high-ranking nobles, two of them royalty as a matter of fact, he was no expert by any means. Could he really trust Clara if they were completely alone? The heterochromatic-eyed man stopped his line of thought as a single word crossed his mind. Trust, he muttered, gaining the attention of both women. Trust, he said again, this time louder and his hands clenched into fists. He let out a short-lived, despondent laugh and looked up at them. Trust. I'm good at obeying orders. But trust. I'm not good at giving people trust unless I think it's worth it. You are different. I wanted to speak to you in private, Clara. However, that would mean I don't trust Cynthia. And I do trust you, he confessed, staring at the blue-haired woman for a short moment. If what I'm about to say brings me damnation, then it is more than justified and earned. I highly doubt anything you have to say can ever achieve such a fate, Wyatt. You are a rather simple man. You've demonstrated it to us several times already, Cynthia replied, crossing her arms and gifting him a warm, friendly smile. Next to her, Clara gave a simple nod of agreement. Wyatt inhaled deeply. In that case, Clara, remember when you summoned me urgently some time ago, pulling me away from the meeting I was having with Commander Redford and the other head officers? I remember. I was watching the meeting through the network, as I told you, Clara replied gently yet slightly confused. You summoned me for no other reason than to stop me from telling Commander Redford and Galt the truth. Wyatt paused for a moment. Clara didn't say anything back then, but now that you mentioned I would benefit from my recklessness, I cannot stay silent anymore. Clara, I don't see anything wrong with lying or withholding information. Veiling the truth, masking the facts, whatever you want to call it. I've lied or omitted the full truth for as long as I can remember to people that matter not to me. He relaxed his muscles, letting his next words flow like a stream of fresh water at the end of winter. But I hate lying to the people I care about and respect. I don't want Galt or Redford or my teammates to believe something that I am not, he said firmly. Wyatt, Clara began, her voice heavy and serious, matching the steely gaze of her vibrant eyes. Listen to me carefully. I suspected you were displeased. You are an honest man even when you are veiling truths. You are also an incredible deceiver even if you don't truly grasp the extent of that ability. I'm a princess, Wyatt. Royalty, deception, manipulation of information, lies, deceit, and half-truths are the bread and wine of noble society. Those who are weak are devoured or pushed aside. Those who are strong are feared and loathed in equal measure. The princess pointed a finger at herself before continuing. My feelings on the matter and yours are irrelevant. I despise these twisted games, but I have to play them. I have to master them and use every little advantage I can get to the best of my abilities. Cynthia knows this. Redford knows this. Galt knows this. Your power can be fake or true. Your reputation ill or grand. It matters not. You must learn how to world it as shield, armor, sword, and dagger all at the same time, to project yourself as stronger than you actually are. Gossip, rumors, and tall tales are the unsung weapons that few know how to use wisely and effectively. Wyatt thought about it deeply, drinking in her words. He knew how to portray himself as something he was not in the eyes of others. Mainly speaking, as submissive, obedient, and a commoner who knew his place in the world. Rather, that's who he truly was. He had merely projected it outward, so that was everything nobles saw him as anything but that, just to avoid their gazes and be ignored. What Clara was trying to do was the same, but in reverse. Her and Cynthia's reputation was not only grim, but strong, and that prevented many from even approaching them without serious consideration. They were hated and despised as much as they were respected and feared. But what about him? She had explained to him that day. His sheer proximity to her clad him in some of her reputation. After all, what sort of man would be needed to be allowed to stay next to her alongside Cynthia Winfield, the bloodrend? He had not noticed it until she pointed it out, but there was already a substantial amount of standing and reputation surrounding him by his actions alone. He had saved the royal yacht from capture or certain doom, gaining the favor of the prince and the scorn of many nobles. He had won the competition held by Commander Redford aboard the Exalted Virtue and beaten one of the unwinnable simulations, earning him even more attention from the commander, the princess, and the prince. And that was just the start of it. The battle at Gintrax, the destruction of a stealth cruiser, his almost senseless assault against the Drazan fighters, the command of the Noir Navio, his role in expunging the traitors from the fleet. It was all connected, like it or not. After all, the traitors targeted him due to his increasing fame. Their downfall was, in part, delivered by his hand. The prince rewarded him publicly with ennoblement. The prince himself had confided in him to protect his beloved sister. He had not truly understood it when she explained it first, but now Wyatt realized that he couldn't just be commoner Wyatt Staples anymore. When did everything get so complicated? I was never trained for any of this. I just want to be Wyatt Staples, not whatever shadowy version people are conjuring in their heads. I don't have the luxury to choose anymore, do I? Wyatt thought grimly. It seems you've realized the true weight of your position, haven't you? Clara asked in a softer tone. However, you can choose to be open and honest with all or just with your close circle of trusted friends. Be careful, however, for you never know if betrayal will ever be an option. For others, or yours. The blonde woman paused for a moment. I, however, advise that you do as I say, for now, Wyatt. Our enemies are surely watching and will no doubt learn of what transpired. We must use that to our advantage. But how? Wyatt asked, agreeing with Clara's proposition. He didn't like it, and he would think long and hard about it, but not now. Not yet. For now, with his heart settled in and his mind not as burdened by his own failings, He focused on what mattered, helping his friend fulfill her goals. Rumors and gossip can't be controlled, can they? They absolutely can be controlled, and when done so correctly, it can be put to devastating effect. However, I prefer the more intelligent and deadlier approach. Clara opened her hands, showing her palms to the pilot. We do nothing. Wyatt shook his head. Nothing? Nothing, Clara repeated with a nod. If I try to control the narrative, it will be obvious what I'm trying to achieve. We have nothing more to do than wait and allow rumors and gossip to spread naturally. Security cameras no doubt caught the display, and there were plenty of witnesses that saw the end result. Furthermore, Ishivi Forentis won't be able to shut her mouth, boasting how she quelled my fury and earned my forgiveness, embellishing her role and yours in the process. I have to do nothing, for I've done everything needed to be done already. It is time for us to wait for the results and play into them. Wyatt shuddered after hearing Clara's response. She sounded so cold and distant, but passionate and playful at the same time. He could not even begin to comprehend what sort of plans, ideas, and plots formed in her head, but seeing her do so right before his eyes was frightening and captivating in equal measure. Despite his fear of her capabilities, he felt nothing but respect for them, too, even if he didn't agree with those regarding his own projection of power, as she called it. A chime captured their attention, and a moment later Clara smiled, whilst her eyes flickered with light for a second. Moments later, a Royal Marine opened the door, and in walked 3 servants carrying trays in their hands. A 4th one followed, pushing a small cart. Wordlessly, the servants cleaned the table, placed several foodstuffs, snacks, and baked sweets on the table alongside several teacups and a steaming hot kettle made out of the finest and purest porcelain. When they were done, they walked out of the room without uttering a single word. Cynthia moved first, pouring herself a cup of red tea. She drank it quickly and then ate one of each tray in quick succession. Clean, she muttered after swallowing for the last time. Instead of moving back to her post, she sat down next to Clara and served 3 cups of tea, presenting one to Wyatt. Go on. The tea is rich in flavor and the sweets are good. Scrumptious, Clara said, unable to stop herself from praising a pastry she was eating with her mouth half full of it. Oh, I will demand the recipe for this. Harold must prepare these for me. Wyatt swallowed hard, reaching for the same pastry Clara had praised, his mouth watering uncontrollably. Picking a pink, elongated bread covered in a brown powder, he took a bite out of it, and his entire body melted with delight. He sipped from his tea quickly, having found the delightful combination from repeated visits to Clara's quarters, and a pleased exhale escaped his throat at the same time one escaped from Clara and Cynthia. Wham and Mom would love these. They eat goonie all the time. This thing inside the pastry? To die for? Wyatt commented as he sucked on the rich, creamy filling of his bread thing. I wish I could learn how to make them myself. Then why don't you? Cynthia asked, already eating her 3rd pastry while Clara was on her 6th already. You have the credits to buy any book you want. My skills and education never pushed me closer to the role of a food maker or chef. I don't know how it is done, Wyatt replied as he went in for his 2nd pastry, and seeing the speed Clara was all but devouring them, grabbed 6 for himself. Besides, commoners can't buy educational books or courses outside their work roles. Wyatt, Cynthia deadpanned. The pilot nodded tiredly. I know, I'm not a commoner anymore, but where could I even buy one? I still can't connect with the network since I lack the Intara implant. Indeed so, Clara replied, stopping for a moment to refill her cup of tea. You have taken to your new eyes well, Wyatt. I'm certain there won't be any complications for you to receive the Intara implant, and this one for once won't be painful. I'm glad to hear it, Wyatt said with genuine relief. That being said, you don't need the network to buy a book, Wyatt. You can go to a terminal and buy a digital copy, Cynthia clarified. If you want to learn how to bake, no one is stopping you. Perhaps, Wyatt replied as he entertained the idea a bit more seriously. He didn't know if he had any talent to cook or not. Back home, his mother always cooked, and when she was sick, his father took over. Those days certainly were an experience, if nothing else. As he ate his 4th pastry, the pilot realized that he was much calmer now, relaxed, and the weight of his mistakes were not as prominent as he thought they were. Internally, he smiled. It was silly. It made no real sense to him. But he had come to adore eating, talking, and just spending time with Cynthia and Clara. Seeing them for who they were, behind that barrier of splendor and dread, brought a smile to the forefront of his soul. It stirred his heart with a sensation that had been absent from his life for a long, long time. Simple joy. If you're already one of our Patreon supporters, you can now access the latest chapter of The Black Ship several hours before the YouTube release. If you're interested in early access, follow the link in the pinned comment below. Your subscription also supports the author who receives a share, enabling them to keep writing the story you love. Thank you for your support. Balakura, Draymore Envoy's meeting room. "Play it again," Felicity Centaur said with narrowed eyes as she and her three companions stared at the large screen in front of them. She twirled a glass of wine around using her left hand while her right gently tapped against the armrest of her seat. At her command, the screen went black for a second before the security footage began anew. On the screen, it showed the infamous and dreaded Clara Astor, known throughout all nobility circles as the Reaper, flanked by her deadly bodyguard, Cynthia Winfield, the Bloodrend, and the unknown figure that had appeared out of nowhere. They knew little about him, besides what information the intelligence operative named Jade had managed to impart upon them. Felicity herself had only come to know the man thanks to the constant transmissions sent out by House Finnegan all across the Principality, revealing that the prince and one of his siblings were alive, ready to contend against his Lord Regent, Duke Cornelius Draymore. At first, she had all but discarded the information regarding this so-called Wyatt Staples. She had no reason to pay him any attention despite his exploits. That was, of course, until the man next to her, the tall, strong, handsome, and beyond insufferable Maximilian Usarek, pointed out something she had passed on. What does it take for an unknown man to stand next to the Reaper and have her favor? That simple statement made her stop and think. It was a well-known fact that Princess Clara Astor's inner circle was not only limited, but virtually non-existent. Few were those who could interact with her with a degree of safety. Fewer were those who could stand close to her. Regardless of her otherwise limited access to close allies and readily available ladies-in-waiting, she somehow projected a shadow of influence, power, and reach that went beyond her being a princess of the Principality. Her gaze focused on the screen and how the black-armored man took one step past the door's frame, just one step, and the video's speed slowed down significantly. The several angles taken from the security cameras showcased the man moving at blinding speed, shoving the accursed princess away in the process. She paid no attention to the stumbling princess who was already looking back, her expression slowly contorting to one of surprise. Instead, she focused on the man who had, simultaneously, drawn his weapon and fired 3 precise shots that punctured the grotesque and lifelike of a Drazan, piercing the bulbous middle beneath its eye stalk. Of course, the red-armored woman had also reacted, moving to ensure the safety of her charge whilst the 4 Royal Marines present, their rifles locked behind their backs, restrained the black-armored man, preventing him from moving. The first time she'd seen the recording, she had expected to see the Royal Marines tear the man apart or tackle him into unconsciousness. Her surprise, while immense, was overshadowed by shock as the video regained its normal speed, and a scene that turned her blood into ice happened yet again, forever immortalized in footage. Princess Clara Astor, second princess of the Astorian Principality, was angry, justifiably so. Her bodyguard had just broken the protocols of proper conduct, but instead of directing her anger at the man, it was directed at Countess Ishivi Ferentis. The older woman apologized, but the man dropped to a knee, lowering himself as much as possible, almost shaking in place as he accepted any punishment deemed worthy to repay his transgression. Then the impossible happened. The Reaper, instead of scorning the man, comforted him, reassuring him that he had done nothing wrong. Then, to make matters worse, she offered Ishivi her mercy, and, of course, the matriarch took it without hesitation. That such an embarrassing event had ended with nothing more than a few exchanged words and a compromise to forget it was nearly unheard of. "No matter how many times I see it, I can't believe it," said Casimir Caiston, the oldest and most beloved son of Andrew Caiston. Next to him sat the 4th member of their group, Javier Wunder. The latter man was a young, attractive man, but overall inexperienced in the fields of nobility. What made him a capable tool were his plentiful connections and his ability to view opportunities many others ignored. The former was the spitting image of his father, broad of shoulders, intense hazel-colored hair, tall, and with a strong will. Unlike his father and grandfather, however, Casimir was a far more gentler soul, but loyal to his house and father. We should tread carefully, even more so now. It took 4 of those mongrels to restrain him, and here I thought Cynthia Winfield was the only thing we had to truly worry about if a fight broke out, Maximilian said, his tone laced with humor to cover the underlying fear creeping at the end of each word he spoke. I ask again, Maximilian, do you have any inkling whatsoever as to who this Wyatt Staples may be? Felicity asked in no uncertain tone. And I reply once more, I do not know, replied the muscular, lavishly armored man. His entire armor was colored in varying shades of green and yellow, with only the eyes of the many lion faces that adorned his armor glowing with an intense, sapphire blue hue. He's not a lone wolf, that's for damn certain. Otherwise, I would likely have heard of someone with that level of skill. He's carrying a pair of soul snatchers. I wonder who he had to kill to earn the right to carry Royal Marine-grade weaponry. Felicity ignored the man, turning to Javier. No response from the Third Fleet records yet? None yet, replied the soft-spoken man. If he truly was part of the Third Fleet at any capacity and joined the Astor Loyalists, then I suspect those records have been expunged. It is unlikely that I am wrong in this regard, but I hope I am. It would make the task of tracking his history a lot easier. Then again, a pilot with such skills wasted as a mere garbage hauler? He asked, letting the unspoken accusation drift in the air. He will be troublesome. The princess has not incorporated anyone into her inner circle for years. Then this man appears out of nowhere after allegedly saving her life and is now proudly standing under her direct command. One must wonder how long this ruse was in the works. Could he be an Astor agent or a failed Royal Marine? Casimir added. Regardless of what the truth is, Clara Astor has come, just as his lordship predicted. We've arrived mere days before her, and our advantage has been ruined thanks to that man. We stand on equal grounds at the negotiating tables, Felicity reasoned, exhaling deeply as she stared at the screen. Could it be possible that it was all a ruse on her part? Asked Javier. Then he shook his head, answering his own question. No, their reactions were genuine. If what the Reaper said is true, then it is no wonder why that man reacted the way he did when faced with a possible Drazen threat. I feel no shame in admitting I jumped when I saw them the first time. Ghastly things. As bad as that is, I'm more concerned about the ship she arrived in, Casimir pointed out. That's a Reckoning-class assault destroyer. The same kind my cousin once removed, Samuel, was honored with taking command over. He exhaled deeply, sorrow and measured, controlled anger palpable through his words. It seems father was correct. Grandfather lied regarding the loss of the Samuel's glory. My cousin was murdered, likely defeated in an honorable duel, and his ship conquered. My father will have strong words to say to grandfather when they meet in person. How unexpected! Who would have thought that the vile silver-tongued serpent better known as Tamarin Caiston would lie? Maximilian mocked, barking a laugh at the end. But damn me and my house if that ancient bastard isn't a master at veiling his intentions and twisting his words into half-truths and pushing others against a corner of his design. I'd hate to have him as an enemy, or as my employer. Thank the spirits I never signed the contract he offered me. Yes, how fortunate for all of us that you didn't, Felicity added, barely resisting the urge to roll her eyes. She disliked Maximilian on a personal level, brutish, self-centered, and undeniably full of himself. But he was a lone wolf, and he was worth every damn credit and privilege her house paid to keep his talents at the service of House Centaur. Intra-house affairs aside, this means that the false prince has one of our ships under his command. Perhaps more if the ambush at Gintrax was even more disastrous than we feared. The potential risk of having their secrets stolen is far too great to ignore. It won't be an issue for a long time. We haven't been able to decipher the secrets of these black ships, but we are growing closer with every passing day. House Finnegan will not be able to outcompete us no matter how much the Marchioness cries about it, declared the silver-haired man. But we shouldn't be complacent about it either, countered Casimir. Lady Felicity, what is our course of action? Should we demand the return of the Samuel's glory? Do you expect her to listen to half your sentence before having her bloody monster behead you? Don't be a fool, Casimir. That ship was captured. It became a prized ship the moment Samuel died. There's nothing we can do about it except try to destroy it or retake it in combat. Felicity let out a heavy sigh before continuing. And before you suggest infiltrating their ship or planting explosives to cripple it, Maximilian, we are in neutral territory. Any hostile action taken by either side will only hurt us more than it would benefit us. Then what are we to do? Maximilian asked, arms crossed and an eyebrow raised. We make the first move, Javier replied, gaining their attention. The outburst of this Wyatt Staples is unbecoming and showcases a great vulnerability surrounding the Reaper. If he is an Astor agent, then he should have been trained to not react in such a manner. He could be a liability, a chink in the otherwise impenetrable armor of that wretched being. There's no need to be insulting without merit, Casimir reprimanded, but stroked the edges of his mouth with his right thumb and index finger slowly. However, you bring a good point. Their reactions were true and natural. Princess Clara's response was peculiar, unexpected. If I were to guess, this man has a long and lasting history involving the Drazen, as she revealed to Ishivi. Perhaps he was recalled from his duties and has always been a close confidant of Her Majesty? Silence fell between the four of them for long moments until Felicity spoke up once more. It is a shame Veronica couldn't come with us. Mayhaps she'd know who this man is. Be that as it may, we must move forth and secure either the loyalty or neutrality of House Ferentis. Javier, your words speak truth and point at a possibility for us to exploit, or rather, an opening for me to use. The ebony-skinned woman stood up, and with an elegant motion, she made her long black hair dance for a few seconds. You're not going to try and seduce him, right? Asked Maximilian, with an edge of amusement in his voice. As easy as that task would be, Felicity replied with absolute confidence and not a small dose of arrogance, I need only to make him feel comfortable and he'll tell me everything I need to know without him realizing it. The Reaper is strong, smart, deceptive, and dangerous. But her pretentiousness is a great weakness that I can exploit thanks to this strange bodyguard of hers. Now, if you'll excuse me, gentlemen, the will of his lordship shall be done. The trio of men watched the fetching Felicity Centaur leave the room, flanked by 2 Marines and followed closely by 3 of her maids. Once they were alone, Maximilian let out a chuckle. Word of advice? Never underestimate a woman like her. You'll come to regret it otherwise. Casimir and Javier could only nod in silent agreement. Balakura, Ferentis Grand Palace. Wyatt considered himself a patient man for the most part, but his patience had been tested in more ways than one. After having had his fill of the delicious food and baked goods provided to them by the Ferentis servants, the waiting game began. His mind was more at peace, safe in the knowledge that while reckless, neither Cynthia nor Clara judged him for his actions in an ill manner. But as time went by, he began to grow anxious at first, and then annoyed until at long last, Genac Ferentis, alongside his wife, Ishivi, and half a dozen other nobles entered the room. There was a polite but short-lived exchange of words, only for Genac to say the meeting would be held the day after. To his surprise, Clara accepted it for what it was, and even Cynthia remained calm and collected. As they walked through a beautiful garden, Wyatt let out a groan escape his throat. Is something the matter, Wyatt? Clara asked. 4 hours. They made us wait for 4 hours, only to exchange some pleasantries and leave, he replied, eyes narrowed behind his helmet. I don't suppose that was an insult, was it? Clara's lips curled into a gentle smile. Not at all. I'm surprised we only had to wait 4 hours. Usually, these diplomatic talks take place over the course of several days. First, it starts with a greeting and fashionable lateness to showcase the power and standing of the host house. Second, pleasantries are exchanged, and usually there are short reunions and social gatherings in order to rest and be amazed by the wealth and splendor of our generous hosts. Thirdly, depending on the nature of what is to be discussed, reaching an agreement after reviewing and countering all points could take anywhere between 1 week to a month. Wyatt nearly stopped after hearing her answer. And Dad wanted me to join the diplomatic corps? My princess, if I may, what even is the point of wasting so much time? He asked, genuinely puzzled. Long-standing tradition, was her immediate answer. It also serves as a buffer time for everyone to get a better understanding of what the other involved parties are after if more than two sides are present. Current events are playing in our favor, and it is the main reason why my first objective was to come here as quickly as possible. Geenock knows a decision must be reached soon, and he's aiming to keep the stronger hand on the table at the cost of sidestepping traditions. A brilliant move on his part, too. In these uncertain times, such actions can be forgiven and overlooked. I will never understand the hedge maze that is blue blood posturing and scheming. It was bad enough watching from afar as a commoner, but looking from the inside, how could anyone enjoy these many rules and stupid traditions? He asked himself only for Clara to stifle a giggle a second later. Believe me, Wyatt, the majority of nobles are raised to deal with such things from a young age. Some are simply more adept than others, whether they like it or not, Clara added, coming to a halt suddenly before turning to her left. Wyatt followed her gaze and found a small group walking down the crossroad path. The pilot quickly made out the leading figure was a noble lady of incredible beauty, with long black hair, a curvaceous figure that her long silvery dress accentuated and contrasted nicely against her ebony skin. Her eyes were warm and piercing, honey-colored, masking a trap of promised sweetness behind them. The way she sauntered her hips with every careful step she took held no intention other than to proclaim her presence. "Ah, Princess Clara Astor, Your Majesty," the woman said once she was close enough, stopping at a respectful distance from the princess's entourage. The dark-haired woman bowed ever so slightly, showcasing submission. "It is an honor to be in your presence. It is a shame that circumstances had brought us to opposing ends of the negotiating table." The black-haired man tensed for a moment, but then relaxed, following Cynthia's example. "Ah, you must be Viscountess Felicity Cintor. A pleasure to meet you at long last. I've heard many tales surrounding your exploits. All of them positive, I assure you," Clara replied, her tone matching that of the black-haired woman. "I must agree with you, Lady Felicity. It is a shame that such ignoble circumstances have brought us to conflict where none was needed." "Such are the struggles of power and the weight of the throne, is it not?" Felicity added with a gentle smile. "Your arrival, I must confess, was rather unexpected. Of course, your entry into Ferentis territory was noticed, but who would have thought that it would be you, Your Majesty, who we have to contend to gain the favor of House Ferentis? I'm both thrilled and nervous at the prospect of facing you in such delicate and important dealings." "I wish I could say the same, Lady Felicity. I find no enjoyment in the circumstances that brought us to face each other as rivals. Nevertheless, face each other we shall, and I assure you, I will be the one victorious," Clara declared with confidence. "However, such trifle things are best reserved for the table, not the gardens. Out of cordiality, is my uncle in good health?" "His Lord Regent is strong and sound. Lady Veronica and Lord Gabriel are also in good health. This will please you to hear, no doubt," Felicity replied, unflinching. Clara let out a short-lived but relieved sigh. "That is indeed good to hear. It soothes my heart to know my cousins and uncle have not to worry about the clutches of sickness and disease strangling their necks." "Quite so, Princess. We were relieved to see the prince and yourself, of course, safe and sound during the ceremony held by Marchioness Amelia Finnegan. Contrary to what you may believe, his lordship does not wish to bring harm to his nephew, the prince," declared the woman with a friendly smile. "It is regrettable that conflict arose at all." "Regrettable," Clara concurred. "So many lives and ships have been lost already. The longer this conflict lasts, the weaker the principality will become. I would ask you to talk sense into my uncle, but we both know that is a Sisyphean endeavor, as it would be making the prince understand he is not suitable to be the prince, and that the principality requires a strong, firm leadership until he or another more capable man or woman is ready to become the prince," Felicity remarked with a longing sigh. "As it is, as it were, fate is a fickle thing. May this conflict end soon, Your Majesty." "May it end soon," Clara agreed, her expression never faltering. "I'm terribly sorry to cut our conversation short, but I feel terribly tired and in need of rest. Wyatt, I shall retire to my quarters. Accompany Lady Felicity as a sign of my goodwill until she dismisses you or I call for you. Treat her as you would treat me and do enjoy the gardens." Wyatt, who had been listening to the conversation and following it as closely as he could, was momentarily taken aback by her order. The exchange between the two women had been pleasant enough, at least on the surface, but there were masked, snide remarks and carefully worded jabs at one's pride, he was certain of it. Some were more blatant than others, but the conversation was anything but amicable at the end of things. And now Clara had just ordered him to act as an additional escort to the woman? What was he supposed to say to that? He looked at Felicity for a moment, and bereft of any other options, saluted. "As you command, my princess," Wyatt replied, unsure what was Clara's goal. He joined the Marine on the left as he watched Clara, Cynthia, and their escort of Royal Marines continue their walk. He expected to hear another command in his mind, but none came. Sighing internally, he focused on the task at hand. Maybe this is my punishment? If so, I fail to see a lesson to be learned by serving as an escort for a traitor, thought the pilot as Felicity resumed her pace. He remained silent for several minutes as they walked through the gardens, part of him ready to fight in case the Marines tried to do anything, and another part of him constantly reassuring himself about the rules of neutrality until the Centaur spoke up. "Sir Wyatt, was it? Please do join my side," said the honey-eyed woman. Wyatt was about to reply that he was perfectly fine where he was, but recalled the orders given to him by Clara. Silently, he broke formation and joined her left side. The woman then raised her left arm slightly, expecting something. Wyatt raised an unseen eyebrow in confusion. After a few seconds, she lowered her arm. "My, you aren't quite the gentleman I expected you to be. Or perhaps is the fact that we stand on opposing sides the reason for your rudeness?" she asked softly, without any trace of anger or ill intent that he could detect. "Lady Felicity, pardon me. I've been a knight banneret for a short period of time. I have yet to learn, understand, and apply all the rules and traditions expected of someone born to nobility," Wyatt replied sincerely. "Ah, I see. It is quite all right, my dear Sir Knight. I retract my words in light of your lack of knowledge," replied the taller woman. "If so is the case, then congratulations are in order. For a commoner like yourself to earn the favor of the prince himself and gain an ennoblement is a tremendous achievement." "Think nothing of it, Lady Felicity. I was merely doing my duty to the Principality and House Astor, nothing more," Wyatt replied dryly. "And you've been rewarded. That, my dear Sir Knight, is worthy of praise. To stand next to royalty is something many would happily kill for the mere chance to obtain," Felicity pressed on. Wyatt frowned slightly. "I need not whisper words into the ears of my princess, Lady Felicity. My duty and service are enough reward." Felicity let out a coquettish laugh. "Quite so, dear Sir Knight. Fret not, for I would not attempt to buy your loyalty or convince you of the worthiness of our cause. It is clear that you shall stand alongside the princess's side. Not am I a heartless harpy or malicious siren as to try to lure you and turn you against her. Enemies we may be, but enemies who can be cordial and truthful, yes?" "I suppose," replied the pilot. "What is she playing at?" he asked himself as he glanced at her from the safety of his helmet. If he had to pick a word to describe her, that would be alluring. But he was not about to be tricked by that alone. "A man of few words and boundaries is a precious thing," she commented in response to his dry reply. "I can see why Princess Clara keeps you close. A stalwart and formidable man is worth his weight in rhodium. It is a shame that you serve her. A man of your talents would be most welcomed by his lordship, Duke Draymore. But alas, that is not the case. I can only hope that you survive this conflict, and that once the Lord Regent is victorious, you shall use your talents for the good of the Principality." Wyatt frowned, refusing to reply. What she said made him think about something he had not considered before. If the Duke won, preposterous as the idea was, and Clara and Cynthia were to survive, what would he do? His loyalty was to the Principality and to House Astor. If the treacherous Duke won, would House Astor cease to exist? Would Clara remain a princess? Would Cynthia remain at her side? Would he be allowed to remain at their side? What would he do if they lost? Return to Volantis, to his family in defeat? Remain on a reformed Royal Navy? The more he thought about it, the more he disliked the likely scenarios his mind conjured. "Whatever the future has in store for me, I shall face it. I won't abandon them no matter what," he promised himself, resolute. "Your silence speaks volumes of your character, dear Sir Knight. Word of advice? You should stay in the good graces of the princess. Your blunder has reached my eyes, she said, as her smile morphed to a more predatory one as she saw Wyatt stiffen slightly. Taking her opportunity, she pressed her advantage. Though I can't blame you for such a jerk reaction. Those statues were truly horrid. I cannot begin to comprehend why his lordship Count and his lady wife, the Countess, allowed their son to place such monstrosities at the entrance of a waiting room. It was my mistake, Wyatt commented, the event replaying in his mind, though the shame he felt was nowhere near as prevalent anymore. There is no shame in admitting one's shortcomings. You did it to protect the princess. If I were in her place, I would not blame you either, Felicity proclaimed, her voice soft, sweet, and empathic. Wyatt was momentarily taken aback by her words, and as much as he wanted to believe her salving words, he felt there was something underneath them, something he wasn't seeing. I'm a fortunate man, Lady Felicity. You would be a fool to not believe so, Sir Knight. You've climbed so high already. Who knows how much higher you'll go? Much like myself, if I dare to make the comparison. It may not be the same, but I count as a seat among those lucky few to surround the table of the Lord Regent. One hears curious things and is privy to secrets and plans that should not reach the ears of others. But there are a few other snippets of gossip and information that harm no one. Nothing more than hearsay in all but essence. She leaned in closer, slowing her pace as she lightly pressed her arm against his armored one. Wyatt blushed slightly, unable to push her away or move aside for fear of insulting her or causing another unsightly incident. Before he could make up his scrambled mind, she spoke again. House Ferentis will side with the Lord Regent, she said, fully believing her words. They'll see the benefits of being under the protection and guidance the banners of Draymore bring with them. We have the stronger hand, Sir Knight. You cannot win here. Surely you must understand this. You won't, he replied without hesitation. You're traitors at the end of the day. You, your escorts, and Duke Draymore. The foodstuffs produced by House Ferentis shall feed the bellies of those loyal to the prince, not yours, Lady Centaur. Felicity's smile widened at his reply, and she pulled back. That will be settled on the negotiating table, my dear Sir Knight, she said with a gentle, salacious tone before coming to a full halt. Thank you for entertaining me with some marvelous conversation, Sir Wyatt Staples. Your duty is ended. Send my best regards to Princess Clara, would you kindly? She said, bowed her head cordially, and then left, followed closely by her guardians and the three maids that had shadowed them the entire time. Wyatt stared at the tall, black-haired woman walking away for several moments, thoughts racing across his brain faster than a fighter at full speed. Strange. What did she want? And why did she leave with that victorious smile? He stood there for several more moments until the honey-eyed woman was out of his sight. Turning around, he sighed tiredly. Her eyes were similar to my mother's. Not quite the same, but close enough. Damn it. How are they doing, I wonder? I want to talk to them again, but now's not the time. Bringing up a hand to his forehead, he rested his head on it. And at the same time, I want to avoid seeing them again for as long as possible. I've got a lot of things to explain to them. Especially the eyes. Dad's going to faint for sure. With a long sigh of lamentation escaping his lips, Wyatt looked around the garden and quickly realized a problem. How do I get out of here? Volantis, Staples' household. Wirt Staples sat before the brand-new monitor Wham had convinced them to buy. It was only twice the size of their old monitor, hence why they relented in the end. It wasn't the only thing new around his home either. Everyone got data pads. He was able to afford to make the few replacements that 24 makeshift repairs were simply not able to keep them together anymore. New curtains hung from their windows. Winona, his wife, got new kitchen appliances. A second-hand but well-maintained sofa rested in their living room, a soft new bed that helped with her back pains, and several tools that needed replacement in his garage workshop. His wife, bless her heart and thoughtfulness, had all but drilled into their minds that the absurdly vast amount of credits their oldest son had sent them was to remain safely locked away in his account. She only allowed interior and necessary things to be bought or replaced, and outright forbade them from even thinking about buying new clothes, footwear, or anything non-essential. As much as she wanted to shout to everyone who would listen that her firstborn son had become a noble, she knew better than to draw unnecessary attention to themselves. He recalled how he had to plead with her to buy all the medicine and treatments she needed to treat her condition, and he only won because Wyatt specifically sent them the money to treat her. Just as he was going to pick the controller up, the door clicked and then opened to reveal his beloved wife coming in wearing a long dress, a white blouse, and a large hat to protect her from the rays of Vatis, their star. A large, heavy-looking bag dangled from her hands. He stood up and walked to meet his wife, sharing a smile once they were mere inches apart and then closing to unite their lips in a kiss. It only lasted a few seconds before they broke apart and his wife let out a tired sigh. "Long day?" Wirt asked as he turned back, facing the living room and taking his wife's bag from her hands. "Not really," Winona replied, following her husband slowly. "The medicine works and my back didn't hurt at all." She paused for a moment, turning to the monitor's screen only to sigh a moment later. "Wyatt should be storing his credits for his future." "Dear, we've barely made a dent in what he sent us, and he said he had more. He could be lying, of course. You can't tell when that boy is lying or telling you the truth, but I don't think he'd lie about that," Wirt replied, setting the bag on the floor next to the sofa before turning to help his wife sit down. Once she was seated, he joined her side, retaking his claimed spot. "Now why don't you tell me what got you so flustered?" "Everything, Wirt," Winona replied, leaning back. "Our son is out there risking his life for what? So that blue bloods can keep their asses firmly planted on cushy thrones? Our son, Winona, is out there fighting for the prince and the principality. He's out there protecting us and doing his darndest to prevent a civil war from happening," Wirt replied, softly caressing his wife's hands. Winona nodded slowly. "At least I can rest easy knowing that this mess is a succession dispute." "Everyone is so scared, Wirt. Everyone that came for this week's lesson only talked about the price increase on many goods, how the orbital traffic diminished, and some even talked about pirate assaults happening across neighboring systems. Wirt, I'm scared. For us, for our sons, for Wyatt. I haven't heard from my sister. And I haven't heard anything from my siblings either," Wirt mumbled. "I hope they're okay. Working on water harvesting stations and asteroid mining outposts isn't safe if there are pirates lurking about." "At least my sister is on a planet," Winona added. "What about you? I thought you were going to be out until tomorrow." "Work was canceled when I arrived," Wirt replied, frowning. "The shipment didn't come, and we finished all the backlog projects we had scheduled. Only the maintenance guys were called in," he chuckled. "Gives me more time to tinker around and fix stuff. I actually finished fixing Sikaro's fridge before you arrived." Winona leaned in, placing a quick kiss on her husband's left cheek. "And your idea of relaxing was watching the ceremony procession again?" "Can you blame me?" Wirt replied with a snort. "Our son, our Wyatt, is there, standing tall and proud, holding a banner like a true nobleman. And he's doing it for a princess of the principality," he exclaimed with pride and pressed the play button on the controller. Soft, inspiring music filled the room as two distinct voices commented on the event animatedly. "Now that the prince has demonstrated that he is unharmed and ready to take the fight against the treacherous duke, here followers yet another member of the royal house Astor. And wouldn't you know it, it is the second princess herself, Princess Clara Astor," exclaimed a boisterous man. "Just as her brother, the prince, she walks with regal poise and power. Such splendor, such beauty. Can anyone doubt that we are witnessing an event that comes once in a lifetime? Noble houses and commoners alike should rejoice in the chance of basking in the glory radiating from the prince and his fetching sister, Princess Clara," added an excited woman. "Doesn't she look utterly gorgeous in that dress?" "Nothing less could be expected for a member of the royal house Astor," replied the man. "The banners and those given the immeasurable honor of carrying them must be bursting with joy at the chance to serve their royal majesties," the man exclaimed as Clara sat on her throne and the room erupted in chaos. A few seconds later, the audio shifted, favoring the music and drowning the chants and proclamations beneath it, just enough so that the announcers could be heard. It is not every day that so many grand and significant houses are gathered in one place outside the Council of Nobles, but among them, there seems to be a newcomer. The woman commented, and a camera zoomed in on Wyatt's banner, showcasing his heraldic shield. For a split second, the camera focused on Wyatt's expression, but it quickly passed him over in favor of capturing more angles from the three most prominent figures present. The video was easily rewind back a few seconds, pausing on the shot that showcased both Wyatt's serious expression and his heraldic shield. Both parents felt a surge of pride, relief, joy, and dread fill their hearts as intensely as the first time the mandatory transmission reached Volantis and was broadcast everywhere across the planet, from Fire to the most remote outposts and villages. To see their son not only alive and well, but chosen by royalty to be elevated to nobility, was the dream many a commoner wished to achieve more than anything, no matter the cost. However, they were not ignorant of the dangers such an unparalleled grace brought with it. Winona, in particular, thanks to her position as a semi-regular social worker who taught other younger commoner women how to knit and cook, was beholden to gossip and rumors that coursed through the great and vast capital city across all social strata. Tales about a newly elevated commoner family, or just an individual buying a knighthood only to lose it all in the coming months. How other lesser nobles hounded the newly arrived in order to take down the competition, or tricking them into one-sided deals that shackled them to one house or another were all too common. Then there were the dangerous tales of new nobles who allowed the power to corrupt their heads, thinking themselves all-powerful and invincible only for them to commit atrocities. Worse yet were not the tales that were mere gossip, but factual truth that didn't even involve being elevated to nobility. A scant positive change in one's fortune was enough to attract thieves and liars and scammers like starving Clixall to a freshly plotted land or slain prey, hoping to bleed out as many credits from a potential fool. After Wyatt's call and the vast amount of wealth he'd placed directly under them, Winona Staples was both thankful that her beloved son never stopped thinking about them, but also she feared for his life and well-being. She doubted that her son would let his newfound power get to his head, corrupting and intoxicating his mind and vision to see himself as something superior to those under him. She was equally sure, however, that her son would not be happy with his new position, especially with everything that position was bound to burden his shoulders. She wouldn't know any better. She was a commoner after all, but she knew enough to never want to involve herself in such dealings. What she feared were the dangers that came from the outside. Thieves came in many forms, be they opportunistic or beggars with sad tales about their lives. Charming women who would do their best to get a hold of her son and latch to him much like a parasite burrows into its host. A frightening amount of those stories she heard were either related to such people or worse, within the family itself. Her family, aside from her sister, were not close by any means, and her husband's family was limited to that of his brother and sister. They had nephews and nieces, but had never met each other outside the odd picture here and there. So, at least she had nothing to worry about. They wouldn't know who he was, even if they tried to remember him from his childhood pictures. As she stared into the screen, watching her soon stand so handsome, proud, strong, and elegant clad in black armor fit for nobles and bearing proudly his heraldic shield, she couldn't help but remember the countless nights in which her beloved son woke up screaming in pure terror, finding him under his bed or curled up against a corner, crying hot, searing tears of fear caused by the horrors he saw and lived through, how he clung to her and his father in sleepless nights, afraid to go to sleep. The days he spent without eating, how the boyish glint in his eyes was choked out, replaced by an unbridled fear to interact with anyone not close to him. Wyatt's childhood had been stolen, and what came back was a shadow of the rambunctious and open-eyed child that had done his best to earn a spot on that accursed trip. More than anything, what hurt the most was his isolation. There was never any eagerness in his voice again, no joy, no wonder. He never tried to make friends again, and he embraced his studies and duties, devoting himself to nothing else except the rare few moments in which he would smile during a party celebration or when he could immerse himself in activities that soothed him. Before the incident, he always complained about knitting, how it was something for girls to learn. After he returned, he never complained again, but knitting made him smile, and the fear in his eyes would be gone, at least for a few hours. The old Warlow taught him how to paint, which reignited his imagination. Moreover, after all the therapists and doctors that failed to help him, he helped himself, crawled out of the abyss he was in, and continued forth. He never told her so, but she was certain the only reason he sought to work at the nearby woodmill was because he needed it to some capacity. She'd seen him carving at a log or large hunk of wood with an almost twisted smirk on his lips, eyes focused on his work, and enjoying seeing dried plants, weeds, and wood burn. Her husband, ever the pacifist, always made sure to talk to their son and push him away from any ideas regarding revenge for his own safety. After his 12th birthday, his efforts and their support seemed to work, as she stopped seeing the bloodthirsty edge that sparkled in his eyes from that point onward, but his dream to be among the stars remained intact despite everything he went through. But her son was far from being like the boys around his age. He cared not for friendships or building any sort of romantic relationships. Where other boys his age would start thinking about dating or starting their working careers and plan on starting a family, he signed up for the academy as soon as he could to fulfill his dream. At the time, she lamented Wyatt's loneliness and isolation, almost to the point of turning himself into background noise. Now, she was thankful for it. Whilst she couldn't do anything to help protect her son due to sheer distance, she could protect their family as much as she could. No one had come to pay them a visit, not even their few close neighbors. They haven't seen Wyatt since he left, and while he hadn't changed much, he was no longer the teenager that left for the academy all those years ago. And if their neighbors hadn't recognized him, then it was unlikely that anyone working at the wood mill, his old teachers, classmates, and doctors would. As long as they kept their mouths shut and avoided drawing attention to themselves, no one would ever figure out that her firstborn had risen to such heights. "Isn't he just the most handsome man you've ever seen?" she asked, her voice breaking past her lips as she teared up a little, a happy, soft smile spreading across her cheeks the more she stared at her son. "He inherited my charming looks," boasted Wirt with a knowing smirk, eyes beaming with pride. Winona let out a hearty chuckle, wiping away the few tears that had formed. "Then I can rest easy. No noblewoman will be interested in his rustic appeal," she joked. "Bah," Wirt countered, waving his right hand around. "Other than the prince, there is no better suitor in that grand hall." "Wyatt would disagree with you, dear," Winona countered, squeezing her husband's hand gently. Wirt nodded. "That he would. But he wouldn't change our opinions. We're his parents. It's our job to see him as the best man there is, only matched by his brothers," he chuckled. "Wham has been focusing on his work a lot more lately, too. That kid is gifted. He'll make an excellent handyman and repairman that even the Orantes will call upon. I just know it. And our dear Westcall will become the greatest hunter on the planet. Who knows? Maybe he'll be invited to a parade or a dinner in the future once he gains his 20th feather." Winona joined in, imagining the potential great future their other two sons could reach. Suddenly, a series of knocks called to their door, breaking the couple's peaceful moment. Wirt stood up, placing a hand on his wife's shoulder before moving to the door. Peering through the peephole, he let out a surprised gasp before opening the door to reveal an elderly man holding a cane. "Warlow?" Wirt asked as he stepped aside, letting the older man walk into his house. "Sorry for the unexpected visit," the man excused himself, his voice gruff and ancient, revealing every year that he carried on his slightly arching back. "Winona," he greeted before looking around the house with interest. "The kids ain't home, right?" plied as her husband closed the door, and then moved to guide the old man to the one-person sofa chair. "Wham is out working, and Westcall is 4 sectors away dealing with a sudden clixel boom in that region." "Thank you, Wirt," Warlow said as he sat down, setting his cane aside and twisting his neck until it cracked. The old man sighed in relief before continuing. "New video screen?" he asked, pointing at the thing. It was only then that the couple realized the mistake they had made. Wyatt was still showcased on the screen, revealing the truth they had been guarding so much. Wirt almost lunged for the controller, but a throaty, raspy laugh from the old man with hair so pale it was almost silvery stopped them, his brown eyes sparkling with humor rarely found in the otherwise serious and sour-faced man. "No point in turning it off now. My eyes may be old, but I can see just fine." "So Wyatt's a blue blood now, eh?" Warlow stated, smiling. Winona and Wirt exchanged a long glance before Wirt joined his wife on the sofa once more. They held hands and nodded at the same time. Yes, Wyatt's a noble now, Warlow. Winona leaned forth, frowning. You're not going to judge our boy for it or hate him because of it now, are you? Because if that's the case, you should leave before I say things I rather not, Warlow. Can't say I approve, the old man confessed with a shrug. But who am I to judge him? I never kept secret that I hate the damn blue bloods. Gods and deities above know I spent too much time around them when I was part of the Royal Navy. Pricks and ass-kissers, always barking and growling like animals for the chance to hold just a little more power and influence over the rest, always seeking glorious combats and easy victories, he exclaimed angrily before spitting to accentuate his words. Then, if you're not here to chastise him, why come at all? Wirt asked, confused. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't seeing things, Warlow replied, his expression turning somber. Poor kid. I sure hope he knows what he's doing or that he's got someone giving him a hand. Otherwise, they're going to eat him alive. Damn blue bloods and their stupid games for power, he remarked with an angry scowl. Lost plenty of buddies to nobles preening their feathers, trying to be like them freaky alien birds, he sighed tiredly. So, what rank is he? He said he was a knight banneret and that the prince himself was the one that ennobled him, Winona replied, unable to suppress a jolt of pride from coursing through her body. Warlow choked and coughed a few times, eyes growing wide. Winona was quick to move and rushed to the kitchen, quickly returning with a glass of water. The old man drank slowly from the glass until half was gone. Setting it on the small desk next to him, he cleared his throat before managing to talk again. Forget what I said. I approve of the rascal, Warlow said as Winona returned to her husband's side. Well, as long as he doesn't start seeing others as toys or mere numbers, I won't say anything against the boy. Knight banneret. Do you know what that means? Before he told us? Very little. The only thing I knew about it was that it was a special sort of knighthood. But Westcall asked around and found that a knight banneret is tied to the will and protection of a strong house, Wirt replied, his voice serious yet trembling. I think he's bound to the royal house Astor. Most likely so, Warlow agreed, humming deeply for several seconds after. I don't understand the rules and whatnot of a royal procession well, but I think Wyatt is serving under Princess Clara if carrying his banner to announce her arrival is anything to go by. What does that mean, Warlow? Asked Winona, swallowing her sudden nervousness. Warlow shook his head. I was part of the auxilia. I never got to bump around with nobles much other than when they pointed me where to go. But even I have to admit that some nobles aren't total pieces of crap. If Wyatt serves under nobles with a head on their shoulders, he may yet survive both this coup and life as a blue blood. I hope that's the case, Warlow, said the nervous woman. As proud and happy as I am for his newfound fortune in life, I'm his mother, and I worry. If he has to choose between duty and his life, I know what his choice will be, despite how much I wish for him to return home. Warlow nodded. Aye, a good mother always worries for her children's safety. Wazim would be just like you in your place, Winona, Warlow said, his expression longing and melancholic. I wasn't aware that you were married, Wirt commented, surprised. Warlow let out a hollow laugh. No, not married. Had a fling with her during service. Knocked her up, I did, twice. Lost her to damn pirates, all thanks to inept blue bloods. He was silent for a long moment that seemed to stretch to encompass an eternity. Never found any other that could touch my heart that way again. Wish I would have married her, though. I'm sorry for your loss, Warlow, said Winona, not knowing what else to say. Don't be. It was a long time ago. Is my only regret, that is, Warlow replied, losing the sadness that was reflected in his eyes. I still got my kids and grandchildren. Was a shit father, though, but I tried my best for them. I get to see them and their kids on calls and the odd visits, so I don't complain. I ain't truly alone. He paused for a moment. But that boy has been alone, inside, for a long time. I got lost, too, after Wuzim died. Went to dark places. My kids pulled me out of the gutter when I should have been there for them. Your boy is lucky to have you. He paused again so he could smile at the couple. Heh, I actually miss having the runt over for painting lessons. Shame he never got around making new friends, though. About that, Wirt began, but stopped to glance at his wife, who, in turn, gave him a short nod. Wyatt told us that he made a friend. It took him 14 years and a succession dispute for him to make an actual new friend. Maybe he isn't as alone as he was before. A warm, happy smile spread across the old veteran's wrinkled face. Here's hoping the boy stands tall and proud to force those damn traitors to choke on their own bile. Slowly, and with some effort on his part, he stood up with the aid of his cane. Now, you and the kids make sure to keep your lips tight about Wyatt, you hear? Mouth-breathing idiots will try to scour any information if his name ever gets out. With any luck, the Third Fleet burned his records, so don't go around wasting the credits he sent you hear? The married couple stood up, accompanying the old man to the door. It was Wirt who stammered first. How did you know Wyatt sent you credits? Kid loves you even if he can't express it in other ways. I know he sent you something. How much? Not a bloody idea. But I ain't seeing you wincing, Winona. That means he sent enough to pay for your medicine and treatments, didn't he? He chuckled when the woman blushed slightly in embarrassment. He let out a raspy laugh and walked toward the door. No worries. No need to try and bribe me. I get enough with my service pension and what my kids can spare from time to time. I'll keep my mouth shut, too. So Wyatt better not become a useless, self-absorbed blue blood, or I'll break my cane over his thick skull if I have to and beat some sense back into him, you hear? Winona smiled, losing her blush and moving past the old man, blocking his way out of her house. Gently, she grabbed his cane-wielding hand, forcing the man to look at her face. Mr. Warlow, would you like to join us for dinner? Warlow smiled. As long as it ain't no damn La Choa in it, yes. Hate the buggers. Winona let go and moved aside. I'll tell you all about my stories during service tonight. Following day, Balakura, diplomatic chambers. Wyatt stood next to Clara as she sat at one end of the surprisingly small and simple table. The wood was of outstanding quality, even if he didn't know what sort of trees grew on the planet, or if it had been imported from somewhere else. Across the table sat Felicity Centaur, looking as confident and calm as he'd seen her the day before. The table itself was circular, approximately 4 meters in diameter, with no intricate patterns or decorations to be found on its legs, surface, or sides, which contrasted with the heavily ornate chairs the Princess and Felicity Centaur, plus her 3 companions, were occupying. Another set of chairs remained empty, waiting for the arrival of EkhindaWritez, head of his house, and 3 others who would join him. On Clara's other side stood Cynthia, solid and unmoving as a statue. Behind them, the Royal Marines stood in similar stances, whilst the Draymore envoys had 10 veteran Marines, judging by their equipment, guarding them. Since the moment both parties entered the room, they had remained silent, keeping a peaceful but tense air between them. Time lost all meaning as each minute felt as long as an era until, much to his relief, the doors opened to reveal EkhindaWritez holding the hand of his lady wife, SciFi. Behind them, 2 younger men followed. He recognized EkhindaWritez, their oldest son, but the second man was new to him. He was slightly shorter than Jolty and shared similar features, though his hair reached past his shoulders and sparkled in a multicolored spectrum each time the rays of the local star hit it. Around them, 24 guards escorted them until they sat down on the empty seats. There was no fanfare and no music, not even an announcer present at their moment of entry. Wyatt raised an eyebrow in surprise as another minute-long silence strangled the room. It ended when Geenock placed a metallic cylinder on the table and inhaled deeply. Today, marked as Unis 17, 4156 Standard Astorian Principality Calendar and September 21st, 26702 Standard Terran Calendar, shall be noted to start cordial diplomatic talks with the envoys from His Lordship, Duke Cornelius Draymore of Camrim, and the envoys of His Most Beloved Majesty the Prince. Representing the former stands Viscountess Felicity Centaur. Upon hearing the introduction, the dark-haired woman stood up for a few moments, bowed her head at Geenock, and sat down. Representing the latter stands Princess Clara Astor. Much like Felicity before her, Clara stood up and repeated the same motions with elegant precision. I, EkhindaWritez, head of House Ferentis, welcome you to this ancient table of debate. Let its simplicity humble your words and cool your humors. May that which is to be spoken be true and measured, for we all sit as equals around this most auspicious table. May those who break the peace this table command, and the written law that was written in blood by the great and mighty Julius Astor, know his wrath, and be forever marked as outcasts and duplicitous villains, unworthy of the very air they breathe. I solemnly swear to abide and honor the ancient tradition and subject myself to the will of the law, said Felicity and Clara at the same time, their voices ringing with sing-song splendor. Wyatt felt a jolt course through his body. Whatever he had witnessed happening was leagues above what he had witnessed on Woodshaft. There was no hesitation, no trembling, and no indications that Clara was anything but focused on the task at hand. His posture became firmer, the full weight of the situation more than apparent. I have heard your pledges, and they have been written down, Jinak announced. Let the negotiations begin. As tradition dictates, Lady Felicity shall be the first to speak. And speak first I shall, my Lord Jinak, Felicity replied with a gracious tone. At the risk of sounding arrogant for speaking the truth, my lord, I ask thee, what can you expect to gain from a duplicitous murderer that brought ruination to so many houses not even a decade ago? All the pain she caused through the application of a mere whim, confused as justice delivered? Wyatt was stunned at the bluntness of the black-haired woman was using. He glanced at Cynthia, expecting to find her clenching her fists or barely being able to contain her rage. To his surprise, though, she remained calm and collected. While he couldn't see Clara's expression, her body language showcased a demure yet unshakable posture. Why put your trust in such a devious woman, royal or not, in these tumultuous times? The black-haired woman's tone never faltered, always showcasing a measured politeness that, puzzlingly, was never betrayed by her harsh words. His Lord Regent, Duke Cornelius Draymore, wishes to impose order and stability that could not be gained from such a weak prince. He wishes not to depose his nephew, but to guide the principality with his firm, steady, and powerful hand until a true prince may take the throne. To believe that his lordship wishes to take it for himself is but folly, a lie propagated by unfit and blinded followers of one who would drive the principality to ruin, Felicity finished with a soft, coquettish smile. Jinak nodded and turned his attention to the blonde woman. Princess Clara, how do you reply? Unfazed by Felicity's words, Clara replied gently. These truly are tumultuous times, I agree in this regard with Lady Felicity. However, have you forgotten that my uncle, Cornelius Draymore, brought it upon us all? He spoke an impassioned speech before the Council of Nobles. Even I considered his reasonings, but they were not enough to sway the council. What did he do in response to their denial to declare him Lord Regent? He betrayed us all. How many hundreds of lives were lost in his initial move to seize the throne through a coup? How long had he been preparing for such an assault? These black ships were not produced within the principality. Who produced and transported them to the Duke's territory? Her purple eyes settled on Felicity, piercing her with cold indifference. You call me duplicitous, Lady Felicity, but I am not the one who planned years in advance to strike against her family for the sake of power. Whatever truths my uncle spoke were tarnished by his actions. If Lord Jinak must be wary of me due to my past actions, to be standoffish of the Reaper, she said as she swung her right arm slowly, imitating a scythe across the table's surface, then he must positively doubt every sentence that runs past your lips. How can anyone be sure to trust a betrayer, liar, and backstabber when it is proven he is not but a craven and a cheat? To Felicity's credit, she too remained unfazed by Clara's retort. Jinak, for his part, hummed deeply. Princess Clara brings up a valid point, Lady Felicity. What assurances does my house have that Duke Draymore will not simply remove us from our ancestral lands and place his followers in our stead? He had moved against his family and prepared extensively for this coup beforehand. How can I side with Duke Draymore knowing that mine and my family's lives are at the shifting whims of a traitor? His Lord Regent, Felicity began, but was interrupted by Jinak smacking the table with his bare palm. I do not recognize his claim as Lord Regent. The Council of Nobles didn't either. You will not use that title again or these negotiations shall end, Jinak threatened in no uncertain terms. Felicity bowed her head slightly. Forgive my lack of oversight, Lord Geenock. To us who follow his righteous path, he is anything but. Nevertheless, I shall acquiesce. His lordship, Duke Draymore, only wishes what's best for the principality. What great accomplishment has the prince done since the title was bestowed upon him? He has only sat on the throne, enjoying and feasting on the riches of his realm without doing anything. Why, Her Majesty Princess Clara has achieved more than her brother. Duke Draymore wants nothing more than to have a strong prince to guide the principality. Strong yet empty words, Clara countered. What I have done matters not. My brother, the prince, has not forced the council to elevate him in 3 years since the title was passed unto him. He never overreached nor abused his rightful authority. You ask what his achievements are? His achievements lie in maintaining strong relations between quarreling noble houses, ensuring that more resources and budget are directed to the fleets, encouraging technological development, and much more. Is peace not a worthy goal to strive for? Before my uncle betrayed him, he had plans to reach out to the Yikanti hierarchy and slowly cease the tense hostilities between our peoples. Felicity let out a soft scoff. Peace is a worthy goal, Your Majesty. How is it achieved? Well, that's another matter entirely. What more proof of weakness do you require, Lord Geenock? The prince wishes to bow down to our alien enemies before strengthening the principality. Duke Draymore wishes for us to be strong, to reclaim the territories lost, to push back against the damnable Drazen raiders and the threat the collective poses. Not to mention strike against the Arabian Commonwealth and end their threat forever, too. What can we expect with such a prince sitting on the throne of the principality? War, famine, economic recession, countless rebellions and uprisings? The room went silent for several seconds as the two women stared at each other, unwilling to take a step back. Finally, it was Ishavi who broke the silence. Peace is indeed good for us all, but when that peace is threatened, it requires a strong prince to lead the principality, not an idealist who is easily deceived by his own kin, tragic as that tale may be. Lady Felicity speaks harsh truths, and they do not fall on deaf ears. Nevertheless, the issue of succession, and who is to sit on the throne, matters little to House Ferentis. We wish to remain neutral in this conflict of interest, as it is our right to do so, she said, as her oldest son, Jolty, continued. House Ferentis is not known for its military might. We are not defenseless, but we are certainly not a powerhouse. Our diplomatic relations and proximity with houses Caiston, Reinschein, and Finnegan have ensured that we do not need to focus on the fields of technology and military power. This has, to our great peril, meant that the patrols from the 3rd and 4th fleets, now standing in opposition, are gone now. Our regular protectors and guardians have dispersed, following orders whilst many have left their posts in fear. This has largely left us without proper protection from invaders, organized pirate raids, and other incursions. My Lord Father, Geenock Ferentis, asks the following. What do you offer and what do you demand? Princess Clara, you shall speak first. Thank you, Lord Jolty, Clara began. I, Princess Clara Astor, second princess of the Astorian Principality, speaking as the voice of the prince and acting under his complete authority and most assiduous behalf, offer the following. House Astor and our allies offer a commercial pact with House Ferentis on matters of foodstuffs and other materials produced related to agricultural goods. This pact is to be exclusive in nature. No commerce of these same products shall be offered to the forces aligned with the treacherous Duke Cornelius Draymore. Breaching this pact would carry hefty fines and an immediate blockade by Principality naval forces. In return, all goods shall be bought at an increased 15% base price. No tariffs on your behalf shall be demanded, and House Ferentis shall receive a 20-year-long 40% reduction on the payment of its due taxes. She stopped for a moment, letting the weight of her offer to sink in. As for our demands, House Ferentis is to proclaim their support to the rightful ruler of the principality, the prince, reject all future diplomatic relations with enemy forces, refuse to house shelter, offer repair, or come to the aid of enemy forces in all aspects and areas, and denounce Duke Cornelius Draymore's treachery for what it is publicly. Wyatt felt a ball of iron form in his throat, but he refused to swallow it as the tension in the room was so thick he was sure he could reach out with a hand and grab it. As a commoner, he had been taught that nobles had absolute power and that royalty commanded them all without question. It was such a simple notion to understand and learn. Do as I say, because I'm above you. And yet, here was Clara, a royal and Aster, dealing with other powerful nobles that were, regardless of anything, beneath her. And yet, instead of ordering them around, she was making deals, offering promises, and demanding only what felt reasonable. So this is what true diplomacy among nobles looks like. Dealing with Uriel Holks was unnecessary. Clara wasn't threatening him at all. She was stating facts. And in Matcha, the procession and the banquet were just displays of power and reason to make talk. But this is how insults can be spoken without worrying about consequences, and lies and truth mingle into some twisted poison, Wyatt thought with a sense of apprehensive disgust. He knew that the lives and the plays of power between nobles weren't as simple as most commoners pictured in their heads. Mr. Warlow taught him that things were not so straightforward, no matter how much he wanted things to be so. And now that he'd seen it firsthand, he was finally starting to understand what being a noble meant, and what the structure and balance of power was a delicate, shifting thing. Not something set in stone and immutable. He felt sick to his stomach for a moment, but his resolve purged it in favor of standing firm next to his friends, showing his support, no matter how insignificant it was. Javier Wunder scoffed before smiling a condescending smile. "Pardon me, Your Majesty, but was that your best offer?" he asked, his tone matching his expression. "For if it was, then I'm afraid that House Aster shows their prepotency in full display. Or, perhaps, is it fear?" He let out a little laugh before continuing. "A paltry sum of credits, a chain around the neck of an entire great house, and every minor and lesser house serving under the rightful rule of Lord Geenock, a bribe masqueraded as a reward, and an outrageous demand that would isolate them. If your underhanded attempts were not so brazen, I would applaud you, Reaper," he said, putting emphasis on the last word. "Your proposed offer is generous at first glance, Princess," Janik agreed. "However, I will not sign any treaty that forces my house to surrender its neutrality in this conflict. Exclusive trading rights I can consider as a manageable deal, nothing else. Tempting as the lower rate of taxes is, I'm afraid the answer is simple. I refuse this first proposal." Turning to Felicity, he waved his hand around. "Lady Felicity, what does Duke Draymore offer and demand in turn? His lordship is a sensible man and generous to those that stand next to him, but he is also a reasonable man who avoids putting his foot on the throat of those under his leadership. Lord Joaquin Ferrentis, Duke Cornelius Draymore, offers an exclusive commercial pact in regard to foodstuffs and other assorted items to be provided to those loyal to him as true sons and daughters of the principality. He offers a most generous 25 base price upfront increase. However, you shall be allowed to retain your ability to deal with other neutral houses freely. Only our deluded enemies are to be offered naught but ash to fill their bellies. And understanding your position of neutrality, his lordship will allow you to maintain your stance until the situation is resolved." The fetching woman stopped for a moment, her eyes landing on the man wearing a gray-colored armor so dark it might as well be black obsidian for a second or two before continuing. "His lordship only demands that no harbor is to be given to his enemies, and that you recognize his position as Lord Regent." She let out a tiny sigh as she finished. "It is wondrous what a show of genuine respect and understanding can bring to the table, is it not, Your Majesty?" Clara didn't reply. She merely kept her regal posture, unbending and ever-focused. Your offer has merit, Lady Felicity. However, I, nor any member of House Ferrentis for that matter, shall recognize Duke Draymore as Lord Regent. The prince stands, this is a fact. His Majesty was going to be fully elevated by the Council of Nobles, which the Duke disrupted, and, as a child throwing a tantrum, moved to gain what he believed was rightfully his by force. Tell me, do the councillors yet live, his captured nieces and nephews? Do you expect me to support a man that by all intents and purposes is a traitor? Geenock asked, frowning. The councillors are alive and well. They are welcomed guests of his lordship, of course. So are their majesties Princes Caldro and Leon and their sisters, Princesses Megan and Ruby, Casimir replied proudly. So they are prisoners, Clara commented offhandedly. They are his lordship's guests, not prisoners. They are not being flogged or tortured for information. I assure you, Your Majesty, they are well tended and in perfect health. And even if they were prisoners, we are not like you and your followers, who delight in the use of brute force and any means necessary to extract information out of your prisoners, Felicity huffed. Unlike certain people, we are not animals. We are civilized and above such cruelty. Even with my helmet on, I can smell the shit that's coming out of her mouth, Wyatt thought, frowning. I'm pleased to hear that if I, or any of those who follow me, were to fall into your hands, Lady Felicity, we would be treated fairly, Clara replied gently, and Wyatt wasn't sure if she was being honest or if she was mocking the ebony-skinned woman across the table. My uncle surely is a practical, reasonable man. My Lord Genak, I have passed unto you the official proposal sent by my brother the prince. You have rejected it, and thus now I shall speak of my own offer spoken with the full use of his authority, if you so give me permission to do so. Genak made a motion with his hand a second later. My offer sees not many changes, I'm afraid, but it is better suited. The commercial pact stands, offering a 20% increase instead of 15%. You will also receive a privileged 0.05% wide tariff increase rate throughout all of your agricultural transactions for the duration of 5 generations of your bloodline and a 5-year-long exemption in your yearly tax payments. And, most pointedly, your neutral stance shall not only be respected, but upheld. My demands are as follows: that you denounce the actions carried by my uncle, Duke Cornelius Draymore, as treachery, and that his standing as Lord Regent is both illegal and immoral. Every ally to my uncle is to be refused a proper welcome, but offer services and aid if need be at a 500 increased rate. That's absurd, said Maximilian in his booming voice. You may as well throw any unfortunate soul that winds up in Ferentis territory into the core of a star and spare them the humiliation. You're just trying to ensure that any wounded ship is forever anchored here until the conflict ends. In your defeat, I might add. Ah, you must be the acclaimed Maximilian Usurek. Your face and armor seemed familiar, but I wasn't sure and didn't want to assume, Clara retorted with a small smirk. Under other circumstances, I would ask for your autograph. Alas, you are my enemy, esteemed lone wolf. An admirer? I'm almost honored, Your Majesty. Well, a fan is a fan, that's what I say. Who am I to deny you the grand opportunity of meeting me? Princess, enemies we may be, but only in the field of battle. It would shame me to rob you of the pleasure of owning my autograph, he declared, with dripping overconfidence and self-aggrandizement, as a lion's mouth opened its mouth to eject a golden paper with green trims. He took it, and after placing it on the table, he pointed his left index finger at the paper. A red laser erupted from the tip, the paper crackling but not bending or burning upon contact, and he quickly scribbled something on it. When he was done, he slid the paper at Clara, crossing the distance with ease. The honor is all yours, Princess, he said, putting on his best toothy grin. Clara took the piece of paper with genuine glee and nonchalantly stored it within her dress. He's a lone wolf? Wyatt asked himself, surprised. He'd only read and seen a few lone wolves through videos or pictures, mostly in lectures. He knew lone wolves by reputation, all of them deadly and highly skilled men and women. In fact, most of his knowledge came from the man who was considered the first lone wolf, Luminor Tintar, a supremely skilled fighter pilot, a deadly warrior, an intelligence agent without equal, and a man credited with thousands of kills in his long, proud career that was the stuff of legend. He wasn't much for visual entertainment, but he enjoyed the movies made around the legendary lone wolf. Comparing Luminor Tintar to Maximilian Usurek was unfair in his mind. The man was obviously strong and fit. Standing next to him, he doubted he could reach past his broad shoulders, but his expression and the air around him told him everything he needed to know. Maximilian Usurek was a noble through and through. The arrogance was dripping from his cocky grin, and his eyes gleamed with barely contained mockery. His armor was of high quality and likely cost a small fortune, but it was flashy and unpractical. There was no doubt in his mind. He was before a noble that put his ego and pride before anything else. And yet Clara recognized him and wanted his autograph? Aren't lone wolves supposed to be incredibly talented warriors capable of going anywhere and do almost anything? He asked himself, his disappointment giving way to curiosity and wariness. As if reading his mind, which no longer surprised him that much anymore, Clara spoke up. "Thank you kindly, Lord Maximilian. To be honest, I covet the autographs of the lone wolves that have caught my attention. You are most certainly among those few. Call it a silly whim of mine," confessed the princess, a soft giggle escaping her lips at the end. "I followed your career until you retired a few years back. A true shame. You were a most fantastic racer and dogfighter." "Aren't we all?" Maximilian replied with a laugh. "My reasons for my retirement are my own, princess." "But of course," Clara replied. "It is saddening that you are our enemy, Lord Maximilian. I would have bought your services if possible. Your talents would be surely welcomed." Maximilian laughed again. "I'm sorry to say, Princess, that I would have rejected your offer. I do like my head attached to my shoulders," he said, not bothering to hide his insult. "Besides, you got her with you," he pointed at Cynthia. Then he pointed at Wyatt. "And you also got that one. You make a habit of keeping dangerous pets around. And unlike them, I am not a pet you can tame, Princess." "Duly noted," the blonde woman replied. Turning to Geenock, she continued, "Do forgive my lapse in courtesy, Lord Geenock, but I believe we needed a small break to refresh our minds and hold back our tongues. As much as I would like to continue tomorrow, my Lord Geenock, I do not have the luxury of wasting your time, or that of his lordship, for very long. Fret not, for I, too, speak with the authority of his lordship." She waited a moment for dramatic effect, then pressed on. "His lordship seeks no quarrel with House Ferentis. Therefore, the demand to be recognized as Lord Regent shall be dropped. In addition, the base price exclusivity shall be raised to 32%, and a formal pact of neutrality and non-aggression shall be signed." "Will this entail that Third Fleet patrols are to be dispatched once more through their usual routes?" asked Yolti. "Unfortunately, no. His lordship requires all available warships loyal to him to aid him in this conflict. Only those who support him directly and recognize his claim as Lord Regent are to be considered with the protection the Hammer of Draymore brings," Javier replied. "Surely you understand his difficult position. Even our territories are bereft of the fleet's protection in these dire times. We simply have no ships to spare on simple patrol duties at the moment. If you were to support his lordship, who knows? Things may change in the coming months." "I understand," Janique replied, then turned to face the princess. "Given the circumstances and the urgency all parties involved are facing, these dealings shall conclude today. Princess Clara, do you have a counteroffer?" "You require ships that we cannot spare. If my uncle lacks the numbers even with his tactical and strategical advantage to aid you without pushing you against a corner with no other options at your disposal, in that venue my brother, the prince, stands less of a chance to come to your protection in significant numbers. Everything I can do now is to increase the exemption on your taxes to 10 years and respect your neutral stance with the signing of an official non-aggression pact. This is my final offer," she said, finally losing the edge of control in her voice. "I see. If that's the best you can offer, Your Majesty, then I'm afraid I will have to reject you," Geenock declared before opening the cylinder. It revealed a pristine white piece of parchment. Silently, he handed it over to Felicity, and she happily took it. She passed it to Javier, who produced a pen from within his uniform, and the man quickly began to scribble on the piece of paper. The room was silent for long minutes until Javier passed it to Felicity, who read it quickly, nodded, signed it, and then produced a signet from her bosom. The Ferentis son with dazzling hair, who had remained silent through the entire procedure, produced a candle and a lighter from his robes. He stood up and walked to Felicity's side, lighting the candle and dropping hot wax on the paper. Felicity used the signet to press the cooling wax for a few seconds, then pulled it back. The robed man then took the paper and handed it over to his father. Geenock read it, nodded, and repeated the wax and signet process at the bottom of the paper. Rolling it up, he placed it inside the cylinder only to seal it after. "This meeting is adjourned. House Ferentis shall retain its neutral position until this conflict is over, granting exclusive commercial rights on all agricultural goods and foodstuffs to neutral associates and Duke Cornelius Draymore's forces," Ishivi pronounced, standing up. "Loyalty is its own reward." "Loyalty is its own reward," everyone else chanted back. But Wyatt felt defeated, the words losing some of their weight as he spoke them. Clara extended her arms a second later and, moving in unison, both Cynthia and the pilot helped the princess to her feet. "Congratulations on your victory, Lady Felicity. You have bested me fairly," Clara proclaimed, but her usual gentleness was lacking. As much as she tried to mask it, she had failed in her task, and Wyatt sensed it. Something's off. This doesn't feel right, Wyatt thought, his eyes never leaving the princess. "You fought well, Your Majesty. Your reputation does you justice, but alas, experience is everything," Felicity replied, unable to entirely hide the boastful joy in her voice. "Now we shall take our leave. Oh, I almost forgot, Princess. May I see the face of your black-clad warrior?" "Certainly. Wyatt?" Clara replied. Wordlessly, Wyatt obeyed, detaching his helmet and showing his face and serious expression to the Draymore delegates. "My, he's as handsome as I imagined. Heterochromatic eyes? Are they natural or gene-altered?" She giggled, swaying her hips as she turned around. "No matter, I suppose. Thank you for entertaining my curiosity, Your Majesty. And thank you, Sir Knight. Without you, my victory wouldn't have been possible," exclaimed the woman in a sultry tone before winking at Wyatt and walking away with her head held high. "Wyatt!" Clara said his name, putting pressure into it that he'd only heard when she was deadly serious about something. "We shall talk in private." Yes, of course, my princess," Wyatt replied, utterly confused by what was happening. What did Felicity mean by that? Was Clara angry at him? "Lord Genack, I shall make use of my quarters for a little while longer," Clara added. "Of course, my princess. I shall see you off in 2 hours from now," Genack replied. Silently, Clara walked out of the room and down the hallway, never speaking, never stopping. Wyatt glanced at Cynthia, but the blue-haired woman was also silent, and he couldn't see her face thanks to her helmet, but he couldn't feel any animosity coming from her, which only served to confuse him even more. What the hell had he done? Wyatt followed the princess through the lavish hallways in complete silence until the group reached her quarters. 2 Royal Marines remained outside, guarding the entrance, while the other 2 entered alongside them. They moved to a corner of the room, each standing still as a statue. Before he could ask Clara what was wrong, the princess turned to face him with a cold, serious expression and piercing purple eyes that reflected a void emptier than space. Then, as a shudder traveled down his spine, she stepped forward with a finger pointing at him. Just as she opened her mouth, Cynthia made her voice known first. "That's enough, Clara," Cynthia said, removing her helmet to reveal an unamused expression plastered on her face. Wyatt recognized the unapproving stare of the blue-haired woman. He'd only seen her doing it whenever the princess was planning to enjoy her eccentric version of fun to some capacity. This was proven to be the case when Clara's expression dropped and she pouted for a brief second before crossing her arms. Releasing a sigh, the princess spoke up, her eyes and tone returning to her usual friendly attitude. "You are no fun, Cynthia. And I told you I wasn't going to let you torment Wyatt for your sick amusement, Clara," Cynthia replied deadpan. "Setting that harlot upon him was enough and all I would tolerate." Clara gasped, hurt. "Torment! Cut your lying tongue. I would not invite such unpleasant thoughts to even enter my mind just for my amusement." She defended herself, and Cynthia, completely unfazed and unconvinced by her words, merely raised an eyebrow in response. "I was only going to poke long enough until he squirmed a little. Nothing wrong with that." Cynthia sighed tiredly and pinched the bridge of her nose. "Clara." "Don't you Clara me, Cynthia. I'm your princess. Respect me," Clara countered with a light blush spread across her cheeks. "You're also my friend, and in private, that takes precedence. Will you stop this charade already, or must I do so myself?" Cynthia asked with a tiny smirk on her lips. The battle was won. "You can be so boorish, you know." Clara let out a defeated sigh and then turned to a very puzzled Wyatt. "Come, sit. I'll explain everything now that a certain blue-haired demon has ruined my fun. Don't worry, I was only planning to poke a few times," she said, turning to the chairs and the table a few meters to their right. Taking a seat, she waited until Wyatt sat across the table. "You must be wondering what we're talking about." "Yes," Wyatt answered, his voice mirroring his confused expression. "Torment? Poke at me? Watch me squirm? Did I do something wrong? Is this some sort of punishment for me shooting at the statue?" "That was resolved when it happened. Fret not," Clara replied, pausing for a moment to glance at Cynthia, who, in turn, slightly tilted her head. This is another matter entirely. Tell me, what do you think I sent you to escort Lady Cinter when we met in the gardens? Feeling relieved, his uneasiness dwindled as his mind got to work on the possibilities. After a few seconds of hard thinking, only one option seemed feasible to him. Was it a gesture of friendliness? Clara nodded softly. In a sense, yes. As opposing forces, conflict would be inevitable were it not for the laws of neutrality that force us to stay our hands. Do you recall what I told you as we arrived? Wyatt nodded. This also extends to diplomatic and casual interaction. As her superior in rank and standing, sending a member of my party to join hers briefly is a sign of respect, a simple act that can convey many messages. She paused for a moment, her expression shifting to one of seriousness, barely containing her need to smile. Of course, this has many meanings. Should have I sent Cynthia, she wouldn't have uttered a single word to her, and she would have thought that I considered a dangerous threat. A Royal Marine would show my contempt, and in a similar venue, she would have believed herself to be a threat to my plans, and also paint me as insecure. The blonde princess's lips widened into a playful smirk. But what sort of message would be read by others if a recently elevated noble, a knight banneret with a puzzling connection to House Astor, is sent instead? A knight that, due to his actions, besmirched the honor of his charge. An amused and almost condescending giggle escaped her throat a moment later. A woman such a facility centaur would see my gesture as a carefully veiled insult. To send such an inexperienced man as a show of good grace? She'd think I see her as beneath me, nothing more than a pebble I can kick as I walk. But, at the same time, she'd see an opportunity to gain any information about this mysterious man that came out of nowhere. Wyatt nodded, understanding her words but failing to comprehend how such a simple venture could be perceived differently depending on just one factor or another. But the more she explained her line of thinking, the more he saw the sense in them. He wasn't skilled in her field, but he knew his own perfectly. Imagining correlations between being in battle and what she was describing made it easier for him to process. In the roughest way possible, it was similar to luring enemy fighters out. Every movement mattered and counted toward victory or death. His eyes widened and Clara smiled widely as realization struck him. You tricked her? He asked, and Clara nodded. You sent me, so she would feel insulted and take the moment to talk to me. But what would she gain from knowing anything about me? She nodded again. She pressured me several times, but she never seemed interested in me. Not directly, at least. She spent half the time praising me for my ennoblement and the other half lamenting that I'm at your service. She was charming and insulting in equal measure. It felt as if she was trying to attack me from different vectors. Slowly his eyes shifted from one side to the other as he recalled his encounter with the black-haired woman. In the end, she promised that House Ferentis would side with House Draymore, but that didn't happen. She said victory would not smile upon us, and it didn't, unless— His mouth opened in abject horror. I told her that my goal was to make a deal with House Ferentis regarding their agricultural production? Clara asked, glancing at Cynthia, who was shaking her head slowly. Closing her eyes for a moment, she accepted the silent rebuke of her friend. Before you grow too agitated, my dear Wyatt, know that I am neither angry nor hold you in contempt for it. Oh no, on the contrary, I counted on it. Wyatt, upon hearing her words, felt the embarrassment, guilt, and sense of failure growing in his belly stop and slowly dissipate. She expected me to reveal her goal. Why? Why didn't she just tell me to share the information with her at some point? Did she avoid ordering me so my words were to be genuine? But why? It doesn't make any sense, unless the food wasn't her goal at all. Then that means— His thoughts came crashing down with a single, undeniable truth. You lied to me, he said. Not a question, but an affirmation. Why? It was a gamble on my part, Clara replied. To be clear, I objected to it from the start, but I couldn't deny the potential benefits at play. Clara's mind can be a web of deceit and contradicting ideas that not even I dare to even begin to comprehend, Cynthia clarified, coming to stand next to her blonde friend. I hate it when these sorts of gambles pay off, but I would hate them more if they didn't, my unhinged princess. They are gambles for a reason, Clara rebuked, as her cheeks were once more tinged with a small blush. Clearing her throat, she continued, Please do understand one thing, Wyatt. I lied to you out of necessity, not because I do not trust you. You are merely unfamiliar with the sort of dealings I must take into consideration constantly, now so more than ever. Wyatt nodded as he processed her confession. You told me that when in private I could be honest. So I will be, Clara. He took a deep breath, worrying that he may speak out of line. You're a princess. I can't judge you for lying to me no matter your reasons. Knowing that you did so to trick an enemy, I can only ask if I was a useful tool. A splendid tool in that regard, Wyatt. You are my friend, confidant, and more. Much like Cynthia is my friend, she too is my tool, sword, shield, and executioner if need be, Clara said, leaning back against her chair and crossing her arms under her chest. I do not enjoy doing what must be done, but I will do so without hesitation. Truth be told, I was going to tell you about my deception had things gone differently prior to your brave actions against the statue, she said with a hint of humor in her voice. Can you guess what made me carry on with my gamble before that incident? Wyatt thought for a second or two as the answer manifested itself in his mind. The gunship escorts and Lord Genoc's welcome? Clara nodded. Precisely. House Ferentis was under no obligation to send any sort of escort to greet my arrival, and yet they sent a formal escort anyway. And the nobles present? The heads of the most prominent houses in Balakura, those directly under the protection and authority of House Ferentis. Their presence was, again, not mandatory, but they came, either by force or of their own volition, regardless. It demonstrated not only a welcoming gesture, but also the pressure and need for negotiations to be had as soon as possible. Did you plan this from the start? He asked tentatively, surprised yet again by the supreme foresight and intelligence that the beautiful and deadly princess possessed. Lying to me was part of your gamble? I don't mind that you lied to me, Clara. Like I said, I have no place to say anything against you nor resent you for it. Lying isn't a problem to me, he said, sounding as sincere as he could. It was true. He truly wasn't mad that she'd lied and used him for her political benefits. He understood her position needed sacrifices to be made. But yet, no matter how much he tried to squash it, a small part of him felt hurt. Not betrayed, just hurt. Clara paused for a moment, her expression reflecting a hint of guilt that was gone the second after. She then raised her right hand, presenting her palm to her pilot. If there is an ability that could allow someone to see the future or predict events in advance to such a minute detail, I would be mortified and frightened beyond belief of anyone possessing such power. No, Wyatt, I didn't plan this from the start. When playing these twisted games of casual backstabbing, blatant treachery, fake smiles, and rapacious opportunism, I have to account for every possibility. She paused, tilting her hand to the left. What resources are at my disposal? Who am I going to contend with? Who are my allies? What is it that the other side desires to obtain? What circumstances are at play? She tilted her hand to the right next, slowly moving her fingers as she did so. How can I take advantage of an unforeseen situation? How can I exploit the weaknesses of my rival? How do I present myself as powerful, vulnerable, gentile, ruthless, caring? Must I plant the seeds of discord and doubt? Should I present lies as truth, truths as lies, or choose honesty instead? The blonde woman closed her hand, then turned it to the side, opening it until her fingers aligned in a vertical line. All of that and more just so I can glimpse at possible outcomes and ultimately try to direct events and action into the best I can forge. I have to use every tool, trick, play, and countermove at my disposal to make this a reality. How I wish I could solve every problem with a single command. So many lives lost needlessly, so much corruption, idiocy, malicious incompetence, and the accursed thirst for power that had brought us to this point. Countless billions of lives are at risk. How many will be spared? If my actions can save but a single more life, then I shall sleep knowing I did everything in my power to make the best decision. That is a level of pressure I wouldn't wish upon anyone, Wyatt thought, and glanced at his blue-haired friend, seeing the pain and understanding in her eyes. How many times had Cynthia seen her friend struggling or second-guessing herself? Just how many lives were upon her shoulders to carry and worry about? Clara wasn't a monster, but she could become one if something forced her to turn into one. What made him respect and now care for her was how she genuinely cared for others and how she detested the very concept of abusing her power. She wasn't like other blue bloods. Wyatt felt pity, empathy, and the urge to reach out and grab her hand, to show her that he stood by her side, always, regardless of anything. He would protect her and, if need be, carry out the mission that the prince himself entrusted him with. For a brief moment, their eyes met, and Wyatt could feel those amethyst-colored eyes pierce into his soul. Her hand slightly moved forward again, but stopped before advancing a single inch. "Forgive me, Wyatt. When I'm passionate about something, I rant and ramble mindlessly," Clara apologized. Wyatt crossed his arms and replied, "Aren't friends meant to hear the woes of their friends?" Both women blinked in surprise for a moment, then a smile returned to their faces. "So, you can't see the future, which means you have to adjust your plans at every turn?" "Precisely. Your reaction to the statue is something I never considered could happen. I simply seized the moment to let gossip and rumor mill go their course so it worked in your favor whilst, simultaneously, I gave Lady Ashivi an accolade in the form of taming my fury." A mirthful giggle ran past her lips. "But most importantly, it ensured that the Draymore envoys would take notice of you and force our paths to cross. I initially thought about being the one approaching the envoys, in this case Lady Felicity, but that changed to them approaching me instead," replied the princess. "And that ended up with me telling them about the food. All of that because of a gamble in your plans?" Wyatt asked, raising an eyebrow. "It worked, did it not?" Clara answered. "Regardless of that, the negotiations wouldn't have changed much, but by giving them an objective to follow, it made things so much easier for me." "I don't understand why you let them win, though," Wyatt said, resting his hands on the table. "They took the food from House Ferentis for themselves. Their supply lines will be secured inside their territory, and they could strike at the prince's forces easier." Cynthia let out a surprised laugh. "You understand logistics?" "Compost hauler," he said, pointing at himself. "Also a commoner. I don't know how the big trade networks work, but my brother Weskal has to go on hunting expeditions that can last for weeks. Getting good supplies is vital. That goes the same for wood on the wood mill. A healthy line of supplies and huge stockpiles are always a good thing," Wyatt said, then stopped, frowned, and a thought crossed his mind. "Clara, why did you come to Ferentis territory in the first place? This succession war has been active for, what, a few months at most? Stockpiles on stations and planets should be high." "Positioning, Wyatt," she said and raised a finger. "House Ferentis is bordered by Houses Renshine, Caiston, and Finnegan. House Rheinshine is also neutral, but their fealty falls more in line with House Ionati. House Ferentis, however, has a long and controversial history of flimsy vows of fidelity to any royal house, and instead maintaining a stance of neutrality in almost every conflict. Why, House Ferentis was one of the few houses that came virtually unscathed during the last civil war. Commendable, she praised sincerely. Gaining the support of their house, or at least locking their main line of production from falling onto others, is a sound strategy. "One that the traitors now possess," he said in an almost mournful tone. "What have they truly gained?" Clara asked. "Overpriced foodstuffs and related products? Forcing our travel time to be longer due to a lack of easy resupply on warships without proper escort and supply ships? The enforcement of a neutrality pact that will ensure no conflict occurs within their territory? These things are worthless to me. Felicity Centaur can pat herself on the back for her apparent victory all she wants. By the time she realizes her mistake, it will be too late to change it." She hummed deeply and tapped on her chin a few times. "I do wonder what sort of shadow deals they made with House Ferentis, but I will not pry in such dealings." Wyatt was stunned for a moment, then he smiled a toothy